The autumn rain had fallen for 3 days without stop. 30 li west of Qingyun City, in a broken mountain shrine, rainwater poured down the collapsed eaves and pooled into a murky puddle on the ground. Inside the temple, the deity's statue had long since fallen. Only half of its mud body remained tilted on the altar, its features blurred beyond recognition. Lu Chen curled up in a corner, his torn padded coat soaked through and clinging tightly to his thin frame. His lips were purple from cold, and his stomach had been completely empty for 2 days. 3 days ago, he had been begging on the official road outside the city when a speeding carriage startled him. He fell into a roadside ditch. When he climbed out, the begging bowl he always carried had broken into 3 pieces. For a beggar, a broken bowl meant a broken livelihood. He fumbled out a small piece of dry flatbread from his chest. He had picked it up yesterday under the old elm tree behind the temple. The flatbread was moldy and hard as a stone. Lu Chen looked at it for a moment, then tucked it back inside. He could hold out a little longer. Outside the temple, the rain was falling harder. Lu Chen's gaze landed beneath the altar. A wooden sword was stuck there at an angle. The sword was short, only a little over 2 feet long. It was carved from some unknown wood. The pitch-black blade was covered with fine cracks, as if it had been burned by fire and soaked by water. The hemp rope around the hilt was already loose, smeared with mud. Was it left behind by its previous owner, or a toy abandoned by a passing child? Lu Chen had no answer. He had only arrived at the broken temple the day before yesterday, and the wooden sword had already been there. At the time, he had collapsed beneath the altar, burning with fever and nearly believing he would die there. In a daze, he reached out and grasped the hilt. The touch of the wooden sword was icy, yet it inexplicably sharpened his mind. Clinging to that faint clarity, he survived the life-threatening fever. Lu Chen rose and walked to the altar. Stooping, he gripped the hilt and pulled the wooden sword out. It was very light, so light it did not feel like a weapon but a relic. He examined the cracks on the blade, feeling that the lines held an inexplicable rhythm, as if deliberately engraved, and yet like natural grain. A broken wooden sword. Lu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly and put it back in place. I guess I match it just fine. He turned, intending to find a somewhat dry place to get through the night, while calculating in his heart that tomorrow he would go out of the city to try his luck. Once the rain stopped, there would be many merchant caravans on the official road, and he would always be able to beg a mouthful of food. At that moment of turning, a very faint sound came from behind him. Like a sigh? Or a sword's hum. Lu Chen's steps suddenly halted. He slowly turned back. The temple was empty, only the sound of rainwater dripping from the eaves. He looked under the altar. The wooden sword was still there, but the cracks on the sword body seemed to have deepened a little. Lu Chen stood for a long time, then in the end did not touch it. He walked to the opposite wall, wrapped his torn padded coat tightly around himself, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen had a dream. In the dream, he stood in a vast white space. Beneath his feet was water as calm as a mirror. Above his head was endless light. A vague figure stood in the distance, hands clasped behind its back. So there really is someone who can make it here. The figure spoke, its voice old and indifferent, as if coming from very far away. A mere mortal boy who hasn't even completed body tempering can actually hear the sword's hum. Lu Chen opened his mouth, but found he could not speak. There is no need to speak, the figure said, slowly turning around. It still could not be seen clearly, like a mass of light gathering and dispersing. Just listen to me. This sword has been here for a long time. Longer than this temple, longer than this city, longer than this mortal world beneath your feet. Only a trace of sword intent is left in the sword. You can hear it not because your talent is high, but because your life is cheap enough to fit this broken sword. There was a hint of mockery in the voice, and also some unnameable emotion. I don't have a proper name. Think of me as a residual soul. A remnant soul, nothing more. Lu Chen was silent, unable to speak, and unwilling to speak. He simply watched that shifting mass of light, thoughts surging in his heart, yet he could not begin to say them. Do you think you've had it hard? The residual soul's tone suddenly became a little playful, but before Lu Chen could react, it shook its head by itself. You really are quite miserable. But misery is useless. The geniuses I have seen are as numerous as oxen hairs. They were born with good families, high talent, and strong luck, and thought they were destined to stand at the peak of the 9 heavens. But do you know where those people ended up? Lu Chen shook his head. They all died, the residual soul said flatly. Those who survive are often the ones who crawl up from the mud. Because they know shame. Only with shame can they know restraint. Only with restraint can they know progress. You have nothing, so you can fight for anything. If you fail at worst, you still have nothing. The residual soul's last words were like a needle that stabbed into Lu Chen's bones. Yes, he had nothing now. Even if he fought with all his might and lost, he would only return to where he started. But if he did not even dare to fight, then he deserved to rot in this broken temple for the rest of his life, with this broken wooden sword. At dawn tomorrow, take this sword and go out for a walk. The residual soul's voice gradually became distant, and the mass of light began to scatter. You decide which road to take. All I can do is watch how far you go. The last wisp of light dispersed. Lu Chen opened his eyes. The temple was pitch black and the rain was still falling. He sat up, staring blankly at the wooden sword under the altar. After lying there for a moment, he turned over, and Rose walked to the altar, and his fingers closed around the hilt once more. The sword body was cold, and its cracks could be faintly seen in the dark. "Come with me," Lu Chen said. He said it very lightly, as if speaking to a lifeless object or making a bet with himself. The wooden sword did not answer, but Lu Chen felt that it had heard him. The next morning at dawn, Lu Chen pushed open the temple door and walked out into the rain-washed wilderness. The rain had stopped. A crack had split the clouds in the sky, and a thread of golden morning light slanted down, falling between him and the ruined temple behind him. In his hand was a broken wooden sword. Under his feet was a muddy mountain path. In the distance, the outline of Qingyun City appeared indistinctly through the morning mist. Lu Chen took a deep breath and took the first step. Qingyun City was one of the largest cities in the southern part of the human realm. South of the city were the government offices and mansions of noble families, with neatly laid bluestone roads and courtyard walls over 10 feet high on both sides. To the north were the markets and artisan workshops where people of all walks of life gathered. The air buzzed with clamor and mingled scents of herbs, sawdust, rust, and livestock. When Lu Chen entered the city through the north gate, all his belongings were a broken wooden sword and half a moldy dry flatbread. He crouched by the roadside for nearly half an hour, watching the passers-by come and go. Street vendors hurrying to the morning market, laborers pushing carts and hauling goods, herb gatherers carrying baskets on their backs, scholars with book boxes slung over their shoulders. Everyone had a place to go. Lu Chen had no place to go, but he had plenty of patience. He found the labor guild in the north of the city and waited in line for nearly half an hour. The manager was an old man in his 50s with triangular eyes and a sparse goatee. He looked Lu Chen up and down, paused for a moment on the wooden sword at his waist, then gave a snort. "Do you have strength?" "Yes." "Where are you from?" "I live in a broken temple outside the city." "A beggar?" Without a flicker of his brow, the manager said flatly, "The Li family's estate in the south is hiring woodcutters. Meals included 3 won a day." He tossed over a wooden token. "Take it and go." Lu Chen bent down and picked up the token. The manager then noticed the wooden sword at his waist and curled his lip. "What's that sword for?" "Nothing much," Lu Chen answered honestly. "I just keep it with me." "What for?" "To ward off evil." "Just habit." A faint, barely noticeable gleam passed through the manager's eyes, then vanished. He waved his hand. "Go." Lu Chen turned and left. He didn't look back, so he didn't see the manager staring at the wooden sword for a long time after he turned away, then finally shaking his head gently. The Li family's estate in the south was huge. Lu Chen split firewood all morning, blisters on his hands bursting and reforming again and again. The old woman who managed meals gave him a bowl of coarse rice and half a plate of pickled vegetables. He squatted at the entrance of the woodshed, finished eating, rested for less than half an hour, and then went back to splitting wood. In the scorching afternoon sun, he finished splitting the last batch of firewood. When he went to collect his pay, the accountant gave him another look and asked, "Would you like to sign a short-term contract? Room and board included 200 won a month." Lu Chen shook his head. A short-term contract meant a commitment of at least half a year, and he didn't know if he could stay that long. He had to survive first. Only after surviving could he think about how to move forward. The wooden sword leaned against his foot, silent. For 7 days in a row, he went from one odd job to another at the labor guild, splitting wood, carrying water, hauling goods, repairing houses. On the evening of the 7th day, he collected his day's wages and found the cheapest noodle stall in an alley in the south of the city. 6 copper coins bought a bowl of vegetarian noodles, generous and filling. Lu Chen sat down, leaned the wooden sword against the table, took out copper coins from his pocket, and counted them twice, then looked up to the stall owner and said, "A bowl of vegetarian noodles." As the noodles arrived, a carriage passed by the mouth of the alley. The carriage was not large, but extremely delicate, made of fine nanmu wood, its curtain embroidered with elegant orchid patterns. The coachman in green had a calm face and kept his eyes straight ahead. For guards rode on horseback flanking the carriage, their cultivated auras faintly visible, casting a heavy pressure over half the alley. Several diners at the stall lowered their heads, not daring to look. Lu Chen ate his noodles, his gaze slipping over the brim of the bowl through the gap in the carriage curtain, faintly catching a slender figure seated inside. He withdrew his gaze after only a glimpse. That was someone from another world. There were many such young ladies from noble families in Qingyun City. They rode through the streets in carriages, never sparing a glance at a poor boy eating noodles by the roadside. Lu Chen lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. The wheels rumbled over the bluestone and slowly faded. The alley fell quiet again. The noodle stall owner wiped his sweat and said in a low voice, "The young lady of the Xie family. I heard she's going to become an outer sect steward at the Qingyun sect. So young and already a steward. Truly remarkable." Someone nearby chimed in, "The Xie family." "Which Xie family?" "What other Xie family?" "The one in the South City, the one in the herb business. The young lady's name is Xie Linger. Young as she is, she's even better at business than her father." "Then why is she going to the Qingyun sect?" "Who knows? Who knows? These are matters of the mighty. Oh, what's the use of us guessing?" Lu Chen listened, eating his noodles slowly. Qingyun sect, he had heard of it. One of the few cultivation sects in the human realm. It opened its gates to accept disciples once every 3 years, and only those with extraordinary talent could enter. But it had nothing to do with him. A mere mortal who hadn't even entered the body-tempering realm. How could he join a sect? With a broken wooden sword. Lu Chen put down his bowl. He pushed the empty bowl aside, picked up the wooden sword, rose, and disappeared into the end of the alley. The next day, Lu Chen went to the book street in the west of the city. This was not a place he belonged. The bookshops on both sides were filled with paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones, frequented mostly by middle-class scholars and wealthy young men. Lu Chen stood for a long time in front of a bookshop called One Ma Xian, gazing at the rows of books on the shelves inside, and finally walked in. The shop owner was a thin, tall man in his 40s. He frowned slightly at Lu Chen's appearance, but instead of kicking him out, he just watched him from a distance. Lu Chen found some simple cultivation introductory books in the corner. Cheap paper, rough printing, dense small characters cramming the pages. Yet their prices made him pause. The thinnest one cost 201. 201. Enough for a month's worth of vegetarian noodles. Lu Chen put the book back. The shop owner strolled over and said casually, "Nobody buys these books. They've been here for years." Lu Chen didn't respond. The owner added, "If you can read, there's copying work out back. 51 per copied volume." That day Lu Chen sat for 5 whole hours in the low room behind Wen Maxian. He was copying a fragmentary copy of Records of the Human Realm, with small characters and rough paper requiring neat and error-free writing. His handwriting was not beautiful, but every stroke was written with extreme care, as if he was putting all his strength into the tip of the brush. When he left in the evening, the shop owner gave him 51 and said, "Come again tomorrow." "Good," Lu Chen said. He returned to the shabby rented room in the north of the city, laid down on the bedding mat, and placed the wooden sword beside him. Moonlight leaked through the hole in the roof, falling on the blade, faint cracks, glowing with an eerie light. "Remnant soul," he tried calling out in his heart. There was no response. Lu Chen turned over and closed his eyes. Come again tomorrow. After tomorrow there would be another tomorrow. As long as there was tomorrow, he could keep going. When Xia Linger was 5, her father took her to the Xia family's medicinal herb warehouse beyond the city walls. The warehouse was vast, nearly the scale of an entire estate, with its floors and shelves overflowing with medicinal herbs meticulously sorted by origin, vintage, and therapeutic properties, and organized across hundreds of wooden racks. The air was thick with the rich fragrance of medicine, the combined scent of Baizhu Fu Ling Huang Qi and Dang Gui. 5-year-old Xia Linger stood at the doorway, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma, until she sneezed several times in a row. Her father did not turn around. He merely said, "Memorize all these herb names." She did not understand why he demanded this. Other girls were learning needlework while she was studying medicinal herbs. Other girls recited the new Jia while she pored over account books. At 8, she accompanied her father into the mountains to watch herb gatherers identify medicinal plants, falling and scraping her knees raw, yet biting down on her tears without a sound. Her father waited at a distance, never once reaching out to help her, and she never called out in pain. At 12, he led her into the Xia family's accounting office. The elder accountant was a white-bearded old man wearing thick, bronze-rimmed reading glasses. He pushed yellowed account books one by one toward her. The pages were covered in dense, cramped characters, tiny brushstrokes filling every corner. "Miss, do you recognize all of this?" the old accountant asked. Xia Linger flipped through the pages and pointed to one entry. "The purchase price here is incorrect. Last year, the medicinal herb harvest from Funyo Mountain was poor. It should not have been sold at this price." The old accountant paused, removed his reading glasses, and examined it closely. After a long silence, he rose and bowed to the family patriarch waiting outside. Her father nodded without saying a word. Xia Linger lifted her gaze from the ledger, scanned the courtyard in a single sweep, and then returned to reading. By 18, she had become the de facto manager of the Xia family. Though her father remained secluded under the pretense of ill health, the family's business had nearly doubled compared to when he was in charge. She secured medicinal herbs from Funyo Mountain, secured 2 entire mine pits at Shirtua Ridge, established trade relations with caravans from the southern frontier, and transported rare border herbs into Qingyun City. Partners, competitors, subordinates, clients. Upon hearing Miss Xia, the first reaction was always a chill running down the neck. This woman was too sharp. Not the cunning sharpness of a schemer, but the astuteness of someone who commanded the entire board. She sat across the negotiation table, listened to everyone speak from beginning to end, and then spoke a single sentence that seized the crux of the matter, leaving the other party willingly parting with more silver. Yet her father said, "You are a daughter. No matter how well the Xia family business thrives, it will never be solely yours." Xia Linger offered no objection. She had long known this truth. In this world, no matter how capable a daughter proved, she must always secure her own way forward. So she went to Qingyun sect. The Xia family provided Qingyun sect with large quantities of cultivation pills each year, creating a debt of gratitude the sect owed them. She leveraged this favor to obtain a position as an outer sect steward. Not a disciple, but a steward, exempt from cultivation assessments, yet free to come and go between the sect and the outside world. Qingyun sect was one of the largest sects in the southern human realm, and she needed this status, needed a backing, needed resources. More than anything, she needed a name that did not belong solely to the Xie family. That day, having completed her registration at Qingyun sect, she rode through the bustling streets of the southern district and happened to pass the labor guild's entrance. She lifted the carriage curtain for a breath of fresh air, and there, walking out of the guild, she caught sight of a youth. He was shabbily dressed, gaunt as a bamboo pole, yet his facial features were sharp and defined. A wooden sword hung at his waist, the blade dark and heavily cracked, looking every bit like scrap. Yet the way he walked was strange. Despite having just spent half the morning being barked at and dismissed by the guild, his spine remained straight. Neither hurried nor hesitant, his steps were steady, as though measuring each pace against an invisible ruler. Head bowed, his gaze fixed ahead, his expression calm. No trace of servility whatsoever. Xie Linger's eyes lingered on the youth for 3 breaths. Her instinct told her this one could be used. Such instinct was something she had honed since childhood. Having dealt with countless people in business, she could assess what anyone was capable of at a glance, reading 7 or 8 parts correct every time. This youth was at rock bottom, yet his backbone had not bent. Such a person, given only a path forward, would walk it to the very end. The curtain fell. Xie Linger said something to the young servant driving the carriage. The servant acknowledged and brought the carriage to a stop by the roadside. Lu Chen had just collected his daily work order from the labor guild, hauling wine jars to the eastern distillery, 2 copper coins per trip. He tucked the wooden token into his chest and was about to head east when a carriage blocked his path. The driver hopped down and beckoned to him. "Brother, my lady requests your presence." Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, his gaze moving from the servant's face to the carriage. The curtain hung low, concealing whoever sat within. "What does she want from me?" he asked. Before the servant could reply, a pale hand lifted the curtain just enough from the inside. Xie Linger did not reveal her face, only parting the curtain slightly as her voice emerged, neither loud nor soft. "What is your name?" "Lu Chen." "How old?" 17. "Can you read?" "Yes." Xie Linger hummed, and the curtain rose a fraction higher. She turned her face, peering through the gap at the ragged youth. Her beauty was not breathtaking, but her features carried a rare clarity and precision. Lu Chen stood his ground, neither stepping forward nor retreating. The worn wooden sword at his waist hung quietly, as ordinary as a piece of timber. "I am looking for an assistant," Xie Linger said. "Not a farmhand, not a day laborer, someone who works for me. The sect's account books, medicinal herb inventory, social obligations, all require management. You can read, which gives you more options than most." Lu Chen paused a breath. "Why me?" "Because when you walked out of the guild, your head was not bowed." Xie Linger said calmly. "A beggar whose bowl has been shattered still manages to keep his spine straight. That kind of person is rare." Lu Chen hesitated. He had not expected those words to float from inside a carriage. Xie Linger did not wait for his reply. She lowered the curtain and her voice drifted out from behind it. "Come to the Xie family country residence in the North District at noon tomorrow. Do not be late." The carriage moved, the wheels rumbling over bluestone tiles, growing fainter. The servant leapt onto the driver's seat and offered Lu Chen a smile. The street returned to its clamor. Vendors hawking there, whereas pedestrians jostling past, no one noticing the brief scene that had just unfolded. Lu Chen stood alone in the middle of the street, his fingers gently tightening around the hilt of his wooden sword. He lowered his head and continued eastward. The wine still needed hauling, and tomorrow too he would go. The Xie family's detached estate stood north of Qingyun City, bordering a quiet long alley. When Lu Chen walked down the alley, the daylight was still early, and the courtyard gate stood half open. The one who opened the door was an old servant in blue, around 50, surnamed Zhou. Everyone called him Uncle Zhou. He gave Lu Chen a once-over, his gaze pausing briefly on the wooden sword, then, without asking any questions, said, "Follow me," and turned to walk inside. The courtyard was larger than it looked from outside. It followed a 2-courtyard layout. In the front yard stood several large vats, sealed with mud. Drawing close, one could smell the half-fermented medicinal herbs. A faint, bitter herb fragrance hung in the air, not pungent, but rather sharpening the mind. In the main hall of the back courtyard, Xie Linger sat at a rosewood table, a stack of account books spread before her, and a cup of tea gone cold by her hand. When Lu Chen entered the main hall, Xie Linger did not even raise her head. "How well can you read?" "I can read and write." "What about bookkeeping?" "I've studied a little." Xie Linger raised her head, let her gaze rest on his face for a moment, then pushed an open ledger over to him. The handwriting in the ledger was dense, the ink unevenly fresh and faded, clearly recorded by different people at different times. "Page 7, third line. Read it." Lu Chen took the ledger, turned to that page, and scanned it. His brow barely creased, then he read aloud. "On the 19th day of the 7th month, 3 cartloads of poria from Funyo Mountain purchase, price 12 taels. But there is an entry in the 6th month before that. Same quantity, same goods, at 10 taels." Xie Linger set down her brush and looked at him. "Is there a problem?" "The price rose 20% in 2 months. Either the harvest at Funyo Mountain went wrong, or the one handling the goods got his fingers in it." Lu Chen finished, closed the ledger, and put it back in its place, his tone as calm as if he were discussing something entirely unrelated to him. The main hall fell silent for 2 breaths. Xie Linger suddenly smiled. It was faint, but it was unmistakably a smile. "Stay," she said. 500 coppers a month, meals and lodging included. On the way here, Lu Chen had thought it over. She would offer at most 300 coppers. Yet she opened with 500. He asked no further questions and made no excuses, he simply nodded. "The west wing in the back courtyard is empty, oh fix it up yourself." Xialinger lowered her head and picked up her brush again. "Starting today, copy out the purchase prices of all the medicinal herbs from the past 3 years and compare them month by month." "All right." As Lu Chen turned to leave, Xialinger suddenly added, "That wooden sword of yours. No ordinary object, is it?" Lu Chen's footsteps faltered for an instant. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I just carry it." Xialinger asked no more. Lu Chen settled into the Xie family's estate. His work was neither too heavy nor too light. By day, he copied account books, checked purchase prices, organized the storeroom, and occasionally accompanied Xialinger to the herb shops outside the city to take inventory. Xialinger was brisk and decisive, never wasted words, but she never mistreated her people. Compared with his earlier days of splitting firewood and hauling wine, this was a world apart. But Lu Chen knew well that Xialinger had not hired him out of charity. She needed someone dependable to handle her miscellaneous affairs, and he had simply appeared in the right place at the right time. That was all. If he had been illiterate, if he had cut a different figure in the street that day, that carriage would never have stopped for him. He had to make himself more worth keeping. In the dead hours of the second night, Lu Chen sat up from his pallet. Moonlight leaked through the window cracks and fell on the wooden sword propped at the head of his bed. The cracks on the blade remained dull and dark under the moonlight with no glimmer at all. For several nights in a row, he had tried to call out to the remnant soul within him, but there had never been a response. Tonight he decided to wait no longer. Lu Chen pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The moon hung at its zenith and clear light flooded the ground. The great herb vats in the yard gleamed with a faint blue sheen in the moonlight, and a light medicinal fragrance drifted in the air. Lu Chen stood in the center of the courtyard holding the wooden sword and closed his eyes. He did not know how to cultivate. No one had taught him proper cultivation arts. No master, no secret manual. All he could do was feel. Feel everything around him, the path of the medicinal fragrance through the air, the warmth of moonlight on his skin, the chill rising from the cracks between the stone slabs beneath his feet, and the faint, almost imperceptible tremor of the wooden sword in his hand. Time crept by. Lu Chen kept his posture motionless. A shurchen passed. 2 shurchen passed. The moon slanted westward. Dew soaked his shoulders. His legs began to go numb, his arms began to ache, but he did not move. He held himself at a critical edge, muscles taut to the limit, yet not enough to cramp. His breathing stayed, even his heartbeat slow. Sweat seeped from his forehead and trickled down his cheeks. Just then a faint needle-like sting came from the webbing of his right hand where it gripped the sword. It felt as if an electric current bored from the sword hilt into his palm, raced upward along his meridians, and shot straight into the Dazui point. Lu Chen's body jolted violently. The wooden sword's blade gave off a faint light. The crisscrossing cracks brightened under the moonlight. Not gold, not white, but a pale deep blue, like the frigid gleam of deep winter. The cold spread through his meridians to every part of his body. It was not a bone-freezing chill, but a clarity that pierced into the marrow. Lu Chen felt something inside him being driven out by the cold. The turbid qi gathered in his meridians, the hidden injuries left by years of eating leftover scraps, and sleeping in ruined temples and abandoned houses, the rust accumulated by a mortal body after 17 years of struggling through the world. The cold washed through him once. Then came heat. A warm current rose from his dantian and climbed slowly along his spine. Wherever it passed, his meridians felt as if they had been soaked in warm water, carrying an ache like drought-soaked earth finally drinking rain. After the soreness came an openness he had never known before. Lu Chen's breathing rhythm began to shift. No one needed to teach him. His body's instinct told him what to do. 3 long breaths, and 1 short, 9 shallow breaths, and 1 deep. His breath circulated repeatedly through every corner of his body, washing away the lingering impurities in his meridians. The moon sank westward. The east was already growing light. When the first ray of morning light entered the courtyard, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Deep in his pupils, a faint, barely perceptible brilliance flashed for an instant and vanished. He lowered his gaze to his hands. The calluses from splitting firewood were still there, but the veins beneath the skin seemed fuller than before, faintly radiating warmth. Body tempering realm, early stage. In his 17 years of life, he had finally crossed the threshold into true cultivation. The wooden sword rested quietly in his hand, its cracks still deep, its light already withdrawn, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then raised the sword and studied it against the morning light. The wooden sword was as light as a withered leaf, but his hand was steadier than before. When the tip pointed toward the sky, there was no tremor at all. Not bad. The remnant soul's voice sounded in his mind, still that condescending, faintly lazy tone. 1 night of body tempering. Only the early stage, true, but enough to have barely touched the threshold. What some people need months of nourishing qi to accomplish, you did in a single night. Lu Chen did not grow smug. He tucked the wooden sword back at his waist and asked calmly, "What is the next step, eh?" The remnant soul was silent for a while, as if sizing him up. No rush. The sturdier the foundation you lay in body tempering, the steadier the road ahead will be. Many people think this realm is too slow and scheme every way to rush through the barriers. But you mark my words. The remnant soul's voice suddenly turned grave, no longer in that idle manner. Do not rush to climb higher. First, wash this broken down body of yours completely clean. Wash it clean. What do you think body tempering is? It is forcing the turbid chi out of your meridians and training your skin, flesh, bones, and membranes through and through. You grew up cold and hungry. Your foundation was thin to begin with. If you do not forge it properly, even if you charge into the chi-gathering realm, you will still be useless. The remnant soul paused, then let out a sudden laugh. Luckily, this place is full of medicinal herbs. Let's make use of them. You know herbs? No, the remnant soul said lightly. But I recognize what is soaking in that vat. Lu Chen turned and looked at the mud-sealed vats in the courtyard. Inside the vats soaked a variety of half-fermented medicinal herbs. All Xia family goods, aged ginseng, from Funyo Mountain bloodvine, from Nanjiang ice moss from Snow Ridge, and roots, stems, and flowers whose names he could not place. You're not going to tell me to climb in and soak, are you? Clever. A note of unconcealed mockery colored the remnant soul's voice. Body tempering tempers the flesh, skin, bones, and membranes. The medicinal power in these herbs can speed up the process, and you don't have to look elsewhere. Ready-made is good enough. Lu Chen looked at the great vat and was silent for a moment. The liquid in the vat was dark brown with a fine layer of bubbles floating on the surface, giving off a rich, bitter scent. How much is this vat of medicine worth? With that meager monthly wage of yours, you couldn't buy this one vat even in a month, the remnant soul said bluntly. But since that Miss Xia has made you keeper of the storehouse, using a little shouldn't get you thrown out. Lu Chen hesitated no longer. He took off his robe and climbed into the vat. The medicinal liquid was ice cold, and his skin instantly tightened all over. The next moment, a fierce medicinal force bored in through his pores like countless red-hot needles, stabbing into his flesh at once. Lu Chen gritted his teeth until they ground together, and the muscles of his face twitched violently. Pain. 10 times more pain than last night's body tempering. But he did not get out. He slowly sank down until the liquid reached his chest, then closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing according to the method he had grasped the night before. The pain went on. Yet with every degree of pain, he felt one more degree of tangible reality in his body. Flesh tightening, bones growing denser, blood flowing faster. He was like a parched sponge, greedily absorbing every trace of energy from the medicinal liquid. Footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Uncle Zhou had risen to sweep the yard. Lu Chen opened his eyes, stood up from the vat, quickly dried himself, and dressed. The medicinal liquid in the vat had turned lighter than before, and most of its herbal scent had dispersed. He took a deep breath and felt power surging through his body. It was a sense of solidity he had never known before. At the Xia family estate, Uncle Zhou was usually the first to rise. His real name was Zhou Chuanfu, but no one called him that. He thought it sounded too refined for an old man who had been a servant all his life. When Xia Linger was 5, Zhou Chuanfu held her hand and spent an entire afternoon teaching her to recognize medicinal herbs in the rear garden of the old Xia residence. The little girl's memory was astonishing. After 3 days, she could still recite dozens of herb names flawlessly. From that day on, Zhou Chuanfu set a rule for himself: the young lady's affairs were his life. He had watched Xia Linger grow up. He watched her turn from a little girl into a young woman, and from a young woman into the person who now sat in the counting room commanding the Xia family's affairs with quiet skill. Among the dozens of people in the Xia household, stewards, shopkeepers, clerks, and guards, everyone feared and respected the young lady in equal measure. But only Zhou Chuanfu knew that on the night of her 19th birthday, she had sat alone in the counting room until dawn with a betrothal contract spread open on the table, one that had been returned back then before it could ever be sent out. That was the first and only time the young lady had ever shed tears. Zhou Chuanfu kept watch outside the door the entire night. The next morning, as usual, he carried in hot water and asked nothing. The young lady said nothing either. The betrothal contract was tucked into the bottommost drawer and never taken out again. After Lu Chen arrived, Zhou Chuanfu secretly observed him for 3 full days. The young man was honest, kept his hands clean, and never shirked work. Most importantly, he had a good pair of eyes. When he looked at people, he did not flinch. When he looked at goods, he was not careless. So Zhou Chuanfu had an extra key cut for the storehouse and handed it to Lu Chen. That morning, Xia Linger was going to the West Quarter Herb Market to take stock, and Lu Chen followed. The West Quarter Herb Market was Qingyun City's largest medicinal herb trading ground, occupying 2 entire streets. The Xia family had 3 shopfronts here. 2 families were larger, the Lin family to the east and the Lu family to the south. Both were old established families in Qingyun City with decades of herb trading behind them and deep roots. When Xia Linger walked into the family shop, the shopkeeper was frowning over a brocade box. "Young lady, you've come just in time." The shopkeeper wiped his sweat and opened the brocade box. Yesterday, the Lin family posted a notice selling their entire batch of 50-year-old ginseng at 20% off. "Our purchase price is high. If we follow and cut prices, we'll take a loss. If we don't, we won't cut." Xia Linger's voice was not loud, but it was certain. She picked up an old ginseng from the box, examined it, then placed it back. The Lin's 20% discount means their supply has water damage. 50-year-old ginseng like this is already scarce from Funyo Mountain this year. The batch in their hands is uneven in quality, and they are anxious to unload it. Why should we follow them? The shopkeeper opened his mouth, but did not dare say another word. From today, goods from Funyo Mountain are to be bought in and never sold out. The Lu family has stockpiled a batch of bloodvine in the southern frontier and priced it very low. Send someone to their shop to sound them out and see how much they intend to sell. Xia Linger spoke, quickly flipping through the running ledger on the counter as she talked. There isn't much bloodvine on the market. The Lu family's price cut is a test for us. If they cut by 30%, we take 30%. Whatever they have, we take all of it. But miss the bloodvine market. Once the rainy season arrives, the southern frontier will be sealed off for 3 months. Xia Linger closed the ledger and looked at the shopkeeper with a calm gaze. 3 months from now, the price of bloodvine will rise high enough for them to regret selling at today's price. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then bowed deeply. Understood. Lu Chen, who was assisting at the side, took in every word without missing a single one. He did not interrupt, only silently helped count the herbs on the shelves. Xia Linger's judgments were quick and precise, not at all like a 19-year-old girl's. But his attention was soon pulled away by a conversation nearby. 2 shop clerks at the entrance were whispering. The Lin family hired 4 new people this year, all at mid-stage body tempering or above. I heard the Lin family's young master has already broken through to the Qi gathering realm. And he's only 20, isn't he? A Qi gathering realm at 20 is no worse than an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. The eldest young master's talent. Who said the eldest young master? The other clerk lowered his voice, his tone complicated. I'm talking about the second young master. The second young master. The sickly one. That's him. A Qi gathering realm at 20. How could he be sickly? I've heard the second young master's talent is several times greater than the eldest's. It was his body that held him back before. Old Master Lin is overjoyed this time. He says he'll send him into the Qingyun sect's inner sect. Lu Chen placed the last bundle of Angelica on the shelf and silently committed these words to memory. On the way back, Lu Chen walked behind Xia Ling, carrying 2 bundles of newly arrived herbs. As they passed through a narrow alley, Xia Linger suddenly stopped. You've been watching the Lin family shop all day. Lu Chen paused for a moment. What did you see? Their shelves are arranged more tightly than ours, but their stock isn't as deep as ours. That 50-year-old ginseng is probably down to what's on display. Xia Linger turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes carried a hint of scrutiny and a hint of approval. Go on. The Lin family keeps the blood vine hidden deep in the warehouse. When their clerk moved goods today, I caught a glimpse of it. There isn't much. The Lu family shipment is probably a test. If the Lin family had real confidence, they wouldn't keep the blood vine buried at the bottom of the warehouse. Xia Linger nodded, withdrew her gaze, and walked on. Starting tomorrow, you won't just be in charge of the counting room. Her voice came from ahead. You'll have full charge of the shop's goods. Lu Chen, carrying the herbs, watched the slim, upright back before him. The corner of his mouth curved in a barely perceptible smile. It was still early when they returned from the market to the estate. The carriage passed through the stone archway at the heart of the city when Xia Linger suddenly called for a stop. The driver reined in the horses. She lifted the curtain, leaned out, and looked at the dense crowd before the notice wall in the city center. Lu Chen did not need to ask. He knew after listening for a moment. The Heaven Sword Palace was sending someone. The rumor had been spreading noisily through the city for days. Only today was it confirmed. The Heaven Sword Palace was a sacred ground of the Sword Path. Once every 10 years it dispatched envoys on a tour, nominally to select disciples, but in reality to probe the true strength of each city. It was said that this time the leader was a 5th realm sword cultivator who alone with a single sword had already defeated the young experts of 3 cities along the way. And a rumor had traveled swiftly that an ancient divine weapon had been lost somewhere in the mortal world. Everyone in the streets and lanes was guessing what that sword might look like. When will the Heaven Sword Palace people arrive? The notice says 3 days from now, Lu Chen said. Then the Heaven Sword Palace envoy will select disciples at the martial arena in the city center. The younger generation of every great family may attend the trial. Xia Linger let the curtain fall. It has nothing to do with us. The carriage continued, but her fingers tapped against the window frame in rhythm. That was her habit when weighing a major matter. Nearly twice as many city guards as usual were conducting inspections along the road into the city, and even the carriage was not spared. Lu Chen noticed that the checkpoints had doubled, and the searches had become stricter. The air was thick with the oppression of a coming storm. When they passed the city gate, Lu Chen's gaze unconsciously swept across the wooden sword. The blade was as calm as ever. It was already afternoon when they returned to the estate. In the storehouse, Lu Chen checked the list of newly delivered herbs, marking off each item in turn. Sunlight slanted in from the high window, and dust drifted slowly through the beam of light. The wooden sword at his waist suddenly trembled. It was slight, like an illusion. Lu Chen stopped his pen and looked down at the sword at his waist. The blade was unharmed. The cracks were still cracks with nothing unusual to be seen. But that tremor, he had truly felt it. The Xie family storehouse was a detached courtyard situated behind the western wing of the side residence. Enclosed by brick walls on 4 sides and covered with green tiles above, it was well protected against damp and vermin, and its ventilation was excellent. Lu Chen pushed open the heavy wooden door, and the rush of medicinal aroma struck him full in the face. Several hundred kinds of herbs stood sorted on wooden racks by their properties, every hemp sack and brocade box carrying a label. Xianlinger had never had a dedicated storehouse keeper before. In the past, the duties were shared between the bookkeeper and a few assistants. By turns, the accounts were a mess, and mismatches between goods and labels were everywhere. Lu Chen spent several days going through the stock from head to tail, circling each entry that did not match reality with a vermilion brush and gathering them into a separate volume. By Xiaolinger's request, the keys to the storehouse would henceforth pass through only 3 pairs of hands, one for herself, one for Uncle Zhou, and one for Lu Chen. Lu Chen's duties were neither heavy nor light, just enough to fill the days. Every day at the 3rd quarter of the Mao hour, the storehouse doors were opened for airing. At the Chen hour, the shop sent men to pick up goods, and he checked each requisition slip one by one. In the time that followed, he sorted stock, logged newly arrived herbs, and marked items that would soon expire. After the shops closed in the evening, the manager of each shop delivered the day's transaction records and stock changes. Only after he had verified them all, without error, could he turn the lock. The storehouse was very quiet at night. Another way of saying quiet, it was an excellent place to cultivate. Lu Chen found a second medicine vat that could be used. It was a large black pottery vat half a man's height, sealed in the farthest corner of the storehouse. Thick boards were laid over its mouth, covered in dust. It had clearly sat idle for a long time. When Lu Chen lifted the lid, a dense, pungent medicinal odor made him step back. The decoction inside was dark brown, and a thin skin had grown over its surface, but beneath it the liquid still lay warm and live. He stared at the tattered label on the side of the jar for a long moment. This was an old jar steeped for at least 3 years. In its base were remnants of snow ridge, ice moss, and 3-leaf soulgrass. These 2 herbs were costly on the market, and what was even more precious was that they had been fermenting naturally here for years. Their potency had become gentle and lingering, ideal for body tempering. In the corner, he found scattered fragments of an old journal written in a hasty hand, as though it were a record of cultivation insights left by an elder of the Xie family. Lu Chen picked them up and flipped through them. He could not understand much, but those pages helped him confirm the proportions of the ingredients at the bottom of the jar. He put the wooden cover back on. From the next day onward, he slipped into the storehouse every night before rest, climbed into this long, silent old jar, and tempered his constitution according to the breathing method taught by the remnant soul. A few days later, even without the remnant soul speaking, he could sense the flow of medicinal force through his meridians, from the first thin thread to now, when he could clearly tell where it dissipated most easily and where it was absorbed most slowly. He adjusted the herbs in the jar one by one according to his own perception. Ice moss increased by 3 parts soulgrass, halved, and 2 ordinary circulation opening adjuvants added. 7 days later, when he rose from the jar, a faint blush lay on his skin, and heat rose from his pores. He clenched his fist, his joints gave a crisp crack. The early stage of body tempering had been fully consolidated, and he was steadily drawing near the middle stage. That morning, the shop sent a new shipment of herbs, including 3 old ginseng roots from Funyo Mountain, 2 bundles of southern frontier bloodvine, and a small packet of snow ridge, ice moss sealed separately in a brocade box. Lu Chen verified them all, locked the ice moss in the cold cabinet against the wall, and sat down to register the incoming goods. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the street outside. Lu Chen looked up and glanced out the half-open window of the storehouse. There were far more people on the street than usual, all streaming toward the center of the city. Someone was shouting, "The envoy of Tianjin Mansion has arrived." Others called out, "The eldest son of the Lin family is said to have gone up." More people crowded at the roadside, craning their necks. Lu Chen did not stir. He half shut the window and continued with his ledger. The sun climbed higher. The noise on the street gradually subsided, replaced by wave upon wave of murmuring discussion. From inside the storehouse, Lu Chen caught snatches. The Lin family. One, but could not make them out clearly. He did not care. The noble young masters of Qingyun City contending over a single spot in Tianjin Mansion had nothing to do with him. At dusk, he locked the storehouse door and walked back through the western wing's corridor toward his quarters. Uncle Zhou was in the courtyard gathering the herbs that had been drying all day. Seeing Lu Chen approach, he casually spoke a few lines about the great spectacle in town. As expected, Tianjin Mansion had set up a challenge platform at the martial stage in the heart of the city, inviting all youths under 30 to compete freely. The second son of the Lin family had defeated 7 men in a row, stunning the whole audience. That second young master of the Lin family is said to truly have skill, Uncle Zhou remarked as he collected the herbs. Who knows what good deeds the Lins did in a past life to raise 2 such fine sons. Lu Chen recalled the remark he had heard on the street a few days earlier. The second young master of the Lin family was only 20 or so. He said nothing, bade Uncle Zhou good night, and pushed open the door to his room. The oil lamp in the room was still burning, a tiny flame dancing gently in the bowl. He sat down on the floor bed and set the wooden sword across his knees. These past days he had been busy adjusting to his new duties and tempering his body alone every night, and he had not yet found time to ask the remnant soul about swordsmanship. Remnant soul, he called out in his heart. Several breaths of silence passed. Just as he thought there would be no reply tonight, that familiar lazy voice sounded in his mind. You've been quieter and quieter with your panting lately. After soaking in that medicine vat for a few days, you don't seem like a sick cat anymore. Lu Chen was used to the way the remnant soul spoke. He did not take up the topic asking directly, I want to know how to use a sword. The remnant soul did not answer at once. Lu Chen waited a moment and asked again, how should I train with a sword? That wooden sword in your hand. Do you know what it is called? Lu Chen looked down at the sword on his knees. No. It is called wooden sword. The remnant soul's tone was flat. Wood as in wood, sword as in sword. I came up with that name. Lu Chen was quiet for a moment. The name is straightforward enough. Have you ever seen a sword manual? The remnant soul suddenly asked. No. A sword formation diagram? No. A sword incantation? No. When you have nothing at all, what does it matter what you call it? Lu Chen was left speechless for a moment. But he did not argue, only waited quietly. He knew that since the remnant soul had chosen to speak, it would not stop at such empty words. Sure enough, the remnant soul fell silent for a while, then its voice grew a degree more serious. Boy, I have seen countless swordsmen and countless sword ways. Some are honored for speed, some dominate by strength, and some win wonders through ingenuity. But these are all techniques, not the way. The core of the sword's way has never been the sword. It is the person. What kind of person you are is exactly what kind of sword yours will be. Treat the sword as a tool, and it is a dead thing. Treat it as a part of yourself, and it will have a soul. Lu Chen looked down at the wooden sword on his knees. The blade rested quietly in his palm, and its cracks looked all the deeper in the dim lamplight. Then this wooden sword, does it have a soul? He asked. The remnant soul gave a chuckle. It does. Otherwise how could you hear a sword's hum? But that soul was not given by me. I only lodge inside it. The remnant soul's voice seemed to soften again. It is a shattered sword, and you're a man who owns nothing. The two of you thrown together. There's no knowing which one is unworthy of the other. Since that's the case, just try it. Try what? Try entrusting your life to it. Lu Chen gripped the sword and closed his eyes. He tried to sink his mind into his palm and feel every detail of the wooden sword. The grain of the wood, the warmth of the hilt, the way the weight was distributed along the blade, and that faint pulse that ran through it from end to end, too subtle to name. The feeling was delicate, as if what he held was not a length of wood, but a quiet heart. The remnant soul was right. He owned nothing. And because he owned nothing, he dared to wager everything. For the next 3 days, storm clouds shifted over Qingyun City. The envoy from Tianjin Mansion had stayed only 3 days. During those 3 days, the martial stage at the heart of the city was thronged with people as the younger generation of the various great families stepped up one after another. The second son of the Lin family, Lin Ju, took the top prize and won the entry token to Tianjin Mansion. The news spread through the city as if it had wings. The Lin family, what was it? One of the 4 great houses of Qingyun City, but in recent years it had declined steeply, with even its herbal medicine trade robbed of most of its share by several upstart clans. The eldest son, Lin Yunlan, could be accounted a man of talent, but he did not stand out among the geniuses of other houses. As for the second son, Lin Ju, he had always been a sickly young man in the public eye, keeping to his house and rarely appearing, so that almost no one had seen him make a move. No one had imagined that the Lin family's real hidden card was this second son whom everyone had ignored. As he was leaving, the envoy of Tianjin Mansion left behind a remark worth pondering. The Qilin child of the Lin family has spent 10 years whetting one sword. These words soon spread through the whole of Qingyun City and reached the courtyard of the Xie family's annexed residence. Lu Chen heard them while he was helping Uncle Zhou sunning herbs in the courtyard. He turned over a bundle of dried angelica, his hands not stopping, but he took note of it in his heart. For the second son of the Lin family to endure so many years without showing his hand, that restraint alone was worthy of respect. If he ever had the chance to meet him at Qingyun Sect, he would like to see just how sharp this sword hidden for 10 years really was. But that was for later. For now, he had his own sword to sharpen. Deep into the night, Lu Chen soaked in the medicine vat at the storehouse, as usual, and then returned to the little room in the western wing. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the window, drawing a fine silver line on the floor. He set the wooden sword flat on his knees, and following the remnant soul's guidance, began to attempt linking his mind to the sword. Not to activate it, not to command it. Simply to feel. Feel its existence, feel its breathing, feel that barely perceptible pulse. Time slipped by in the stillness. After who knew how long, Lu Chen's consciousness suddenly flickered. In the next moment, he found himself standing in the long unseen white space. Beneath his feet was water as placid as a mirror, above his head boundless light. The remnant soul stood not far away with hands folded behind its back, its figure clearer than the last time, yet he still could not make out its face. The body tempering has stabilized and your perception has grown far sharper than before. Barely enough to begin the next lesson. The remnant soul's voice echoed through the empty space. For the shallow basics, splitting, stabbing, wiping, lifting, slashing, you can practice them yourself while in the body tempering realm. Don't come bothering me with those. Lu Chen asked what is the difference between the body-tempering realm and the qi-gathering realm. Body tempering is the washing of your body. The remnant soul raised one finger. It drives the turbid qi from your meridians and hammers your flesh, skin, sinew, and bone into toughness. In plain words, it scours the vessel clean. Only when the vessel is clean can anything be put inside it. Qi gathering is the putting in. The remnant soul raised a second finger. It channels the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your meridians and condenses a vortex of qi in the dantian. Once the vortex is formed, you will have formally entered the ranks of cultivation. Only then are you qualified to trade blows with others. What about mysterious connection? Lu Chen pressed. What realm is Patriarch Wang at? In the mysterious connection realm, spiritual power can be released outward to slay an enemy from across empty space. A hint of playfulness entered the remnant soul's voice. That Patriarch Wang is a late-stage mysterious connection. Even in your strongest state, he could kill you with one palm. But you need not belittle yourself too much. When he achieved mysterious connection, he was already over 30. You are only 17 this year. Time is on your side. At this point it paused, then its tone became serious. But you must remember, the farther you go on the path of cultivation, the more dangerous it becomes. If body tempering fails, you will only suffer restricted meridians and a lifespan shorter than ordinary people's. If qi gathering fails, the vortex collapses and your meridians break inch by inch. Above mysterious connection, one miscalculation can lead to losing your mind to inner demons, body and spirit destroyed together. You may be a myriad Tao sacred body born suited to the cultivation of myriad ways. Not to mention the mortal realm, even looking across the three realms you would struggle to find another like you. But a constitution can only let you start a step ahead of others. How far you run is your own affair. Lu Chen repeated this sentence in his heart. He was about to press further into the origins of the myriad Tao sacred body, but the remnant soul suddenly waved a hand, and its silhouette began to turn transparent. Enough for tonight. If we talk more, you won't be able to digest even these few clever words. Soak in the medicine vat for half a shurchen before dawn. Body tempering cannot be neglected for even a single day. The space shattered. Lu Chen opened his eyes. The moonlight still lay quietly on the floor. The wooden sword rested on his knees, and deep within its cracks a faint glimmer flashed and vanished. He gripped the hilt, stood up, and walked back toward the storehouse. The sword heart was newly planted. The path of the Tao had just begun. Every word the remnant soul had spoken, Lu Chen had committed to memory. Chop, thrust, wipe, lift, slash. The most fundamental sword forms required no teacher. A man could practice them on his own. The real work lay in forging his body into one with the blade. Strength, angle, footwork, breathing. Every single aspect had to be ground down and polished. Behind the storehouse was a small clearing cluttered with several discarded vats and rotting wood. Lu Chen moved the clutter to the foot of the wall, clearing a space roughly 3 zhang square. Every day, he rose at the hour to split firewood and haul water. Once the splitting was done, he would seize the interval before the sky had fully brightened to practice the basic sword forms on this ground for half a shurchen. The chop was the gathering of all bodily strength into a single point. The thrust sought only speed and accuracy. The wipe cut diagonally with the edge of the blade, demanding a precise angle and short explosive force. The lift drove upward from below, relying on the sinewy strength of the wrist. The slash was a full circle swing of the blade, drawing chiefly upon the power of the waist and abdomen. 100 repetitions of each movement. No more, no less. As he practiced, he regulated his breathing with the respiration method he had comprehended during body tempering. At first, 100 repetitions left his arms burning so painfully that he could hardly grip the sword, and the next day, he could not even raise them. Yet he gritted his teeth and kept on forcing the sour ache out of his muscles through sheer persistence. Half a month later, 100 repetitions became a mundane routine. His arms had thickened to full size, and the outline of muscle was beginning to emerge faintly beneath his skin. The remnant soul never taught him any flashy technique. It would occasionally surface in his sea of consciousness to make a few cutting remarks, saying his sword came out too slowly or his strength scattered too loosely, then left without a word of explanation. Lu Chen used those biting taunts to correct himself little by little. If he corrected too slowly, the remnant soul would still find fault the next day. If he corrected rightly, the remnant soul said nothing, but it never brought up the same flaw the following day. That evening, Lu Chen did not return to his room after finishing his work. He took his wooden sword and walked out of the northern city gate. 5 li beyond Qingyun City's north gate lay a vast old forest. The hills were not high, but the trees were thick and the branching paths numerous, and after nightfall few people walked there. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the canopy, painting a checkered pattern of light and darkness on the ground. Lu Chen found an open space beside a stream, drew his sword, and began to practice chops and thrusts. The air in the night forest was cold and damp, utterly unlike the medicinal smell that hung in the storehouse. With every stroke of his sword, the fallen leaves beneath his feet were swept up in a spray by the blade's wind. After half a shurchen of practice, he stopped to catch his breath, leaning against a tree trunk to drink water. The wooden sword stood tilted in the earth beside him, its body perfectly motionless in the moonlight. The forest was so quiet that only the murmur of the stream could be heard. Suddenly the wooden sword gave a faint tremor. Lu Chen turned his eyes toward it. The blade was still that same battered wooden sword, its cracks still dark and dull, yet he sensed it. Alertness. It was not his own alertness, it came from the sword. He gripped the hilt and rose slowly. Over these 6 months and more he and the wooden sword had been daily companions. The cold and heat washing of body, tempering the circulation of breathing energy during practice. All were completed through this sword. The bond between man and blade no longer required the remnant soul as an intermediary. The sword was alerting him, which meant something was nearby. In the bushes a pair of eyes lit up. It was a black wolf the size of a young calf, its pelt reflecting a dark azure sheen beneath the moonlight, its pupils a faint, ghostly green. Saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. Its foreclaws dug into the soil, its back arched, and a low growl rumbled from deep in its throat. A demon beast. Not an ordinary wolf. There was a fluctuation of spiritual power around this wolf. It was a graded demon beast, at least mid-first rank. The ranks of demon beasts correspond to the realms of cultivators. Broadly speaking, it sat at the level of the body-tempering realm. A first-rank demon beast was possessed of a ferocious physique, and an ordinary person who met one was simply delivering himself to death. As for a mid-first-rank demon beast, its speed and strength were far beyond those of any normal beast. Even an ordinary body-tempering cultivator would find it difficult to face it head-on. Lu Chen's knuckles tightened. His first reaction was not to flee, but to take stock of his surroundings. This was the outskirts of the city. He could not outrun a demon beast. But turning to run would only present his back to it as a gift. He held the wooden sword across his chest, his feet set apart, his center of gravity low. The black wolf lunged without making a sound. Its body drew an arc beneath the moonlight at a speed that went far beyond what Lu Chen had anticipated. In that breathless instant, there was no time to swing. He could only twist sideways and hold the sword across his chest to withstand the blow. The wolf's claws slammed against the blade, and a massive force transmitted through the sword into his hand, leaving his whole arm numb and tingling. The wooden sword did not break. It did not even gain a single new crack, but the shock of impact knocked him a full 3 steps backward. His back struck a pine tree, and pine needles from the canopy came showering down. The black wolf did not pause after landing. Its hind legs kicked off, and it lunged again. This time Lu Chen discerned its attack trajectory. He slipped behind a tree to dodge, at the same time swinging his sword out in a chop. The edge grazed across the wolf's shoulder, opening a shallow, bloody gash. Stung by pain, the black wolf gave a short howl, spun around, and slashed out another claw. Its speed was simply too fast. Although Lu Chen's mid-stage body-tempering realm had elevated his strength and reactions far beyond those of an ordinary man, he was still hard-pressed against a first-rank demon beast. After several exchanges, his arms carried a few more bloody gashes, and his robes had been torn open in a number of places. But he remained composed. The habits forged by the remnant soul's mockery enabled his instinct to adjust with every stroke, strength, angle, timing. He noticed that after every lunge the wolf had a brief pause. Only about half a breath, the instant when it shifted its weight between its front and rear legs. He was not certain he could seize it, but he had to attempt it. The black wolf lunged again. Lu Chen took a step back, and at the very moment the claws were about to graze his left shoulder, he twisted hard out of the way, pointing the wooden sword at the wolf's belly. He did not thrust. Instead, he used the wipe technique. The blade's edge slid diagonally against the wolf's abdomen. The wooden sword had no sharpened edge, but his strength and speed were sufficient for the friction of the blade to tear open a gash over a chi long. The black wolf let out a miserable shriek. Upon landing, it staggered several steps, a length of intestine dragging from under its belly. It gathered all its remaining strength for one more lunge, but its power was already greatly diminished. This time Lu Chen did not avoid it. He met the wolf's head and cut down with his sword, striking squarely between the brows. The wooden sword did not split the wolf's skull, but the force penetrated through the cranium, and the black wolf fell to the ground with a thud. Its limbs convulsed a few times, then went utterly still. Lu Chen panted heavily for a few breaths, then lowered his head to look at the wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword was unmarked by blood, its blade still dull and dark as before. But he could feel a subtle warmth passing from the hilt into his palm. Not scorching, gentle and warm, like holding a quiet heart. A first-rank demon beast, and a heavy one at that, he said inwardly. To have fought a mid-first-rank demon beast at mid-stage body tempering and survived, that is at least a pass. The remnant soul's voice came with unusual speed this time. Its tone remained just as lukewarm as ever, but its words were more numerous than usual. You found its weak spot well enough, and your timing on the chi recovery gap was decent. It's only that the blow to the wolf's head still lacked force. Go back and split firewood for 3 more days. Lu Chen did not answer. He stood before the wolf's body for a moment, then bent down and dragged it into the bushes by the stream, sparingly burying it with broken stones. Leaving the demon wolf's body in place would draw too much attention. He did not want anyone to know that a cultivator practiced swordsmanship in the mountain forest on the northern outskirts. When everything was done, he washed his hands and wounds in the creek water. By the moonlight, he looked at the bloody marks on his arms, not deep, Once back, he would apply the leftover medicinal dregs from the jar, and they should heal soon. He turned and began the walk back. Just as he was nearing the edge of the forest, he stopped. Tonight he had fought a lone wolf. But wolves were pack animals. He glanced back at the depths of the forest and gripped the wooden sword even tighter. The Qingyun sect opened its gates to accept disciples every autumn, a long-standing tradition among the southern cultivation world of the mortal realm. What Lu Chen did not know was that the Qingyun sect's admission trials had an unwritten rule. Recommendations from noble clans and referrals from sect stewards made a world of difference from the very first screening of applications. Xia Linger helped him take that shortcut. She did it without asking anyone's permission. The outer sect's paperwork was usually handled by its own stewards. She only needed to add a name to the register and fill in her own name under the recommender column. She was not a Qingyun sect disciple and had not joined any of its peaks, but the cultivation resources the Xia family offered each year gave her signature more than enough weight. I can't guarantee you'll get in, Xia Linger said bluntly as she tossed a wooden token to Lu Chen. Every year when the Qingyun sect opens its gates for recruitment, no fewer than 1,000 sign up, but fewer than 50 are accepted. A steward's recommendation only lets you skip the initial screening. You still have to take the exams just like everyone else. On the front of the wooden token was engraved the small inscription, Qingyun sect outer sect recommendation, and on the back was Xia Linger's private seal. Lu Chen turned the wooden token over in his hands twice, then tucked it into his robes and said, "Thank you." Xia Linger did not reply, lowering her head to continue writing in her account book. As Lu Chen was leaving, she suddenly added, "But if you don't even manage to pass the first test, don't bother coming back. I can't have people I recommend be a disgrace." Lu Chen smiled. He placed the storeroom key on the table and said, "Leave it with Uncle Zhou for now," then pushed open the door and went out. The mountain gate of Qingyun sect was nestled among the Qingyun peaks 120 li west of Qingyun City. The main peak, Qingxiao Peak, stood at the sect's heart, with 7 auxiliary peaks surrounding it like stars around the moon. Lu Chen walked alone for 2 full days with a small bundle on his back. At dawn on the 3rd day, he finally saw the mountain gate of Qingxiao Peak in the distance. In the morning mist, the towering outline of the bluestone gate loomed high. On the stone pillars at either side were carved 2 lines of ancient seal script that looked like a couplet. Looking higher, the peaks rose in overlapping layers into the clouds, and the flying eaves of palace halls were dimly visible at the summits. On the open ground before the gate, several hundred people had already gathered. There were noble scions in embroidered finery arriving by carriage, trailed by servants and guards, rogue cultivators in coarse hemp clothes standing alone with swords on their backs, and poor youths who seemed even more ragged than Lu Chen, empty-handed, yet with astonishingly bright eyes. Everyone was waiting for the mountain gate to open, waiting for the 4 trials behind it that would decide their fates. Lu Chen found an inconspicuous spot and sat down against an ancient pine. He placed his wooden sword horizontally across his knees, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. His current cultivation at the body tempering stage placed him roughly in the middle of the crowd. Scanning around, at least half of the examinees bore faint ripples of spiritual energy, and several had already set foot on the threshold of the Qi gathering stage. But he was not worried. Before coming, the remnant soul had told him that the first trial never looked at cultivation level. True masters always screened people by their state of mind. The first trial was usually a test of character. If one's character was lacking, no matter how high one's realm, the gates of Qingyun sect would not open. The mountain gate opened. A middle-aged steward in gray robes walked out, followed by more than 10 disciples in green robes, who verified the candidates' identities one by one. When it was Lu Chen's turn, he handed over the wooden token. The middle-aged steward took it, read the inscription on the front, then turned it over to glance at Xia Linger's private seal. A trace of surprise flickered across his face, and he nodded. Lu Chen, recommended by outer sect steward Xia Ling. The middle-aged steward paused and gave him a longer look. Elder Lu's outer sect nephew is also taking this trial. You'll have to be careful. Lu Chen froze for a moment. He knew neither Elder Lu nor this so-called outer sect nephew. But since the steward had deliberately mentioned it, there had to be something behind it. He kept those words in his heart, saluted the steward, took back his token, and entered the mountain gate. The first trial was located halfway up Qingxiao Peak on an ancient stone staircase 9 li long. The staircase wound upward from the mountainside into the mist known as the heart-questioning path. It opened only once every 5 years. 72 stone statues of past sect masters and elders lined the steps, each one bearing the lingering will of a predecessor. Those who walked this path did not walk with their feet, but with their hearts. The moment Lu Chen set foot on the first step, an invisible pressure settled on his shoulders. It was not weight, but a weariness that surged from the bottom of his heart. With every step upward, the weariness deepened. The groves of pines and cypresses beside the stairs stood in silent stillness. Mist rose from the deep valley, wrapping around the steps and the people upon them. Lu Chen's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and his legs felt like lead. His mind began to drift. He thought of the leaking roof in the ruined temple, the moldy dry pancake, the bustling crowds before the martial stage in the city center, and the quiet solitude of copying account books alone in the storeroom. Farther up the stairs, many people could no longer hold on, and were teleported by the formation to the outer circle beyond the finish. Those still truly on the steps became fewer and fewer. Just as he neared the finish, a hidden thread of spiritual energy suddenly shot from his side, and rear heading straight for Lu Chen's knee. It was not a test, it was a sneak attack. Lu Chen's body moved faster than his mind. Over half a year of hard training had etched this reaction into his instinct. The scabbard at his waist flicked out, held crosswise at his knee, and cleanly blocked that thread of spiritual energy. He neither turned around nor sheathed his sword. From behind came a low male voice carrying undisguised surprise and contempt. The man clearly had not expected that a body-tempering rogue cultivator could see through his chi-gathering hidden strike. Lu Chen ignored him completely. The scabbard remained across his knee, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Only when the sound behind him fell silent did he take the next step. After another quarter hour, a figure suddenly appeared out of the mist ahead. It was a stalwart young man with thick eyebrows and a square jaw, wearing a faded green robe, a standard-issue longsword at his waist. His steps were steady and strong, his breathing long and even. Like Lu Chen, he walked alone, no companion at his side. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he glanced back. In that one glance, both sensed a familiar quality in the other. Not from their sect backgrounds nor from their cultivation levels, but the distinctive steadiness of those who had clawed their way up from the bottom. Lu Chen gave him a nod. The young man nodded back, said nothing, but slowed half a step so that Lu Chen could fall in beside him. In this way, one before the other, they completed the last stretch of the heart-questioning path. At the end of the stone stairs lay a spacious square. The candidates who had passed the heart-questioning path sat scattered on the ground, panting heavily. Some had faces as pale as paper, others were wiping cold sweat from their brows. The young man in green stood by the edge of the square, his breath still steady, only a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He came over, sat down next to Lu Chen, and said, "That move of yours earlier, it didn't look like body tempering." "I got lucky," Lu Chen said. The young man in green glanced at the wooden sword at Lu Chen's waist, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "My name is Zhangchanga." Lu Chen. Zhangchanga asked nothing more. He simply rubbed his hands together and rested them on his knees. He had none of the airs of a noble heir, or rather he wasn't from a noble family at all. Although his clothes were clean and carefully washed, the frayed edges at his cuffs and the thick calluses on the webs of his thumbs were hard to hide. Lu Chen recognized those calluses. They were not from practicing the sword, but from hard labor. The two did not speak again, but each remembered the other's name. After the trial of heart, the second stage was set in the martial square before Qingxiao Peak. The square was paved with a single slab of bluestone, said to be centuries old, its surface etched with a dense web of sword and blade marks. At the center of the square stood a black stone pillar over a person's height, its surface smooth as a mirror. This was the sword test stone. The test stone of Qingyun sect was a wondrous artifact brought back by the sect's founding ancestor from beyond the realms, capable of sensing a cultivator's latent sword Dao talent. The purer the sword intent, the higher the pillar of light. In examinations past, disciples who could raise the test stone's light column above 1 zhang would mostly go on to become the backbone of the inner sect. If one exceeded 3 zhang, they could be directly taken as a personal disciple by someone at the peak master level. Zhangchanga stood ahead of Lu Chen in line. When he pressed his hand against the stone pillar, the surface trembled momentarily, then brilliant cyan light surged forth as a column of sword radiance erupted skyward, shattering past the 3 zhang mark. Dozens of sect disciples in the martial square turned their gaze toward him at once. Even the inner sect senior brother stationed beside the test stone to record results paused his brush and looked up several times. 3 zhang of sword light had not been seen in the outer sect examinations for many years. Zhangchanga withdrew his hand and stepped aside with a composed expression. The middle-aged deacon in charge of the examination flipped through his recommendation letter, glanced at it briefly, and seeming to judge that no question should be pressed here, closed it and returned it to its place. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely. It was Zhangchanga's gait and aura during the trial of heart that had made him feel the man was by no means an ordinary rogue cultivator. When it was Lu Chen's turn, he placed his hand upon the stone pillar. The stone was cool and smooth, carrying a faint stinging sensation where it touched his palm. He closed his eyes, and using the method his remnant soul had taught him, sank his consciousness into his palm to sense the inner structure of this strange stone. Sword heart cannot be forced, it must be perceived. After more than half a year of wielding a wooden sword, he had learned how to listen to the sword's voice in stillness. The stone pillar shuddered once. Not a violent tremor, but an almost imperceptible quiver, and then sword light rose. Unlike Zhangchanga's explosive surge skyward, it climbed steadily and peacefully, inch by inch, coming to rest at approximately half a zhang. A moment of silence fell around them. Half a zhang was neither low nor particularly impressive, certainly insufficient for guaranteed admission to the inner sect, but more than adequate to pass the second stage. As Lu Chen was about to withdraw his hand, the wooden sword hanging quietly at his waist suddenly emitted a faint tremor. The sword hilt grew warm where it pressed against his side, and then he sensed an unfamiliar force flowing along his arm and into the test stone. The sword light surged upward, jumping from half a zhang to 1, then climbing to 2 before settling steadily at a height of 2 zhang and 3 qi. Silence fell instantly around them. All those gazes that had been fixed upon Zhang Chang'e turned to the test stone and converged upon Lu Chen, a body-tempering realm cultivator with a sword intent column exceeding 2 zhang. This defied all conventional explanation. The middle-aged deacon frowned. He scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe, then glanced at the wooden sword at his waist, and said gravely, "This stage tests the person, not the sword." Lu Chen said nothing. He knew that just now the wooden sword had lent him its strength. After a moment's deliberation, the deacon did not ask him to retake the test, merely instructing him to write "wooden sword" in the column for weapons on the score ledger before waving him through. On the viewing stands at the corner of the martial square, several family patriarchs invited to observe were engaged in hushed conversation. Xia Linger sat nearby, her expression composed. Lin Xiaoyuan, the elder patriarch of the Lin family, narrowed his eyes slightly regarding the two young men in the arena with deep thought. Lin Zhu stood behind his grandfather in silence, though his gaze flicked repeatedly between Zhang Chang'e and Lu Chen. After the sword light dissipated, the candidates were led into the third stage, the sword practice hall. This stage tested combat prowess, requiring candidates to study a foundational sword form excerpted from ancient techniques and master it within the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. In the sword practice hall, sparring was conducted with wooden swords. Using spiritual power to harm opponents was forbidden. Only techniques were judged. Having spent over half a year behind the supply warehouse honing his chops, thrusts, sweeps, lifts, and slashes, Lu Chen's affinity for sword forms far exceeded that of ordinary people. He finished in significantly less time than prescribed, becoming the 5th person in the entire arena to pass. The 4th stage was a written examination covering cultivation fundamentals and sect classics. Lu Chen had only skimmed a few scattered pages and medicinal texts in the Xie family storehouse, and his foundation paled in comparison to those young masters nurtured from childhood by their families. Fortunately, the questions were not particularly deep. He managed a somewhat above-average performance and crossed the threshold with narrow but safe passage. By the time all examinations concluded, dusk was drawing near. In the square before the sect gates, the 32 candidates who had passed all 4 stages stood in formation, a considerable decrease from the 40 or 50 of previous years. The steward announced the assignment of new disciples. Both Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e were placed in the outer sect. The 3 inner sect slots had been taken by 2 family prodigies and Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu's direct entry into the inner sect was a matter of expectation. The weight of the Tianjin Mansion entrance talisman was undeniable, and Qingyun sect would never have placed him in the outer sect. Upon hearing he had been assigned only to the outer sect, a flicker passed through Zhang Chang'e's eyes. It was neither anger nor frustration, but something indefinable, like a sword temporarily returned to its scabbard, awaiting the moment it would be drawn again. His performance in the martial square had been more than sufficient for inner sect admission. There must be some reason keeping him out. Lu Chen recalled the deacon's hesitation when viewing the recommendation letter during the 1st stage, and guessed it had most likely to do with Zhang Chang'e's origins. But that was not his concern to ask. Lin Zhu stepped out from the inner sect formation and walked directly toward Zhang Chang'e. He appeared leaner than rumor had suggested, with handsome features and a slightly pallid complexion, yet his gaze was clear and unguarded. The two locked gazes for a moment, and then Lin Zhu unexpectedly extended his hand. "Your sword is formidable. Should you have time in the future, come to the inner sect and spar with me." Zhang Chang'e paused, then grasped his hand. "I will surely visit when the opportunity arises." Lin Zhu nodded and turned away without another word. Lu Chen stood among the crowd, his gaze tracing the retreating silhouette of Lin Zhu. Over the past 6 months he had heard every rumor about the Lin family's second young master, from sickly invalid to exceptional genius, from holder of the Tianjin Mansion entrance talisman to Qingyun sect inner disciple. Each rumor was like a label affixed by others, yet the person himself seemed entirely indifferent to them. Among the 32 were many of distinguished birth and outstanding talent. One fair-faced youth had been casting sidelong glances ever since the distribution list was posted, lingering especially between Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e, a perpetual sneer playing upon his lips. This was Lu Yuanqing, the outer nephew of Elder Lu. When distributing outer disciple robes, Lu Yuanqing had deliberately used his own inner sect quota to displace a rogue cultivator who had barely met the qualifications. Zhang Chang'e gripped his sword hilt and stepped forward, but Lu Chen sidestepped to block him, lowering his voice. "Not now." Lu Chen accepted the gray outer disciple robe, the wooden sword hanging quietly at his waist. From this day forward, he was a disciple of Qingyun sect. The living quarters for outer disciples lay on a gentle slope at the western foot of Qingxiao Peak. Dozens of gray brick-tiled houses stood in neat rows, looking from afar like gray dominoes laid out upon the mountainside. Each room housed 2 people, so cramped that one could turn and hit the wall. Pushing open the window, one faced the rocky slopes of the rear mountain and a dry creek bed. Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e were assigned to the same room. The moment they stepped inside, Zhang Chang'e glanced around the space that held but one table, one chair, and 2 floor beds, then cracked a grin. Even smaller than the army tent I slept in. You've slept in an army tent. Served 2 years on the frontier. Zhang Chang'e tossed his bundle onto the floor bed, sat down cross-legged, and unbuckled the regulation longsword from his waist, resting it across his knees. The leather cord on the scabbard had been worn to a shine, and the hilt wrap was clearly a replacement bound with meticulous care. A frontier garrison soldier, the lowest of the low. When the war ended, I came here. To walk the path of cultivation. Brute strength alone isn't enough. He didn't go into the details of those 2 frontier years, and Lu Chen didn't press. Everyone had his own past. What could be told would come out on its own, or what couldn't be told was useless to ask. He simply leaned his wooden sword against the wall and began to arrange his bedding. The bedding was standard issue, coarse cotton, thin as a sheet of paper. Once it was set, Zhang Chang'e went out to familiarize himself with the surroundings while Lu Chen sat alone on his pallet. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing for a moment, then summoned the remnant soul in his heart. What cultivation resources can outer disciples access? The remnant soul let out a light chuckle. It seemed to have just woken up, its voice carrying a hint of languor, yet far clearer than before. Ever since the day Lu Chen released Sword Light at the sword testing stone, the remnant soul's condition had subtly improved. Its voice no longer broke off intermittently as it once had, and it occasionally volunteered more words. Outer sect. Put bluntly, you're left to fend for yourselves. Every month you get 3 chi gathering pills and 2 of the lowest grade breathing techniques. Everything else depends on your own effort. The Qingyun sect has at least 200 or 300 outer disciples. If an inner elder makes 1 trip down to the outer sect a year, that's already considered decent. The remnant soul paused, then its tone turned serious. First, get the techniques. Techniques are divided into 4 grades. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow. Outer disciples will most likely be issued yellow grade low-tier goods. But that's fine. Even the lowest grade technique is orthodox foundational training. Far better than groping in the dark on your own. How far can yellow grade techniques take me? Far enough to reach the chi gathering realm without issue. The remnant soul's voice grew grave. But I have to warn you, the higher the technique, the more it depends on the cultivator's foundation. And that foundation is the body you have right now. You never received family training from childhood. Your meridians were never tempered, your bones never honed. Steeping in herb baths and splitting firewood made up for a little, but compared to the scions of aristocratic clans who bathed in premium medicinal solutions since childhood, you're at least a decade behind in accumulated foundation. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. So I still have to train. Yes, train. Without a single day of rest. From the very next day, the life of an outer disciple settled into a fixed rhythm. At the hour of Mao before dawn broke, the morning bell rang 3 times, and everyone gathered at the drill ground for half an hour of practice. After the drill, each person reported to their assigned chores. Outer disciples were required by rule to bear labor duties: chopping, wood, carrying water, cleaning, repairs, kitchen, help, all manner of tasks. Lu Chen was assigned to the dining hall. Every day he peeled baskets of radishes, potatoes, and yams, poring over kanji and chopping vegetables while listening to the other laborers gossip. Zhang Chang'e, meanwhile, was put in charge of sweeping the scripture library at the rear mountain. Every morning he carried his broom and rag up the mountain, bustling among the dust-covered shelves. Only after chores were done could real cultivation begin. The monthly intersect lecture was the sole opportunity for outer disciples to touch the inner sect's legacy. On that day, an inner steward would be sent to teach a foundational sword form and a breathing oral formula. Outer disciples were issued no sword secrets, no sword manuals, and no cultivation scriptures other than pills. Whether they learned was up to them. The lecture was held on the stone platform north of the drill ground. The steward's surname was Foam. A lean, sharp-featured man in his 40s with a narrow-bladed longsword at his waist, his gaze as cold as a mountain stream in winter. On the platform, he demonstrated the most basic Qingyun 13 swords from beginning to end. His movements were not fast, but every swing of the blade carried the sound of cutting air. Lu Chen stood at the back, his eyes locked onto every motion of steward Foam. Sword out, wrist turning, step shifting, body following. This sword style has been passed down in the Qingyun sect for 200 years. It is the most fundamental introductory sword form. The remnant soul's voice drifted lightly through his sea of consciousness, carrying a hint of appraisal. It makes no play for flashy moves, only solid groundwork. Every stroke is meant to build the foundation of a cultivator. Once you've mastered it thoroughly, it will benefit you all the way to the profound connection realm. Still, the remnant soul shifted tone, its voice suddenly fading. It pondered for a long moment, but did not finish the sentence. Lu Chen knew the remnant soul's temperament. If it genuinely thought something was no good, it would have cursed aloud already. The fact that it hadn't meant the sword form was decent. He committed every opening and closing posture of each sword stroke to memory, then studied Steward Feng's wrists and footwork again and again until he could close his eyes and clearly see the contour of every movement. That evening, Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e found an open spot in the rear mountain and practiced the sword forms from the morning lecture. Zhang Chang's sword path was broad and forceful, each strike heavy with the lethal spirit forged in the frontier army. He had trained with the saber in the army. Now that he had switched to the sword, his habits of power delivery couldn't adjust overnight. But his combat instincts were far sharper than most outer disciples. In a true fight at the same level, few could take his sword head-on. Lu Chen's sword was lighter and steadier with no wasted force. Every stroke was released and withdrawn with perfect control, as though the blade simply glided along its natural trajectory. That was the foundation he had built from over half a year of splitting wood. After more than 100,000 chops, his control over power had been refined to the point where he could precisely dictate the depth of the cut left in a stump by the axe blade. Likening that skill to the sword, his chops, thrusts, wipes, flicks, and slashes all looked exceptionally clean. The two crossed swords back and forth for a while, then stopped to rest. Zhang Chang'e propped his sword on the ground and sat on a rock, wiping sweat. Gazing at the deepening night over the rear mountain, he suddenly said, "You grew up in Qingyun City." "Doesn't seem like it." "No." Lu Chen shook his head. "I lived in a ruined temple on the western outskirts." "A ruined temple?" Zhang Chang'e was taken aback for a moment, then let out a laugh. "That's better than me. I lived in a stable." His smile faded, and he was quiet for a while. "My father was a cook in the frontier army. I grew up running around the camp with him. After he died in battle, I became an orderly for a squad leader, polishing weapons and running errands. In that border town, there was no master to teach you swordsmanship. You practiced on your own. Get it wrong, and you were beaten. After the beating, you kept practicing." His fingers curled unconsciously around his sword. "In the final battle at the border town half a year ago, our 100-man squad was shattered. Before the squad leader died in battle, he ordered me to leave, saying a man with my skills had no business dying in that border town. So you came to the Qingyun sect." "I came to the Qingyun sect." Zhang Chang'e looked up at the night sky, where a few sparse stars flickered beyond the heavens. "Being in the outer sect isn't bad. No one cares where you came from. As long as you train well, you'll get into the inner sect eventually." Lu Chen nodded. Zhang Chang'e's gaze fell on his wooden sword, as if asking, "What about your sword? Where did that come from?" But in the end, he didn't ask. He just stood up, slapped the dust off his backside, and raised his sword. One more round. 2 days later, trouble came knocking. At dusk that day, Zhang Chang'e was cornered at a fork in the road by 3 outer disciples as he was returning to his quarters. The leader was named Lu Yuanqing, a scion of the Lu clan's collateral branch. Relying on the fact that his own uncle was inner elder Lu, he had long bullied his way through the outer sect unchallenged. He stood in the middle of the road with 2 followers, arms crossed, a customary cold smirk hanging at the corner of his mouth. "So you're Zhang Chang'e. Rumor has it you made quite a stir on the heart-asking path and the sword-testing stone. A shallow pond like the outer sect can hardly hold a lofty figure like you." Lu Yuanqing's gaze swept across the sword at his waist. "What's the matter? Bold enough to show off, but not bold enough to talk." Zhang Chang'e halted and gave him a look. Just one look. Then he walked around Lu Yuanqing and headed straight forward. One of Lu Yuanqing's followers sidestepped into his path and reached out to shove his chest. Without even drawing his sword, Zhang Chang'e seized the man's wrist with his left hand, twisting it outward and downward, while his right hand pressed the shoulder joint and pulled along with the momentum. The follower stumbled and slammed into a boulder by the roadside. Lu Yuanqing's expression darkened, and he reached for his sword hilt. At that moment, Lu Chen hurried over from the crowd, leaving the drill ground, grabbed Zhang Chang'e's elbow, and said in a low voice, "The dormitory elder is taking roll call. If we're late by another quarter hour, we'll be punished under sect rules." He looked up at Lu Yuanqing with a calm gaze, neither provoking nor backing down. "If you want to fight, we'll meet at the drill ground in a few days." Lu Yuanqing narrowed his eyes, looked from Lu Chen to Zhang Chang'e, gave a cold laugh, withdrew his hand from the sword hilt, and stalked off with his 2 followers. Zhang Chang'e shook his forearm, which was sore from Lu Chen's grip, wearing a look of displeasure. "Why did you stop me? That brat deserved a beating. He is the outer sect nephew of Elder Lu." Lu Chen said. "Inner Elder Lu. If you strike a fellow outer disciple, he'll sentence you to 3 months of wall-facing meditation. 3 months from now comes the quarterly examination. If you miss it, you fail by default. Do you still want to enter the inner sect?" Zhang Chang'e swallowed back the words that had risen to his lips, looked down at the hand gripping his sword, and silently loosened his fingers. Lu Chen knew he could endure. Every man who came back alive from the frontier army had endurance carved into his bones. Then fight on the drill ground. Lu Chen let go of his arm and strode back. In the distance, dusk lay heavy over the land, and the silhouette of Qingshao Peak had already dissolved completely into the darkness of night. Lu Chen had practiced the Qingyun 13 swords for a full half-month. This sword technique consisted of only 13 forms in total. The first 3 were defensive: a horizontal block, a sidestep to deflect force, and a wrist-coiling twist. The middle 7 were offensive: a straight thrust, a diagonal slash, an upward flick, a rising cut, a downward chop, a turning wipe, and an advancing lift. The last 3 were footwork: advance 3 steps and retreat 1, dodge left, and burst right, and pivot to change position. Each form was simple enough. Steward Feng had demonstrated it only once during the morning class, The rest was left to the disciples to practice on their own. The outer sect had no dedicated sword instructor, so they could only rely on their own grinding. Lu Chen found that his problem did not lie in the forms themselves. His muscle memory was excellent. After seeing a move once, he could imitate 7 or 8 parts of it out of 10. But this sword technique required spiritual energy to drive it, using qi to control the sword with the blade following wherever the qi moved. Spiritual energy circulated once through his meridians, then poured through the hilt into the sword body. With that spiritual energy empowering it, the sword edge gained extra speed and power, bringing with it the sound of splitting air and a flash of sword light. This was the most fundamental principle of power generation for a sword cultivator. The problem was that he was at the body-tempering realm, and the spiritual energy in his meridians was less than 1/10 of that of a qi-gathering cultivator. Without a spiritual vortex, spiritual energy could not condense in his dantian. Every time he struck, he could only draw a faint wisp of spiritual energy from his meridians, and after it was spent, he had to wait several breaths before it recovered. By the time he had gone through the first 3 of the 13 forms, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. The remaining moves were mere empty forms with no spiritual energy to drive them, so their power was greatly diminished. Zhangchanga was a little better off. At the peak of the body-tempering realm, he had already touched the threshold of qi gathering, and a faint embryonic vortex was taking shape in his dantian. In a single breath, he could complete the first 6 forms, but he refused to stop at 6 forms. Every time he practiced the sword, he insisted on finishing all 13, even if the later forms were only empty stances with no spiritual energy behind them. He said his father had taught him a saying: "You might not finish the fight, but you must always make a full display." Lu Chen silently turned over the remnant soul's words. The core of the body-tempering realm was to forge the flesh and lay the foundation solid. His biggest weakness right now was not the sword technique, but the meager spiritual energy reserve in his meridians. As the remnant soul put it, he was a pool of limited capacity. No matter how excellent the sword technique, poured in only a few ladles of water could be scooped out. Only by digging this pool deeper and wider could it hold more water. And so he combined sword practice with body tempering. Every day after rising at the Mao hour, 57 a.m., he first ran 20 laps in the small grove behind the martial arts field. The forest floor was soft, and each step sank deep or shallow, leaving his legs weak by the time he finished. Then he chopped with the sword 200 times, putting all the force of his waist and abdomen into every strike, and did not stop until his arms were sore and numb. Next came a horse stance while holding a stone lock. A 30-gene stone held before his chest with both arms extended, persisting until he was utterly exhausted. The moment he was exhausted, he immediately began practicing the Qingyun 13 swords. When his muscles were at their most fatigued, he forced spiritual energy to circulate, compelling his meridians to work under extreme limits. This was a method the remnant soul had once mentioned in passing. The meridians of a body-tempering cultivator were far narrower than those of a qi-gathering cultivator. Accustomed to comfort, they would not expand on their own. Only under extreme strain could they be forced to widen. Every time he pushed himself to the point where sweat poured from every pore and stars danced before his eyes, the remnant soul would emerge from his sea of consciousness to offer a few extra instructions explaining the secrets of the sword technique that Steward Feng had never mentioned. When you lower your center of gravity by 3 cun, and the efficiency of your spiritual energy output will increase by 1/10, the remnant soul said. When thrusting, twist your waist first, then push your shoulder. If the waist does not twist, the force will not flow smoothly, and the sword tip will drift. You don't even have a body. How can you know this? Lu Chen asked in his heart. When I used the sword, your ancestors weren't even born yet. The remnant soul said no more. Lu Chen practiced exactly as he had been taught. After every day of training, his whole body ached so much that even lying on the floor pallet felt like it was pressing into his bones, yet he slept more soundly than before. The next morning he got up and did it again. Life in the outer sect was monotonous and mechanical, but Lu Chen did not find it dull. His experience copying account books in the Xie family storeroom had taught him to endure repetition. Repeat a simple matter 1,000 times, and in the end you will be correct a few times more than anyone else. With 10 days remaining before the quarterly assessment, the atmosphere in the outer sect suddenly grew tense. The quarterly assessment was the first true examination for outer sect disciples. The matches were jointly judged by inner sect stewards and outer sect managers, and those who performed exceptionally would have the chance to be noticed by an inner sect elder and be transferred directly to the inner sect to cultivate. For most outer sect disciples, this was the only path to advancement. On the bulletin board, the content of the examination was posted: live combat matches. More than 200 outer sect disciples drew lots to determine their opponents. Winners advanced, losers were eliminated. The disciples who ranked in the top 10 would enter the preliminary selection for the inner sect and then undergo interviews with the elders of each peak. It was important to note that outer sect disciples could not have a cultivation level above mid-Qi gathering. Once someone reached late Qi gathering, they had to voluntarily apply to enter the inner sect before the assessment, otherwise they would be considered in violation of the rules. Chang'e stood in front of the bulletin board for a long while, then turned back. His gaze passed through the bustling crowd and landed precisely on Lu Chen. "Are you signing up?" "I am," Lu Chen said. Chang'e flashed a grin. He could sense some sort of change in Lu Chen, though he could not say exactly what it was. Perhaps his steps landed more steadily, or perhaps there was a subtle rhythm in his bearing that had not been there before. This fellow disciple at the body-tempering realm, who had once blocked a sneak attack from a Qi-gathering cultivator on the heart-questioning path, was quietly gathering his strength. The Outer Sect quarterly examination was held on the training grounds halfway up Qingxiao Peak, the same plaza where the sword testing stone had stood during the entrance examination. The difference was that 3 months earlier the plaza's main figures had been candidates from every corner of the world. 3 months later all those standing here were formally inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect. On the east and west sides of the plaza stood 2 rows of simple viewing shelters for the stewards and inner sect elders who had come to observe. On the north was the outer sect disciples' assembly area. More than 200 people lined up by lot number in a gray pressing mass. The south side was packed with servants who had no right to compete and inner sect disciples who had come to join the excitement. The atmosphere was even heavier than during the entrance examination. Lu Chen drew lot number 56. His first opponent was a man named Han Ping, a peak body-tempering realm cultivator who wielded a broad-bladed iron sword. The rules of the training ground were simple: no weapons or treasures beyond one's own realm were permitted, no deliberate blows to a vital point were allowed, and anyone who stayed down for 10 breaths or lost their weapon was defeated. A gong steward was stationed at the side of the field to judge the winner at any moment. Han Ping's style was direct. Relying on the heavy power of his broadsword, he opened with 3 consecutive heavy chops. The sword wind howled, forcing Lu Chen to retreat step after step. Scattered laughter rose from the edge of the field. Someone recognized Han Ping, one of the acknowledged masters of heavy, powerful swordplay in the outer sect, a peak body-tempering realm cultivator only 1 step away from Qi gathering. Lu Chen was retreating. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. But he was not panicking. His footwork was exactly the same as the time he had faced the Black Wolf in the northern mountain forest. Retreat was not flight, but a chance to find a gap to recover his Qi. Each of Han Ping's heavy chops left a gap half a breath longer than the previous one. After 3 chops his right shoulder dipped slightly, a sign that his power was naturally slackening as he switched his breath. While retreating, Lu Chen's left hand formed the simplest hand seal, condensing the only wisp of spiritual energy he had at his fingertip. In these 3 months the spiritual energy he had stored was still not much, but its purity was far greater than before, and it could now condense into an independent form without attaching to his sword. Before the 4th chop could fall, Lu Chen stopped retreating. His body abruptly lunged forward, his left thumb pressed against his middle finger and flicked out. An invisible finger wind of spiritual energy struck Han Ping's sword-wielding wrist first. The wrist muscles of a peak body-tempering realm cultivator spasmed instinctively for an instant, and the broad blade's trajectory veered half an inch off course. In that half-inch gap, Lu Chen's wooden sword had already reached Han Ping's throat. The wooden sword had no edge, but Han Ping could clearly feel the force from its tip, steady, precise, without a single wasted motion. He lowered his head to look at the wooden sword across his throat, then looked up at Lu Chen's calm face. The gong steward struck the gong. Round 1, number 56 wins. Steward Feng nodded on the distant platform and made a horizontal mark in the roster with his cinnabar brush. This Lu Chen he knew, the quietest one in the back row during morning lessons, never asking questions, never slacking off. After every training session, he still stayed where he was to practice for an extra half-incense stick of time, as if trying to carve every detail of the Qingyun 13 swords into his bones. The flick of a finger technique on today's field was not a Qingyun sword form, yet it had caught the opponent's breathing transition with perfect precision, showing that his 3 months in the outer sect had been spent on real practical work. Lu Yuanqing stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, his face dark. His gaze rested on the wooden sword in Lu Chen's hand, and his mouth slowly pressed into a thin line. In the next 3 rounds, Lu Chen won consecutively. His opponents were stronger one after another. In the 2nd round, a disciple of similar middle body tempering realm from a rogue cultivation background. In the 3rd, a skilled fast sword fighter. In the 4th, a veteran outer sect disciple, half a step away from breaking through to Qi gathering. No match was easy, and in every match he learned while fighting. If his opponent was fast, he pushed himself to be faster. If his opponent was heavy, he pushed himself to be steadier. By the 5th round he was drenched in sweat with dark purple bruises on his arms, but his breathing was still calm. The remnant soul had been right. Real skill is beaten out in real fights. A month of sword practice on the empty ground behind the storehouse was not as good as a single real no-holds-barred fight on the training ground. Those subtle differences that one cannot feel while practicing the sword alone. A muscle tensing in an opponent, meaning that force would erupt in the next instant, a shift in an opponent's gaze hinting which way they would dodge, could only become instinct carved into the bones through actual combat. The 5th round was the quarterfinal. Lu Chen's opponent was called Feng, he an early Qi gathering realm cultivator. He was one of the few outer sect disciples who had already condensed the Qi vortex, and one of the acknowledged candidates most likely to enter the top 10. The difference between the Qi gathering realm and the body tempering realm lay in the quality and quantity of spiritual energy. A Qi gathering cultivator could release spiritual energy outward and injure from a distance, completely overwhelming the body tempering realm in speed and power. In the history of the outer sect, there were precedents of body tempering cultivators defeating Qi gathering opponents by crossing realms, but in most of those cases the Qi gathering cultivator had been arrogant and careless, or had not built a solid foundation. Fang He was not careless. He opened by releasing 3 wind blades in a triangular formation, sealing off Lu Chen's left, right, and retreat routes, then followed with a straight thrust to the center. The tactic was clear: force him to take the blow head-on and crush him from the front. When a Qi gathering cultivator fought a body tempering cultivator, the simplest method was to pierce through with spiritual energy superiority before the opponent could switch techniques or sword forms into an effective defense. Lu Chen took the first blow head-on. When his wooden sword met the opponent's long sword, a violent surge of spiritual energy slammed through the blade, making his entire right arm go numb in an instant. He gritted his teeth, retreated 3 steps, and barely stabilized himself. The first 3 forms of the Qingyun 13 swords flashed through his mind like silently recited scripture: horizontal block sidestepping to deflect force, and wrist coiling sword bind. The most dangerous mistake in close combat at the body tempering realm was not insufficient power, but power that was too rigid and could not be converted. He had to dissolve Fang He's spiritual energy impact while guarding his center of gravity, or one direct clash would make him collapse. The second sword followed immediately, the blade slashing diagonally with a pale cyan sword glow. Lu Chen did not receive it head-on. He turned his body aside to shed the force. The edge grazed past his shoulder, cutting his outer robe. Fang He sneered, turned his wrist, and swept the long sword horizontally at twice the speed. The sword path was cunning, aimed specifically at Lu Chen's right forearm, gripping the sword. Knock away the weapon, and the bout was won. There was no need to waste more time on a body tempering cultivator. Lu Chen let go with his right hand. The wooden sword dropped from that hand. In the instant Fang He's gaze was drawn to the blade, Lu Chen's left hand had already completed the exchange at the hilt. The wooden sword spun half a turn in his left hand and cut upward diagonally from an angle completely impossible to predict. It was not the accustomed path of a dominant hand. Spiritual energy at the body tempering realm was too weak to form protective Qi, but muscular power was his strong point, and his left hand was every bit as strong as his right. The sword flicked against the outside of Fang He's wrist, accurate and clean. Fang He let out a muffled grunt, and his long sword flew from his hand. A deathly silence covered the field. Then the gong rang. Steward Feng froze for a moment on the platform, let his gaze pass over the wooden sword in Lu Chen's left hand, and gave a slight nod. Then he made another mark in the roster. Zhang Chang'e was sweeping victoriously through another division. His path of advancement was even more straightforward than Lu Chen's. In the first 3 rounds he crushed every opponent head-on, each sword heavier than the last, and none of them could hold against his strength. The only close call came in the quarterfinal. He faced an early Qi gathering disciple, and the two exchanged more than 30 hard blows in a straightforward clash. Zhang Chang'e's sword was knocked away once, but he relied on footwork and fists to hold on. Then at the moment when his opponent's spiritual energy faltered, picked up his sword and turned the tables. After the final 8 were decided, the outer sect manager announced the advancement list on the spot. Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e were both on it. The final half-day of matches was not open to the public. Inner sect elders accompanied by outer sect stewards would enter the inner sect martial hall to determine the rankings. The following matches were held in the sword practice hall of the inner sect on Qingxiao Peak. The hall was much smaller than the outer sect training ground, but its floor was paved with fine spirit jade bricks that could withstand spiritual energy impact from high-level cultivators. On the honored eastern side sat 3 inner sect elders. In the center was a sallow-faced elder Lu with a long beard. On each side sat 2 peak lords. One of those, a female cultivator in a blue robe, was Elder Gu of Qingzhou Peak. Zhang Chang'e's 6th-round opponent was a tall, lean young man who had advanced to the top 4 from another outer sect division. Named Jiang Chun, an early Qi gathering cultivator, he wielded a fast sword like the wind. Zhang Chang'e still played the frontal game. He did not care whether the other was fast or not. In his eyes, a sword was for chopping, not for performing tricks. Jiang Chen's quick sword left 6 or 7 bloody wounds on his body, but none were fatal. By the 13th exchange, Zhang Chang'e chopped down and knocked Jiang Chun to the ground, sword and all. After that match, Zhang Chang'e advanced directly to the final because his semi-final opponent had a bye. Lu Chen's 6th-round opponent was more troublesome than Zhang Chang'e's. He was a veteran outer sect disciple with a solid early Qi gathering foundation. His sword technique and body movement were extremely polished, and his figure was as slippery as a fish. A head-on clash would be hard to profit from at the body tempering realm. The overwhelming gap in spiritual energy would break his rhythm within 3 to 5 moves. Lu Chen dodged several dangerous diagonal thrusts and turning cuts, retreating across the whole field. The remnant soul, which had been silent for several rounds, suddenly woke up. Its voice streamed into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness like icy water. Outer sect swordplay is nothing but those three tricks. After a thrust to the right shoulder, a turning cut is certain to follow. That is an old flaw in the Qingyun 13 swords. Before the turn, leg strength surges in the last 3 steps, and the knee makes an extra cushioning dip. Lu Chen's gaze locked precisely onto the opponent's knee. As expected, every time he gathered spiritual energy to attack after a clash, the knees sank an extra half-inch. The next time the sword light slashed diagonally toward his right shoulder, he dodged before the move fully formed. Before the turning cut's arc could take shape, he smashed his scabbard into the opponent's sword hand, and then using the advancing lift form of the Qingyun 13 swords, he sent the sword flying upward from below. The instant the sword left the opponent's hand, the gong rang. Elder Lu frowned slightly on the observation platform. Elder Lu had not begun paying attention to Lu Chen only in this match. From the sword-testing stone to the heart-questioning path, to every bout in today's quarterly examination, the youth's control over his body had already exceeded what was ordinary for the middle body tempering realm. He even vaguely caught a certain indescribable hint of sword intent emerging from the way the young man made his attacks. Such a hint would not be surprising in an inner sect disciple, but appearing in the outer sect beneath a dark battered wooden sword made him uncomfortable. The final was fought between Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e. Neither was courteous. Zhang Chang'e struck first, his sword light, fierce and savage as thunder. Lu Chen still lagged in frontal strength and was driven back in several direct exchanges, but he quickly adjusted his strategy. Instead of clashing force with force, he focused on entangling, twisting, grazing, and lifting, searching for openings to exert force in the wide-flung sword wind of Zhang Chang'e. The remnant soul's commentary followed like a shadow, continuously marking in his sea of consciousness the shifts in Zhang Chang'e's center of gravity and the rhythm of his breathing after every cut. One swept across the field like an old general on a battlefield, the other was nimble and precise like a mountain hunter. They fought from the center of the hall to its edge, and from the edge back to the center. The sword wind shredded the reflections of lamplight on the spirit jade bricks in the sword practice hall. After they had fought for nearly the time it takes to eat a meal, Zhang Chang'e chopped down with his sword. Lu Chen dodged sideways and at the same time slapped the spine of his wooden sword against Zhang Chang'e's wrist. Zhang Chang'e's wrist went numb and his long sword trembled violently. He took 2 backward steps, shook his numb hand, then suddenly grinned and planted his sword on the ground. No more fighting. Lu Chen's wooden sword stopped 3 inches in front of his throat. Why stop? If we keep fighting, it becomes a matter of life and death. Take the outer sect first place, I won't fight you for it. Zhang Chang'e sheathed his sword, walked to Lu Chen's side, and slapped him on the shoulder so hard that Lu Chen nearly stumbled. But remember, you owe me a real duel. Lu Chen tucked the wooden sword into his waistband. Anytime. Steward Feng announced the final rankings. First place Lu Chen, second place Zhang Chang'e. The 3 intersect elders each wrote remarks in the roster, and Elder Gu drew an extra circle beside Lu Chen's name. When the matches were over, Lu Yuanxing had long since been eliminated before even making the final 8. He had not said a single word through the entire competition. Only when the rankings were fully announced did he turn and leave his steps quick and stiff. After the semifinals, Zhang Chang'e had sought him out alone, standing with arms crossed on the stone bridge that was the only way back to his lodgings. He knocked his scabbard against the stone railing, tossed out one sentence, and walked away without looking back. Lu Yuanxing stood on the bridge, his face shifting through livid and red, but bound by the sect rules, he dared not lose his temper. In the end, he gave a heavy flick of his sleeve and vanished quickly into the twilight. Evening at the western foot of Qingxiao Peak. Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e sat side by side on the stone steps behind the mountain, each holding a flask of cold tea they had sneaked out of the dining hall. Mountain wind poured down from the peak, making their robes flap loudly. The gray outer sect robes had been washed so many times that the color had turned pale. That left-hand sword change of yours, I didn't see it coming. Zhang Chang'e took a swig of cold tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. When did you practice that? While chopping firewood. Lu Chen looked down at his left hand. A thick callus covered the web between his thumb and forefinger, worn there by countless hours of gripping an axe handle. Every day I split several hundred caddies of firewood. When my right hand got tired, I switched to my left. It's the same when I switched to a sword. Zhang Chang'e nodded thoughtfully and did not press any further. The two sat quietly for a while, watching the city below Qingyun City gradually light up with scattered dots of lamplight in the dusk. To the east lay a denser sea of lights. The most prosperous quarter of the city center, where the Xia family villa and the mansions of the great clans were all located. You said you came from Qingyun City, Zhang Chang'e said suddenly. Do you still know anyone in the city? Yes, Lu Chen said. He looked at the sea of lights, remembering the thin, spare figure in the Xia family villa, the sound of Uncle Zhou's steps as he swept the courtyard every morning, and that old black pottery jar that had soaked through countless late nights. Zhang Chang'e did not ask why he did not go back for a visit. He only silently finished the last mouthful of cold tea, set the jar on the stone steps, stood up, and patted the dust from his backside. Let's go, he said. Starting tomorrow, we go to the inner sect. Lu Chen stood up and hung the wooden sword back at his waist. The blade lay against his side quiet as a sleeping child. Between the inner and outer sects of Qingyun Peak lay an invisible, dividing line. From the mountainside upward the concentration of spiritual energy abruptly rose, the forests were lush and verdant, and even the moss growing in the gaps between stone steps glimmered with faint spiritual light. The mountain-protecting grand formation filtered the spiritual energy of the earth veins layer by layer, reserving the purest portions for the elders' cave dwellings at the summit and the cultivation grounds of the inner disciples. Outer disciples could only rely on chi-gathering pills to replenish their spiritual power once a month, while inner disciples could bathe in dense spiritual energy every day as they practiced their breathing and cultivation. When Lu Chen crossed the stone gate, set halfway up the mountain, he felt the suffocating tightness in his chest noticeably ease. Cultivators in the body-tempering realm had only a blurry perception of spiritual energy, but his body had already responded instinctively. His pores opened, his breathing deepened, like a sapling transplanted from dry-potted soil into rich earth. Zhanchanga walked beside him, tilting his head up at the cloud-piercing peak and letting out a heartfelt sigh. 3 months ago, when they had climbed up from the foot of the mountain, the two sides of the stone steps had been crowded with anxious candidates. 3 months later, only 2 people could enter through that stone gate. The inner sect registration office was located in the steward hall halfway up the mountain. Several rows of bookshelves stood in the hall, and the walls were covered with portraits of elders from past generations. A steward in azure robes examined their identity tokens, opened the register, found their names under outer sect promotion, and drew a mark beside each one. Lu Chen, mid-body tempering realm, first place in the outer sect quarterly examination. Zhanchanga, peak body tempering realm, second place in the outer sect quarterly examination. The steward finished reading, raised his head, and looked them over. His gaze lingered on Lu Chen for an especially long time. For a mid-body tempering cultivator to take first place in the quarterly examination was an uncommon occurrence in the inner sect's history. He was about to announce the next arrangements when footsteps sounded from outside the door. 3 inner disciples filed in. The one in the lead was tall and slender with a pale face and narrow eyes. He wore the azure robe of an inner disciple and carried a long sword inlaid with spirit jade at his waist. Lu Chen recognized that face. It was the same man who had covertly made a move against him on the stone steps during the assessment. His name was Lu Yuanxing, now an inner disciple under Elder Lu and a mid-chi gathering realm cultivator. So the outer sect's champion is here. Lu Yuanxing wore a half-smile. His gaze first landed on Zhanchanga, then shifted to Lu Chen's face. I wasn't there during the quarterly examination. I heard the 2 of you knock down all the veteran outer disciples. For a body-tempering cultivator to defeat a chi-gathering cultivator is not easy. Zhanchanga's hand was already on his sword hilt. Lu Yuanxing glanced at him, raised both hands in a relaxed gesture, and kept smiling. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to give you a warning. Registration for the sect tournament opens in a few days, and disciples promoted from the outer sect must participate. So don't go strutting around in the outer sect, and then come to the inner sect covered in shame. After saying this, he turned to Lu Chen, his smile deepening. Especially you. Elder Lu noticed you while watching the quarterly examination. He said it was remarkable that a mid-body tempering cultivator could wield spiritual power as finger winds so skillfully. If you practice for a few more years, there would be no stopping you. On the surface, this was phrased as Elder Lu's praise, but everyone could hear the mocking insinuation in his tone. Lu Chen did not reply. He unbuckled the wooden sword from his waist, set it on the desk in the steward hall, and said to the steward, "Please register this weapon, senior brother." Only then did he glance sideways at Lu Yuanxing. His gaze was as calm and unruffled as if he were looking at something utterly unrelated to him. Lu Yuanxing's smile froze for an instant. He had expected the man to react with either open confrontation or silent submission. Those were the only 2 choices for a disciple from the outer sect. But this man had clearly chosen a third: complete indifference. Lu Yuanxing snorted, turned, and walked away with his 2 followers. At the door, he looked back and tossed out a parting remark. I forgot to tell you. The sect tournament's rules are different from the outer sect's quarterly examination. In the inner sect matches, people can fight for real. Zhanchanga watched him until he was far away, then released his sword hilt and cursed. Lu Chen simply picked up the wooden sword, hung it back at his waist, and said, "See you at registration." The steward continued flipping through the register, clearly long used to such conflicts. After confirming their information, he handed each of them a new token. The front was engraved with Qingyun sect, inner sect. On the back were their names and their assigned peaks. Zhanchanga had been assigned to Iron Sword Peak, a peak centered on artifact cultivation and body cultivation, while Lu Chen had been assigned to Green Bamboo Peak. Green Bamboo Peak was the most unusual of the 7 inner peaks. Its peak master, Elder Gu, was the only female elder among the 7, and she accepted few disciples following the path of quiet cultivation. Elder Gu had clearly taken considerable care when she marked out Lu Chen's name in the register. Green Bamboo Peak is lush with vegetation, quiet and pleasant, a good place for cultivation. The steward glanced at his token. However, Green Bamboo Peak has followed a precedent for nearly 30 years of not accepting anyone other than female disciples. That she broke precedent and gave the first slot to you shows how highly Elder Gu valued your performance in the quarterly examination. Lu Chen took the token and said nothing. He turned the heavy bronze piece over and over, looking at it twice, then tucked it into his robe. He knew what this token meant. From this day onward, he was no longer a masterless rogue cultivator, but a true inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. When he walked out of the steward hall, Lu Chen stood at the entrance for a moment. The spiritual energy of Qingxiao Peak surged from every direction, seeping thread by thread into his meridians. 3 months ago, he was a beggar in front of a noodle stall in North City, eating a bowl of plain noodles for 6 copper coins. 3 months later, he stood on the inner sect mountainside of the largest sect in the southern human realm, a worn wooden sword in his hand, and an inner sect token hanging at his waist. From the distance came faint, intermittent sword hums, the sound of inner disciples practicing their sword arts on their respective peaks. Zhang Chang'e patted him on the shoulder and jutted his chin toward Iron Sword Peak. That old rule of Green Bamboo Peak, no male disciples. You really went and broke their precedent. Then didn't you go to Iron Sword Peak? At least Iron Sword Peak has produced several sect masters. It hasn't treated me badly. Zhang Chang'e picked up his standard-issue longsword, turned, and headed toward the western foothills. After a few steps, he looked back. That match you owe me. Settle it at the sect tournament. Lu Chen nodded. Qingzhou Peak lay to the southeast of the main Qingxiao Peak, the lowest in elevation among the 7 intersect peaks, with gentle slopes blanketed in emerald bamboo. Following the winding stone path upward, emerald green filled the view. 10,000 tall bamboo stalks swaying in the mountain breeze, their leaves rustling softly, as if someone were chanting scriptures from afar. The air carried the distinctive fragrance of bamboo leaves mingled with a faint, damp mist. On his very first day at Qingzhou Peak, Lu Chen already perceived Elder Gu's character. Rather than sending him to the duty hall for registration, she had dispatched a female disciple to wait for him at the bamboo grove entrance halfway up the mountain. The disciple appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a moon-white silk gown, her face delicate and refined with an air of scholarly elegance about her. She offered a slight nod upon seeing Lu Chen and introduced herself. My name is Gu Qinghan. Master sent me to escort you. Thank you, senior sister. Gu Qinghan said little more, turning to lead the way. She walked ahead with light, measured steps, her hem brushing past the bamboo leaves lining the stone stairs without gathering a single drop of dew. Lu Chen observed that her breathing synchronized perfectly with her footsteps, and each step formed an imperceptibly thin cushion of spiritual energy beneath her feet, a clear sign of masterful control over her spiritual power. The two moved through the bamboo grove in single file, passing several bamboo cottages and medicinal herb gardens along the way. There weren't many disciples on Qingzhou Peak. Only 3 or 4 female disciples appeared sporadically throughout the journey. They all paid respectful greetings to Gu Qinghan, but their glances at Lu Chen carried unmistakable curiosity. For nearly 3 decades, no male disciple had graced Qingzhou Peak, news that had clearly spread through the inner sect. After walking for some time, Gu Qinghan glanced back at him. Master mentioned you defeated a Qi gathering realm cultivator using your left hand during the seasonal examination. Pure fortune, he replied. No such thing as fortune. Gu Qinghan's tone was calm, simply stating a fact. The gap between the Qi gathering realm and the body tempering realm is real and substantial. Since Master assigned you to Qingzhou Peak, it means you are not relying on luck. Lu Chen kept silent. He could not fathom why Elder Gu had made an exception to accept him, but Gu Qinghan's words sparked a hunch. Qingzhou Peak might value something beyond his cultivation base. Gu Qinghan led him to a standalone bamboo hut perched on a gentle slope backed by the bamboo grove and facing the sea of clouds below the mountain, offering a splendid view. Inside, the furnishings were minimal: a bamboo bed, a bamboo table, a bamboo chair, and an ink-wash bamboo painting hanging on the wall. A kerosene lamp and a coarse pottery teapot rested on the windowsill. This will be your residence. Meet at the sword practice courtyard on the peak every morning at the Mao hour. Master will instruct you in swordsmanship. Spend the rest of your time cultivating. Gu Qinghan paused at the doorway. Behind the bamboo grove lies a cold spring. Use it when tempering your body at the body tempering stage. It far surpasses ordinary water in effectiveness. Lu Chen asked, is the cold spring unique to Qingzhou Peak? An entire spiritual vein runs beneath Qingzhou Peak, and the cold spring is one of its outlets where spiritual energy escapes. Neither the outer sect nor the 6 inner peaks possess such a spring. Gu Qinghan glanced at him. But the water is bitterly cold. Limit each soaking to no more than half an hour. Exceed that, and you risk frost damage to your meridians. Master asked me to give you this. She called it a welcome gift for her new junior brother. She withdrew a small Celadone bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Chen. A red paper label bearing the characters Meridian Cleansing Pill was affixed to the bottle. As Lu Chen took it, warmth seeped into his palm. He had encountered references to the Meridian Cleansing Pill in the remnants of pharmacological records at the CF family vault. It could mend damaged meridians, accelerate spiritual energy recovery, and greatly enhanced foundation building for body tempering cultivators. Its market value alone would have equaled half a month's firewood gathering earnings from his days at the labor guild. Please convey my thanks to Master, Lu Chen said. Thank her yourself. You'll see her at morning lessons tomorrow. Gu Qinghan turned to leave, but paused after a few steps without looking back. There are few rules on Qingyun Peak, but Master has established one. No bullying fellow disciples. Since you come from the outer sect, disciples from other peaks may cause trouble for you. If that happens, don't just endure it. Lu Chen watched until her moon-white hem vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. He stowed the meridian cleansing pill in his robe, pushed open the door, and entered the bamboo hut. For most of the following half hour he meticulously cleaned the interior and exterior, arranged his bedding, and placed his wooden sword within arm's reach of his pillow. Once satisfied with his arrangements, he stepped out of the hut and followed Gu Qinghan's directions to the cold spring behind the bamboo grove. A slender stream cascaded from the mountainside, collecting in a square stone pool about 3 chi across below. The water ran crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles on the bottom, while wisps of white vapor rose from the surface. When he reached in to test it, a bone-chilling cold shot up his fingers the moment they broke the water. It was indeed the cold spring. Lu Chen stripped off his outer robe and gritted his teeth as he lowered himself into the stone basin. The frigid water surged to his chest, instantly causing every muscle to tense and his teeth to chatter involuntarily. Yet almost immediately he sensed the difference. The bitter cold carried traces of pure earth vein spiritual energy, far more potent than anything in the outer sect's medicinal vats. Spiritual energy seeped through his pores into his meridians, flushing out the remaining impurities from his mid-stage body tempering. It felt as though he had first soaked in ordinary water, then plunged into a mountain spring, the entire body being purified from inside out. Closing his eyes, he began cycling his breath. The alternating sensation of extreme temperatures returned. First the piercing cold, then warmth emanating from his dantian as the spiritual energy took hold. Cold and heat alternately scoured through his meridians, each segment of the channel walls being tempered repeatedly under these extreme temperature shifts. The residual soul stirred to consciousness. Its voice echoed within his sea of consciousness, carrying an uncommon note of genuine satisfaction rather than mockery, a meridian cleansing pill paired with a cold spring. Your elder Gu certainly knows how to invest in her disciples. Though this cold spring cannot match the lingering medicinal potency of the old vats you soaked in at the Xia family warehouse, it compensates with pure spiritual energy. The medicinal vat nourishes flesh and muscle, while the cold spring refines the meridians. Perfectly complementary. Lu Chen asked within his mind, how far am I from reaching the Qi gathering realm? Hurry with what? The soul's voice grew languid. You have only been tempering your body for such a short time, and already want to skip levels. Body tempering builds your foundation. If that foundation is not solid, everything built upon it will crumble. The Qi gathering realm is not meant to flaunt your cultivation level, it grants you another layer of confidence in combat. First cultivate this body to the peak of body tempering, then we shall discuss further. Lu Chen did not press further. He continued breathing meditations with his eyes closed until his body began to tremble involuntarily. Gu Qinghan's half-hour limit had arrived. He rose from the stone basin, dried himself, and dressed in his robes. A faint flush covered his skin and steam still rose from his pores. That night Lu Chen lay on his bamboo bed listening to the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind outside, replaying every moment of the day. The inner sect duty, Hall Qingyun Peak Elder Gu's demeanor. Lu Yuanqing's hostility, Gu Qinghan's words of no need to endure, the meridian cleansing pill and the cold spring, and the residual soul's remark about having an extra measure of combat assurance. His hand rested on the wooden sword by his pillow, its surface cool cracks catching faint light from the moon. Days in the inner sect would only grow harsher than those in the outer sect. But he had never come seeking comfort. Elder Gu was a person whose age could not be told. She sat in front of the sword practice ground atop Qingyun Peak, draped in a blue-gray robe, her long hair loosely gathered behind her head with a bamboo hairpin. Her features were clear and refined, with marks of wind and frost around her eyes and brows, yet her eyes were as bright as those of a 20-year-old. Her hands rested folded on her knees. Long fingers with clearly defined knuckles, hands that had gripped a sword for decades. Lu Chen arrived at the sword practice ground a quarter before the hour of Mao. He thought he was early, only to find Gu Qinghan already there practicing her sword work for half an incense stick. Her sword was a supple blade as thin as a cicada's wing. It left the sheath without a sound, tracing silver-white arcs through the dawn light. Her sword method shared a common origin with the Qingyun 13 swords taught by Steward Feng, but it was far more distilled. Every strike carried an indescribable mood. Not sword intent, but already very close to it. Elder Gu gestured for Gu Qinghan to stop, then slowly turned her gaze toward Lu Chen and beckoned him forward. He walked up, performed the formal bow of a new disciple, and offered the empty vial of the meridian washing pill with both hands to show that he had already taken it. Elder Gu took the empty vial, set it aside, and studied him for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was quiet, but every word was crisp. Perform the Qingyun 13 swords for me. Lu Chen drew his sword and executed the whole set from beginning to end. No spiritual energy was infused into the blade, no fancy footwork. Only the most basic chops, thrusts, wipes, lifts, and slashes, stroke after stroke, clean and pure. After finishing, he sheathed his sword and stood in place, breathing evenly with only a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Elder Gu made no comment. She rose, walked over to Lu Chen, and suddenly pressed 2 fingers against his wrist. A gentle yet irresistible current of spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips into Lu Chen's meridians, traveling slowly through his channels like a warm stream. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to resist, but his body quickly relaxed. This was not an attack, but an inspection. After a few breaths, Elder Gu withdrew her fingers, and a thoughtful, pondering glint flickered in the depths of her eyes. After a moment's silence, she spoke slowly, but what she shared was the core principle of the body-tempering realm. Body tempering is not achieved by forcibly pouring in external power, but by polishing one's own meridian walls to sufficient thickness. Soaking in medicinal vats and cold springs are only supplementary methods. True body tempering lies in day-after-day refinement. The more solidly the foundation is laid, the more stable the Qi vortex will be after Qi gathering. Many people rush to break through to the Qi gathering realm thinking body tempering wastes time, but only after reaching the mystic insight realm do they realize that those with weak foundations can barely condense a 3-inch Qi vortex, while those with solid foundations can exceed 5 inches. The gap in spiritual energy reserves and burst power between the two is the price of seeking speed too early. These words were like a mirror held up before her disciple, laying bare the chasm between body tempering and Qi gathering. A gap that seemed trivial, but was actually a matter of life and death. Lu Chen's aptitude was not the best, but he could sit the cold bench. The misery of meditating in an icy spring and the dullness of endlessly repeating cuts and thrusts might have defeated someone with greater natural talent. It was precisely this quality that made her single him out during that outer sect quarterly assessment. Elder Gu drew her outer robe together, then signaled for Lu Chen and Gu Qinghan each to take a wooden sword and spar for 1 round. She did not prescribe any forms. She said only 2 words: as you wish. Gu Qinghan saluted, drew her supple sword, and her presence instantly turned sharp. Her sword work was a direct inheritance from the lineage of Qingzhou Peak. Light and agile, yet hiding a keen edge, every stroke accompanied by a biting whistle of parted air. Lu Chen met it with his wooden sword and soon felt the pressure. Gu Qinghan's sword path was far more meticulous and subtly insidious than that of any outer sect opponent, and almost no obvious opening could be found. What she truly excelled at was not overpowering an enemy, but controlling the rhythm through anticipation of momentum. She began to set her layout before the opponent even struck. Several times Lu Chen tried to counterattack as her sword path shifted, only to find his anticipation half a beat slower than her changes. The remnant soul in his sea of consciousness watched for a while, then said flatly, "This girl's insight is not low," and sank back into silence. On the sword practice ground, sword wind surged and bamboo leaves whirled. Gu Qinghan moved with the lightness of a crane, her supple sword like a silver serpent in her hand, now coiling, now snapping, and thrusting, shifting without pattern. After weathering the initial onslaught, Lu Chen gradually mapped her rhythm. In every 3 changes of her sword forms, there was one tiny retraction gap, caused by the natural rebound of the flexible blade after it released force. It was brief, but by no means impossible to trace. He began to apply pressure at that moment of retraction instead of merely retreating and blocking. Elder Gu watched from the side, never offering a single word of guidance. She only observed quietly how Lu Chen responded, not to admire how refined his sword work was, but to see how he adjusted his strategy when facing an opponent stronger than himself. The path of the sword was in the end a process of contending with others. One who cannot think actively from a disadvantage will never become a true sword cultivator. After roughly 40 exchanges, Lu Chen finally seized an opening. At the instant Gu Qinghan's supple sword wrapped around his wooden sword and drew it outward, he did not withdraw and defend as before. Instead, he let go with his right hand. As the wooden sword was pulled aside by her coil, his left palm chopped precisely toward the wrist of her sword hand. This was not swordplay. It was close-quarters technique from the body-tempering realm, muscle instinct forged by splitting firewood. Gu Qinghan clearly had not expected that move. Her wrist shrank back slightly to evade the palm strike, but that left a larger pause in her sword path. Lu Chen's wooden sword had already returned to his right hand, slanting toward her throat. They stood 3 feet apart, with only a drifting bamboo leaf between the sword tip and her throat. Gu Qinghan put away her supple sword, looked at him, and nodded. She was not the sort to turn cold after losing a bout. Her pride had never rested on victory or defeat, but on the sword itself. This junior brother from the outer sect could find a thread of counterattack from a disadvantaged position. It proved his combat talent deserved respect. The worth of placing first in the outer sect quarterly assessment was not diminished simply because his realm was low. Elder Gu set down her teacup. Her assessment was as plain and precise as before. The way of the sword begins with perceiving the opponent's rhythm. Lu Chen's ability to seize Gu Qinghan's retraction gap showed that his combat perception was moving in the right direction. But perceiving rhythm was only the first step. The next was learning to dissect it, and after dissecting it to reshape it. She did not have Lu Chen run through the entire Qingyun swordplay from beginning to end. Instead, she had him replay in his sea of consciousness every pressure change and weight shift that the sword had transmitted back through its body during his blocks, sidesteps, entanglements, and hand-switched counters. Incorrect ways of issuing force would form muscle memory, and correcting them was harder than learning them. Therefore, while he was still unformed, she would re-standardize his foundational sword work. When he swung the wooden sword for the third time, the residual deviations in his spine, wrists, and knee bends were finally corrected one by one. Elder Gu instructed him to soak in the cold spring for a full hour after every morning lesson, and after soaking to practice the sword 3 times, starting over from the first form of the Qingyun 13 swords. It was not a matter of relearning the forms, but of repolishing them. The trajectory of force in every movement, the rhythm of breathing, the transfer of weight, all had to be re-examined from the most fundamental level. He had won the quarterly assessment not through flawless swordwork, but through agile improvisation. What he needed to do now was to turn that improvisation into the swordwork itself. Lu Chen rose and bowed once more in thanks. On the path down from the sword practice ground, Gu Qinghan walked ahead. Just before reaching the bamboo grove, she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and glanced at the wooden sword at Lu Chen's waist. Her tone was still as composed as ever, but a faint note of mutual regard could be felt. She admitted that she had underestimated him before, and she looked forward to seeing the true outcome at the sect grand competition. Lu Chen answered frankly, the 7 inner peaks, each send 1 team, 3 people per team. Senior sister, let's team up. Gu Qinghan was silent for a moment. She looked at him as if re-evaluating this junior brother who had just climbed up from the outer sect. You haven't even gotten familiar with the inner sect, and you're already thinking about the sect grand competition. Lu Yuanqing says we can fight for real, Lu Chen said calmly. Since we're fighting for real, we need a few teammates we can trust. Gu Qinghan did not agree immediately, nor did she refuse. She only asked, and who for the third? Zhan Chang'e of Taijian Peak. Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment, and a rare faint smile surfaced on her face. She said, I'll go see master, then turned and left. That moon-white figure gradually receded into the green of the bamboo grove like a drop of water, sinking into a deep pool. Lu Chen stood and placed the mountain wind brushing his cheeks and bamboo, leaves rustling around him. He lowered his head to look at the wooden sword in his hand. Its surface gleamed with a soft luster in the morning light. The sect grand competition, that was 3 months away. 3 months was enough to do many things. Elder Gu once said something on the Lianjian ping that Lu Chen remembered for a long time. Your sword technique wasn't learned from a sword manual, it grew out of splitting firewood. At first the words sounded like praise, but Lu Chen knew they were not. They were saying his foundation was skewed. The muscle memory carved from splitting firewood allowed him to defeat a few arrogant, but unskilled opponents in the body-tempering realm, but once he reached the Qi-gathering realm and the mystic comprehension realm, that fighting style built on instinct and quick wit would become a fatal shortcoming. The path of a sword cultivator had to be walked far, so the foundation had to be upright. Elder Gu did not make him memorize sword manuals. The scripture pavilion of Qingzhou Peak held several hundred sword manuals, yet she did not show a single one to Lu Chen. She only asked him to do one thing after the morning lesson ended each day. He was to run through the Qingyun 13 swords 3 times on the Lianjian ping from beginning to end. Not ordinary practice. Before each sword movement, he had to stand still and spend 3 to 5 breaths sensing the sword's weight, the contact between his fingertips and the hilt, the turning range of his shoulder blade as he raised his arm, and the complete transfer of his center of gravity from the rear foot to the front foot as he stepped. Only then he struck. After striking, he held the final pose without moving and spent another 3 to 5 breaths checking whether his wrist twisted too far, whether his knees turned inward, and whether the sword tip's point aligned with his gaze. The first time Lu Chen completed the Qingyun 13 swords in this way, it took him nearly 2 hours. After one pass, his whole body was drenched in sweat, not from exhaustion, but from suppression. Every movement required him to suppress the impulse to move. He was used to the rhythm of splitting firewood. Raise the axe, chop down, then move straight on to the next swing. Once that fast rhythm of efficiency was forcibly slowed, the restlessness that had been accumulating inside him for over a decade surged outward. The second pass took him an hour. The third took half an hour. Elder Gu watched from the side for 3 whole days without saying a word. On the 4th day, she began correcting Lu Chen's grip in the opening move of the first form. Lu Chen held the sword too high, too close to the guard, which gave his wrist more room to maneuver and allowed him to alter the sword path with greater flexibility. But his strength lay in power, not just flexibility. She had him shift his grip down half an inch so that the pommel rested against the heel of his palm. This reduced the wrist's rotation range, but made the transmission of strength from the forearm, waist, and abdomen far more direct. Lu Chen followed her instruction, and after 3 chops, he discovered that his blade's landing point was considerably more precise than before. On the 5th day, Elder Gu corrected his footwork. The angle of his rear foot's retreat was too large, causing his center of gravity to shift half a body width after every thrust. She lightly tapped the stone slab with her toe, signaling him to tuck his heel inward 2 inches. On the 6th day, she corrected the focus of his gaze when turning, pointing out that his eyes moved before his sword did. The correct way was for his gaze to shift at the same moment the sword moved. Steward Feng had never taught these details. Not that he was unwilling. The outer sect's morning lessons simply did not give him enough time to go through every fine point with each disciple. On Qingyun Peak, however, Lu Chen received one-on-one instruction. Though Elder Gu still had Gu Qinghan and 2 other female disciples under her tutelage, she set aside the length of 1 incense stick every morning solely to guide Lu Chen. 15 days later, Lu Chen could complete a standard set of the Qingyun 13 swords in the time it took to burn half an incense stick, and the force trajectory of every stroke had become precise enough to earn Elder Gu's nod. After the corrected foundational sword forms were finished, he needed to return to kinesthetic awareness to consolidate them, and the time spent soaking in the cold spring provided exactly the reinforcing field for this interplay between inner and outer. Breathing deeply in the cold spring, he perceived anew the contraction and relaxation of each tendon as spiritual energy soaked through them. The cold spring water seeped into his pores, carrying spiritual energy from the earth's veins to repair one by one the subtle damage his muscles sustained from repracticing the sword forms. That evening, Lu Chen came out of the cold spring, put on his robe, and met Gu Qinghan by the bamboo grove. Gu Qinghan was leaning against a bamboo stalk, holding a rolled bamboo slip in her hand, as if waiting for someone. Seeing Lu Chen approach, she closed the bamboo slip and said in a calm tone that she had happened to bring a few pages of a fragmentary sword manual along the way. Lu Chen took the bamboo slips and opened the first page. On it were several paragraphs copied in delicate regular script handwriting. Annotations written by a senior of Qingyun Peak on the first 3 forms of the Qingyun 13 swords. Each annotation listed at least 3 applications with simple diagrams marking the angle of the blade and the degree of the body's lean. The handwriting was Gu Qinghan's. Lu Chen looked up at her. Gu Qinghan had already turned around, leaving him only her back. She spoke as she walked, her voice still as cold and aloof as ever, saying only that they were old things and it would be a shame to throw them away. Lu Chen lowered his head and continued reading. On the last page of the bamboo slips, he found a line of small characters. The move where you swap the sword to your left hand in the quarterly assessment can be worked into the 5th form of the Qingyun 13 swords, the reverse upward slash. He rolled up the bamboo slips, looked up at the fading moon-white figure, and called out, "Thank you, senior sister." From that day on, Gu Qinghan would happen to pass by every few days, delivering a few more bamboo slips. Sometimes they were sword annotations, sometimes fragmentary pages of sword manuals. She would leave them on the stone bench at the edge of the Lianjianping, never handing them over directly nor offering any further explanation. Lu Chen would pick them up from the stone bench after every practice, like opening anonymous letters one after another. The contents of the bamboo slips deepened, gradually extending from the first 3 forms of the Qingyun 13 swords all the way to the 9th. Every page was written in a neat, precise hand with frequent traces of corrections along the margins. She had clearly weighed her wording repeatedly while writing. Half a month later, Lu Chen performed the Qingyun 13 swords again on the Lianjianping. When he finished, even Gu Qinghan halted her own sword practice and watched him sheath his sword, remaining silent for a long while. Elder Gu, sitting on a bamboo chair at the edge of the Lianjianping, revealed a rare smile. This time you can be considered to have crossed the threshold. Taijian Peak was the highest and most precipitous of the 7 inner peaks. True to its name, the entire mountain resembled a giant sword thrust upside down into the earth. The slopes rose in sheer cliffs, and stone steps wound along the ridge with bottomless abysses on either side. The disciples of Taijian Peak had to negotiate this perilous trail every day when going up and down the mountain. There had been those who fell, but the rule of Taijian Peak was that a fall could only be blamed on one's own inadequate skill. On the day Zhang Chang'e arrived to report for duty, Meng Changjuan, the elder of Taijian Peak, was crouched beside the forging furnace at the summit, turning over a block of iron glowing red-hot. Meng Changjuan was the most slovenly of the 7 inner peak masters. He went about all day in an old robe riddled with holes burned by sparks, tied his hair in a careless ponytail, and wore a full scruffy beard, looking for all the world like a blacksmith. And in fact, he was a blacksmith. Taijian Peak specialized in artifact refinement and body cultivation. Its disciples not only practiced the sword, they also had to learn forging, quenching, and sharpening. Meng Changjuan showed no superfluous appreciation nor engaging pleasantries at Zhang Chang'e's arrival. He carefully squeezed Zhang Chang'e's arms in the web between his thumb and forefinger. His words carried the blunt, straightforward weight of a man who worked iron. He could tell that this recruit who had fought his way up from the frontier army had no mean talent, but long years of using a saber had misdirected the way he exerted force. He would have to start by lifting anvils, grinding that body's muscle groups back to proper order. Zhang Chang'e had spent 2 years as a menial drudge and 2 years as a foot soldier in the frontier army. He had endured every kind of hardship. He had assumed that coming to Qingyun sect meant a life of comfort. Yet the welcome gift Meng Changjun gave him was a block of dark iron weighing 80 jin. It was not meant for forging swords, it was for lifting. Every morning, he was to carry it from the summit to the artifact workshop halfway down the mountain, and from the workshop back up to the summit, once each morning and once each evening. There was no cold spring on Qingyun Peak, no cool breeze through bamboo groves. There were only the never-extinguished forging furnaces and the endless clang of hammers upon anvils. 2 other disciples entered the sect alongside him. One was named Wang Taizhu. Like Zhan Chang'e, he came from a loose cultivation background, honest and simple, true to his name, with hands strong enough to bend an iron bar barehanded. The other was a senior inner disciple named Zhou Fu, who had already been at Qingyun Peak for 3 years and was a skilled artifact caster. Zhou Fu was courteous in his dealings and always spoke with a smile. But in his eyes, perpetually narrowed against the blaze of the furnace, hid a subtle wariness. Zhan Chang'e had been taken as a direct disciple by Meng Changjun the moment he entered the peak, a privilege Zhou Fu would have begged for in vain. Zhan Chang'e carried the 80 jin dark iron block for half a month without let-up. Twice a day he made the round trip, 8 li of mountain road, each way drenched in sweat, his calves swelling layer upon layer. For the first 3 days he wanted to curse aloud. By the 5th day he began to adjust. By the 10th day he could complete a one-way journey without stopping to catch his breath. Meng Changjun watched from the summit far away and gave a low chuckle. The next day he changed the dark iron block to 120 jin. Lu Chen had visited Qingyun Peak once. Ostensibly, he carried a message from Elder Lu. In reality, he wanted to probe Zhan Chang'e's background. Zhan Chang'e was squatting before the forging furnace working the bellows. His face was black with soot sweat cutting pale furrows through the grime. Lu Chen stood nearby and watched for a long while. Then he said sourly that this was how the elder of Qingyun Peak taught his disciples, by making Zhan Chang'e hammer iron for the rest of his life. Zhan Chang'e did not even lift his head. He kept feeding a billet into the furnace as he shot back. Hammering iron is still better than being someone's lackey. Lu Chen's expression turned grim. His hand pressed down on his sword hilt, but from the corner of his eye he caught sight of the neatly stacked quenching iron blocks in the corner of the workshop. Any one of them weighed at least 40 or 50 jin, and Zhan Chang'e had been swinging them into the water trough with the casual ease of throwing an ordinary stone. He pulled his hand back, sneered, and turned away. Zhan Chang'e paid his visit no heed. Zhou Fu, who had been listening nearby, felt another layer of wariness settle over his heart. Half a month later, on a certain night, Lu Chen set out from Qingyun Peak, following the mountain ridge paths that wove between the inner peaks. After nearly an hour, he reached the foot of Qingyun Peak. He did not take the stone steps at the front gate, instead circling around to the scrap yard behind Qingyun Peak. During the day, Zhan Chang'e had sent word asking him to meet tonight at the scrap yard on the back mountain. The scrap yard was where Qingyun Peak piled discarded weapons. Thousands of broken swords and severed blades lay scattered every which way. Ruined weapons, misshapen sword blanks, and fragments that had failed during quenching gleamed with a cold dim light beneath the moon like a silent graveyard of iron. The air was thick with the reek of rust and burnt coke. Zhan Chang'e had arrived early. He sat on a millstone-sized rock, a newly forged longsword propped on his shoulder. Unlike the standard longswords he had used in the outer sect, this sword had a broader, thicker blade. A dark red spirit stone was set into the guard, and the edge glinted with pale, cold light under the moon. "Did you forge it yourself?" Lu Chen sat down beside him. "That I did." Zhan Chang'e handed him the sword, his voice carrying barely contained excitement. "Old Meng is harsh, but he truly teaches. The sword is called Steel Cutter. Its rank is only high yellow, but it is more than enough for my current cultivation level." He paused, then suddenly rose, his tone turning serious. "Come on, the fight I owe you. I'll pay it back tonight." Lu Chen did not refuse. He stood up, drawing his wooden sword. The two faced each other across the scrapyard. The moonlight was cold and clear, the mountain wind whistled softly, and the scrap iron underfoot clanked in the gusts. Zhan Chang'e attacked first. He had not come to spar, he had come to prove himself. For these 15 days he had lugged 100 jin iron block up and down the mountain paths. The strength in his arms, waist, and abdomen had changed beyond recognition. When he brought the sword down, the sound of the wind had changed. No longer a light whistle, but a heavy muffled boom. Lu Chen shifted his body aside and deflected the force. The instant his wooden sword met Steel Cutter, he felt his hand go numb. The force behind Zhan Chang'e's strike was at least 30% heavier than during the quarterly assessment. The training methods of Qingyun Peak were indeed merciless. The two traded over 100 moves in the scrapyard. The blade of Steel Cutter traced bold, rough arcs in the moonlight, while the wooden sword wound through the gaps of the heavy blade like a nimble fish. As the fight went on, both of them grew fully caught up in it. Zhan Chang'e stripped off his outer robe, revealing a set of sinewy muscles darkened by years of furnace heat. Raising his sword high, he let out a bellow of pure delight again. The words had barely left his mouth when Steel Cutter swept down like a streak of black light. Lu Chen thrust his sword to meet it. Wood and steel clashed in midair, ringing out in a sharp, heavy note. His sword was trembling, his hand shaking slightly, but the line of his blade never wavered. This time he did not let go and switch swords. Only when they were completely spent did they collapse onto the scrap yard panting raggedly. The moon had climbed to the zenith. The mountain wind drove the metallic tang of iron into their lungs, and their mouths were full of the taste of steel. Zhang Changagrin stuck out a hand and bumped fists with Lu Chen. Now this is what they call striking iron, he said. There were still 2 months and 10 days before the sect grand competition. Lin Ju had a habit of spending an hour in the inner sect's library pavilion every night after practicing his sword. The library pavilion was built halfway up the main peak of Qingxiao Peak, a 3-story stone edifice housing all publicly accessible classics since the founding of Qingyun sect. The first floor, where cultivation manuals and sword techniques were freely available to all inner sect disciples, the second floor required a senior elder's warrant to access, and the third floor was reserved exclusively for peak masters. Lin Ju typically chose a corner by the window on the first floor, lit an oil lamp, and read in quiet concentration. He was not studying sword techniques. Given his current cultivation level and natural aptitude, the publicly available manuals on the first floor had long since lost their appeal for him. Instead, he delved into eclectic reading material, local chronicles, geographical surveys, ancient myths, and fragmented travel journals, absorbing anything he could find. This habit had taken root during his years of convalescence at home. During those years bettered in by illness, he spent each day lost in books, moving from materia medica to travelogues of mountains and rivers, from primordial mythology to tales of frontier conflicts. When he recovered, the habit remained. That evening he was browsing through a tattered copy of the Southern Mountain Chronicles, its pages yellowed and brittle, crackling softly as he turned them. Tucked between the pages was an older fragment of paper inscribed with ancient seal script. The fragmented text spoke of a divine weapon lost somewhere in the mortal realm during antiquity, its name forgotten, leaving only a cryptic line: the sword born no name, formed from wood alone. Lin Ju stared at those words for a long time. The boy beside the sword trial stone on admission day came to mind. That disheveled wooden sword hanging from his waist, its blade cracked and weathered, appearing anything but a legendary weapon. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's envoy had stayed only 3 days in Qingyun City before departing, yet rumors of that primordial divine sword continued to circulate through every corner of the city, though never substantiated. Standing behind his grandfather, he had watched the wooden sword's radiance surge from half a zhang to over 2 zhang, and his reaction had been curiosity rather than shock. Why hadn't the Heavenly Sword Mansion's envoy paid it a second glance when selecting disciples in Qingyun City? If the fragment's account was reliable, why had no elder across Qingyun sect's generations recognized it? Perhaps someone had recognized it, but kept silent. He tucked the fragment back into the book, closed it, and rose to leave. But before he could take a step, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows behind the bookshelf ahead. It was Lu Yuanqing, flanked by 2 inner sect attendants who blocked both sides of the passage leading to the stairs. Lu Yuanqing restrained his usual sneer more than he had at the Hall of Stewards, but his narrow eyes still gleamed with some unreadable calculation. His gaze lingered on the worn volume in Lin Ju's hands as he smiled meaningfully, remarking that with the sect tournament approaching, senior brother Lin was still poring over miscellaneous texts. Either he held no respect for his opponents or had saved some devastating technique in reserve. Lin Ju returned the book to the shelf and pushed back calmly, asking him to state his business directly. Lu Yuanqing leaned in with a casual air and lowered his voice, mentioning he had encountered the elder of the Lin family downstairs. The elder had come to the mountains specially that night to arrange matters for the tournament, suggesting the Lin family's fortune rested entirely on the second young master. He then shifted the subject to Lu Chen and Zhang Changga, both promoted from the outer sect, noting they came from humble origins like Lin Ju, yet had risen to prominence within the inner sect, particularly Lu Chen, who had been admitted directly to Qingzhou Peak. Stepping closer and speaking in hushed tones, he mentioned witnesses had seen Lin Ju staring intently at Lu Chen's wooden sword by the trial stone, suggesting the blade seemed suspicious. He proposed that if they discovered any misconduct from this outer sect cultivator, they should investigate together, claiming it would benefit everyone. Lin Ju's expression shifted. He raised his gaze to meet Lu Yuanqing's, still clear, but with none of the warmth beneath it. He did not threaten or tell him to leave. Instead, he methodically returned his books to the shelf, speaking in a tone that was gentle, yet carried a chill that made Lu Yuanqing's spine stiffen, telling him to prove himself openly on the tournament platform rather than plotting in shadows. Lu Yuanqing narrowed his eyes, his expression cycling through several changes before he sneered and turned away. Lin Ju watched him disappear down the stairs, then picked up the Southern Mountain Chronicles again and tucked the fragment back inside. Meanwhile, on a secluded cliff platform behind Qingxiao Peak, Yi Songfeng practiced his sword under the moonlight. He had joined Qingyun sect a batch after Lu Chen. He was a rogue cultivator admitted through exceptional circumstances after arriving alone at the mountain gate, following the entrance examination. Initially assigned to outer sect chores, he was later promoted to the inner sect by a steward who had encountered him during a journey and recognized his combat awareness and pure sword intent. His sword was both incredibly heavy and incredibly fast. During practice, he never chanted any cultivation mantras, only chopping, thrusting, and slicing, pouring his entire body's strength into every strike. Those who trained alongside him sensed an unyielding defiance in his sword techniques, but Yi Tsongfeng never explained himself. That evening he was practicing a newly conceived drawing technique. Gripping the hilt backward in his right hand, he lowered his center of gravity and exploded into a swift cut over the shortest distance. Where the blade passed, stones on the ground split cleanly in two. After sheathing his sword, he stood upright and glanced toward the platform's entrance. Lu Chen had come to Qingyun Peak tonight, and he had briefly watched from the edge of the scrapyard until confirming that the two inner sect disciples of outer sect origin were simply giving their all against each other, then returned here. He drew a coarse ceramic wineskin from his robes, unscrewed the stopper, and took 2 swigs before gazing absently at the mountain peaks bathed in moonlight. He came from no prominent family, nor did he possess the military background of Zhangchanga. He had emerged from a small village at the foot of a mountain, practiced his sword alone on a cliff no higher than 100 zhang for 3 years, then shouldered his blade and moved toward taller peaks. Qingyun sect was not his destination, merely one stop along his journey. The turbulence within the inner sect meant nothing more to him than another boulder to cleave apart. As night deepened, the lanterns in the library pavilion flickered out one by one, and the sword resonances from each peak gradually fell silent. Yet beneath the surface, undercurrents were already stirring in places unseen. By the time Lu Chen returned to Qingyun Peak from Qingyun Peak, the night had long passed midnight. He slipped through the bamboo door, quietly navigated to his bamboo bed in darkness, and set the wooden sword beside his pillow. After soaking in the cold spring and engaging in fierce combat at the scrapyard, his strength was utterly drained, yet his spirit remained invigorated. Zhangchanga's Qingyun Peak blacksmithing techniques had torn through every muscle in his body. The sensation differed entirely from previous sparring sessions. Previously, he had applied his firewood chopping foundation to swordplay, but now the sword methods were hammering his physical frame in reverse. In the darkness, he closed his eyes as his breathing gradually steadied. The wooden sword in his hands lay still, as ordinary timber, its blade cool to the touch, the cracks vanishing into the night. But he knew that fragment of soul watched him quietly from the depths of darkness. That youth from Qingyun Peak tonight. You hesitated half a beat when deflecting his strike. The soul's voice echoed softly, carrying its usual languor. But you didn't drop your grip and switch hands like before. Not bad. Shows you've learned something. Lu Chen smiled without sound. The moon had slanted westward, and Qingyun Peak rested in the final stretch of stillness before dawn. The schemes woven in darkness had not yet reached the youth amid this bamboo grove, at least not tonight. Xia Linger arrived at the Qingyun sect in an unmarked old carriage. She had brought no guards, no attendants. The young servant in blue walking the reins was the same one who had driven for her all those years ago. The carriage stopped in the visitors' courtyard outside the mountain gate, and set against the brocade carriages of the surrounding great clans, it looked as shabby as a delivery cart. When she alighted, the disciples on gate duty did not even recognize her. The Xia family had supplied herbs to the Qingyun sect for so many years, yet Xia Linger's visits could be counted on one hand, each one businesslike and brief. But her movements remained unmistakably Xia Linger's. After stepping down, she first stood where she was and looked around, taking in the surroundings, the people, the orientation of the gate, and the number of disciples on duty all at once before she started toward the mountain gate. Her complexion was a shade more tired than it had been 3 months ago, with faint bluish shadows beneath her eyes, but her back was still straight. She did not have the gatehouse announce her arrival. She went directly to the outer sect affairs hall, and in her capacity as an outer sect steward reviewed the list of disciples who had recently been promoted into the inner sect. On the list, the name Lu Chen was written on the first line. Xia Linger looked at those 2 characters, and the corner of her mouth curved. It was not a smile, it was a knowing look that said, just as I expected. She closed the roster and said to the steward, please notify Qingyun Peak. Xia Linger, outer sect steward, requests an audience with Elder Gu and would also like to see a friend. When the message reached Qingyun Peak, Lu Chen had just finished bathing in the cold spring and was drying his hair at the edge of the bamboo grove. Gu Qinghan walked over with a hint of amusement in her voice. There's an outer sect steward named Xia Ling down the mountain looking for you. A woman, and rather good looking. Lu Chen's hands paused for an instant. He draped the towel over his shoulder, pulled on his outer robe, and started down the mountain. His pace was considerably quicker than usual. As he passed through the bamboo grove, the leaves rustled against his robes. The two met at the reception pavilion beside the mountain gate. Xia Linger sat on a stone stool in the pavilion. Before her were 2 cups of tea, one hers, the other placed across from her, clearly set out for him. When Lu Chen entered the pavilion, Xia Linger looked up at him. The way she studied him was exactly the same as when she had parted the carriage curtain to look at him back then, missing nothing. In the 3 months since they had last met, he had grown sturdier than when he stayed at the Xia family's villa. His shoulders were broader, and the lines of his arms were faintly visible beneath his robe. More importantly, his eyes, muted before, now held a brightness, the kind of brilliance that comes only after cultivation has settled onto the right path. You've put on weight, Xia Linger said. It's called muscle. Lu Chen sat down across from her. Xia Linger did not continue that line of conversation. She pushed the teacup toward him and got straight to the point. The Xia family's herb business is in deep trouble. The Lu family has secretly allied with several herb merchants from Funyo Mountain and cut off the bloodvine supply completely. At the same time, they have been buying up aged ginseng at inflated prices, driving the market price to 3 times what it was at this time last year. Lu Chen took the cup, but did not drink. His fingertip grazed the rim. He remembered bloodvine. When they were taking stock at the Xia family shop, Xia Linger had stated her strategy in front of him. However much the Lu family presses down, we swallow it all. Those bloodvines had indeed been bought up, and in considerable volume. Is that batch of bloodvine still in the warehouse? He asked. Yes. The rainy season closed off the mountain roads for 3 months, so goods from Funyo Mountain couldn't get in. Our batch of bloodvine became the only stock on the market. The Lu family had assumed that as soon as the rains came we would have to raise prices, and they could follow suit. But I held back and didn't sell. Xia Linger took a sip of tea, a cold glint flashing beneath her lashes. Now the rainy season is almost over, and they're forcing me to put my goods on the market. And after they force you to sell, they'll slash the price. Once I've sold everything clean, they'll toss out their hoarded ginseng and smash through my cash flow in one blow. Xia Linger set down her teacup. This trap hinges not on the ginseng, but on the bloodvine. The ginseng is only a decoy. What they really want is to force me to restock at high prices while the rains seal the roads. When the blockade lifts and supplies pour back, bloodvine prices will crash. Then everything in my warehouse becomes a losing stock. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. He watched the tea tremble faintly in his cup, then asked, "How much do you need?" Xia Linger was taken aback. Her original plan had been to ask him whether he knew anyone in the inner sect who could help make the necessary connections. She had not expected him to ask, "How much do you need?" first. She answered saying the shortfall was not large, but she would need half a month to turn things around, and during that half month no one could learn that her cash flow was in trouble. Lu Chen put down the teacup and looked at her calmly. He remembered Elder Gu mentioning that behind the bamboo courtyard on Qingyun Peak there was a medicinal garden, a private plot first tended in Elder Gu's time as an outer sect steward. In it grew a patch of century-old yellow polygonatum and several extremely rare 9-section calamus plants. Elder Gu kept those herbs under strict watch, but if Lu Chen were willing to go and ask, given the elder's regard for him, it was very likely the elder would agree to lend them. He made no firm commitment, only explaining a little about the history of the medicinal garden, then asked Xia Linger to wait one night. Xia Linger looked at Lu Chen and was silent for a long time. This young man spoke in a way none of the stewards in her shop did. He painted no rosy futures, made no grand promises. He simply stated the facts with an almost analytical, debriefing calm, and then told her to wait for the result. She suddenly felt that the youth she had called out to on the street 3 months ago coming out of the labor guild was no longer the same person as the warehouse keeper she had hired then. Lu Chen got to his feet and was about to leave when Xia Linger called him back. "One more thing." Her tone suddenly turned serious. "The people from Tianjin Mansion have shown up again." Lu Chen turned around. Half a month ago the senior envoy from Tianjin Mansion doubled back while passing through the southern borderlands, asking all along the way about the whereabouts of a sword. Xia Linger met his eyes. A broken wooden sword. The pavilion was still for a while. A mountain wind slipped past outside, setting the teacups on the stone table gently trembling. Lu Chen's fingers tightened slightly on the hilt of his sword. It was several breaths before he spoke. He asked whether word of it had reached the Lu family. Xia Linger has said the Lu family's intelligence moved even faster than hers, but for now they did not yet know in whose hands the sword lay. Lu Chen asked nothing further. He nodded to Xia Linger, turned, and left the reception pavilion. Dusk had already veiled Qingshao Peak, and the pines and cypresses on either side of the stone steps let out a low, deep sound like the tide in the wind. Lu Chen climbed the mountain step by step. Toward Qingyun Peak the bamboo grove stretched like a sea, its shadows swaying in the wind. The wooden sword at his waist was as quiet as always. Yi Songfeng appeared on Qingyun Peak at a time no one had anticipated. That morning Elder Gu was absent from the mountain. She had been summoned to the main peak by the sect leader for a council. Gu Qinghan practiced swordplay in the rear mountains while 2 other female disciples weeded and watered in the herb garden. Lu Chen trained alone on the sword plaza, running through the full sequence of the Qingyun 13 sword stances using his newly refined sensory approach. After sheathing his blade, he suddenly sensed a razor-sharp sword pressure sweeping over the bamboo grove above. That was not killing intent. It was pure sword pressure, cold, sharp, and unadorned, like an unsheathed blade hovering overhead. He raised his head and saw a figure crouched on a bamboo branch ahead, cradling a scabbard-less heavy sword in his arms. The man wore the cyan robe of an inner sect disciple, muscles straining beneath the fabric, his weight balanced on the balls of his feet. The entire bamboo branch rose and fell gently with the mountain wind, yet he remained as steady as though nailed to it. Yi Songfeng leapt down from the branch, landing on the stone slab with not a sound. His frame was similar to Lu Chen's, but broader-shouldered, the thenar eminence of his hand thickly layered with calluses forged by years of wielding a heavy blade. He cast a glance at Lu Chen without introducing himself, simply raising his sword in a level point and tossing out the briefest of challenges. Lu Chen remembered him, had caught a distant glimpse among the onlookers during the Outer Sect's quarterly examination, and Zhang Chang'e had later mentioned him in passing on Taijian Peak, describing a loose cultivator whose obsession with sword practice had driven him to madness, forcibly promoted from servant ranks into the inner sect, where no one in his cohort would willingly spar with him. Today Zhang Chang'e's words were entirely accurate. Lu Chen asked no further questions, simply replied, "Very well," and drew his wooden sword. Lu Chen angled his blade toward the ground, sank his breath into his dantian, and fixed his gaze. Yi Songfeng struck first. His sword path was neither the Qingyun 13 stances nor any technique Lu Chen had ever encountered. His style was entirely self-invented. A heavy cleave followed by a reverse horizontal /, never fading before transitioning into a forward thrust with advancing steps. Between each strike, there was barely a pause, his sword momentum rolling on like a violent, unending storm. More troubling still was the sheer weight of his blade. The sword pressure arrived before the edge itself. Each time Lu Chen's wooden sword met Yi Songfeng's heavy blade, his Thenar eminence was numbed by the impact. By the 10th exchange, Lu Chen understood that this opponent's combat style was fundamentally different from Zhang Chang'e's. Zhang Chang'e's heavy sword relied on overwhelming force to break through defenses, but after each strike, there was a breathing gap. Yi Songfeng offered no such opening, or rather he reduced it to its absolute minimum. Every sword was an extension of the last. There was no beginning, development, turn, or conclusion in his techniques. Only continuous continuation. Once drawn into his attack rhythm, escaping was nearly impossible. Lu Chen was forced to retreat step by step, yet precisely within this extreme and relentless pressure did the fruits of his foundational reconstruction on Qingyun Peak begin to manifest. Previously, when he had built his swordwork upon a wood-chopping foundation, such unbroken assault would have forced him to resort to desperate improvisations within 3 exchanges, dropping his sword, sidestepping for a surprise attack, or attempting to disrupt with finger techniques. But today he did not. He adhered strictly to the refined striking method Elder Gu had reshaped for him, meeting every parry with the thickest part of his blade, and coordinating every redirection of force with shifts in his footwork center of gravity. His movements grew slower, but his sword grew steadier. The remnant soul observed the battle in silence within his sea of consciousness. It was not until well beyond the 40th exchange that the remnant soul spoke in a tone of rare seriousness. It pointed out that Yi Songfeng's approach differed from most sword cultivators Lu Chen had ever encountered. The man had cast aside all the constraints of established sword forms, driving his blade entirely through combat instinct. The advantage of this style was its suffocating tightness, but its flaw was inevitable. Among every 100 strikes, one would inevitably overstep, slightly, due to excessive continuation of the previous momentum. It instructed Lu Chen to count until that moment, and then act. Lu Chen began counting in silence. 97, 98, 99, 100. Yi Songfeng's 100th strike was a heavy diagonal cleave, descending from the upper left, carrying more force than any preceding blade. The sword parting the air emitted a deep, thunderous rumble. Lu Chen did not block. His body shifted half a pace to the right, letting the blade edge graze his left shoulder and miss entirely. In the same instant, his wooden sword executed the 9th stance of Qingyun 13, slashing upward from below and cutting diagonally into the trajectory of Yi Songfeng's recovering strike. If Yi Songfeng sought to retrieve his heavy sword, he would collide with the wooden blade. If he abandoned the recovery, he would need to step back 3 paces. He chose a third option, flipping his wrist to let the heavy sword fly from his grasp and plant itself into the ground, while both palms shot forward in a preemptive strike. Lu Chen did not withdraw his sword. Instead, his right hand continued pressing upward to seal off Yi Songfeng's retreat, while his left hand shot forward, with equal force, 2 fingers extended in a straight stab that halted mere inches from Yi Songfeng's throat. Yi Songfeng glanced down at the fingers before his throat, then threw back his head and laughed aloud. When his laughter subsided, he spoke 3 words, his voice resonating clearly through the bamboo grove for a long while fought. He bore his defeat without anger. Lu Chen matched him in combat instinct, but the other's sword foundation had already solidified, giving his strikes a depth Yi Songfeng himself lacked. He casually sat down beside the training yard, unslung his wineskin, and took a hearty gulp, then candidly admitted that since his transfer to the inner sect and the formation of his qi circulation, he had nearly always sparred with fellow disciples at the qi gathering realm. It was only now that he truly understood the pressure a properly grounded body-tempering cultivator could exert. Finishing his words, he took another long drink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and patted the stone slab, inviting Lu Chen to sit and rest. Lu Chen settled beside him, the bamboo grove's shade falling across both their shoulders. Yi Songfeng was talkative, spinning tales from every corner of his life. How as a child in a mountain village he had chased a wild boar for 3 li after first touching a sword, how he had fallen from cliffs while training alone, and nearly broken his leg how he had joined the Qingyun sect to prove to those who looked down upon loose cultivators that a rogue cultivator could carve his own bloody path through the sect with nothing but his sword. Lu Chen sat quietly listening, offering an occasional remark, a faint smile touching his lips. The man who had swung 100 strikes at him upon their very first meeting turned out to be quite the chatterbox. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the bamboo leaves dappled across both their shoulders, casting fractured patterns of light across the training yard. They had known each other only briefly, yet some bonds require no time. One clash is all it takes to see. Zhuqiu Ming was the direct line heir of the Zhuqiu family in the inner sect. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of qi gathering, and though his innate talent was far from extraordinary, he enjoyed exceptional popularity among his peers, navigating every social situation with practiced grace. Lu Yuanqing found him at dusk when most inner sect disciples were practicing sword forms on their respective peaks, and the dormitory grounds stood almost deserted. After Lu Yuanqing laid out his purpose, Zhuqiu Ming leaned against the windowsill and fell silent for a long time. Having him lead a team for the sect tournament was one thing. The Lu family's cultivation resources were indeed far more abundant than those of the Zhuqiu family. But Lu Yuanqing's true intention had nothing to do with rankings. He sought to cripple Lu Chen on the tournament arena. It was true that the sect tournament saw real bloodshed, but deliberately destroying another cultivator's foundation was a capital offense. If the scheme were exposed, Lu Yuanqing had Elder Lu to shield him. Zhuqiu Ming would have nothing at all. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Yuanqing drew a small brocade box from his sleeve and slowly pushed it across the table. Inside lay a Tongxian pill. Moreover, should the deed be accomplished, 3 pill shops in Funyo Mountain, a core Lu family asset, would be transferred to the Zhuqiu family's name. Zhuqiu Ming stared at the brocade box for a long while. A Tongxian pill was a miraculous elixir forged by condensing the lifetime of cultivation of a Tongshuan realm expert on their deathbed, a treasure beyond price. Even his own father could not obtain one. 3 pill shops in the southern frontier, that was a sum far too steep enough to breed distrust. He raised his gaze and asked Lu Yuanqing, why would a body-tempering cultivator from the outer sect elevated only to inner membership spend such a staggering price to eliminate someone? A familiar gentle smile rested on Lu Yuanqing's face. He offered only 4 words: do not ask further. Zhuqiu Ming was silent for another moment, then reached out and slipped the brocade box into his sleeve. Neither of them noticed a slender small figure standing at the bend of the corridor outside the window. It was a lowly outer sect servant named Cheng, tasked with cleaning the disciples' quarters. He had joined the outer sect less than a month prior and spent his days delivering brooms and rags to the various peaks. He knew Lu Chen. Lu Chen had spoken up for him once when he was being harassed by Lu Yuanqing's men. He recognized Lu Yuanqing's voice, and he had clearly heard those 4 words, cripple Lu Chen. Clutching his broom, he crept backward and vanished into the far end of the corridor. That very night, he carried the news to Qingzhou Peak. Lu Chen received the report after seeing Yi Songfeng sitting on the stone steps before his bamboo house polishing his wooden sword. The wooden sword rested across his knees, wiped again and again. Its cracks gleamed dark and deep under the moonlight. Cheng, breathless, recounted everything. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then rose and patted his shoulder. Thank you. Be careful on your way back. Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded firmly, and sprinted into the night. That evening, Zhan Chang'e scaled over from Taijian Peak. Yi Songfeng detoured through the cliff terraces behind the mountain, and Gu Qinghan appeared uninvited, leaning against the bamboo grove in a patch of shadow. The 4 gathered beside the cold spring in the bamboo forest at the rear of Qingzhou Peak. Zhan Chang'e struck first, his palm slamming heavily against a nearby bamboo stalk. The leaves trembled and rained down. He had bitten his tongue and endured on Taijian Peak for far too long. All he regretted was not breaking Lu Yuanqing's sword on that stone bridge that day. Yi Songfeng, leaning against another bamboo with his heavy sword across his chest, spoke coldly. Lu Yuanqing's own cultivation was unworthy of such a poisonous scheme. It was obviously an attempt to dirty someone else's hands. Gu Qinghan stood somewhat apart, moonlight tracing the cold elegance of her profile. She waited until both Zhan Chang'e and Yi Songfeng had finished before speaking, her tone as placid as ever. She confirmed only one thing: Lu Yuanqing had approached Zhuqiu Ming. She gave a brief account of Zhuqiu Ming's background: mid-stage, qi gathering, wielding a flexible iron spike sword in an unorthodox style that targeted joints and acupoints. On the tournament platform, even without intent to maim, such techniques could leave an opponent bedridden for half a year. The other 2 members of their team were still being scouted, likely to be recruited from desperate souls among the outer sect, offered heavy rewards. Upon hearing the name Zhuqiu Ming, Zhan Chang'e frowned deeply and stated unequivocally he would take the lead. He would handle Zhuqiu Ming himself. Yi Songfeng shook his head and pressed a hand on Zhan Chang'e's shoulder. He acknowledged Zhan Chang'e's strength, but pointed out that countering such sneaky tactics required a fighting style as relentless and continuous as his own, one that would never afford Zhuqiu Ming an opening to strike. As the 2 stalled, footsteps echoed from beyond the bamboo grove. Gu Qinghan, standing at the perimeter, frowned faintly and her wrist moved almost imperceptibly to rest on her sword hilt, until she recognized the newcomer and slowly relaxed. Lin Ju emerged from the bamboo path. His hands were empty. He carried no sword, only an old volume of texts. His complexion was pale beneath the moonlight, but his eyes were clear and unguarded. He ignored the wary glances exchanged by Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng and walked directly to Lu Chen, extending a manuscript whose cover was already half-torn. The volume was older even than the miscellaneous records commonly found in the library. The thread binding its spine had rotted through the pages, yellow and brittle as autumn leaves, edges frayed and missing. But the ancient seal script characters inscribed within remained perfectly legible. The bookmarked page revealed a fragmentary illustration, the outline of a sword accompanied by a line of small characters. Its sword bears no name, shaped from what a remnant of the primordial age, the spirit's sword without name. The sword depicted in the drawing was almost identical to the wooden one at Lu Chen's waist. Lu Chen took the manuscript and looked down at it for a long while. Within the bamboo grove, silence reigned, broken only by the wind and the murmur of the cold spring. Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng exchanged a glance and said nothing. Gu Qinghan stepped out of the shadows and stood beside Lu Chen. She glanced at the illustration, and an exceedingly faint ripple passed through her eyes. Lin Ju did not ask whether the sword in the drawing was the one at Lu Chen's waist. He simply informed Lu Chen in the calm tone of one stating a fact that he had found this manuscript on a discarded shelf on the first floor of the library, one that had gone unnoticed for at least 4 or 5 decades. He handed the manuscript to Lu Chen and turned to leave. A few steps later he paused and added without looking back, this was something he wished to understand himself, and he did not wish to owe anyone a favor for it. After Lin Ju had departed, Gu Qinghan spoke softly, her voice lighter and colder than usual. She had observed that the ink on the manuscript was at least centuries old, and its provenance was highly likely the same lineage as the clue the senior envoy of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had pursued to Qingyun City years ago. Lu Chen closed the manuscript and looked up toward the dark sky beyond the bamboo. Zhang Chang'e's knuckles cracked as he gripped his sword. Yi Songfeng fell silent, drinking from his flask. Gu Qinghan retreated once more into the shadows, her arms folded across her chest. That night the four reached an unspoken accord. 3 would formally enter the sect tournament as a team. Their name remained unwritten, but their objective was understood by all. Yi Songfeng would infiltrate and gather intelligence on Zhuqiu Ming's team. Zhang Chang'e would continue his grueling physical training on Taijian Peak. Gu Qinghan would collect intelligence on the dealings between the Lu family and inter-sect factions. And Lu Chen would enter seclusion for the final month before the competition to break through. When the tournament began, Zhuqiu Ming would fall to Yi Songfeng's hands. The night deepened and Lin Ju's figure had already disappeared at the far end of the mountain path leading from Qingzhou Peak. The tattered manuscript he had left lay open on Lu Chen's knees. The outline of the sword rendered on those yellowed pages was stark and unsettling under the moonlight. Lu Chen knew this wooden sword carried a secret of monumental magnitude, so vast that people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion would return for it, so great that the Lin family's celebrated genius had ventured alone into the bamboo groves of Qingzhou Peak at midnight because of it. But now was not the time to pursue secrets. The sect tournament was still 1 month away. Zhuqiu Ming was sharpening his spiked sword in the shadows. Lu Yuanqing, sheltered by Elder Lu, was laying out his chessboard. The shadow of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was quietly closing in around the periphery of Qingyun sect. And among the four sitting beside the cold spring in the bamboo grove, there was one simplest commonality. They all refused to lose. The water of the cold spring was coldest at midnight. Lu Chen had already been sitting in the stone pool for 4 hours. The chill of the spring seeped into his meridians, climbed along his spine, and converged at the fengfu acupoint at the back of his head into a sharp ice spike-like pain. According to Elder Gu's rules, one could not soak in the cold spring for more than an hour, but today he made an exception. The remnant's soul did not stop him. Gu Qinghan was not in the bamboo grove. The entire Qingzhou Peak was quietly bathed in moonlight, with only the sound of the cold spring flowing and his own breathing. The perfection of the body-tempering realm was not achieved by stacking spiritual energy. Elder Gu had said during morning lessons that the essence of body tempering was to hone the resilience of the meridian walls, and that the enhancement of resilience had to be accomplished under extreme conditions, allowing the meridians to contract to their utmost in the cold, then expand again under the circulation of spiritual energy over and over, like forging iron through quenching. Lu Chen's current state was exactly that. The cold compressed his meridians to the point nearly closed, and spiritual energy struggled to flow through channels as narrow as pinholes, each inch of progress accompanied by stabbing pain like needles. His consciousness began to blur. In a daze he saw again that ruined temple, the leaking roof, the toppled divine statue, and beneath the altar that pitch-black wooden sword. Back then he had not even touched the threshold of the body-tempering realm. He had simply grasped the sword hilt on intuition, and from then on he could never let it go. Almost there. The remnant soul's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, no longer in its usual languid tone, but with a calm, almost severe scrutiny. Your meridian walls have been tempered to 99%, only the deepest nodes remain. Freeze them through as well, then let them thaw, and your body tempering will be complete. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and sank a little deeper into the water. The icy spring water rose over his shoulders and reached his collarbones. He could feel those nodes begin to contract under the erosion of the cold, like several rusty iron doors slowly closing shut. The pain intensified, but he did not come out. He sank his awareness down to his dantian, and following the body-tempering breathing technique, pushed the faint warm strand of spiritual energy within his dantian upward inch by inch. Warmth and cold collided head-on within his meridians, and the impact made his entire chest tremble. After an unknown span of time, those nodes finally began to loosen. First Yangwen, then Jiang, and finally Lingtai. The three nodes were breached in sequence, and the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians suddenly quickened, like a stream blocked for years finally, having its silt dredged away. The cold receded from his meridians like an ebbing tide, replaced by a gentle and enduring warmth that rose from his dantian, traveled up his spine, and completed a full cycle through all the channels of his body. The body-tempering realm was now perfected. Lu Chen opened his eyes, and the surface of the stone pool reflected a bright moon. He lowered his head to look at his hands. There was no obvious change on the surface of his skin, but when he clenched his fists, he could clearly sense the traces of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. The tendons of every finger were saturated with spiritual energy, full and powerful. He stood up from the stone pool, and a series of crisp sounds echoed from his bones. The remnant soul was silent for a few breaths, then suddenly spoke. With body tempering perfected, you are now barely qualified to know certain matters. Lu Chen sat beside the pool, laid the wooden sword across his knees, and waited. This sword does indeed have a name, but it is not a primeval divine weapon, nor some relic fallen from the heavens. It is called Nameless, meaning it has no name. It is simply nameless. The remnant soul's voice shifted in tone, no longer condescending, but carrying a weariness that had settled for far too long. I forged it. A very, very long time ago. So long that even if I told you, you could not find a corresponding dynasty. When I forged it, I used a piece of lightning struck wood, not some heavenly treasure. The reason it could bear sword intent was not that the wood was fine, but that I put half my life into it. Lu Chen said nothing, but the fingers gripping the sword hilt unconsciously tightened. When I forged this sword, I neither sought to impart a doctrine nor to leave a name. I only wanted to break a cage. The remnant soul paused. That cage is called the Three Realms. You cannot touch this level yet, but just remember, the Three Realms are not everything. Above the Three Realms lies a greater world, and the road to that world has been sealed off by someone. The one who sealed that road called himself a god. I forged the nameless sword to split open that door. I failed. The sword broke, the soul shattered, and only this wisp of remnant soul survived within the blade, drifting in a daze for I know not how many years, finally coming to rest beneath the altar of a ruined temple. That day at the sword testing stone. On that day at the sword testing stone, the sword light surged because the sword intent within sensed the ancient sword intent left in the stone. The remnant soul's tone returned to its usual indifference. That was not your skill, it was the nameless sword's instinctive reaction. The people of Heavenly Sword Mansion are searching for this sword, but what they pursue is not the sword itself. It is the sword intent hidden within it. That power capable of splitting open the divine gate, even if only a trace remains, would drive any sword cultivator mad. Lu Chen raised the wooden sword before his eyes. Under the moonlight, the cracks on the blade looked no different from before, but at this moment, he seemed to see something deeper through those cracks. A sword intent sealed deep within the grain of the wood, like a flame frozen in crystal, quietly waiting to be relit. My time is running out, the remnant soul said. This wisp of soul had already consumed too much before you. It has lasted this long solely because of the bit of spiritual energy you brought in during your body tempering. Once you break through to the chi gathering realm, part of the sword intent within the blade will be activated, and at that time I may fall into slumber for a while. So while I am still awake, I will teach you everything I can. Lu Chen did not ask what time is running out meant. He simply sheathed the wooden sword and said in a calm voice, "Go ahead." That night the remnant soul spoke of many things. He began with the fundamentals of the sword path, not the set patterns of sword techniques like the Qingyun 13 swords, but something more essential: how sword chi condenses from the meridians, how it attaches to the blade, and how it erupts at the moment of striking the target. He explained that those in the body tempering realm had narrow meridians and little spiritual energy, so the true sword cultivator's combat style was precise strikes, concentrating the limited spiritual energy at the tip of the sword and releasing it at the moment of contact rather than spreading it throughout the swing and wasting it along the way. Your left-hand sword swap during the seasonal examination was a form of precise strike, but that was only instinct, not systematic. Next you must practice condensing chi into a blade edge, concentrating spiritual energy within 3 inches of the sword tip and releasing it only upon impact. In this way, even if your total spiritual energy in the body tempering realm is inferior to that of the chi gathering realm, your effective destructive power can match or even surpass it. Lu Chen noted everything down one by one. The remnant soul then spoke of the embryonic form of sword intent, Sword intent is not a technique, it is the embodiment of will. Every true sword cultivator has their own sword intent. Lin Zhu's sword intent was shattering illusion, born from his craving for truth through over a decade of illness. Yi Songfeng's was indomitable, born from his solitary years of forging himself on the cliff. Gu Qinghan's was a serene solitude, born from the long quiet cultivation on Qingyun Peak. What Lu Chen's sword intent would be the remnant soul did not say, he only told him to find it himself in battle. Sword intent told by others is false, only the one realized on the blade's edge counts. After he finished speaking, he fell silent for a long time, so long that Lu Chen thought he had fallen asleep. Then the remnant soul suddenly spoke again, his voice carrying a complex emotion. Back then when he lost to that gatekeeper of the divine realm, he had not lost in sword intent, he had lost because he had only one sword and one life. The gatekeeper of the divine realm is not a single entity, it is the embodiment of cosmic law, and the law itself is immune to any pure attack. The reason the myriad Tao holy body could break it lies not in the profundity of any single Tao's mastery, but in the combined force of all 10,000 Taos. The sword intent sealed within the wooden sword is the first key to opening the divine gate, and the path Lu Chen must walk is to cultivate all the Taos to full mastery, condensing them into a second key that can truly pierce through the law. Lu Chen listened without a word. He placed the wooden sword beside his pillow, lay down on the bamboo bed, and stared at the bamboo grain on the ceiling, running through everything the remnant soul had said that night from beginning to end in his mind. Just before dawn he suddenly realized something. The remnant soul had said that in the past he had gone to break the cage alone. He had no companions, no comrades in arms. A lone man bearing a single sword, he had gone to blast the divine gate. When he lost, he simply lost. There was no one even to gather his corpse. But Lu Chen was not alone. Beneath the roof above his bed hung a sword that could not speak. Beyond the bamboo grove was a senior sister who would not say soft words, or on the back mountain was a brother reunited with him on the scrap heap. And on the cliff, there was a loquacious heavy sword practitioner. What the remnant soul had failed to accomplish, he might not necessarily accomplish either. But he would certainly not do it alone. The envoys of the Heaven Sword Manor arrived earlier than anyone had expected. 3 tall snow-white horses halted before the mountain gate, the 3 riders upon them clad in silver-gray sword robes, their cuffs embroidered with the Cloud-In sword badge, unique to the Heaven Sword Manor. The one at the head was tall and lean with a severe countenance, a narrow-bladed long sword hung at his waist, and set into its scabbard were 7 tiny spirit stones that shimmered with a faint blue light under the sun. After verifying their token, the gatekeeping disciple raced up the mountain to report. In less than half an hour, word that a 7th realm sword cultivator of the Heaven Sword Manor had arrived swept across all 7 inner peaks. The 7th realm corresponded to cultivators of the Tongxian realm. The Heaven Sword Manor's sword cultivation system differed from that of other sects. It measured a cultivator's rank by the depth of sword intent. A 7th realm sword cultivator could crush an ordinary Tongxian realm cultivator of the same level with ease. A figure of such stature paying a sudden call to the Qingyun sect naturally drew sidelong glances. Elder Lu came down the mountain in person to receive the 3 envoys and led them into the reception hall of the main peak. Once tea was served, the sword cultivator at their head skipped all pleasantries and stated his purpose directly. A relic of the primordial age lost by the Heaven Sword Manor had yielded a clue, and investigation indicated that it was currently somewhere within the Qingyun sect. He hoped the sect would cooperate in the search. Elder Lu held his teacup and asked without changing his expression what sort of relic it was. A sword. The 7th realm sword cultivator swept his gaze around the hall, then added in a cold voice, a wooden sword. The hall fell silent for a moment. Elder Lu set down his teacup, a courteous smile rising to his face. He said that every sword belonging to a disciple of the Qingyun sect was registered in the ledgers, and the Hall of Affairs could consult the records shortly to confirm the matter. The gentlemen of the Heaven Sword Manor were welcome to rest in the guest courtyard in the meantime. The 7th realm sword cultivator did not decline. He rose and followed the steward to the guest courtyard. No sooner had they left than Lu Yuanxing slipped in through the side door. He leaned close to Elder Lu's ear and murmured a few sentences. The name of the sword, the identity of its owner, and that the owner studied under Elder Gu on Qingyun Peak. Elder Lu listened, pondered for a moment, and gave only one instruction: do not be hasty. Now that the men of the Heaven Sword Manor had come, let them do their own searching. If they found it, the sect would have done them a favor. If they did not, it would have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Yuanxing took the meaning and withdrew. But Lu Chen was no longer on Qingyun Peak. When word of the Heaven Sword Manor envoy's arrival reached the mountain, Elder Gu had been on the sword training terrace coaching Lu Chen in condensing qi into an edge. When she had heard her female disciples report, she set down the bamboo staff, summoned Lu Chen before her, and spoke only 2 sentences. Descend the mountain tonight. Return to the Xie family retreat in Qingyun City. Do not come back without word from me. Lu Chen opened his mouth as if to speak, but Elder Gu had already turned away. Her figure was slender and resolute, her gray-green robe utterly unmoved by the mountain wind. She left behind only one instruction: Hide the sword well, and when you go down the mountain take the small path behind the bamboo grove. Lu Chen left Qingyun Peak that very night, slipping down the mountain in silence along the small path behind the bamboo grove. Once he was beyond the bounds of the mountain gate, he looked back at the silhouette of Qingyun Peak, an inverted mountain stabbing into the clouds, silent and wordless in the darkness. He hurried through the night back to Qingyun City, threading along familiar streets and lanes until he reached the door of the Xie family retreat in the northern quarter. The one who opened it was as always Uncle Zhou. The old man held up an oil lamp, his eyes red from sleepless nights. Xie had been sleepless for many days. She sat at the rosewood table in the main hall, 7 or 8 open ledgers spread before her. The bloodline turnover deadline was a mere 4 days away. Every scrap of the Xie family's ready silver was tied up in a shipment of ice moss just hauled up from Tiannan, and the Lu family had been putting it about the market that the Xie family's cash flow had collapsed. Overnight, several old family friends who had agreed to lend money all reneged. When Lu Chen stepped into the room, Xie raised her head and looked at him. She did not ask why he had come back so suddenly. She simply pushed a ledger in front of him and said the shortfall had grown even larger than they had expected. Lu Chen did not take up the ledger. Instead, he drew a blue cloth bundle from his robe, set it on the table, and opened it. Inside was a whole century-old Huangjing root, hairs intact, a faint spiritual light still seeping from the breaks. Elder Gu had me bring it back, he said. It was the century-old Huangjing from the herb garden on the back hill of the bamboo courtyard, the very one Elder Gu had promised him before the seasonal examination. Today, as he was about to go down the mountain, she had Gu Qinghan place it in his hands herself. Xie looked at the old Huangjing and said nothing for a long while. Her fingers brushed softly over its root hairs, and her voice came out slightly hoarse as she asked Lu Chen whether he had taken the most valuable thing on Qingyun Peak to repay her for having believed in him on the street all those years ago. Lu Chen set the wooden sword down on the table and told her calmly that this was the repayment for her willingness to hire him back when he had not even reached the body-tempering realm. The monthly wage she had given him was 501, splitting firewood. He had made only 3 won a day. That was a debt he would pay off for the rest of his life. Xie lowered her head and blinked once. When she looked up again, her eyes had regained their old sharpness. She put the Huangjing away, opened another ledger, and her tone became crisp and decisive once more. With this century-old Huangjing, she could borrow enough ready silver from the Lin family in the east of the city to see her through the bloodline turnover. Old Master Lin Xiaoyuan set great store by profit, but he set even greater store by personal ties. Elder Gu's herbs were priceless treasures in Qingyun City, sought after, but never sold openly. With such collateral the Lin family would not refuse. In the blank margin of the ledger, she wrote a few lines, swiftly pressed her personal seal over them, and called Uncle Zhou to send the letter and a length of Huangjing root hair over that very night. Standing nearby, Lu Chen noticed that her hand was still very steady as she wrote. Every character sharply formed exactly like the woman herself. Only after everything had been settled did Xie ask him about the Heaven Sword Manor. Lu Chen did not conceal the matter. The wooden sword might be what the Heaven Sword Manor was looking for, and its 7th realm sword cultivator had already arrived at the Qingyun sect. But he did not speak of the deeper secrets the remnant soul had mentioned. He only said that he had found the sword in a ruined temple, and as for why it mattered so much, he himself had no idea. Xie was silent for a long while after hearing this. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze settling on the sheet tucked inside the ancient book laid open on the table. The fragmentary map Lin Ju had given Lu Chen, which Lu Chen had carried along when he left. She looked at the line of small characters on the map. The sword has no name, it takes wood as its form, and suddenly laughed softly. Do you know what you asked me that day on the mountain when I asked how much you needed? She answered her own question. You asked nothing. You merely told me to wait one night. She shook her head. I thought then, this man is just as he was when he was counting stock in the shop without a single honeyed word to say. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. From outside the window came the night watchman's clapper. It was already the 3rd watch. He said, people who know how to say honeyed words. Have you not seen enough of them? Xie did not reply. She closed the ledger before her, turned the lamp flame up a little, and picked up her brush again. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair with the wooden sword in his hand, eyes closed in quiet repose. Occasionally when she needed to verify a figure, he would open his eyes, state the corresponding inventory count, and close them once more. Outside the retreat, the streets and alleys of Qingyun City sank deep into the night. Faint thunder rolled along the distant horizon. The rainy season was nearing its end, and the final storm of the whole season, a storm an entire season in the making, was slowly gathering mass within the clouds. By the time a faint light touched the sky, Xie had fallen asleep over the table. Her cheek rested against an open ledger, and a faint smudge of ink had been pressed upon her face. Lu Chen rose quietly, draped the thin blanket from the back of the chair over her shoulders, then took up the wooden sword and walked out of the main hall. In the courtyard, he stood still, facing the direction of the Qingyun sect. A storm was brewing over the mountain. The day of the sect tournament had arrived. In the center of Qingyun Peak's martial arts arena, 4 bluestone fighting platforms stood, each 10 zhang in both length and with their surfaces paved with whole spirit jade bricks capable of withstanding any spiritual energy impact below the Tongxian stage. A row of Nanmu armchairs was arranged on the eastern main viewing stand where the sect master and the elders of the Six Peaks took their seats in order. Meng Chongjun of Taijian Peak still wore his tattered old robe full of holes, while Elder Gu of Qingzhou Peak sat at the far end, his expression as calm as ever. The three emissaries of the Heavenly Sword Mansion were seated in the VIP section beside the main viewing stand. The gaze of the seventh stage sword cultivator swept across the hundreds of disciples in the field as if searching for something. Lu Chen stood in the formation of Qingzhou Peak. Early that morning, Gu Qinghan had personally gone down the mountain to bring him back from the Xie family's retreat. While the Heavenly Sword Mansion emissaries were on the mountain, Elder Gu had not found it convenient to summon him back. Only after the sect master held a banquet on the eve of the tournament to entertain the three guests and keep them on the main peak did she send Gu Qinghan to retrieve him overnight. The first thing Lu Chen did upon returning to the peak was to see Elder Gu and thank her for her old yellow essence. Elder Gu merely nodded, told him to hide his sword inside his robe, and then had him return to the ranks and stand properly. The inner sect rules of the tournament were simple: teams of 3 regardless of peak freely formed. Drawing lots determined the matchups. The winners advanced until the top 3 were decided. During the bouts, any weapon or technique was allowed, but intentional killing was forbidden. A formation barrier surrounded the edge of the platform, and being knocked off the platform meant immediate defeat. The registration point was set up on the western side of the arena, where disciples from various peaks gathered in small clusters to submit their team names and rosters. When Lu Chen walked to the registration desk with Gu Qinghan and Zhang Changge, the steward looked up, his gaze pausing for a moment on the wooden sword at Lu Chen's waist. Gu Qinghan submitted the team name, Bamboo Sword. Zhang Changge was not too pleased with the name. He had proposed Iron Shopping Team, Willow Slashing Team, and even Nameless Team, but Gu Qinghan rejected them all. His reason was that the face of Qingzhou Peak must not be lost. The registration steward wrote down the team name in the roster, looked up, and asked who the captain was. The 3 of them pointed at Lu Chen in unison. The steward glanced at Lu Chen, then made a note. When the draw results were announced, the Bamboo Sword team was placed in Sector C, and their first match was to be held on the afternoon of the second day. The first day's schedule consisted mostly of matches between outer sect teams and mixed outer-inner teams. Lu Chen watched from the sidelines, silently memorizing the lineups of the main teams in Sector C. The Heavenly Sword Mansion emissaries sat in the side VIP seats, their 3 pairs of eyes constantly scanning the crowd. But Lu Chen wore the most ordinary green robe, the wooden sword mostly hidden beneath it, making him inconspicuous among the hundreds of equally sword-bearing disciples. After the last match of the first day, Yi Tsongfeng pushed through the crowd and whispered a few words in Lu Chen's ear. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated Zhu Xiaoming's team. Zhu Xiaoming was indeed the captain, and besides him the team included a formation master at the early Qi gathering stage, and a strength cultivator at the peak of body tempering. The formation master set up small binding formations to restrict the opponent's movement routes. The strength cultivator launched frontal attacks to occupy the opponent's attention, and Zhu Xiaoming used his rapier to target joints and acupoints in the chaos. The 3 worked in perfect unison. That very morning they had already badly beaten an outer sect team. The strength cultivator shattered a body-tempering disciple's shoulder blade with a heavy hammer, and Zhu Xiaoming followed up with a thrust into the knee. That kid would need at least 3 months to recover. Zhang Changge listened nearby, his fingers gripping the sword handle tightly. Yi Tsongfeng reached out and pressed down on his sword hilt, murmuring that they would act only after the draw matched them against that team. That evening, the 3 members of the Bamboo Sword team gathered quietly in the Bamboo Grove on Qingzhou Peak. Gu Qinghan brought the latest intelligence. Lu Yuanqing was not participating in the tournament, but his shadow was everywhere. When Zhu Xiaoming's team registered, Lu Yuanqing had personally shown up to vouch for them, which meant that if anything happened on the platform, the Lu family had enough power to smooth over any subsequent investigation for Zhu Xiaoming. Lu Chen sat quietly on a rock listening to Gu Qinghan and Yi Tsongfeng's analysis, remaining silent for a long while. Moonlight stretched his silhouette into a thin shadow among the bamboo grove. The wooden sword lay on the ground beside his knee, and from the depths of its grain faintly glimmered an azure light. Someone was listening outside the bamboo grove. Not eavesdropping, but standing openly at the end of the path with hands clasped behind his back. Lin Zhu did not approach. He only stood there in the distance for a while, and after making sure Lu Chen had seen him, he turned and left. The silence he left behind echoed in the bamboo grove for a long time. His figure had conveyed an attitude wordless yet impossible to ignore. The night wind pressed down from the ridgeline, making the bamboo grove rustle and whisper. At dawn on the second day, the viewing stands around the arena were already full. Inner disciples, outer disciples, menial laborers, and even some noble children who had traveled specially from Qingyun City to watch. The crowd was bustling and dense. The air was tinged with the faint smell of sulfur released as the arena formations warmed up. The Sector C platform Bamboo Sword team versus Zhu Xiaoming's team. This news had already caused an uproar when the schedule was announced. Zhu Qiuming's team was widely recognized as a powerhouse in the inner sect. Although the bamboo sword team had Gu Qinghan as its anchor, she rarely displayed her true strength in the inner sect on ordinary days. In others' eyes, she was still that senior sister on Qingzhou Peak, who cultivated in seclusion and paid no heed to worldly affairs. As for Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e, one had just been promoted to the inner sect after ranking first in the outer sect quarterly exams. The other was a substitute, hastily pulled from the forge of Qingyun Peak. In the eyes of the inner sect's old disciples who held their noses in the air, they were little more than filler. Zhu Qiuming stood on the platform, his soft iron rapier already unsheathed. The blade was slender as a willow branch, and its tip gleamed with a cold, dark green light, clearly tempered with some kind of special spiritual liquid. Behind him, the strength cultivator carried a dark iron heavy hammer, half a man's height, its head covered densely with scale-like barbs. The formation master had already planted a formation flag in each of the four corners of the platform. Pale azure formation patterns slowly spread across its surface. Once anyone stepped into the area covered by the flags, both movement speed and spiritual power circulation would be suppressed. Zhang Chang'e was the first to jump onto the platform. Today he carried the iron-cutting sword he had personally forged on Qingyun Peak. The blade was broad and thick with a cold, awe-inspiring edge. After landing, he deliberately smiled at Zhu Qiuming. The smile held not a trace of courtesy. Gu Qinghan was the last to step onto the platform. She had not brought her customary soft sword. Instead, she wore a narrow-bladed green sword passed down through generations on Qingzhou Peak. The scabbard was entirely dark green, and the sword tassel was woven from green silk, gently swaying in the morning breeze. Lu Chen stood at the rear of the team, his wooden sword still hanging pitch-black at his waist without a hint of gleam. He looked at the gong steward and nodded. The gong sounded. The barrier around the Sector C platform slowly rose, sealing the platform off from the outside world. Sunlight spilled over the spirit jade bricks, reflecting the faint green glow of the formation patterns. Zhang Chang'e gripped his sword with both hands and lowered his center of gravity, and at the same time the suppression power of the formation beneath their feet began to surge toward the south. And Lu Chen drew his wooden sword. No sword aura, no radiance at its tip, only the purest iron-gray blade revealing a dense web of cracks under the sunlight. The remnant soul spoke within his sea of consciousness, its voice cold and sharp. The opposing formation master's flag suppressed the circulation of spiritual power, but the sword intent of the wooden sword did not rely on spiritual power circulation, so it would not be suppressed. He told Lu Chen to focus on the formation master, while Zhu Qiuming was left to Zhang Chang'e to cut down. Lu Chen's hand holding the sword tightened slightly. On the platform suffused with green light, both sides were poised for battle, swords drawn and bows bent. In the stands, Elder Gu sat motionless, his gaze calmly fixed on the unremarkable wooden sword in the field. In a corner, Lin Ju had quietly taken his seat. At some point, an old worn-out ancient book spread on his knees, its pages turned exactly to the one bearing the drawing of a sword. The lingering echo of the gong had barely faded when Zhang Chang'e charged forward. He bypassed the conventional approach of probing, first opting instead for a direct frontal assault. The Zhantai sword, infused with spiritual energy, emitted a low hum, its blade wrapped in a pale golden light as it cleaved towards Zhu Qiuming's face. This strike was devoid of any flourish. A simple, brutal, straight-down chop, the iron sword peaks, forging style, treating the sword as a hammer, demanding that whatever stood in its path must first be met. Zhu Qiuming did not meet it. His figure slid 3 paces to the side just as the blade descended, and a soft iron rapier silently emerged from his right sleeve, like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, aiming directly for Zhang Chang'e's outer knee. His tactical approach was clear: not to contest strength, but to strike at joints, acupoints, and tendons. This style was the most dreaded on the arena. Non-lethal, yet capable of rendering an opponent combat ineffective on the spot. Zhang Chang'e's knee dipped, the rapier grazing the outer kneecap and tearing a gash in his trousers. He didn't even glance at the tear. Using the momentum of his sinking knee, he spun in place, swinging the Zhantai sword in a horizontal arc to force Zhu Qiuming to abandon his follow-up thrust. At the same time, the force cultivator from Zhu Qiuming's team moved. A half-man-high mystic iron heavy hammer swept through the air with a dull roar. Zhang Chang'e blocked with his sword, and the collision of hammer and blade sparked a blinding shower of white-hot embers. The force cultivator's strength was astonishing. The spiritual jade bricks beneath Zhang Chang'e's feet cracked into fine lines. He gritted his teeth and held his ground, his leg muscles taut as iron ingots. Lu Chen had moved the same moment Zhang Chang'e charged. From the very beginning, his target was not Zhu Qiuming, but the 4 formation banners at the corners of the arena. The formation master was a tall, lean man with long fingers, his hand seals fast and precise. The 4 banners were planted at the arena's corners, and cyan array patterns spread from the base of the flagpoles like a contracting spiderweb. The formation banners of Group C had already suppressed Zhang Chang'e's spiritual energy flow. Lu Chen could see that every time Zhang Chang'e exerted force, the pale golden light on his sword would dim sharply upon touching the array patterns, only to be forcibly reignited by his will. The core of the formation banner is the flagpole. The remnant soul's voice drifted calmly through his mind. The flagpole is the node of the formation and also the channel for the formation master's spiritual energy transmission. Between the flagpole and the formation master there is a thread of spiritual energy, invisible to the eye, but the sword can feel it. Lu Chen did not search for that thread with his eyes. He loosened his grip on the sword by a fraction, letting the wooden sword's hilt rotate slightly in his palm. The sensing technique Elder Gu had taught him, making the sword an extension of his hand, using it to perceive the flow of spiritual energy around him. A moment later he felt it. Between the formation banner and the formation master there indeed existed an extremely fine thread of spiritual energy, its fluctuation so faint as to be nearly non-existent. Yet when the wooden sword drew near the cracks and its blade faintly emitted a deep blue glow, after reaching the peak of body tempering, his perception had become sharper than before. Lu Chen sidestepped a binding spell thrown by the formation master, reversed his wooden sword, and slanted it upward, not at the banner, not at the master, but precisely at the midpoint of that spiritual energy thread. The wooden sword had no edge, but his condensing chi into edge had already formed an invisible sword aura at the tip 3 inches ahead. The precise strike technique taught by the remnant soul, compressing all his spiritual energy to the sword tip, releasing it only at the moment of impact. The spiritual energy thread snapped. The banner in the corner did not fall, but its mystical light suddenly dimmed by half. The formation master's face changed, and he swiftly formed another hand seal to reconnect the thread. Lu Chen did not give him that chance. His figure had already closed within 3 steps of the formation master. The wooden sword slashed upward from below using the 5th form of the 13 swords of Qingyun, the reverse slash. In the bamboo scroll of sword techniques Gu Qinghan had given him, it was specifically noted that this form could be modified in close combat to a reverse slash to strike the wrist, specifically to disrupt an opponent's hand seal gestures. The spine of the wooden sword struck precisely on the formation master's wrist, breaking his hand seal gesture. The formation master grunted, his left hand already forming another seal, but Lu Chen's left foot had stepped firmly on the main array pattern on the ground, and the wooden sword was horizontally placed before his throat. The formation master froze. His hands were raised in midair, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The gong attendant at the edge of the arena saw this, but did not strike the gong. The formation banners had not completely failed, nor had the formation master fallen or lost his weapon, so the conditions for a loss were not yet met. However, his eyebrow twitched, and his gaze lingered on the spot where Lu Chen's foot had pressed the array pattern, lost in thought. The 4 formation banners were still working, but in the gap where Lu Chen had stepped on the main array pattern, and the formation master was subdued, the operation of the formation experienced a distinct lag. This was the moment. Zhang Chang'e seized that lag. The moment the force cultivator's next hammer descended, his Zhan Tai sword abruptly changed direction. No longer a blunt horizontal block, but a diagonal slash riding up along the hammer handle. This was the tacit understanding honed over hundreds of exchanges with Lu Chen on the back mountain scrap heap. When Lu Chen broke the opponent's rhythm from another direction, he didn't need to look, his body would automatically sense the opening. The Zhan Tai sword grazed past the force cultivator's fingers, gripping the hammer, forcing him to release his left hand. The strength of a single-handed grip immediately lost balance. The heavy hammer veered off course, crashing onto the spiritual jade bricks and leaving a 3-foot-wide shallow crater. The force cultivator stumbled, and Zhang Chang'e's sword back slammed into his chest, sending him flying into the arena barrier with a dull, heavy thud. Zhuqiu Ming's expression finally changed. His original plan had been to use the formation banners to suppress the opponent's spiritual energy flow, have the force cultivator hold the front, and then pick them off one by one from the side with his rapier. But now the formation banner was stepped on by Lu Chen, the force cultivator was sent flying by Zhang Chang'e, and the field had instantly turned into a 3-on-1 situation. Lu Chen, still stepping on the main array pattern, turned his head to look at Zhuqiu Ming, his gaze calm. Zhuqiu Ming's eyes turned fierce. The rapier thrust violently toward Lu Chen's side waist, the tip bursting with a deep green light. This was no longer an ordinary joint strike, but an armor-piercing thrust infused with spiritual energy aimed directly at Lu Chen's dantian. Gu Qinghan moved. Her soft sword traced a slender silver line in the sunlight, arriving after the rapier, but striking first the tip, landing precisely on the middle spine of the rapier. The soft sword did not clash head-on with the rapier's tip. Instead, it employed the deflecting technique. The blade followed the direction of the rapier's force, shifting 3 inches sideways, while simultaneously sliding along the rapier's spine towards Zhuqiu Ming's grip fingers. Zhuqiu Ming was forced to retract his hand, pulling the rapier back, but Gu Qinghan's soft sword had already flipped to his face. He jerked his head back sharply, the sword tip scraping past his nose by a hair's breadth, but Gu Qinghan's left hand simultaneously formed a bamboo leaf sword aura that swept over his head, slicing off his silver hair crown. Hair tumbled down, covering half of Zhuqiu Ming's face. He froze for half a breath, then saw a broadsword and a pitch-black wooden sword flanking his neck on either side. Zhang Chang'e grinned. His outer robe had been slashed 4 times by Zhuo Qiuming's rapier, and blood oozed from the outside of his knee, but his hands were steady as an anvil. Lu Chen stood on the other side of Zhuo Qiuming, the wooden sword's edge pressed against the opponent's neck, not exerting force, but also not showing any intention of withdrawing. The gong attendant finally struck the gong, its sound echoing above the training ground group. See preliminary bamboo, sword team wins. The arena barrier slowly descended. The stands fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Some stood up, some argued loudly, and someone even whistled. Yi Zongfeng below the arena took a swig from his wine gourd and raised it in a distant toast toward the arena. Lin Jie still clutched the rolled-up ancient text, his knuckles whitening slightly, but he did not stand, did not applaud. He merely sat quietly in his seat, a hint of undisguised surprise in his eyes. Not that they could win, but that they had won so quickly. The 7th-stage sword cultivator from Heaven, Sword Manor, rose from the VIP seats. He did not applaud, nor did he speak. His gaze cut through the crowd, landing squarely on the arena, on that pitch-black, battered wooden sword. He stared for a long time, then sat back down, muttering a few words to his companion. The companion nodded and rose to leave the stands. The noise on the field had not yet subsided when Lu Chen returned the wooden sword to his waist. Zhang Chang'e rubbed his bleeding knee, picked up the fallen scabbard, and cursed, "That foot of yours sure knows how to step on the array pattern." Gu Qinghan sheathed her soft sword, jumped off the arena, and walked toward the rest area of Green Bamboo Peak. As she passed Elder Gu, he did not look at her, but gave an almost imperceptible nod. After the second match ended, Zhuo Qiuming led his team out through the west exit. His silver crown with severed hair disheveled over his shoulders, and the rapier was hidden in his sleeve, never to be seen again. Lu Yuanqing waited for him at the exit, arms crossed against the stone pillar, his smile completely gone. Zhuo Qiuming muttered something as he passed, but Lu Yuanqing did not respond. He merely stared at Lu Chen on the arena, his eyes cold as venom-laced ice. The 3 members of the bamboo sword team returned to the rest area. Zhang Chang'e plopped onto the ground to let the team's medic treat the wound on his knee, still mumbling about who their next opponent would be. Lu Chen leaned against the stone pillar, uncorked his water flask, and took a gulp of cool water. Gu Qinghan stood nearby, arms folded, quietly watching as the official used a vermilion brush to mark the name Bamboo Sword Team into the next round on the scoreboard. The preliminaries were only the first hurdle. Stronger opponents still awaited them. But at that moment, sunlight poured down from above the arena, illuminating the sword scars on the spiritual jade bricks, and the smell of gunpowder gradually dissipated with the wind. Lu Chen lowered his gaze to the wooden sword at his waist. The cracks on its blade reflected the daylight in quiet stillness. As the remnant soul had just said, the reason he was able to step on the array pattern this time was because he had calculated the formation master's spiritual energy flow in advance. This was not intuition, it was prediction. Now that he had learned prediction, he would need to learn to calculate more accurately in even shorter spans of time. The path behind the bamboo grove leading to the summit was still long, but at least today they had already crossed the first threshold. When the envoy of Tianjin Manor arrived at the door, it was raining over Qingyun Peak. The rain was light, spring rain as fine as ox hair rustling against the bamboo leaves. Mist surged up from the valley floor, dyeing the bamboo grove a hazy gray-green. Lu Chen had just returned to his bamboo hut from the cold spring, his hair still damp, when he heard footsteps outside, more than one set. Gu Qinghan pushed the door open and entered first, her face colder than usual. She said only 5 words: "The people from Tianjin Manor are here." Then she stepped aside from the doorway, and a tall, slender figure stepped into the bamboo hut. The visitor was the 7th realm sword cultivator leading the Tianjin Manor delegation. The cloud-patterned sword emblem on his sword robe was dampened by the rain, but the fabric itself repelled water. Raindrops slid along its lines, and soon formed a small puddle where he stood. After entering, he did not sit. Standing in the middle of the room, he looked around, his gaze sweeping over the teapot on the bamboo table, the thin quilt on the bamboo bed, and the ink bamboo painting hanging on the wall, before finally settling on the wooden sword leaning against the head of the bed. Gu Qinghan did not leave. She withdrew into a corner of the bamboo hut, arms crossed over her chest, half hidden in the shadows, her fingers resting silently on the sword hilt at her waist. The atmosphere in the room silently split into 3 parts. On one side stood the silent Gu Qinghan, and on the other the cold, blade-like envoy of Tianjin Manor, and between them stood Lu Chen, who had only had time to throw on an outer robe. The sword cultivator studied the wooden sword for a long time before speaking. His first words were not greetings, nor did he announce his sect and title. He asked Lu Chen directly where the sword had come from. Lu Chen did not lie, nor did he have time to. The man had not come to pry for information, he had come to confirm a judgment. Lu Chen told him truthfully he had found it in an abandoned temple. The sword cultivator nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the answer. Then he introduced himself. "My name is Situ Shua, sword envoy of the 7th Sword Pavilion of Tianjin Manor." As he spoke, he took out a black iron token the size of a palm from his sleeve, a sword-shaped medallion engraved with the unique 9-ring sword emblem of Tianjin Manor. Its edges bore clear signs of wear as if it had been rubbed in his sleeve for a long time. Tianjin Manor has been searching for this sword for 300 years. Situ Shua placed the token on the table, his tone as matter of fact, as if he were reading from an old archive. He said that locked inside Tianjin Manor's library was an ancestral manuscript. It recorded clearly that in the primordial era a divine sword shaped like wood and capable of severing the laws of heaven had shattered into 3 pieces and fallen to the mortal realm. For 300 years successive sword envoys had searched the 3 realms without finding it. Only recently, when the sword awakened a soaring sword light on the sword testing stone of Qingyun sect, a radiance strong enough to resonate with that primordial sword intent, did the manor finally pinpoint the location of the last fragment. Lu Chen remained silent and did not respond. His mind was on something else. Only days ago the remnant soul had told him that the wooden sword was forged by his own hand, not a primordial divine weapon shattered into 3 pieces, as Tianjin Manor claimed. The 2 accounts contradicted each other. Either the remnant soul had not told him the whole truth, or Tianjin Manor's own records were flawed. Situ Shua did not press for answers, nor did he draw his sword. After studying Lu Chen for a moment, a hint of something close to approval appeared in his eyes. He said that given Lu Chen's current cultivation realm, his understanding of this sword was most likely fragmentary. He was willing on behalf of Tianjin Manor to make Lu Chen an offer return to the manor with him, where the elders would personally bestow the complete sword inheritance upon Lu Chen and groom him as the next sword lord of the manor. The wooden sword, which had been leaning quietly against the head of the bed, suddenly gave a faint tremor, so faint that only Lu Chen could feel it. From the hilt pressed against his waist came a faint, barely perceptible pulse, as if some emotion was being conveyed. The remnant soul did not speak, but his stance came through the sword itself. It was not anger, not fear, but a calm warning. Lu Chen did not look at the wooden sword. He adjusted his hastily thrown-on robe, bowed deeply to Situ Shah, then raised his head and met the other man's gaze directly. His tone was humble but unyielding. He appreciated Tianjin Manor's goodwill, but he was not ready to give anyone an explanation. For now, he only wanted to finish the sect tournament first. Once the sword's secret was exposed, too many people would be dragged in. He needed time. He needed to speak with his master and his teammates before making a decision. Situ Shua was silent for several breaths. His hard, cold face betrayed no change of expression, but Lu Chen noticed his right thumb gently rub the guard of the sword at his waist, a small habit of the sword cultivator when deep in thought. Then he reached out and retrieved the sword token from the table, his tone reverting to the aloofness of their first meeting. He said he would remain at Qingyun sect for a few more days. Before the tournament ended, Lu Chen could come find him at the guest courtyard at any time. Then he glanced at the slender figure in the corner, turned, pushed open the bamboo door, and strode out into the rainy mist. Only when the sound of footsteps faded into the depths of the bamboo grove did Gu Qinghan relax her hand on her sword hilt. She turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, "Do you trust him?" Lu Chen walked to the doorway and watched the tall figure receding through the mist. He drew the wooden sword from his waist and laid it across his knee. Rainwater dripped from the eaves onto his shoulder. He shook his head gently. He told Gu Qinghan that at least half of what Tianjin Manor had said was true. At the very least, they truly had been searching for this sword for a very long time. But as for whether the other half was true or false, he dared not trust anyone until he had seen the ancestral manuscript with his own eyes. That same night, Lu Chen paid a visit to the intersect library. Among the piles of ancient texts, Lin Ju helped him dig out a few tattered pages of records. Tianjin Manor's ancestral manuscript did exist, and its account of the Nameless was largely consistent with what Situ Shua had said, except for one vague passage. The original text of the manuscript read, "The divine sword shattered beyond the heavenly gate, its fragments scattered across the 3 realms." It did not say shattered into 3 pieces. A later passage added a vague annotation roughly meaning its soul was not extinguished, the sword body healed itself. In other words, the number of fragments at the time may not have been only 3. If the sword soul had survived and the wooden sword itself was still healing, then the fragment left at Qingyun sect was most likely the final piece of a sword body that had regrown complete. Lu Chen closed the pages and thought of what the remnant soul had said. By the cold spring the sword broke, the soul shattered, and only this wisp of a remnant soul remains dwelling within the sword body. The sword's soul had indeed shattered. The wooden sword was also healing. Everything matched, except for the key detail: Tianjin Manor had omitted the sword was not the manor's divine weapon. The sword had a master of its own. What Tianjin Manor wanted was not the sword itself, but the wisp of sword intent sealed within it, the intent capable of splitting open the divine gate. By the time he returned to Qingzhou Peak, it was already past midnight. The rain had stopped, but water droplets were still falling from the bamboo leaves with a steady drip. Lu Chen did not light a lamp. He sat on the edge of the bed in the dark, holding the wooden sword, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, and told the remnant soul every clue he had seen in the library that night. The remnant soul was silent for a long time, so long that Lu Chen thought he had fallen asleep again. Then the remnant soul's voice rose softly, carrying a trace of undisguised sneer. He said that Tianjin Manor wanted the sword intent of the Nameless sword. and they actually believed they could master it. In his prime, even he could not split open that gate with this sword. The Lord of Tianjin Manor could not even withstand 6/10 of his sword pressure in the Meridian expansion realm. Absorbing this sword intent would be suicide. After his laugh faded, his tone softened and turned weary. He said that he was no different from those people in Tianjin Manor. Lu Chen was chosen by him, and might also have been chosen by Tianjin Manor. The only difference was that he had never thought of taking anything from Lu Chen. He only wanted to use this sword to see how far Lu Chen could go. Lu Chen placed the wooden sword beside his pillow, closed his eyes, and said something that left the remnant soul speechless. Neither of them was his choice. He had picked up the wooden sword himself in that abandoned temple. The sword belongs to whoever holds it. Outside, the wind in the bamboo grove gradually died down. When the remnant soul spoke again, his voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh. He told Lu Chen to find an opportunity to memorize a few pill formulas. All of them contingencies for sword cultivators in combat, including the vital essence pill for restoring spiritual energy, as well as poison quenching and protective pills that could be activated even at the body tempering realm. If these were prepared before the tournament, he would not be caught off guard. Lu Chen silently recited the formulas in his mind and committed them to memory. Meanwhile, on Taijian Peak, where the rainy mist had not yet fully dispersed, Zhang Chang'e was crouching by the furnace in the weapon refining workshop, wiping down the iron-cleaving sword. Meng Changjuan, draped in his old robe riddled with burn holes from flying sparks, sat on the nearby anvil, with one leg crossed, watching him. Zhang Chang'e demonstrated to his master the sword path of Zui Xiaoming's final thrust, explaining that if he had withdrawn his sword to defend, he would have been locked in place from a distance by the formation master behind Zui Xiaoming, who had not yet climbed onto the arena. Meng Changjuan jumped down from the anvil, walked to the furnace, used fire tongs to pull out a red-hot iron billet, set it on the anvil, swung a hammer, and struck it twice, without looking back. If he thrusts at your knee, can't you kick him in the face? Zhang Chang'e rolled his eyes, pointing out that the opponent used a rapier, and his leg was not as long as the sword. Meng Changjuan shoved the hammer into his hand, and told him to strike the red-hot iron billet, while delivering 3 rapid pats to his back, the first at the center of his back, the second at his waist, and the third behind his knee. After the 3 pats, Zhang Chang'e straightened his spine, and suddenly discovered that his center of gravity, while holding the sword, was at least 30% steadier. Meng Changjuan pointed at the iron and told him that the anvil for forging iron was not a backing plate. It was the foundation that allowed force to travel from the soles of the feet, through the knees and waist, and finally into the wrist. When a man is steady, his sword is steady. Zui Xiaoming had thrust at his knee because when he stepped forward, his entire leg would first tense, and then push off, leaving a momentary stiffness behind the knee. It was only after Meng Changjuan's 3 pats loosened the meridian nodes that the flaw was exposed. Zhang Chang'e gripped the hammer and stared at the red-hot iron billet for a long time. Suddenly, he raised the hammer and brought it down in one strike, sending sparks flying. The next morning, news spread throughout the inner sect. Tianjin Manor had formally dispatched a document to Qingyun sect the night before, confirming that after the sect tournament concluded, it would hold an open audience on Qingxiao Main Peak before all disciples of the sect. Any sword cultivator above the body tempering realm and under 30 years old was permitted to approach the platform and challenge the sword. Whoever could withstand 3 strikes from Sidu Shuo would be accepted into Tianjin Manor as an outer manor sword attendant. Even more explosive was that Lu Yuanqing had personally written a letter of recommendation that morning and submitted it to Tianjin Manor, recommending Zui Xiaoming for the sword challenge. When Yi Tsongfeng heard the news, he was practicing his sword on the cliff at the back mountain. He stopped his sword and said only 2 words to Lu Chen, who had come to deliver the news. Interesting. Lu Chen tossed him a small pouch of ginseng pills. Pills he had hurriedly made the night before by the cold spring, following the remnant soul's formulas and using the medicinal herbs Xia Ling had left behind to replenish spiritual energy and prevent sword wounds from turning inflamed. Yi Tsongfeng caught the pouch, weighed it in his hand, grinned, then leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered his plan. If the bamboo sword team faced Wang Zhe's team in the tournament finals, the formation battle would be extremely difficult. Wang Zhe was the senior disciple of the main peak. He was aloof by nature, but exceptionally strong, especially in defense, earning him the nickname Human Shield. Yi Tsongfeng planned to form a 4th reserve team, not merged with the bamboo sword team, but taking the field independently on rotation, specifically to exhaust the physical strength and spiritual energy of the opponent's core members. Once Wang Zhe's defensive rhythm was disrupted, Lu Chen would step in and deliver the final blow. It sounded like an unorthodox approach, but it happened to match the combat philosophy the remnant soul had repeatedly drilled into Lu Chen during training. Victory in the way of the sword lay not in a grand upright formation, but in using every available person and every borrowable momentum to strike at the moment when the opponent was least comfortable. Yi Tsongfeng hung the wineskin at his waist, slung the great sword over his shoulder, and strode out of the bamboo grove, leaving Lu Chen alone at the cliff's edge. The mountain wind surged violently, making his green robe snap and flutter. The grand competition grew more brutal as it entered the 3rd round. 64 inter-sect teams had been whittled down to 16 after 2 elimination rounds, and every remaining team was an elite force drawn from the 7 peaks. In the standings, the Bamboo Sword team still held first place in Zone C, but none of the upcoming opponents were easy bones to gnaw. Lu Chen spotted several teams on the schedule that were worth noting. The Dark Iron team, first in Zone B, had every member starting at the early stage of the Qi Gathering realm. Their captain was Zhou Fu, senior disciple of Qingyun Peak, whose swordsmanship was seasoned, ruthless, and steady. He had placed in the top 8 in 3 consecutive seasonal examinations of the sect. The Gale team in Zone A all cultivated wind-based movement arts, and their speed was too fast for the ordinary naked eye to track. But the most striking was the Heavenly Star team, first in Zone A. Its captain, Wang Zhe, senior disciple of the main peak, was at the peak of the Qi Gathering realm, and was said to be only a hair's breadth away from the profound insight realm. But the tournament took a sudden turn on the night before the 3rd round began. Late that night, an inter-sect deacon returning from the main peak's assembly hall was ambushed as he passed the stone steps of the scripture pavilion. The attacker struck him hard on the back of the head with a blunt weapon from behind, and the deacon fell unconscious on the spot. When he woke, he found that the inner disciple evaluation register he had carried with him had vanished without a trace. The register recorded all inter-sect disciples' live performance ratings during the grand competition, and these ratings directly determined each disciple's advancement within the peak hierarchy and the allocation of resources after the tournament. The matter quickly alarmed the inter-sect elder council. The sect master ordered the mountain sealed, and a thorough investigation launched. Every inter-disciple's dwelling was to be searched. When the search reached the small hours, a squad of deacons knocked on the door of the bamboo hut on Qingyun Peak. Lu Chen had slept in his clothes, his wooden sword resting beside his pillow. The deacons searched his bamboo hut, turning over the bamboo table, chairs, and bed, but in the end found nothing. But before leaving, the deacon leading the squad gave him a look, an ambiguity in his eyes that could not be put into words. The next morning the news exploded. Word was that the same kind of blunt weapon used in the attack, a bloodstained iron hammer, had been found in Zhang Chang's dwelling. He had been taken away overnight for questioning by the inter-sect disciplinary hall, and disciples of Qingyun Peak were forbidden to visit him. Lu Yuanqing stood outside the disciplinary hall, accepting the flattery of several hangers on a smug smile he could not conceal spreading across his face. On Qingyun Peak, Zhou Fu stood outside the artifact refining workshop, silently watching Zhang Chang's empty bunk with his brows tightly knit. He did not believe that Zhang Changa would be foolish enough to strike someone with a hammer and then hide it under his bed, but he dared not speak. He was afraid of drawing fire onto himself. When Lu Chen reached the disciplinary hall, deacons blocked him outside the gate, but he had already learned Zhang Changa's statement inside the hall from Aching, who had relayed the word. Zhang Changa had not panicked. With clear and orderly reasoning, he told the elder of the disciplinary hall that on the night of the attack his iron hammer had been placed beside the quenching pool at the artifact refining workshop on Qingyun Peak, and at least 6 disciples of Qingyun Peak had seen him still forging iron in the middle of the night. The wounds on his fists and in the webbing between his thumbs and index fingers were old injuries from the seasonal assessment, definitely not traces left by attacking a deacon. Most importantly, if the blood on the stone steps of the scripture pavilion had been left by the deacon who was struck at the back of the head, then the blood on the hammer head should match the corners and edges of the hammer. But the hammer he used was a round-headed hammer and could not possibly have created such a wound. That very night, the elder of the disciplinary hall sent people to the artifact refining workshop on Qingyun Peak to gather evidence. Sure enough, by the quenching pool, there was an iron hammer that matched Zhang Changa's description perfectly. Both witnesses and physical evidence were complete. At noon the next day, the disciplinary hall formally announced that Zhang Changa was acquitted and released. Lu Chen had sat on the stone steps outside the hall all night, and it was not until dawn that he saw the heavy gate of the disciplinary hall open. When Zhang Changa walked out, his expression was not good, but the corner of his mouth still curled into an arc as he offered Lu Chen a smile. Trying to set me up? After all, I am a man who has fought wars. But nothing was that simple. The day after Zhang Changa was released, Lu Yuanqing personally went to the intersect guest courtyard to visit Situ Shua of the Tianjin Manor, taking Zhu Qiuming with him. They remained in the guest courtyard for as long as an entire stick of incense takes to burn. When Situ Shua walked out to see his guests off, his face was expressionless, but he did not refuse. The round of 16 of the grand competition thus opened amid this atmosphere of roiling undercurrents. On the main viewing stand, the sect master and the elders of the 6 peaks all wore grim expressions. The attack on a deacon, the framing of a fellow disciple, and the pressure from the Tianjin Manor had piled together, making this grand competition far more explosive than any previous one. Lin Zhu publicly fought at full strength for the first time in the match between the Heavenly Star team and the Gale team. His sword intent, Illusion Breaker, was a hair-thin cyan light clinging to the edge of a 3-foot azure blade, looking utterly unremarkable. But when the blade swept across the stone floor, the protective vortex formed by the Gale team captain's full-powered wind movement arts was shattered by a single sword stroke. The captain flew backward into the arena barrier, and the barrier shook violently for several breaths before stabilizing. Everyone in the stands drew in a cold breath at the same time. Lu Chen watched Lin Ju's sword intent without blinking. That cyan light was extremely pure with no superfluous ornamentation, and every bit of power had been compressed onto the sword's edge. Lu Chen's eyes clearly traced the trajectory of that sword intent as it was unleashed. It was not that the impact of the sword chi itself was powerful, but that the instant it touched the opponent's protective vortex, it altered the flow of spiritual energy inside the vortex, causing the defensive structure to collapse on its own in a single moment. This was not an attack, it was analysis. And what he saw in that sword strike happened to open the very door he had been pondering ever since reaching the consummation of body tempering. Late that night, Lu Chen stood at the cliff of Qingyun, his hand resting on his wooden sword. The mountain wind surged fiercely around him, snapping his robes in a constant flapping. He sank his awareness into his dantian, and summoned the spiritual energy, now far more abundant after the completion of body tempering, guiding it through a complete cycle of the heavenly circuit within his meridians. Dantian Huayin Mingmen, Dazui Bihui Intang Shanzhong, and back to the dantian. The cycle was more than twice as fast as it had been during the middle stage of body tempering. As spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, there was no longer any obstruction or sluggishness. In its place was a smooth, gushing sensation that flowed like water from a spring. When the spiritual energy returned to the dantian for the 9th time, a suction force suddenly arose from deep within the dantian. Not from any external source, but a centripetal pull spontaneously generated by his own spiritual energy in motion. Drawn by that pull, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth streamed into his dantian, along his limbs and bones, slowly condensing into a pale cyan vortex. The vortex was minuscule, no larger than a thumbnail, but it rotated steadily in the dantian. With each turn, it absorbed a wisp of outside spiritual energy and released a wisp of even purer spiritual power. Qi gathering realm early stage. The initial formation of the vortex in his dantian marked his formal crossing from the physical forging stage of body tempering into the stage of spiritual energy accumulation. The remnant soul did not speak, but Lu Chen felt the wooden sword tremble faintly. That was the remnant soul saying in its own way, "Not bad after all." Moonlight spilled over him at the cliff of Qingyun Peak, stretching the bamboo shadows long. Lu Chen opened his eyes and slowly drew the wooden sword. The cracks on the sword's body, infused with the spiritual energy of the Qi gathering realm, glowed with a more pronounced dim blue luster, no longer flickering in and out, but radiating a continuous steady light. He could feel the sealed sword intent deep in the wooden sword, faintly awakening like a seed buried under the earth for years, feeling the warmth of spring rain for the first time. He poured 1/10 of his spiritual energy into the sword, then withdrew his hand at once. It was not timidity, he was waiting for an opponent worthy of having his sword drawn. The news of Lu Chen's breakthrough to the Qi gathering realm spread throughout the inner sect by the next day. Gu Qinghan was the first to notice. She arrived at the sword practice courtyard during the Mao hour, only to find Lu Chen already there, having completed 3 rounds of the Qingyun 13 sword forms. The sword sound had changed. Previously, the wooden blade had whistled through the air with a light swoosh, but now it emitted a deeper, resonant hum. This vibration came from spiritual energy, saturating the sword's body, causing the edge to tremble against the surrounding air. She paused at the edge of the bamboo grove to watch him for a moment without speaking, then allowed the faintest curve to touch her lips before turning to report to Elder Gu. The elder's response remained measured and restrained. Elder Gu was grinding bamboo leaf salve when Gu Qinghan delivered the news, offering only a murmured acknowledgement while continuing her work. Yet something shifted in her gaze. A subtle loosening deep within her eyes betrayed a quiet sense of relief she tried to conceal. The leap from perfecting the body tempering stage to initial Qi gathering had come swiftly, yet his foundation remained unbroken. His mind had proven stable enough during those foundational years, even more solid than her own had been at that stage. She transferred the finished salve into a small porcelain vessel and set it aside, instructing Gu Qinghan to have Lu Chen report to her after morning lessons concluded. When the early class ended, Lu Chen was summoned to Elder Gu's bamboo residence. The bamboo residence was twice the size of the disciples' quarters, its walls lined with bamboo scrolls and dried herbs, while thick manuscripts piled upon a desk near the window. Elder Gu gestured for him to sit and extended her wrist. With 2 fingers pressed to his pulse, she channeled her spiritual sense into his dantian, studying the subtle energy patterns. His Qi vortex was modest in size, but remarkably steady, its purity exceeding that of typical early-stage Qi gathering cultivators by at least 30%. She withdrew her hand and offered no praise, simply explaining in measured tones that the essence of Qi gathering lay not in accumulating power, but in nurturing that vortex until it grew both larger and more stable. The stronger his Qi vortex became, the greater the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy he could command once he reached the profound realm. Lu Chen listened attentively as Elder Gu retrieved a slender bamboo scroll from the shelf and handed it to him. The cover bore 4 characters cultivating qi with green bamboo. This was the signature breathing technique of Qingyun Peak, modest in rank, merely high-tier yellow yet distinguished by its unwavering stability. It virtually eliminated the risk of qi deviation, making it ideal for newly promoted qi-gathering disciples seeking to fortify their vortex. She instructed him to cultivate them together. After completing a full cycle of breath cultivation, he would practice the sword forms, allowing the strikes and thrusts to naturally circulate spiritual energy through his meridians, each art reinforcing the other. Lu Chen accepted the bamboo scroll and bowed deeply with solemn respect. Once the matter was settled, Elder Gu dismissed him, though as he reached the doorway, she added an unexpected remark. He should spar with Gu Qinghan whenever possible, for 2 practicing together would progress far faster than she had alone. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, letting the words sink in later. That afternoon he carried this good news to Zhang Chang'e and Yi Sanfeng. At the Iron Sword Peaks forge, Zhang Chang'e squatted holding a 120-pound black iron ingot, his body coiled with muscle and glistening with sweat. Upon hearing of Lu Chen's breakthrough to qi gathering, he hurled the ingot to the ground, shattering 2 floor tiles beneath its weight. Laughing loudly toward the sky, he snatched his sword and dragged Lu Chen toward another sparring match. Their previous bout at the scrapyard had ended without a clear victor, and now that Lu Chen had reached qi gathering, they could settle it properly. Lu Chen barely escaped with his sleeve intact, forced to promise to spar with him for a full 100 moves after the sect competition. Yi Sanfeng responded in stark contrast. Crouched on a stone at the cliff's edge, sharpening his heavy blade, without lifting his gaze, merely remarking that reaching qi gathering was not bad. Yet the grind of his whetstone quickened slightly, betraying his satisfaction, even as he kept his face impassive. As evening approached, Lu Chen made his way to the scripture pavilion with the green bamboo qi cultivation manual tucked under his arm, hoping to find supplementary texts on qi gathering techniques. Along the narrow aisle between shelves, he encountered someone familiar, yet distant, Lin Ju. They crossed paths in the cramped passage between stacks. As always, Lin Ju held a volume unrelated to cultivation. Today, it was a weathered treatise on the waterways of the southern frontier. He appeared as nothing more than an ordinary scholar, yet everyone in Qingyun's sect knew the second young master of the Lin family possessed the highest sword cultivation talent of their generation. Without preamble, Lin Ju set down his scroll and posed a single question directly: whether the Lin family archives mentioned a particular constitution in any of their worn manuscripts, one where a practitioner could master all paths without disrupting their meridians, embrace all methods without shaking their foundation, and what such a physique might be called. Lu Chen's immediate instinct was caution. He had only heard of the 10,000 paths sacred body once before, spoken of by the remnant soul, never once mentioned to outsiders. Yet Lin Ju's tone carried no edge, merely adding that his curiosity was genuine, and that whatever was revealed would stay between them, never to be whispered among the sect. Meeting his straightforward gaze, Lu Chen finally nodded. "It is me." Lin Ju absorbed the answer without surprise or further inquiry, merely offering the ghost of a smile, as though some long puzzling enigma had finally clicked into place. Indeed, so he murmured to himself, then slipped the weathered book under his arm and departed, leaving Lu Chen alone among the stacks, watching his figure fade into the stairwell. Meanwhile, in Qingyun town below the mountain, Xie Linger sat in the ledger's chamber of the Xie family headquarters, listening to a manager's report. The Lu family's secret bloodvine warehouses, nestled deep within Funyo Mountain, had always operated with absolute secrecy, so thoroughly concealed that not even local herb gatherers suspected such quantities of contraband lay hidden beneath that remote back cliff. Just after midnight the previous night, a series of concussive detonations erupted from the mountain hollows, sending flames and choking smoke billowing skyward from what remained of the secret complex. While nearby farmers attributed the destruction to heavenly lightning, the news that terrified half the medicine merchant guilds of Qingyun town came from Lu family outer disciples who fled back to headquarters at dawn, sobbing as they delivered their reports. The explosion severed the Lu family's decades-long bloodvine supply chain across the southern frontier in a single stroke. Elder Lu of the Lu family arrived at first light, seeking answers from Xie Linger, who didn't even lift her gaze as she spread before him the official warehouse ledgers, stamped with government seals, certified copies of the Funyo Mountain trade embargo decree, and a complete inventory of the Xie family's bloodvine holdings, with every transaction meticulously recorded. Each batch of bloodvine in her possession had been acquired through legitimate channels, and not a single sack had left the city walls during the mountain closure. Elder Lu departed in sullen silence, his face dark with frustration. When the counting house fell quiet, and she found herself alone, Xie Linger exhaled softly and drew forth a root of century-old Huangjing, gifted by Elder Gu, rolling it slowly between her fingers as though savoring its weight and significance. That night Lu Chen remained at the library until late, poring through every text on qi gathering cultivation available within the inner sect. Finally, amid a dust-covered volume, he uncovered a passage of modest appearance, yet profound implications. The record came from an ancestral master of Qingyun sect, who had written after reaching the profound realm. Just a handful of characters conveying that beyond Qi gathering the cultivator sees heaven and earth sees all living beings, and then sees themselves. Different visions yield different attainments. Without authorship or date, the words spoke to Lu Chen nonetheless. After reading them several times, understanding dawned upon him. Qi gathering was not an end, but a beginning. Body tempering prepared the vessel to hold, Qi gathering filled it. What that content became would depend entirely upon the path chosen moving forward. He recalled the remnant soul's explanation of the 10,000 paths sacred body, where others dedicated their lives to a single path, where sword cultivators pursued only sword techniques, and pill refiners pursued only alchemy. He alone could walk all roads simultaneously. Yet his circumstance differed fundamentally. Though mastering all 10,000 paths simultaneously was his destiny, the complexity grew with each discipline acquired, and if his attention fractured rather than coalesced, the endeavor would prove unsuccessful. Only through synthesis, subsuming all 10,000 paths beneath a single framework, could he fully realize the sacred body's potential. The remnant soul had advised him to establish his primary path as the core around which all others would orbit, and there could be no doubt that the wooden sword resting in his hands embodied his Tao, the way of the sword. Lu Chen closed the tome and rested the wooden blade across his knees. The sword gave a faint tremor, as though acknowledging his thought. In silence, he communicated with the remnant soul. He would investigate the true strength of the heavenly sword mansion and discern the sword path limitations recorded in the ancestors' journal, then use these revelations as the foundational stones for synthesis. The remnant soul let out a quiet laugh, neither praising the foresight nor dismissing it as fantasy, but simply advising that speed would be essential before falling silent once more. Situ Shua chose the site for the sword challenge not in the training grounds, but on the sword platform at the summit of Qingxiao Peak. The sword platform was where successive sect masters of Qingyun sect had tested their swords. It was a huge natural platform of blue stone suspended above the clouds and mist with 3 sides hanging over the void, and only a narrow stone stairway leading up from the summit. Situ Shua's choice of this place needed no explanation. Once the news spread through the sect, quite a few people signed up at first, but after careful thought and persuasion from their teachers, only 7 truly dared to stand on the sword platform. Situ Shua's reputation as a 7th realm sword cultivator was too overwhelming. That day in the arena preliminaries, though he had not drawn his sword, his mere presence suppressed the sword chi perception of the inner disciples in the nearest rows. Surviving 3 of his sword strikes sounded simple, but a 7th realm sword cultivator was the equivalent of a master of the Tongxian realm in the human world, while the strongest disciple who had signed up was only at the peak of the Qi gathering realm. Among the 7, Zhuqiu Ming was the first to sign up. He was the candidate pushed forward by Lu Yuanqing. The Lu family had spent a fortune to engage a swordsmith from Nanjiang, who reforged a soft iron stabbing sword for him overnight, with 3 ice-attributed demon beast cores fused into the blade, and the sword tip tempered with the essence of cold iron. He stood on the sword platform, his soft sword shining with a faint blue cold light in the mist. Among the other 6, Yi Zongfeng was also there. He had signed up on his own without telling anyone. When Lu Chen from within the crowd saw Yi Zongfeng shouldering his heavy sword and stepping onto the stone stairs, he did not stop him. He only tightened his grip on the wooden sword at his waist. Situ Shua stood at the center of the sword platform, his sword robe snapping in the wind from the summit. He did not offer any pleasantries. Drawing the narrow-bladed longsword from his waist, he let its tip slope toward the ground and repeated the rules in a voice as calm as ever. Each person takes 3 strikes, and whoever endures all 3 would be admitted to the outer ranks of the Heaven Sword Mansion. Zhuqiu Ming was the first to step forward. Situ Shua's first strike was a straight thrust. There was nothing fancy about it, just the most basic thrust of the sword. The sword tip split the clouds and mist, trailing a shock wave visible to the naked eye. The speed was not especially fast, but the pressure it exuded was astonishing. Before the sword arrived, its sword pressure had pressed a ring of hairline cracks into the blue stone beneath Zhuqiu Ming's feet. Zhuqiu Ming held his sword across his body to block. The instant the soft sword met the narrow blade, his whole body jolted violently. With a crack, 2 pieces of blue stone under his feet shattered, and he retreated 7 steps before steadying himself. His face was already pale, his sword hand trembled, and he gasped for breath, but he had taken the first strike. The second was a diagonal slash. Situ Shua's sword momentum changed abruptly. The transition from straight thrust to diagonal slash was so fluid that there was no pause at all, the blade tracing a complete arc through midair. Zhuqiu Ming raised his soft sword to withstand the blow. This time the blades met at the soft sword's weakest midpoint. After a crisp clang, the sword pressure crushed him down to one knee, and his knee shattered the 3rd blue stone. The soft sword did not break, but blood was already seeping from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger, and he knelt amid the rubble, unable to rise for a long while. Situ Shua did not immediately deliver the 3rd strike. He waited for Zhuqiu Ming to stand up and reset his stance before throwing the 3rd strike, a horizontal slash. As the 3rd slash swept toward him, Zhuqiu Ming tried to tap the ridge of the oncoming blade with his cold iron sword tip, hoping to borrow and deflect the force. He was after all a seasoned veteran of many arena bouts, and this tapping deflection had never failed him before. But his hand had barely risen halfway when Situ Shua's sword was already pressing in front of him. The narrow blade shattered the soft sword's cold chi barrier and struck directly against Zhuqiu Ming's wrist. The soft sword flew from his hand, spun several times in the air, and landed on the blue stone 10 paces away with a clear ring. 3 strikes. Zhuqiu Ming had his weapon knocked away and was defeated. Lu Yuanqing's expression in the crowd turned extremely ugly. He had prepared for so long and poured so many resources of the Lu family into this only for Zhuqiu Ming to lose his weapon on the 3rd strike. Of the next 4, none lasted past the 2nd strike. 2 disciples at the peak of the body-tempering realm were sent flying off the sword platform by sword pressure on the very 1st strike. The other 2 chi-gathering realm disciples lost on the 2nd strike. One was blasted into a staggering, unsteady stumble, and the other had his long sword knocked clean out of his hand. The disciples watching around the sword platform fell into dead silence. The power of a 7th realm sword cultivator was even more fearsome than anyone had imagined. The 6th to step up was Yi Zongfeng. As he stepped onto the sword platform, sporadic whispers broke out among the crowd. Yi Zongfeng had not been an inner disciple for long. To most people he was merely a loose cultivator who trained his sword on the cliff behind the mountain as if he did not care about his life. No family background, no eminent master. His heavy sword looked rough and unwieldy, a far cry from the refined sword Dao of the Heaven Sword Mansion. Zhang Chang'e stood at the back of the crowd with his arms crossed and murmured, "Don't lose." It was not loud, but it was distinct in the hushed crowd. Situ Shua's first strike was still a straight thrust. Yi Zongfeng did not block. He sidestepped, and at the same instant his heavy sword rose in a reverse arc from his waist, not to meet the enemy's blade, but to seize the offensive. This had always been his style. He had no defense, only attack. The best defense was to force the opponent back with your sword before they ever had a chance to hit you. A fleeting, barely noticeable emotion passed through Situ Shua's eyes. The straight thrust shifted course in midair, and the sword tip tapped down on the ridge of Yi Zongfeng's heavy sword. An overwhelming surge of domineering spiritual energy came crashing through the blade. The veins on Yi Zongfeng's arms bulged, yet he did not retreat at all. It was not that he could not be pushed back, but that he refused to yield ground. Situ Shua did not hesitate. With a turn of his wrist, the 2nd strike, a horizontal slash, was already upon him. This sword left no leeway. The residual force of its sword pressure swept the mist away from the edge of the sword platform and churned a translucent shockwave through the air. Yi Zongfeng took the blow head on. The instant his heavy sword clashed with the narrow blade, a deafening metallic crash rang out, and everyone on the sword platform felt their eardrums sting. The heavy sword was pressed down 3 inches, but Yi Zongfeng held it steady. The blue stone beneath his feet shattered into one massive chunk, and fragments sprayed off the sword platform into the bottomless abyss. Yet his back remained unbent, both feet nailed to the ground. For the 3rd strike, Situ Shua paused for a moment. He looked into Yi Zongfeng's eyes, then delivered it. The sword tip angled upward from below, the least conspicuous form among countless complex changes, yet its sword intent suddenly turned cold and pure. Yi Zongfeng poured all his spiritual energy into the heavy sword, and the blade lit up with a plain white light. His body and sword became one as he charged straight at Situ Shua's edge. No block, no dodge, only a direct rush into the blade. The heavy sword and the narrow blade collided at the edge of the sword platform. The air burst open, shredding the clouds and mist for a dozen yards. This time Yi Zongfeng was blasted away. He flew backward 7 or 8 steps, the heavy sword plowing a long trail of sparks along the ground, and finally came to a precarious stop at the platform's edge, one foot already planted against a crack in its boundary stone. But he did not fall. Propping himself up with the heavy sword, he swayed twice and finally stood firm. There were no fatal wounds on his body, only several splits in the skin of his arms caused by sword pressure bursting his capillaries. Taken. All 3 strikes. Situ Shua sheathed his sword, his eyes holding undisguised admiration. He spoke only one word: come. This meant there would be a new place in the 7th sword pavilion of the Heaven Sword Mansion. Panting, Yi Zongfeng shouldered his sword and came down from the sword platform. Zhang Chang'e hurried forward and steadied him by the shoulder. He was about to speak, but Yi Zongfeng spoke first. His voice was a little hoarse, but the stubborn defiance in his tone had not diminished in the least. He said he was going to the Heaven Sword Mansion to see just how capable they truly were, and he told Lu Chen and Zhang Chang'e to fight out the rest of the sect grand tournament for him. Zhang Chang'e patted his shoulder without a word, then said firmly, "Just wait for us." Late into the night, deep in the bamboo grove on Qingzhou Peak, the lanterns were still burning. Lu Chen, Zhang Chang'e, and Gu Qinghan sat in a circle by the cold spring to bid Yi Zongfeng farewell. Yi Zongfeng sat on the central boulder with his heavy sword in his arms. He took out the wineskin that never left his side, took several long gulps, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and handed the wineskin to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took it and drank a mouthful. The wine was harsh and fierce, so pungent it made him cough several times in a row, and everyone burst out laughing. After a few more rounds of wine, Yi Zongfeng rose shouldered his heavy sword and made his way down the mountain along the bamboo path. Situ Shua of the Heaven Sword Mansion would take him away from Qingyun sect the next morning, so he had to report to the guest quarters tonight. After walking a dozen or so steps, he suddenly stopped. Turning back to look at the three figures standing side by side in the moonlit bamboo grove, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "If you win the sect grand tournament, remember to treat me to a drink. If you lose, don't come looking for me." With that, he did not wait for a reply. He turned and strode away into the depths of the bamboo grove. Lu Chen watched his receding figure and tightened his grip on the wooden sword at his waist. This was the first person to leave their ranks, and Lu Chen knew he would not be the last. But as long as he still held that wooden sword, he would walk the remaining path for those who had gone. After the sect tournament entered the quarterfinals, the strength gap between teams narrowed significantly. In the quarterfinals, the bamboo sword team defeated a wind attribute squad renowned for their speed. Gu Qinghan's flexible sword played a pivotal role in the rapid offensive and defensive exchanges, using softness to overcome hardness by precisely predicting the opponent's high-speed movement trajectories and forcing them off the arena. The semi-final opponents were the Black Iron team, led by Zhou Fu, the senior disciple of the Iron Sword Peak. Zhang Chang'e clashed nearly 100 times with his former junior brother on the arena, and ultimately, through sheer ferocious determination, forced the Zhan Tai sword against Zhou Fu, compelling the latter to yield. However, he had also sustained several new wounds. The wound on the outer side of his knee inflicted by Zhuqiu Ming had not fully healed before it split open again, and the alchemist wrapped multiple layers of bandages around it during the redressing. On the standings, both the Bamboo Sword team and the Heavenly Gang team remained undefeated, making the final matchup all but certain. The news of Yi Zongfeng joining the Heavenly Sword Mansion had stirred considerable sensation within the sect, indirectly drawing even more attention to the Bamboo Sword team. Following the quarterfinals, Lu Yuanqing retreated from public view, though his confidants continued secretly weaving connections across the various peaks, many openly and covertly hoping the Bamboo Sword team would falter so the Lu family could reclaim their influence in the inner sect. At this critical juncture, Wang Zhe suddenly announced he would challenge Lu Chen, not on stage for the competition, but for a private duel. They settled on the mind cultivation rock on the main peak that very evening. Zhang Chang'e immediately insisted on accompanying Lu Chen, warning that Wang Zhe's cold demeanor didn't suggest good intentions, and what if he deliberately struck too hard during their sparring? Lu Chen shook his head. If Wang Zhe intended to deliver a heavy blow, he wouldn't have chosen this moment. A public challenge followed by a private meeting would damage his own reputation, not Lu Chen's. The mind cultivation rock was a natural stone platform jutting from the cliff on the rear slope of the main peak, hanging over a bottomless abyss on three sides. Wang Zhe was already waiting, their hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure outlined by moonlight. He was the eldest disciple of the main peak, having reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm, and the personal disciple of Elder Lu. Within the inner sect, his talent, status, and position all placed him among the very best. He rarely revealed his abilities in public, but when Lin Ju suffered a critical strike from Sword Intent during the finals of Zone A, only he dared step forward to offer support and exchange a few quiet words. Just this alone indicated his strength was no inferior to Lin Ju's. Lu Chen walked onto the mind cultivation rock and stopped 3 paces behind Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe turned around. His features were handsome and upright, with brows sharp as if carved by a blade, but his eyes now held a complex mixture of pride and something harder to define. "I'm aware of the schemes Lu Yuanqing has been orchestrating behind the scenes," Wang Zhe stated bluntly. The assault on the disciplinarian, the framing of Zhang Chang'e, pushing Zhuqiu Ming onto the sword testing platform at the Heavenly Sword Mansion. "I know all about these matters." Lu Chen remained silent, letting him finish. "What does it concern me?" Wang Zhe said coldly. "He's my junior brother, but the foolish things he does have nothing to do with me. I invited you here tonight not for the Lu family, nor for Lu Yuanqing. It's simply a sparring match between you and me at the Qi condensation realm." As he spoke, Wang Zhe drew his sword. His sword was a long blade of pure silver white, its surface etched with intricate spiritual patterns that illuminated one by one as spiritual energy coursed through them, causing the edge to shimmer with a pale golden light. His strikes embodied the authentic transmission of the main peak. Composed sword momentum, strict adherence to technique, each movement as precise as a textbook example, yet his control over spiritual energy and the rhythm of his attacks were far more exacting than any other disciple. Lu Chen drew his sword to meet the challenge. The wooden and silver blades clashed under the moonlight with a clear ringing sound, and the two engaged in fierce combat upon the mind cultivation rock. Wang Zhe's swordsmanship surpassed Zhang Chang'e's steadiness, Yi Zongfeng's sophistication, and Zhuqiu Ming's orthodoxy, making him the most balanced swordsman Lu Chen had encountered in both offense and defense. The wooden and silver swords clashed dozens of times in midair. Though Lu Chen's early-stage Qi condensation spiritual energy was completely suppressed by Wang Zhe's peak-stage power, his sword remained steady and unwavering. After reconstructing his foundation on Qingzhou Peak, his swordsmanship had been fundamentally transformed. He no longer relied on quick wits or instinct. Each strike was deliberate, rooted, and precise. Just as Lu Chen began to grasp the rhythm of Wang Zhe's sword techniques, Wang Zhe suddenly changed his approach. The silver sword surged forward with sudden speed, its spiritual patterns blazing with intensified light, the tip targeting Lu Chen's right hand that held his weapon. Precise, ruthless, and completely unexpected. This deceptive change in technique mirrored the ambush Lu Chen had endured on the path of self-reflection. Master and disciple indeed, following the same lineage. Lu Chen's right hand couldn't retreat in time, but he was no longer the body-tempering realm youth who had relied on his scabbard to block that ambush on the path of self-reflection. His left hand struck from the side, fingers rigid as a blade tapping against the spine of Wang Zhe's silver sword, without any finger energy directly impacting the blade with his left hand. Having reached the peak of body tempering, his fingers were as hard as stone. This strike landed with precision on Wang Zhe's weakest point of force application, deflecting the silver sword's trajectory by half an inch. It grazed the web between Lu Chen's right thumb and index finger. Wang Zhe's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his sword and stepped back, his gaze moving from Lu Chen's left hand to the sword tip that remained as steady as a rock. After a moment of silence, he abruptly halted his attack, his voice carrying an elusive quality as he asked Lu Chen whether Elder Gu had recognized his physical reflexes, honed from chopping firewood, and taken him as a disciple, since Elder Lu had never taught him how to compensate for gaps in swordsmanship with his fists. Lu Chen straightened his posture without responding. From Wang Zhe's tone he detected something deeper. Not mockery, not envy, but bewilderment. Wang Zhe returned his blade to its scabbard and gazed upward at the bright moon on the horizon. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke, beginning to recount to this sole opponent the past he had never revealed to anyone else. His voice was considerably lower than before, the usual aloof arrogance stripped away beneath the moonlight. He spoke of how at 7 years old, when his spiritual roots were tested, Elder Lu had praised him as possessing the demeanor of a great emperor, and the Lu family had poured nearly all their resources into him. His father served as a patriarch within the Lu family, always seating him at the head of the table during family banquets, and telling every clansman that he would inevitably reach the emperor realm. He had grown up surrounded by a future constantly reinforced. Future great emperor, future glory of the Lu family, future sect master of Qingyun sect. To deserve those 4 characters, he had exerted efforts beyond ordinary comprehension, sleeping only 2 hours each night, reciting sword manuals, while eating, rejecting all social interactions unrelated to cultivation, never even attending the secret gatherings where inner sect disciples drank together. Yet no matter how desperately he trained, his cultivation remained fixed at the peak of qi condensation. The threshold of the profound passage realm proved insurmountable. Every breakthrough attempt ended in failure, and the most recent one had nearly driven him into qi deviation. 2 months prior, his father had fallen critically ill. Kneeling beside the sickbed, his father gripped his hand, and with his final breath revealed the secret he had concealed for most of his life. The great emperor's demeanor was a fabrication. When Wang Zhe was young, the Lu family had bribed a wandering mystic to falsify his spiritual root assessment, aiming to strengthen his father's faction within the clan's internal struggles. His natural talent was indeed commendable, but nowhere near the caliber of a great emperor. Those 4 characters had been nothing but an elaborate deception from start to finish. He had grown up submerged in a false bubble, and now that it had burst, he discovered he couldn't even close the most fundamental gap. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit just to reach the peak of qi condensation, while Lin Zhu could summon sword intent at will to match his level. And then there was Lu Chen, who had risen from a destitute beggar to this stature in merely a year, not through talent, but through genuine hard-earned foundation. After finishing his tale, Wang Zhe fell silent for a long stretch, the only sound on the mind cultivation rock being the mountain wind. Lu Chen had not once interrupted him. Within Wang Zhe's narrative, he recognized something deeply familiar. The bitter taste of having destiny declare one unworthy. The distinction lay in how they'd arrived at this realization. Wang Zhe had been elevated so high before discovering the gold leaf was merely fake, whereas Lu Chen had clawed his way up from mud, fighting for the dignity of a lowly beggar who may well have been worthy all along. The great emperor's demeanor was fabricated. Lu Chen finally spoke. But the skill that placed you standing on this very stone, that is genuine. The talent assessed within a bubble could be counterfeited, yet every inch of meridian refined by spiritual energy, every layer of mastery forged through countless blows upon the blade, none of that was false. The falsehood lies only in the labels others affix to you, not in your sword. Wang Zhe stared at him transfixed. His eyes carried a complicated tangle of emotions, gratitude, shame, relief, and beneath it all a weariness long suppressed. He exhaled deeply toward the moonlight and nodded slowly, declaring that he would face the tournament with his own sword, upright and honorable. The inner sect was not the Lu families to command alone. With those words, he turned and departed from the mind cultivation rock, each step measured and deliberate. Hidden among the brush at the mountain paths, and 2 figures witnessed the entire exchange. Zhang Shanga, who had come seeking counsel on tournament formation, his fists clenching and releasing within his sleeves, and Lin Ju, who had silently followed at some unknown hour leaning against an ancient pine, with a worn manual in hand gazing thoughtfully after Wang Zhe's departing figure. Mountain winds swept through the pine branches carrying away the last traces of sword qi lingering on the mind cultivation rock. News of the sect competition finals spread rapidly through Qingyun City. Day and night the tea houses and taverns buzzed with the same discussion, whether the bamboo sword team or the Tiangang team would claim first place. Gambling houses opened their odds, Tiangang team at 1-3-1, bamboo sword team at 2-1. Most favored Wang Zhe, given that a supreme qi gathering cultivation versus early stage qi gathering created a clear spiritual energy gap. Xia Linger sat in the account room of the Xie family headquarters, heard the odds reported by the clerk, set down her pen, wiped her hands, and ordered the account office to withdraw 100 taels of silver to wager on the bamboo sword team. The accountant was stunned for a moment before confirming the young miss hadn't mixed up the odds. 100 taels was no small sum, and at these odds a win for the bamboo sword team would yield 200 taels in pure profit. Xia Linger offered no explanation, simply urging him to attend to it promptly. She had more pressing matters to attend to today. Following the destruction of the Lu family's bloodline secret repository in the southern frontier, elder Lu Chen, father of Lu Yuanqing, personally led a contingent of guards into Qingyun City, vowing to demand answers from the Xie family. Xia Linger arranged to meet him at a tea house in town, accompanied only by Uncle Zhou. Inside the private room, Lu Chen had already been waiting a short while. He was a sturdy man in his 50s, dressed in brocade robes with a sword at his waist, his expression dark and foreboding. Without preamble, Xia Linger drew a bundle of documents from her sleeve and spread them across the table. Copies of the Funyo Mountain Trade Ban Decree, detailed records of the Xie family's bloodline inventory movements, duplicate land deeds for the Lu family secret repository, and a sworn testimony from multiple herb gatherers at Funyo Mountain attesting that witnesses had seen individuals in Lu family attire carrying flammable materials near the repository on the night of the explosion. As Lu Qingzong reviewed the documents, his expression grew progressively darker. The final testimony completely transformed his demeanor. If it held any truth, the ones who destroyed the secret repository weren't the Xie family, but people from within the Lu family itself. Either an internal silencing or someone conspiring within the Lu family. Either way, the Lu family held no justification. What do you want? Lu Qingzong closed the documents. Lift your price suppression on the Xie family's medicinal herb shops, and for the next 3 months you are forbidden from competing with them in the southern frontier market. Xia Linger lifted her teacup and took a sip. Agreed. These documents stay with me and will never come to anyone else's eyes. Lu Qingzong stared at her for a long time before gritting out 2 words through his teeth: deal. Xia Linger set down her teacup and rose to leave. At the doorway, Lu Qingzong suddenly called after her, asking a question entirely unrelated to the documents she'd brought. He said he'd heard about Lu Yuanqing's clashes with Lu Chen at Qingyun sect, and asked her to relay a message: the Lu family would handle their own affairs and wouldn't reach across to the competition arena. Xia Ling didn't turn around, merely paused her steps and replied, "Best that you do," then pushed open the door and left. Behind her, Lu Qingzong's face darkened as he slammed the bundle of documents onto the table. Meanwhile, atop the meditation rocks of Qingxiao Peak's main summit, Wang Zhe sat alone by the cliff edge, gathering his breath. His silver sword lay across his knees, its spirit markings flickering with each inhalation. Ever since that night when he'd sparred with Lu Chen on the meditation rocks, he hadn't slept in days. Each time he closed his eyes, he'd recall his father's expression at his deathbed, gripping his hand to reveal the truth, not with guilt, but with relief. As if speaking that lie had finally lifted the boulder crushing his chest for decades, and whether his son could bear the weight was something he'd stopped caring about. Wang Zhe held no hatred for his father. His father had spent his life navigating the Lu family with cautious restraint, pinning all his hopes on his son to turn the tide in the family's internal struggles through imperial destiny. Alas, that hope was a bubble from start to finish. But he hated that bubble. Hated how it had turned him into an exquisite puppet for 20 years of his life. Sword manuals, medicinal baths, spirit stones, cultivation techniques. The resources the Lu family had invested in him could have nurtured 2 experts reaching the profound mystery realm, yet he remained unable to break through. He'd once blamed his lack of effort, but now he understood. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard enough, but that from the very beginning he'd been taught wrong. Elder Lu had chosen a cultivation method far too advanced for him, forcing high-level techniques onto an unstable foundation, causing his meridians to overflow with spiritual energy, while a hairline fracture formed at the base of his chi vortex. The fracture remained invisible under normal circumstances, surfacing only at critical moments when pushing toward the profound mystery realm. That night, Lu Chen had said something that stayed with him. He spoke of how potential measured by bubbles could be fabricated, but the substance behind a sword's edge could not be faked. Wang Zhe turned those words over in his mind for 3 full days until clarity emerged. He needed to defeat Lu Chen. Not for the Lu family, not for any grand destiny. Only to prove that the words which had moved him were true. If genuine depth resided in his sword's edge, then the arena should bear witness to it. Rising to his feet, he drew his silver sword and practiced beneath the moonlight. This time he abandoned all the advanced techniques of the main peak, instead running through the complete sequence of the Qingyun 13 sword forms from beginning to end. Chop, thrust, swipe, lift, slash. Each movement felt as awkward as when he'd first entered the sect, yet he practiced with unusual devotion like a child starting anew. In the main peak's council hall, Elder Lu received a visitor late that night. It was Lu Yuanqing standing with hands at his sides, his expression deferential, yet hiding a trace of unease in his eyes. Elder Lu set his teacup down heavily on the table, his voice low, but carrying immense pressure, directly accusing him of orchestrating the assault on the steward and framing Zhanchanga. Lu Yuanqing lowered his head in silence. Elder Lu sneered, remarking that after raising him all these years, the Lu family still couldn't even teach him how to harm someone properly. His methods were crude and riddled with openings. Should the discipline hall conduct a thorough investigation, they'd find at least 3 discrepancies between the iron hammer hidden beneath Zhanchanga's bed and the forging techniques of Iron Sword Peak. Moreover, he'd already deducted the cost of Zhuo Qiuming's new sword from Lu Yuanqing's monthly allowance. Lu Yuanqing's face, drained of color, understanding his deception, was exposed. Yet Elder Lu's next words made him lift his head again. This time would be treated as an expensive lesson, but next time he dared to embarrass the sect, he'd be sent back to the Lu ancestral shrine to face the wall for 3 years. As for Lu Chen and the wooden sword matter, Sidu Shua of the Heavenly Sword Office had already taken notice. The Lu family need not interfere further. After Lu Yuanqing withdrew from the hall, Elder Lu sat alone in his armchair, lifting and setting down his teacup. His gaze settled on the portrait of successive sect masters hanging on the wall, remaining silent for a long while. The Heavenly Sword Office wasn't after the sword itself. It was after what lay within it. The Lu family would step back for now, letting the Heavenly Sword Office and Qingyun sect clash with each other, then emerge to pick up the pieces once both sides were weakened. That was his true design. Final day. The stands surrounding Qingshao Peak's martial arts arena were packed before dawn. Outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, elders and deacons from various peaks, and representatives from noble families who'd traveled from Qingyun City, all pressed together, a sea of dark heads stretching across the entire mountainside. On the main viewing platform, the sect master and all 6 peak elders were present. Situ Shua of the Heavenly Sword Office and his 2 companions occupied the VIP section, while Yi Tsongfeng stood behind him in the standard-issue sword robe of the Heavenly Sword Office, his waist now bearing a newly issued long sword rather than his old weapon. On the arena floor, Wang Zhe stood with his silver sword drawn, its tip touching the ground. Rather than donning the brocade robes of the main peak's top disciple, he wore the same plain, cyan inner sect garment as Lu Chen. His 2 subordinates flanked him. Han Tai, a body cultivator at mid-stage, Qi gathering, whose frame was as solid and imposing as an iron tower, and Su Yun, a formation master at early stage, Qi gathering, who specialized in amplifying allies' spiritual energy while hindering opponents' speed. The trio formed a triangular stance, their auras steady and composed. The bamboo sword team made their entrance. Zhanchanga bore bandages on his knee, but gripped his blade with unwavering hands, hauling the iron-cleaving sword onto his shoulder as he flashed a grin toward his opponents. Gu Qinghan's jade-hilted sword had partially emerged from its scabbard, catching the cold gleam of morning light. At the front stood Lu Chen, wooden blade resting against his hip with the hilt firmly pressed into his palm. The gong attendant took position at center arena, surveyed both sides to confirm readiness, then raised his copper mallet. Sect Championship Final. Bamboo Sword Team versus Tiangang Team. Best of 3 rounds, first match. The gong sounded. Wang Zhe struck, instantly drawing his sword and charging into the fray. Rather than taking his usual position at the front to direct strategy, he positioned Han Tai and Su Yun on the flanks before the signal to draw enemy fire, while he himself cut diagonally from the right side of the arena, his blade aimed straight at Lu Chen. The intention unmistakable. He sought one-on-one combat. Behind him, Gu Qinghan engaged Han Tai, while Zhanchanga intercepted Su Yun. The 6 combatants splitting into 3 pairs who clashed simultaneously across the arena, their spiritual energy detonating against the barriers with a resonant hum. Lu Chen drew his wooden sword tip angled toward the ground, stepping forward to meet Wang Zhe's charge. Their blades met on the very first exchange. This was nothing like their sparring session on the meditation rocks. Today, every strike from Wang Zhe poured forth his full spiritual energy, the runes upon his silver blade burning brighter than ever before. Yet he abandoned the complex feints and elaborate variations of the main peak's advanced sword techniques, instead executing the complete Qingyun 13 forms with absolute mastery from start to finish. Chop, thrust, swipe, lift, slash. Each movement drawn from the most fundamental techniques, yet infused with a sword pressure unlike anything he'd wielded before, born of supreme Qi gathering cultivation. It carried no pretense or artifice, but the raw, unburdened force of someone finally wielding their full strength without restraint. The impact drove a dull ache through Lu Chen's palm as he parried the opening strike. Despite the mountain-like pressure of his opponent's peak chi-gathering cultivation, he refused to yield even an inch. His meridians, tempered to perfection through dual training in the cold spring and medicinal baths, possessed resilience far beyond that of typical cultivators at his realm. The chi vortex within his dantian, a mere fingernail's size, spun with unwavering stability, channeling spiritual energy ceaselessly toward his blade. Their techniques collided in the air, each strike erupting in blinding sparks. Two ribbons of cyan light danced across the arena, one as immovable as mountain stone, the other as fierce as wind tearing through the peaks. Meanwhile, the flank matchups raged, Zhang Chang'e against Su Yun and Gu Qinghan against Han Tai, each engagement fierce and unyielding. Su Yun's formation covered an enormous radius, its cyan patterns spreading from the arena's corners faster than any formation master Zhang Chang'e or Lu Chen had faced before attempting to restrict their mobility. Despite his bulky frame, Han Tai proved remarkably durable, trading dozens of exchanges with Gu Qinghan's flexible sword without showing signs of defeat. Though the bamboo sword team faced a spiritual energy deficit, they'd refined a contingency plan through extensive rehearsal before the semifinals, layering wood sword chi techniques that required no spiritual expenditure as a fallback after Yi Cangfeng's earlier tactics had worn down Wang Zhe. Just as the Tiangang team's formation patterns threatened to engulf the entire arena, Lu Chen suddenly channeled a chi blade from deep within the wooden sword's cracks, striking it directly into the arena floor. The formation patterns shuddered violently as though struck by an invisible force, and Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically as the spell faltered for 3 crucial breaths. Seizing the opening, Zhang Chang'e delivered a devastating cleave that sent the chanting formation master flying from the arena, while simultaneously Gu Qinghan employed the unload technique to deflect Han Tai's heavy hammer, entirely pressing his soft sword against Han Tai's chest to force his surrender. With both Tiangang supports defeated in succession, only Wang Zhe remained on the field. Panting heavily as his comrades were carried away, he turned to face Lu Chen and smiled faintly. "Now there's no one to disturb us," he called out loudly, then lunged forward again with his blade raised. They clashed dozens more times across the arena, each strike draining them further until exhaustion claimed them both. Zhang Chang'e made several attempts to intervene, but Lu Chen signaled him back each time. In the end, Lu Chen's wooden blade rested against Wang Zhe's throat, while Wang Zhe's silver sword pressed to Lu Chen's chest. They held their positions motionless, neither willing to yield. The gong attendant observed the stalemate, exchanged glances with the 3 presiding elders on the judging platform, then struck the gong to declare the bamboo sword team victorious in the opening round. With both sides holding lethal advantage over each other in a mutual standoff, the judges ultimately ruled in favor of the bamboo sword team based on the prior defeats of the Tiangang flank fighters. The stands erupted into chaos. Those who'd bet on Tiangang cursed loudly, while supporters of the bamboo sword team leapt to their feet in celebration. Even the senior inner disciples who dismissed the bamboo sword team now regarded the youth wielding that worn wooden sword on the arena with something approaching reverence. Xia Linger completed her final account in the headquarters ledger room. Though she didn't attend the event herself, she dispatched runners to deliver updates every half hour via swift horses. When a breathless messenger burst through the door announcing the bamboo sword team's victory in the first round, she picked up her brush and recorded the new income. The Xia family stood to gain 200 taels at the 2-to-1 odds. It wasn't about the money itself. She needed the capital. Though the Lu family's bloodline supply had been temporarily severed once the rainy season ended and the southern regions reopened, new shipments would flood in, and the Xia family would need to expand their warehouses, repair their herb racks, and hire additional gatherers. She tucked the invoice into her ledger and glanced out the window. From this vantage point, she could see the northern gate of Qingyun City and the rolling silhouette of Qingshao Peak, but the arena remained out of sight. Yet she knew he would return tonight for his wooden sword, as he always had when chopping firewood in the courtyard, always setting the axe away properly afterward without fail. Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned alone to the rest area. Zhang Chang'e and Gu Qinghan had gone to prepare for the second round. He leaned against the wall, took a few draughts from his water skin, and was about to rest the wooden sword across his knees to meditate when he noticed the blade was growing warm. This wasn't the residual heat from spiritual energy infusion, but rather warmth seeping from deep within the wood's grain, a sensation he'd never felt despite wielding the sword for so long. Scanning his surroundings warily, and finding nothing amiss, he gripped the hilt and called out to the remnant soul within, but received no answer after 3 attempts. Since that evening by the cold spring when the remnant soul had whispered, "Time is running short," its condition had steadily deteriorated. During the tribulation earlier, it had still offered lengthy guidance, but now even simple responses were reduced to a word or two. Lu Chen rested the wooden sword flat across his knees and traced the dense network of cracks along its blade with his fingers. Previously, these fissures had appeared to be mere deterioration from the wood drying out, but after breaking through to the chi gathering stage, his perception had sharpened dramatically, and now examining the blade closely, he realized the cracks followed a distinct pattern. They weren't random fractures, but rather a deliberate spiral pattern winding upward from beneath the crossguard, coiling tightly around the blade's length until it reached the tip. It resembled a seal meticulously carved into the sword itself. Nameless, he murmured, whispering the word. The blade remained still, no glow, no tremor. Yet he sensed an almost imperceptible pulse traveling from the hilt into his palm, rhythmic as a heartbeat or the slow breath of something stirring from slumber. The news of the Bamboo Sword team's first-round victory spread throughout the inner sect, yet the second round began before long. The midday sun blazed down upon the arena, baking the spirit jade bricks until they emitted a faint heat, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of formation embers and sweat. In the Heavenly Gang team's resting area, Wang Zhe sat cross-legged, his silver sword laid flat across his knees, his expression serene. His two deputies sat behind him, each regulating their breathing. Su Yun's complexion was still poor. Having been blasted off the arena by a single sword strike from Zhang Chang'e in the previous round, he was uninjured yet. For a formation master whose array had been shattered, the psychological blow was far heavier than any physical wound. Wang Zhe stood up, patted Su Yun on the shoulder, and spoke a few words so quietly that even Han Tai nearby could not hear them. Then he turned and walked toward the arena, his strides steadier than in the first round. This senior disciple of the main peak, who had once lived inside a bubble of vanity, now bore in his eyes neither arrogance nor confusion, only a calm, unyielding resolve. The second round commenced. The Heavenly Gang team had changed their formation. In the first round, they had sent Wang Zhe to duel Lu Chen one-on-one, while his two deputies held Zhang Chang'e and Gu Qinghan at bay respectively. In the second round, Wang Zhe placed himself at the head. Han Tai and Su Yun pressed tightly against his left and right flanks, the three forming a rare, triangular protective formation. Su Yun withdrew his formation from the ground and attached it entirely to Han Tai's heavy hammer and Wang Zhe's silver sword, amplifying the speed of spiritual energy flow, while a pale golden shield of array runes materialized over Han Tai's hammer. This was no longer a tactic of dividing forces to contain the enemy, but of combining strength for a ferocious assault. The trio's spiritual energy was fused into one through the formation, with Wang Zhe as the arrowhead of a concentrated breakthrough, first crushing the weakest link of the Bamboo Sword team, then picking them apart one by one. The moment the three of the Bamboo Sword team exchanged blows, they sensed the difference. This time Wang Zhe did not seek another duel with Lu Chen. Instead, he struck first at Gu Qinghan, whose frontal defense was the weakest of the three, unleashing the combined force of the formation. Though her soft sword was agile and ever-changing, facing the concentrated impact of three enemies head-on was still extraordinarily dangerous. The silver sword descended with triple-layered spiritual energy. When Gu Qinghan's soft sword rose to block the shock, bent it into an unprecedented arc, and she was driven back several steps, spiderweb cracks spreading across the spirit jade bricks beneath her feet. Han Tai's amplified heavy hammer followed immediately. Zhang Chang'e stepped in with his sword held crosswise, enduring the full weight of Han Tai's hammer. The thunderous collision between the iron-slaying sword and the hammerhead set the surrounding barrier ringing and buzzing. Zhang Chang'e withstood the hammer's impact without retreating, but the old wound on his knee split open again, blood soaking through the bandage. At that moment, Lu Chen's wooden sword flicked toward the formation's spiritual energy threads. The key to their victory in the first round had been severing the formation master's spiritual energy threads. This time, however, Su Yun's array runes were all attached to the weapons with no threads exposed in the open air. When the wooden sword scraped across the surface of Han Tai's heavy hammer, it only produced a string of sparks. The runic shield was as hard as a turtle shell. The three members of the Heavenly Gang team stepped forward simultaneously, their spiritual energy forming a closed circuit among them. Wang Zhe was at the very front, the runic light of his silver sword blazing intensely. Every strike he delivered carried at least 50% more force than when he fought alone. Han Tai's heavy hammer came right behind, dictating the pace of the assault, while Su Yun stood at the rear, continuously forming hand seals to cast binding formations that restricted the Bamboo Sword team's room to maneuver. The three moved like a single iron hammer. Wang Zhe was the hammerhead, Han Tai the handle, and Su Yun the hand that gripped the hammer. Lu Chen's wooden sword was beaten back several times. Zhang Chang'e's hand went numb from the shocks transmitted through the iron-slaying sword. Gu Qinghan's soft sword grew increasingly difficult to wield under the dense web of binding formations. The Bamboo Sword team was kept under suppression for a full quarter of an hour. Their rhythm improved slightly, but no breakthrough had yet emerged. Lu Chen's repeated attempts to slice away the array runes all ended in failure. Blood streamed unceasingly from Zhang Chang'e's knee, and Gu Qinghan's defensive range grew narrower and narrower. The atmosphere in the stands gradually tilted toward the Heavenly Gang team. Those who had wagered on the Heavenly Gang team had still been uneasy before the second round. Now, seeing the Bamboo Sword team suppressed, they all breathed sighs of relief and began whispering to one another. Only Elder Gu in the foremost row sat perfectly still, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his gaze resting on Lu Chen the entire time. Lu Chen was thinking rapidly. The core of the formation was the closed spiritual energy circuit. As long as the circuit continued, the amplification would never stop. There were only two ways to break it. Either sever the source of the spiritual energy or smash through the shield head-on. He had tried cutting the spiritual energy threads and failed. The closed circuit flowed among the three. To sever it, one had to interrupt one of them at the precise moment when all three were circulating spiritual energy simultaneously. Strike together, Lu Chen whispered into Zhang Chang's ear, then turned his head and gave Gu Qinghan a gesture that only the bamboo sword team could understand. The three exchanged no words, yet their movements were as coordinated as if they had rehearsed them countless times. Gu Qinghan was the first to move. Her soft sword swept around from the side toward the wrist Su Yun was using to form hand seals, forcing him to break his casting rhythm. At the very instant Su Yun was compelled to interrupt his incantation, Zhang Chang'e faced Han Tai head-on with his sword, holding him fast, while Lu Chen drove the vortex in his dantian to its utmost limit and poured every shred of spiritual energy he had accumulated since first gathering qi into his wooden sword, holding nothing back. Against the most crushing frontal strike of Wang Zhe's sword, the wooden sword's tip darted out, executing, advancing parry, the technique in the Qingyun 13 swords that Lu Chen knew best and had mastered most thoroughly. Three sword lights erupted in the same instant, each striking one of the three nodes of the spiritual energy closed circuit. The Heavenly Gang team's closed formation was shattered from within. Su Yun was the first to be flung out, crashing against the barrier, and sliding down. Han Tai was next, sent sprawling to the ground by a single sword stroke from Zhang Chang'e. The runic shield burst into countless pale golden motes drifting through the air. Wang Zhe's spiritual energy source was cut off, and in that instant his assault came to a fatal halt. Lu Chen's wooden sword pierced through the final fragments of the array runes, the tip stopping 3 inches from the center of Wang Zhe's brow. Stripped of his runic shield, Wang Zhe was like a fine iron shield with its clasps removed, still hard yet powerless to maintain its defensive line. The muscles of his arms trembled violently. The head-on exchange just now had nearly drained his stamina. But he did not lower his sword. He raised it and clashed with Lu Chen for several more exchanges, each strike heavy and entirely real. After 3 exchanges, the wooden sword pressed against his shoulder, driving him back step by step until his body tilted out of control and slammed against the edge of the arena, half of him suspended beyond the ring. Zhang Chang'e and Gu Qinghan remained in a standoff to the left and right, neither giving chase. Lu Chen sheathed his sword and extended a hand. Wang Zhe gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the spirit jade bricks. He gazed at Lu Chen for a full 3 breaths, then reached out and grasped that hand. Lu Chen pulled Wang Zhe up from the edge of the arena. The stands fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. Those who had wagered on the bamboo sword team cheered and leapt for joy, those who had backed the Heavenly Gang team's side and groaned. But more people were applauding for the match itself. The bamboo sword team, from suppression to reversal, had fought every step cleanly and decisively with not a trace of luck. On the main viewing stand, the sect master slowly rose to his feet, clasped his hands behind his back, and watched for a long moment, then turned to Elder Gu beside him and gave a slight nod. Elder Gu remained seated and simply nodded. But beside him, Meng Changjun of Taijian Peak wiped his face with a sleeve riddled with burn holes from sparks, pointed at Zhang Chang'e on the arena, and bellowed, "That's my disciple, the blacksmith's apprentice." Elder Lu, seated in the back row, remained grim-faced, not uttering a single word from start to finish. The bronze gong steward announced the final result. The bamboo sword team had won 2 consecutive rounds and secured first place in this year's sect grand tournament. After the second round, Gu Qinghan helped Zhang Chang'e to the team physician to have his bandages rewrapped. Lu Chen sat alone on the stone steps beside the arena, his wooden sword resting flat on his knees, watching the looks cast his way from the crowd. Half a year ago, when he had walked out of the labor guild with a wood-splitting work order worth 3 copper coins a day, he would not have dared to dream that he would one day sit beside the arena at the Qingyun sect's grand tournament, holding the very same battered wooden sword. Situ Shua in the VIP section cast him a look from afar, but did not approach. Behind him, Yi Tsongfeng waved toward the sky and mouthed 2 words, "Drinks on me." That night, the bamboo groves of Qingzhou Peak blazed with lantern light. Ignoring his wounded knee, Zhang Chang'e raised his wine bowl and clinked it with everyone in reach, drinking 2 junior brothers who had slipped over from Taijian Peak under the table. Gu Qinghan did not drink, but tonight she did not retreat to her room to sit by herself. Instead, she sat on a stone by the bamboo grove and quietly watched the crowd making merry. Lu Chen too held a wine bowl, and Zhang Chang'e forced several bowls down him, choking until his face flushed crimson, drawing laughter from everyone present. Midway through the feast, Elder Gu dispatched a servant bearing a long wooden box. Lu Chen opened the box to reveal a neatly folded azure sword robe, its chest embroidered in silver thread with a sprig of green bamboo. The stitches so fine that even the veins of the bamboo leaves were clearly discernible. The box also held a short note in slender, dignified handwriting, instructing him to come practice his sword As usual, at first light, the next day, for taking first place in the grand tournament did not exempt him from the morning lesson. Lu Chen stood holding the wooden box for a long time, then bowed deeply in the direction of Elder Gu's bamboo cottage. On the third day after the grand sect tournament ended, the affairs of the inner sect gradually returned to normal. Disciples of every peak returned to their daily cultivation. The spirit jade bricks in the martial arena had been replaced by sect craftsmen, the old bricks split by sword chi were collected, and it was said would be smelted into new spirit jade bricks to pave next year's competition platform. Lu Chen's name was officially inscribed into the core roster of Qingyun sect's inner disciples. On the third day after the competition, the rewards for the bamboo sword team's victory were distributed by the affairs hall. Each member received a meridian unblocking pill, a mid-grade spirit sword forged by the sect's artifact refining workshop, and one opportunity to enter the Qingyun secret realm. The Qingyun secret realm had been the most essential cultivation ground since the founding of Qingyun sect. It opened once every 5 years, and only 6 disciples were allowed to enter each time. The spiritual energy density within the secret realm was more than 10 times that of the outside world, and it housed sword intent legacies left by successive sect masters and elders. This year the secret realm originally had only 3 slots, Lin Zhu Wang Zhe and another inner disciple from Sector A who had performed exceptionally well. But the bamboo sword team's victory rewards expanded the slots to 6, and Lu Chen Zhanchanga and Gu Qinghan were all included. 3 days later the sect master himself would lead the 6 into the secret realm for 7 days. When the news reached Zhanchanga, he was squatting in front of the furnace at the Taijian Peak artifact refining workshop hammering iron. After hearing it, he flung down his hammer and in his excitement nearly kicked over the quenching pool. The secret realm's spiritual energy density was 10 times that of the outside world, which for those who had just exhausted their spiritual power during the competition and desperately needed to recover and break through was like a life-saving rain from heaven. Wang Zhe's fair words made Zhanchanga wish he could drag him into sworn brotherhood on the spot, though this impulse was only voiced a few times and then faded away. Outside the affairs hall, Lin Zhu stood leaning against a corridor pillar, holding an old book as usual. When Lu Chen came out of the affairs hall, Lin Zhu closed his book and walked over. In a calm tone, he said a few words. The sword intent legacies in the secret realm were left by successive sect masters, and each sword intent would only open its trial to disciples whose sword Dao philosophy matched it. He had consulted the records. In the secret realm, there was a sword intent belonging to the 3rd-generation sect master of Qingyun sect. That sect master had once with an ordinary iron longsword clashed against the sword envoy of the Tianjin mansion without being defeated. His sword intent was called Shattering Illusion. Lin Zhu's own sword intent had been comprehended from that sect master's fragmentary notes, but fragments were only fragments. The complete Shattering Illusion sword intent could only be encountered within the secret realm. Lu Chen asked him why he was telling him all this. Lin Zhu gave him a look and said that in the final 2 rounds of the grand competition, Lu Chen had used a wooden sword to break through the sword paths of 2 powerful teams, and he had watched every moment from below the stage. Lu Chen's sword intent was blended from many people's swords. His own wood-chopping foundation, Zhanchang's frontal onslaught, Gu Qinghan's overcoming of force with softness, Yi Zhangfeng's unbroken continuity, and even Wang Zhe's self-transcendence had all been absorbed into his sword momentum. It was in his view the sword Dao embryo with the strongest integration he had ever seen. He believed that the secret realm contained many accumulated sword intents, and Lu Chen was the only disciple of this generation capable of fusing myriad paths into one and thoroughly mastering every sword route. Lu Chen fell silent for a long while. He unfastened the wooden sword from his waist, held it in his hand, and asked one final question. Was this your own decision or your grandfather's? Lin Zhu tucked the book under his arm, turned around, and only stopped when he reached the door. He did not answer the question. He simply said to be careful in the secret realm, and then walked away. That same afternoon, Wang Zhe took the initiative to visit Qingzhou Peak. He walked up along the bamboo path, his steps slow, taking in the verdant bamboo and the clear streams flowing through the crevices of the rocks. The inner female disciples of Qingzhou Peak saw him from afar with surprise. It was already uncommon for the chief disciple of the main peak to visit another peak on his own initiative, let alone Wang Zhe, who had always been aloof and proud. Wang Zhe found Lu Chen practicing sword on the sword practice ground. Without pleasantries, he stated straight out that he had already submitted a request to leave the sect to the sect master. It was not leaving Qingyun sect, but withdrawing from the core disciple ranks of the main peak and transferring to the ranks of ordinary inner disciples, starting over from scratch. When Elder Lu learned of this, he smashed a teacup on the spot, but Wang Zhe ignored him. He said he had thought a great deal over these 3 days. At the Xiaoxin Rock, Lu Chen had said that the talent inside a bubble could be fabricated, but not a single bit of the thickness on a sword's edge was false. He had turned these words over in his mind countless times. Now he felt that his sword had finally gained substance, no longer a hollow frame propped up by false labels. Looking back, everything the Lu family had given him was like a burden. The high-rank cultivation arts, the status of a core disciple, the Lu family's preferential resources, everyone had been under the guise of the bearing of a great emperor, and everyone had pushed him an inch higher toward the top of a bubble. Now the bubble had burst, and he had fallen from the heights, planting his feet on solid ground. It hurt to fall, but it was reassuring. He had decided to cultivate from the very beginning on his own, without using any resources the Lu family had provided, and with only his own sword to once again walk the path of body tempering, qi gathering, and profound understanding. Wang Zhe, in a calm, yet resolute tone, wished Lu Chen a smooth journey into the secret realm, then turned and went down the mountain alone along the way he had come. Lu Chen watched him leave until that blue-clad figure was swallowed by the bamboo grove. Lu Chen understood in his heart that every word Wang Zhe had spoken was true. On that deep night at the Shoshin Rock, the bubble had shattered, but a true sword cultivator had risen from the fragments. The chief disciple of the main peak, who had once lived in the shadow of the great emperor's bearing, might still wander without direction for a long time, but at least he had begun to search. And searching itself was a kind of meaning. After seeing Wang Zhe off, Lu Chen returned alone to his bamboo hut, laid the wooden sword across his knees, closed his eyes to focus his mind, and sank his consciousness into his dantian. The qi vortex in his dantian continued to spin steadily. Ever since he broke through to the qi gathering realm, the mutual corroboration between the qi nourishing arts breathing exercises and the Qingyun sword art had made his vortex more condensed each day. Following the method the remnant soul had taught him during its last moment of lucidity, he began to attempt establishing a deeper connection with the wooden sword. There were only 3 days left before the secret realm opened. That true trial of sword and Tao, life and death, was coming soon. The entrance to the Qingyun secret realm lies beneath Duanlong Cliff on the back mountain of Qingxiao Peak. It was a sheer precipice 100 zhang high, its deep blue rock surface as smooth as a mirror, bearing no trace of artificial carving. The sect master stood before the cliff, drew an ancient green token from his sleeve, and pressed it against the rock. The moment the token sank into the stone, ripples spread outward from the center of the cliff face, ultimately transforming into an arched gate of light. The sect master turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 6 disciples standing in a row. Lu Chen, Zhanchanga, Gu Qinghan, Lin Ju, Wang Zhe, and another disciple from Section A who had excelled in the sect tournament, Han Yun by name. He was at the middle stage of qi gathering realm, practiced the orthodox sword techniques of the Qingyun sect, and was a man of few words. Yi Zongfeng had already entered the Tianjin mansion, so he no longer took up a quota for the Qingyun secret realm. Inside the secret realm, 7 days passed while only 1 day elapsed outside. Every second within the secret realm was extremely precious. Behind the gate of light, the faint outlines of mountains, rivers, and vegetation were visible. Rich spiritual energy seeped out from the gateway, and merely standing outside, it refreshed one's spirit. The sect master did not repeat the rules. They were clearly recorded on the jade slips in the deacon hall. The sword intent inheritances within the secret realm were scattered across various locations, and each disciple could undergo, at most, 1 trial of sword intent agreed would damage one's divine sense. If one encountered mortal danger, crushing the disciple token would teleport one out, but that opportunity could only be used once. After saying this, he stepped aside. The light of the gate cast a pale golden gleam upon his white beard. Lin Ju was the first to step into the gate. His figure flickered in the light and vanished. Han Yun followed closely. Zhanchanga strode in with his iron-slashing sword on his shoulder. Before entering, he turned back and made a gesture at Lu Chen. Gu Qinghan remained as calm and ethereal as ever, a soft sword hanging at his waist, disappearing into the gate with light steps. Wang Zhe paused as he walked past Lu Chen. "See you in the secret realm," he said, then stepped into the gate without looking back. Lu Chen was the last to enter. The moment he crossed the gate, he felt an intense dizziness as the scenery before him twisted, violently shattered, and reassembled. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar mountain forest. The sky of the secret realm was pale gold with no sun. Light cascaded evenly through the gaps in the clouds, making the entire forest seem draped in a thin layer of gold leaf. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was so high that it could almost be touched directly with one's skin. With every breath, the spiritual power in the meridians would automatically increase by a thread. Tenfold spiritual energy. Indeed, its reputation was well-deserved. Cultivating for 1 day in such an environment was equivalent to half a month of arduous training outside. Lu Chen was in no hurry to seek the sword intent inheritance. He found a hidden cave, blocked the entrance with rocks, and sat down cross-legged. Time within the secret realm was precious, but he was even more aware of one thing. The trial of sword intent varied from person to person, and its intensity and form would automatically adjust according to the cultivator's cultivation level. Attempting the sword intent trial at the early stage of qi gathering realm gave one less than a 30% chance of success. He needed to first break through to the middle stage of qi gathering. Under the tenfold spiritual energy environment, the vortex in his dantian revolved several times faster than outside. Lu Chen closed his eyes and operated the azure bamboo, qi nourishing art. Spiritual energy surged into his meridians from all over his body, condensed into spiritual power through the celestial cycle, and flowed into the vortex in his dantian. The vortex, originally no larger than a thumbnail, began to slowly expand under the ceaseless infusion of spiritual energy. Each time the vortex grew a little larger, its rotational speed increased, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy improved accordingly. He sat in the cave for 2 full days. 2 days later, the vortex in Lu Chen's dantian had expanded to twice its original size, its color shifting from pale azure to a deeper green. The suction generated by the rotating vortex drew in all the spiritual energy within 3 qi of him, forming a visible pale sign vortex of spiritual energy. The hallmark of the middle stage of qi gathering realm, the external release of the qi vortex. He opened his eyes, with a glint of green light flashed deep within them, and the surrounding spiritual energy vortex slowly dissipated. The wooden sword leaned against the stone wall, its cracks gleaming with a brighter azure-blue luster under the secret realm's light than they did outside. Lu Chen grasped the hilt and felt a pulse stronger than before, transmitting from the handle to his palm. It was not the remnant soul awakening. He had not heard its voice for nearly half a month. That pulse was the power of the sword itself, gradually awakening as his cultivation improved. He called out to the remnant soul in his mind. There was no response. His sea of consciousness was empty. The lazy, mocking voice that had once been there had vanished completely. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, tied the wooden sword back at his waist, moved the rocks away from the entrance, and walked out. The remnant soul was asleep. He could only rely on himself. But everything the remnant soul had taught him remained. The breathing method for body tempering, the qi condensation into a blade edge for precise strikes, and the prediction and disassembly of combat perception. These things would not disappear with the remnant soul's slumber. After leaving the cave, Lu Chen followed the map displayed on his disciple token and headed toward the region of sword intent inheritance. The terrain of the secret realm resembled a valley magnified countless times, surrounded by mountains on all sides with an open plain at its center. Each sword intent inheritance was attached to a specific landmark, a cliff, an ancient tree, a stone stele, or a stream. The 6 disciples were scattered. Each could vaguely sense the location of sword intents through their tokens, but the exact nature of any given sword intent could only be known upon arriving before it. After walking for about an hour, Lu Chen's token suddenly emitted a violent tremor. It did not come from the direction of his intended target, but from deep within a dense forest to the side, an abnormal attraction far stronger and more domineering than any sword intent location he had sensed before. He changed direction and slipped into the dense forest sideways. After fewer than 100 paces, he stopped. Deep in the forest lay a stretch of land ravaged repeatedly by sword, qi, and thunder. Within a radius of dozens of zhang trees were snapped in half with jagged breaks. The soil on the ground was churned up, revealing the deep black rock layers beneath. The rock layers were covered with densely packed sword marks, each one carved at least 3 cun deep into the stone. They crisscrossed one another, as if a tremendously heavy sword had been repeatedly slashed across the surface. And in the center where the sword marks were densest, a sword stood planted, a pitch-black broadsword forged from dark iron. Its blade was covered with wavy forging patterns, its crossguard and pommel were damaged. A crack ran down the very center of the ridge, exactly like the crack in the wooden sword Lu Chen held. Within 10 zhang of the broken dark iron sword, no tree could survive. The remnant waves of intense sword intent lingering in the air pricked Lu Chen's skin with a faint sting. This sword intent was extraordinary. It originated from a more ancient stratum of the secret realm, and might not even belong to the inheritance lineage of the successive sect masters of Qingyun sect. Its aura was violent and surging, as if it could devour one's divine sense at any moment. Lu Chen did not rashly approach. He first circulated the qi-nourishing art to protect his dantian, then raised the wooden sword and gently tapped the stone surface at the edge of the sword marks. The instant the wooden sword touched the sword mark in the stone, an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent surged up along the blade. Lu Chen's vision went black and his entire being was pulled into an illusion. Within the illusion, he saw a blurry black figure wielding a broad, heavy dark iron sword, charging left and right amid an encirclement of enemies. Every sword strike poured in the entirety of the figure's cultivation and lifespan. One by one his opponents fell, but his own blood also ran dry. Finally, he drove the heavy sword into the ground and stood leaning on it with both hands, never falling even in death. The illusion faded. Lu Chen let go of the wooden sword, panting heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had assumed that the secret realm contained only the inheritances of the Qingyun sect, but the owner of this broken dark iron sword had not belonged here at all. It was a damaged weapon left behind on a battlefield during a great war. Its sword intent was not an inheritance. It was a warning. Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and grasped the wooden sword again. After retreating from the broken iron sword area back to the main path, Lu Chen walked with unusual caution. His disciple token continued to tremble with sword intent resonances detected from multiple directions. Yet he did not rush toward the nearest one. Instead, he walked along while using his wooden sword to sense the general nature of each sword intent. Some sword intents were delicate and enduring. When sensed, the blade of his wooden sword would tremble faintly, as if brushed by a gentle breeze. Others were sharp and chilling, drawing near them, made even his breath carry a subtle sting. The sword intent legacy of the third-generation sect master that Lin Ju had mentioned registered the highest resonance throughout the secret realm, not in the valley's center, but on a sheer cliff at its outermost edge. It was a stone cliff approximately 20 zhang high, its face smooth as though sheared by a blade. At its center, a line of characters had been carved, their strokes worn vague by time, yet every character radiated a keen sword chi, as sharp as if hewn from axe and chisel. These had not been carved with a sword, but with sword intent. The swordsman, after inscribing the final character, had poured his lingering resolve into the strokes themselves, preserving his intent for future generations to decipher. Lin Ju was already at the cliff's base. He sat cross-legged before it, eyes barely closed, his 3-foot green blade resting horizontally across his knees. His demeanor was focused yet serene, the faintest smile playing at the corners of his lips. He looked less like a man undergoing a life-and-death sword intent trial, and more like a scholar immersed in a beloved ancient text within his study. His sword intent, the semi-transparent cyan-hued miniature sword forged from breaking delusion, had risen from his glabella, hovering above the 3-foot blade. Pointed forward, it rotated with imperceptible slowness, as though engaged in some wordless resonance with the characters carved into the cliff face. Lu Chen offered no interruption. He halted 10 paces behind Lin Ju and watched in silence. Sword intent trials were deeply personal. Any interference from a bystander at such a moment would trigger their own trial forcibly, pulling both individuals into the assessment where they would disrupt one another. The consequences ranged from mild spiritual sense damage to severe meridian disruption. Responding to Lin Ju's sword intent resonance, the cliff characters began to glow. Light seeped from within the carved grooves, initially a pale cyan that deepened to emerald, until the entire cliff face shrouded itself in a misty aura of sword intent. The blurred characters sharpened into clarity. Just 8 in total. Shatter all delusions, perceive all truths. Studying those words, Lu Chen suddenly recalled a remark Lin Ju had made in the library. He had said that the breaking delusion sword intent was not about hacking through illusions, but about seeing the truth that lay beyond them. One who could shatter delusions must first dare to face reality. Suddenly, the sword intent upon the cliff face came alive. A cyan light, dense as solid matter, detached itself from the characters and materialized into a blade shadow that descended directly upon Lin Ju. The miniature sword before Lin Ju's glabella neither flinched nor retreated, it surged forward to meet the blade shadow. The two cyan lights collided midair without a sound, yet the impact sent visible ripples pulsing outward through the air within several zhang of the clash. Lin Ju's frame trembled faintly, and the green blade upon his knees emitted a prolonged, clear resonance, but the corner of his mouth maintained that same tranquil curve. Lu Chen recognized that he had weathered the first trial of this sword intent, confronting truth directly, and beyond the first lay a second. The third-generation sect master of Qingyun sect had once withstood the assault of a heavenly sword mansion sword envoy armed only with an ordinary iron blade, and emerged victorious. His sword intent certainly encompassed far more than keen perception alone. Legend held that in his later years the sect master had departed alone into the mortal world, living among common folk for over 30 years. He had worked as a blacksmith, a woodcutter, a petition writer, and a courthouse drumbeater, only returning to Qingyun sect 3 years before his death to condense a lifetime of enlightenment into a single sword stroke. His breaking delusion extended beyond dispelling external falsehoods. It demanded the stripping away of self-imposed prejudice, attachment to identity, and every vanity unrelated to the sword path. The cliff face blazed once more. A second blade shadow erupted from the characters, this descent slower than the first, yet carrying a far heavier pressure. The miniature sword at Lin Ju's glabella surged forward again. Upon impact, his body jerked noticeably, and the resonance of the green blade upon his knees quickened, but he held firm against the blade shadow. That sect master, after 3 years of swinging a hammer in a rustic forge, had finally recognized that his early swordsmanship had been far too elegant, too obsessed with the beauty of forms, having forgotten that a sword is a tool, an instrument of killing, a means of protecting those one cares for. The primary virtue of a tool was not beauty but utility. At that moment, Lin Ju's sword intent recon solidified. The cyan miniature sword erupted forward with explosive force the instant the third blade shadow descended, shattering it into a rain of luminous fragments. The trial concluded. The glow upon the cliff face gradually subsided as the residual sword intent within the characters fused completely with Lin Ju's own. The cyan miniature sword returned to his glabella, its hue deepened from what it had been before. Lin Ju opened his eyes and noticed Lu Chen standing nearby. For a moment he hesitated, then rose to his feet. "How long has it been?" "Slightly less than half a sun," Lu Chen replied. Lin Zhu brushed the dust from his robes, his expression calm as he stated that while he had absorbed the sword intent from the cliff, the characters remained. Those 8 characters represented the very last gift from the sect master of old. Shatter all delusions, perceive all truths. He believed Lu Chen might need to see these characters. Not because his sword intent belonged to the breaking delusion category, but because the wooden sword he carried concealed truths that many sought to uncover. One who would guard the truth must first learn to face it directly. With that, he tucked the book under his arm and departed along the mountain trail, leaving the cliff area behind. After several paces, he halted suddenly. Still facing forward, yet his voice carried renewed gravity. He suggested that should Lu Chen encounter anything requiring verification, he might visit the Lin family's old residence in Qingyun City alone. He would inform Wang in advance and prepare all the manuscripts concerning the nameless sword from the Lin family's library, awaiting Lu Chen's arrival. Lu Chen remained before the cliff face for a long while. Sunlight poured through gaps in the secret realm's clouds, illuminating those 8 characters upon the stone. Rather than departing hastily, he sat cross-legged, resting the wooden sword across his knees. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the lingering resonances in the air, the echoes left behind when Lin Zhu's sword intent had fused with the cliff. That vibration still echoed slowly around the cliff, a resonance containing neither sword techniques nor mental cultivation methods, but something far more primal than either. At the decisive moment, the 3rd-generation sect master's breaking delusion sword intent had executed a profound purification through 3 trials. The first guarded against external deception, refusing to be clouded by false appearances. The second protected the inner self, preventing personal bias from distorting judgment. The third purified the sword itself, ensuring it never became merely a tool for displaying power. Only when all 3 trials were overcome would the sword intent merge with the practitioner. Failure meant being struck apart by it. Guided by this understanding, Lu Chen turned his attention inward to re-examine his own sword intent. What exactly his sword intent was he still could not fully articulate. Zhanchang's intent embodied the slaughter of military formations. Gu Qinghan's carried the quality of cold solitude. Lin Zhu's embodied the shattering of delusion, and Wang Zhe's was a direction he had only just begun to seek. And his own sword, forged from the foundation of splitting firewood tempered in medicinal vats and cold springs, branded step by step along the path of questioning, the heart hardened through every clash upon the arena, refined by every word of either sardonic mockery or solemn guidance from the remnant soul, and ultimately anchored by his resolution to choose the sword path among 10,000 paths. These fragments still scattered across his divine sense, unmerged into a unified whole, yet each pointed toward a singular shared essence. Lu Chen opened his eyes. He drew his blade, and standing before the cliff murmured those 8 characters once more. Then he turned and walked deeper into the secret realm. After leaving the cliff wall, Lu Chen continued deeper into the secret realm, following the sword intent distribution map his token could sense. Along the way, he passed a broken stele, an ancient pine that had been dead for 10,000 years, yet still stood upright like a sword, and a stream where spiritual energy had condensed into tangible form. Every place retained traces of sword intent left behind by successive sect masters or by remnants of great external battles. Some were gentle as an evening drum, some were biting as frost, some whispered in the wind, and some lay silent beneath the earth. He did not rashly accept the trial of any sword intent. He remembered the warning the remnant soul had given before sinking into slumber all too well. The chi gathering stage was a contest of foundations, while the later stage was a war of attrition, testing endurance and accumulated reserves. The difference between them lay not only in the amount of spiritual power, but in a comprehensive examination of one's degree of fusion with sword intent. Before he had enough certainty, it was better to return empty-handed than to be eliminated early with a damaged spiritual sense. On the 4th day, Lu Chen found Zhanchang on the plain at the center of the secret realm. Zhanchang was crouching atop a boulder taller than himself, gripping a stone hammer he had picked up from who knew where, and pounding fiercely at its surface. His iron-slashing sword was thrust into the ground at his side. Several fresh nicks marked its blade, and bits of crushed stone still clung to the sword body. Embedded in the very center of the boulder was a sword intent. A battle-practical sword intent left behind by a former peak master of Taijin Peak. The trial was called 100 forges to form the edge. The one being tested had to hammer the stone 100 times, with every blow landing on the same point of impact and deviating by no more than half an inch. Zhanchang had already struck it 70 or 80 times. He was drenched in sweat and the muscles of his arms bulged like iron lumps, yet only a faint white mark remained on the boulder's surface. The sword intent itself was canceling out his strength. Lu Chen watched from the side for a while, then called out to remind him that his hammering rhythm was too even. The sword intent had already adapted to his tempo, so he told him to try a different rhythm. Zhanchang cursed, rubbed his shoulder, and switched to an erratic rhythm, now fast, now slow, and continued hammering. On the 98th strike, he nearly lost his grip, but Lu Chen caught his arm and steadied him in time. When the 100th blow was completed, the boulder burst apart with a thunderous crack, and the sword intent poured into the iron-slashing sword, completing the fusion. He stood up from the rubble with the sword on his shoulder, clapped Lu Chen on the shoulder, and said Lu Chen was a real brother. On the 5th day, Lu Chen met Gu Qinghan beside a mountain stream. Gu Qinghan was undergoing the trial of a serene and solitary sword intent. Her trial ground was very quiet. A waterfall rushed down into a deep pool, and a translucent sword intent crystal stood in a rock by the water's edge. Gu Qinghan sat cross-legged on a stone by the pool, her soft sword resting across her knees, eyes closed and motionless. There was not a single drop of water on her, yet the pool water parted around her on its own, forming a ring-shaped gap about 3 feet wide. Lu Chen glanced from a distance and quietly left. The sword intent of serene solitude was Gu Qinghan's destined sword intent. She did not need anyone's help. By dusk on the 5th day, Lu Chen finally found the sword intent that belonged to him. It was not at the cliff face, not inside the boulder, and not beneath the waterfall, but among low hills embraced by surrounding mountains. It was a forest of purple-black, lightning-struck trees. The entire forest had been struck by heavenly thunder. Dozens of towering ancient trees had been snapped through the middle, and their broken ends were scorched black as charcoal, yet from the roots of every dead tree had sprung vivid green new shoots. The thinnest new shoots were as slender as chopsticks, and the thickest were no larger than a thumb, but every one of them pointed straight at the sky, as if declaring to the heavenly thunder that it was still alive. At the very center of the forest stood an unremarkable green stone stele. There was no writing on it, only a sword mark that ran from top to bottom through the stele, splitting it into 2 halves yet not letting it fall. The sword mark was both extremely deep and extremely shallow. Deep in the force that had cut into the stele, shallow in the trace left upon its surface. Lu Chen stood before the stele and gazed at it for a long time. Every other sword intent had sent out some signal, whether open or subtle, of rejection or acceptance. This sword mark alone gave no response at all. It was merely a sword mark, a gash cut into stone saying nothing and offering nothing. Moss had grown anew at the base of the stele, and a few nameless wildflowers poked out from beneath the half-scorched earth, swaying on either side of the sword mark without any wind. The remnant soul still made no reply, but the body of the wooden sword showed an unprecedented reaction before this sword mark. The entire sword from guard to tip trembled faintly and ceaselessly. The glow deep within the sword's grain flickered in sync with the layers of stone chips peeling from the sword mark on the stele. Lu Chen suddenly realized that this sword mark had not been left by someone from Qingyun sect. It was not even any sect's sword intent inheritance. It was a masterless sword intent. No owner, no incantation, no trial, only an existence. When it split the stele, it had also sealed the force that split the steel within the fissure, waiting for someone one day to recognize it. He sat down cross-legged, laid the wooden sword across his knees, closed his eyes, and sank his spiritual sense into the sword mark. His spiritual sense could touch no incantation, no sword move, and no reply from any will. He felt only an extremely pure sword pressure. A pressure that belonged to no sect, no inheritance, and no person. It did not reject him, nor did it accept him. It simply existed there, waiting to be understood. Lu Chen sat before the stele for an entire day and night. When the dawn of the 6th day pierced through the lightning-struck forest and fell upon the stele's face, he suddenly understood. This sword mark tested neither spiritual sense, nor spiritual power, nor comprehension. It tested resonance. The sword intent itself had no technique. It was only the fact of a single sword stroke splitting the stele, and a fact does not need to be explained, yet needs only to be acknowledged. He drew his sword, and with the purest understanding of the sword path he possessed, cut a mark into the other side of the stele. This strike used no spiritual power at all. It was only the simplest first form of the Qingyun 13 swords, the straight slash. He had split firewood for over a year, and then had practiced the sword anew for over a year. From the straight split of firewood to the straight slash of sword technique, the arc in between traced every step he had walked from being a beggar to becoming an inner disciple. The 2 sword marks now stood side by side on the stele, one on the left, one on the right, one old, one new. The old mark came from the one who had split the stele, the new mark came from the one who had split himself. The greenstone stele still did not move, but the sword intent sealed within it suddenly poured into the wooden sword. There was no trial, no illusion, no confrontation of spiritual sense. In that instant the cracks on the wooden sword blazed into light, illuminating the lightning-struck forest as brightly as day. The sword intent entered his body, and at the same moment the chi vortex in his dantian completed its final transformation. Mid-chi gathering stage. The remaining traces of heavenly thunder on the forest floor were also awakened by the wooden sword at this time. A slender yet incomparably tenacious new shoot emerged from the scorched marks at the base of the stele, growing branches and unfolding leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye, with glistening dewdrops condensing on its tender green leaves. Lu Chen rose to his feet, feeling that his spiritual sense was more condensed and refined than before, and that the speed at which spiritual power circulated through his body had increased by at least 30% compared to before the breakthrough. The most striking change, however, came from the wooden sword itself. The cracks on its body no longer held only a dim blue glow. They began to shine with a thread-fine light of sword intent running from guard to tip, like a lamp wick that had been lit. From this moment onward, the wooden sword truly possessed the embryonic form of a soul. On the seventh day, the light gate at the end of the secret realm opened once more. All 6 disciples returned safe and sound. Zhangchanga carried the iron-slashing sword on his shoulder, exuding high spirits. Though the notches on the blade remained, the sword intent had fused, and the entire sword's aura was at least twice as heavy as before. Gu Qinghan was still as coldly aloof as ever, but the soft sword sheathed at her side faintly showed a more translucent luster than before she entered the secret realm. Wang Zai's temperament had undergone a subtle transformation. He was no longer the pretentious senior disciple of the main peak. His gaze had turned calm and restrained. When he saw Lu Chen, he took the initiative to nod in greeting. Lin Ju still held that old book in his hands and stood quietly at the outer edge of the crowd. Only Han Yun looked unwell. His spiritual sense had been injured while undergoing the sword intent trial, and he had withdrawn midway. His face was as pale as paper, but fortunately, it was not serious. After the steward examined him, he said that after resting for a few days, Han Yun would recover. Yet just as everyone emerged from the light gate, the steward who had been waiting outside hurried up to the sect master and whispered a few words into his ear. The sect master's face changed abruptly. In the steward's hands was an official document sealed with the sword command of the Tianjin mansion. The silver wax seal on the letter was still intact, but when the sect master opened it and glanced at the contents, his brows knit tightly. The Tianjin mansion had formally pressured the Qingyun sect, demanding that Lu Chen and the nameless sword be handed over. It was not a personal demand from Sidu Shua. It was a sword command document issued in the name of the Tianjin mansion, harshly worded. If Qingyun sect failed to hand over Lu Chen and the nameless sword within 3 days, the Tianjin mansion would cut off all sword path resource sharing from the sword pavilion to Qingyun sect and expel all Qingyun sect disciples training outside. The one who had delivered the letter was not Situ Shua himself, but Yi Tsongfeng, the very person Situ Shua had recruited from Qingyun sect into the Tianjin mansion. Yi Tsongfeng stood a few steps behind the steward, dressed in the silver-gray sword robe of the Tianjin mansion, his bearing upright and his expression calm. When he saw Lu Chen walk out of the light gate, a barely concealed apology flickered in the depths of his eyes. His hand rested on the newly changed Tianjin mansion longsword at his waist, and his knuckles were faintly white. Lu Chen looked back at him. The two of them faced each other across the group of stewards and elders for a long moment, yet neither spoke first. The sword decree of the Tianjin mansion stirred up a storm within the Qingyun sect. That very afternoon, the sect leaders summoned the elders of the 6 peaks to the main hall for a closed-door deliberation. The hall's doors remained shut from noon until dusk, with only the tea-serving stewards entering twice during that time. The disciples waiting outside could only watch the flickering candlelight within the hall and the silhouettes of the elders cast upon the paper windows. Occasionally bursts of argument echoed out. Meng Chongjuan's voice was the loudest, and at one point he slammed the table with such force that even the stone steps outside the hall trembled. Lu Chen was summoned to the side hall to await his turn. He sat on a stone stool, his wooden sword resting horizontally across his knees, with Zhangchanga on his left and Gu Qinghan on his right. From the moment he sat down, Zhangchanga cursed incessantly, declaring that the Tianjin mansion had gone too far. First they sent Situ Shua to demand the sword, and now they were using the sword decree to pressure the sect. As if the Qingyun sect were a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Every few curses he would glance at Lu Chen, his eyes conveying the message, "If you dare go alone, I'll be furious." Gu Qinghan remained silent, her hands folded on her knees, her fingers gently stroking the green silk sword tassel on the hilt. She said nothing, but her act of sitting in the side hall through the entire afternoon was itself a statement. At dusk the hall's doors finally opened. The elders of the 6 peaks filed out one by one. Elder Lu, his face dark as thunder, swept away with a flick of his sleeve, not even glancing in the direction of the side hall. Meng Chongjun was the last to leave. His robe bore a fresh burnt hole. Spotting Zhangchanga, he strode over, gave him a firm yet not too heavy slap on the back of the head, and tossed out, "Go back, this is none of your business." Then he plopped down onto the stone steps, pulled an iron flask of wine from his waist, and tilted his head back for a long, unrestrained drink. Zhangchanga, rubbing the back of his head, was about to press for answers, when Gu Qinghan tugged at his sleeve. She shook her head at him. Meng Chongjun had drunk a bit too quickly, and the iron flask was empty. He set the empty flask down on the stone steps, looked up, and saw Elder Gu emerging from the hall. As Elder Gu approached the side hall, even the lingering heat of the argument in the air seemed to quiet. Her expression remained as calm and unreadable as ever. When she reached Lu Chen, she did not avoid Zhangchanga and Gu Qinghan. She simply fixed her serene gaze on Lu Chen and conveyed the final decision of the Elders' Council. The sect leader had rejected the Tianjin mansion's demand to hand over Lu Chen. The rationale was that a Qingyun sect disciple could not be surrendered to an external mansion unless guilty of a grave crime like treason. This line could not be crossed. However, another clause in the Tianjin Mansion's sword decree stated that the sword bearer must proceed to the sword mansion for verification. This clause found no direct grounds for refusal within the sect's regulations. The Elders' Council's final compromise was this: they would not follow the surrender clause, but would proceed under the verification clause. Situ Shua himself would remain as the verification envoy at the Qingyun sect's guest courtyard, while the sect would bear the remaining pressure from the Tianjin Mansion. Lu Chen had the right to refuse, but if he did, the Tianjin Mansion would cut off all sword-related resource sharing from the Sword Pavilion to Qingyun sect disciples. This would sever the sword techniques manuals and formation diagrams for nearly 100 inner disciples who practiced the sword. Lu Chen asked if a reply was required within 3 days. Elder Gu said that 3 days was the sword decree's deadline, but the sect had already sent a reply requesting an extension of the verification period to 10 days. After 10 days, regardless of the verification outcome, the Qingyun sect had the right to bring Lu Chen back to the mountain, and the Tianjin Mansion could not obstruct. Elder Gu then spoke to him in a tone that for the first time carried a hint of a sigh. She said that verification was not the same as surrender. The Tianjin Mansion's sword decree had stated clearly that it was about verifying the compatibility between sword and master. But this sword had already acknowledged him as its master. The sword pattern had just formed the nascent shape of a soul within the secret realm. Once the verification delved deep into the sword, the people of the Tianjin Mansion could not fail to notice something amiss. She would protect her own disciple. If he was unwilling to go, she would take it upon herself to find more ways to maneuver within the sect. Zhang Chang'e immediately stood up to voice his opposition. He said the Tianjin Mansion was clearly up to no good. Last time Situ Shua had wanted to take Lu Chen away, and after being refused, they escalated to using the sword decree to pressure the sect into submission. Who knew how many people in the Tianjin Mansion were waiting for him to walk into the trap? Lu Chen remained silent, not responding. He lifted the wooden sword from his knee and gazed at the faint blue light core that ran from the guard to the tip of the blade, pulsing on and off in the twilight. The residual soul was dormant. The sect's protection was limited. The Tianjin Mansion's sword decree was pressing down on the very lifeblood of sword cultivation for the entire Qingyun sect. If he did not go, nearly 100 fellow disciples would lose their sword resources. If he went, the Tianjin Mansion might not resort to outright force, but probing the secrets of his sword would inevitably touch upon the residual soul and the divine gate. In the end, he gave a brief reply to Elder Gu saying that he would seriously consider it. That evening, Lu Chen went to the scrap yard behind Taijin Peak. Zhang Chang'e was already waiting there, not brandishing his broken iron sword and clamoring for another fight, but sitting on the millstone, several discarded sword blanks scattered at his feet. He was unnaturally quiet. Gu Qinghan stood with her back against a rusted iron pillar, her arms crossed over her chest. Yi Zongfeng arrived last. He had only sneaked over the mountain after having dinner with Situ Shua at the Tianjin Mansion's guest courtyard. He still wore the silver-gray sword robe of the Tianjin Mansion with a wine pouch slung over his shoulder, but carried no sword. As he stepped into the scrap yard, the smell of rusted iron wafted in and out with the night breeze. The four of them sat in a circle amidst the scrap. Zhang Chang'e was the first to speak. He said he only had one question. Was Lu Chen planning to go? Lu Chen answered honestly. The Tianjin Mansion wanted the secret hidden in the sword. The sword's verification concerned the whereabouts of the residual soul. He had to see for himself whether the ancestors' manuscript had been tampered with or had pages removed. But he could not burden the sect, nor could he make decisions for the junior brothers and sisters who were waiting for their sword manuals and techniques. Gu Qinghan then spoke concisely. She would arrange for a backup application for another secret realm token in case Lu Chen needed to make an emergency return during his absence. Zhang Chang'e slapped his thigh heavily and said that since he couldn't talk him out of it, he wouldn't try. But he wouldn't just sit idly on the mountain. He would go down to the Xie family villa in Qingyun City to personally receive and relay Xie Lingner's information about the Tianjin Mansion back to the mountain. Yi Zongfeng had not spoken until now. When everyone turned to him, he unscrewed the wine pouch, took a large gulp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and looked Lu Chen straight in the eye as he revealed his true purpose for crossing the mountain that night. During his time traveling with Situ Shua, the numerous archives within the Sword Mansion were not off limits to him. He had inadvertently come across a classified file, one that was only passed down to those above the rank of Sword Master. It clearly stated one thing. The sword intent of the nameless sword could cleave the laws of the three realms, and the fissures in those laws did not belong to any realm. The things that seeped through those cracks could devour a person, reducing all their cultivation memories and emotions to nothingness. The core group of elders in the Tianjin Mansion did not want to obtain the sword intent. They wanted to destroy it. They feared the things within the cracks. Situ Shua was also acting on orders, but he himself was unaware that the ancestor's manuscript he relied on was missing its most critical page. The original of that page was said to have been torn out by the previous, but one mansion master himself, and sealed away in a place known only to a few elders. The content of that page was the summoning condition for the sword's master. The divine sword has a master and none but its master can wield it. The Tianjin mansion knew that Lu Chen could awaken the sword intent. What they feared was not Lu Chen but the sword intent itself. Yi Zongfeng finished speaking, his eyes locked on Lu Chen's. He told him word by word that once the conditions recorded on that sealed page were verified, Sidu Shua would no longer have the authority to detain him. But this journey was one he had to make himself. To accompany Situ Shua back to the mansion as an outer disciple of the Tianjin mansion, both for verification and to gather evidence. The scrapyard fell into a long silence. The smell of rusted iron grew thicker with the night breeze. Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, scanning the faces of the three people before him. Zhang Chang's face was taut. Gu Qinghan remained cold and unreadable. Yi Zongfeng's hands resting on his knees clenched slightly. Lu Chen nodded and uttered a single word, "Let's go." He tied the wooden sword back to his waist and strode out of the scrapyard. Behind him, Zhang Chang's roar chased after him. 10 days. You must be back within 10 days. Before descending the mountain, Lu Chen visited the bamboo lodge on Qingyun Peak to bid farewell to Elder Gu. The door stood slightly ajar. Elder Gu sat by the window using bamboo tweezers to carefully sort through freshly picked bamboo, leaves separating the fine ones into a bamboo sieve. Morning light fractured through the bamboo lattice, scattering across the floor and settling on her cyan-gray cuffs. Before Lu Chen could speak from the doorway, Elder Gu had already set down her tweezers. She appeared as though she had not slept through the night. The oil lamp on her desk had burned itself dry. She withdrew a small celadone vial from her sleeve, set it on the desk, and pushed it toward him. That was Tong Mai Dan, one of the prizes awarded at the sect grand competition. She had claimed it herself from the deacon hall rather than letting anyone else deliver it. For a cultivator at the Juki realm, Tong Mai Dan was among the most precious life-saving elixirs, capable of reinforcing meridian walls against rupture when spiritual energy was depleted or channels were injured. It commanded a market price of no less than 2,000 taels of silver, yet was rarely available even at that cost. Lu Chen accepted the porcelain vial with both hands and carefully secured it within his robe. As the grand competition prize, he had earned it without question. Yet what Elder Gu handed him next left him stunned. A plain gray cloth pouch no larger than a palm, its mouth knotted tight, with hemp cord bearing the faint, indelible stains of medicine from years of use. A storage pouch, Elder Gu said, picking up her tweezers again. My master gave it to me when I descended the mountain. Inside are 10 Jinyuan Dan and 1 Baida Dan. It holds little monetary worth, but you will need it on this journey. Lu Chen received the pouch with both hands. It was remarkably light, nearly weightless as a withered leaf, yet in his grasp it felt as heavy as 1,000 jin. He opened his mouth as if to speak, his throat working silently, but no words came. Elder Gu had already lowered her head, returning to her, sorting her tone as measured and restrained as ever, offering not another word. After leaving the bamboo lodge, Gu Qinghan was already waiting for him on the path through the bamboo grove. She presented him with a bamboo token carved with the characters Qingzhu, an amulet worn alongside the sect disciple token, which when infused with spiritual power could activate a protective barrier capable of withstanding a strike from early-stage Tongxian realm. This was no standard-issue talisman distributed by the sect, but one she had commissioned herself. The craftsmanship was unrefined, its edges still bearing the rough marks of a knife, while the reverse side bore the carving of a single bamboo leaf. Gu Qinghan did not ask whether he knew how to use it. She simply pressed the bamboo token into his hand, murmured, 10 days, and turned to disappear into the bamboo forest. The morning wind swept through the bamboo crowns, rustling the leaves and carrying away the sentence left unfinished. Meanwhile, upon Xiaoxin Rock at the main peak, Lin Zhu was bidding farewell to Wang Zhe. The mountain wind howled fiercely, sending his cyan robes snapping in the gale. He spoke of troubles at the Lin family ancestral estate. A few nights passed in the deep of night. A fire had broken out in the side wing of the Lin family library tower. The blaze was small and quickly extinguished, yet all the old chests containing records of local customs and ancient chronicles, tomes he used to pore over during his childhood convalescence, had been reduced to ash. Among them may well have been those scrolls chronicling the nameless sword. His grandfather had sent word for him to return and personally survey what remained of the surviving volumes, hoping some fragments might still be salvaged from compartments untouched by the flames. Wang Zhe asked whether he needed assistance. Lin Zhu shook his head, saying this was a matter for the Lin family alone. Pausing, he added that should Lu Chen require access to the Lin family's remaining manuscripts during his absence, Wang Zhe should simply lead a party to the ancestral estate. He had already informed his grandfather. He then unfurled the worn volume tucked beneath his arm and drew forth several tattered pages from its interleaved folds, handing them to Wang Zhe. These were rubbing copies he had inadvertently discovered while consulting ancient texts in the library pavilion, an early rubbing of a fragment from the tip of the nameless sword. The ink had faded to nearly illegibility across most of the rubbing, yet a faint hairline fracture remained visible at the blade's tip, consistent with the length of the sword he recalled belonging to Lu Chen. If he could trace the rubbing back to its original source, he might yet uncover the complete whereabouts of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's founder's personal journals. Wang Zhe tucked the torn pages into his robe and vowed solemnly that he would guard this lead with his life. The man who had borne the weight of a lie, that he possessed the bearing of a great emperor, for 2 decades now spoke differently. Where he had once declared, "I must crush all beneath my great emperor's majesty," he now said simply, "I will take it." All illusions had shattered, yet the sword's edge endured, no longer needing to prove itself to anyone. Meanwhile, in the city of Qingyun below the mountains, Xie Linger received a young servant in the ledger room of the Xie family headquarters who had arrived by fast horse from the northern district. The servant's message was brief, regarding the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The supervisor of the Northern District Labor Guild asked me to pass along word. Years ago, he assigned a boy carrying a wooden sword to chop firewood at Squire Lee's residence in the southern district. The boy worked through the morning, his hands blistered and bleeding. He has remembered it for years. Hearing this, Xie Linger's brush halted mid-stroke. She knew that supervisor. An old man who had sat behind the same wooden counter at the Labor Guild for decades. Triangular eyes, a goatskin beard, processing tens of thousands of temporary work orders, yet never once remembering the name of any casual laborer. Yet he had remembered that wooden sword. The servant continued relaying the supervisor's words. He said that wooden sword was no ordinary object. He recognized it for what it was back then. What the Heavenly Sword Mansion seeks, they have hunted for in other places before. Each time, several promising youths from the area have vanished. Advise your friend to exercise great caution. Xie Linger set down her brush and gazed silently out the window, murmuring the warning to herself in silence. That same afternoon, a wandering swordsman arrived at the tea house near the south gate of Qingyun City. Clad in a patched gray tunic weathered by travel, he bore the dust of a long journey upon his face. He settled into a corner and ordered the cheapest bowl of cold tea, then began questioning the noisy merchants gathered about the Heavenly Sword Mansion. He claimed to be a rogue cultivator from a small town in the south, having heard that the Heavenly Sword Mansion had been active near Qingyun sect, and hoped to test his luck in case they were accepting new members. The tea house attendant refilled his bowl, glanced at the absurdly shabby longsword at his waist, then noted the extraordinary calluses thickening his webbing, and turned without a word to fetch more water. The wandering swordsman drank in silence, shrouded in the corner's shadows, offering no further words. As soon as the hour of Mo passed, Lu Chen emerged through the mountain gate. The wooden sword hung at his waist, its ghostly blue core nearly invisible beneath the noon sun, yet he knew the light still burned within. A faded gray cloth pouch was secured against his skin at his inner robe's waistband, and beside it hung the green bamboo token. He did not look back. Behind him, the silhouette of Qingshao Peak grew smaller with each step. Before him stretched the long road to the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Yi Tsongfeng's sword robe awaited him at the bend in the mountain path, and together they set forth away from Qingyun sect, one following the other. Meanwhile, on the sword practice terrace of Qingzhou Peak, Elder Gu set down her bamboo tweezers and pushed open the bamboo window. From her vantage point, she could faintly discern a diminutive figure receding along the mountain path, sword-bearing, each step appearing heavier than when he had arrived. She did not chase after him. Instead, she withdrew from her sleeve the transmission talisman, paired with Lu Chen's disciple token, and gently brushed it between her fingertips. With an almost imperceptible wisp of spiritual light vanishing into the horizon, a brief message shot across mountains and clouds toward the Heavenly Sword Mansion. 10 days. Take care. Sima Shua's carriage stopped outside the mountain gate, an old blue-canopied vehicle with no markings whatsoever. The horses were 2 aging nags with patchy coats. The lacquer on the shafts had worn to a pale rubbed finish. The curtain was half-rolled, revealing simple wooden benches and a small low table. On any official road outside Qingyun City, this carriage would not have drawn a second glance. A stark contrast to the identity of the 7th Sword Pavilion's swordmaster. Yi Tsongfeng was already waiting by the carriage. He had changed into a clean Tianjin Mansion's sword robe, silver-gray fabric that shimmered faintly in the sunlight, with a standard-issue longsword at his waist. Seeing Lu Chen, he gestured with a glance toward the carriage interior and lowered his voice, saying Sima Shua had been sitting inside since before dawn, repeatedly opening and closing the same dossier. Lu Chen lifted the curtain and climbed in, placing his wooden sword across his knees and leaning against the carriage wall to rest with eyes closed. Sima Shua sat opposite him, a sheepskin map and several documents marked with cinnabar notations spread on the small table. Today he was not wearing the silver-gray sword robe. Instead, he had on a plain blue-green cross-collared long gown with a narrow-blade longsword propped against his leg. After the carriage set off, he did not glance at Lu Chen at all. Only when the carriage turned onto the official road, and Qingyun City's silhouette shrank to a distant line, did he set down his cinnabar brush and speak. That junior disciple of yours from Iron Sword Peak spent half the night squatting outside the guest courtyard wall. Lu Chen opened his eyes, but did not respond. The guest courtyard steward caught him as an intruder. Sima Shua's tone was as flat as if he were reading a patrol report. I said I had arranged the meeting, so they let him go. Go discipline your junior brother. Next time he wants to tail someone, tell him to pick a better lit spot. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then said, thank you. Sima Shua did not pursue the topic. He pushed a neatly folded document across the table. A copy of the verification terms jointly signed by Qingyun Sect's Elder Council and Tianjin Mansion bearing both seals at the end with the signatures of the sect master and the Tianjin Mansion master side by side. The terms were clearly written. The verification would proceed in 2 stages. The first stage would take place at the Sword Pavilion Post House to confirm whether the nameless sword's sword intent matched the records in the Grandmaster's handbook. The second stage would be conducted within the Tianjin Mansion itself, where the Elder Hall would jointly verify the sword master's qualifications. Neither stage involved confiscating the sword or detaining the sword master. After verification, the Qingyun sect would take the sword back on its own. I negotiated the terms for you, Sima Shua said. The Sword Pavilion originally wanted to do it all in one go. Send both you and the sword straight to the Elder Hall. I told them you were still a disciple of Qingyun sect, not a prisoner. Lu Chen looked up at him. Sima Shua's face was expressionless. He merely picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip of water. Lu Chen asked why. Sima Shua set down the cup and looked at him silent for a long moment. Then he said he had seen many swords and many sword masters. On the dueling platform, Yi Zongfeng was not the only one to receive his 3 strikes, but few had dared to refuse him to his face. Lu Chen was the first. He paused, then shifted his gaze and added flatly, but I don't have the final say. The Elder Hall of the Sword Pavilion will make the ultimate judgment. I'm just a messenger. The carriage continued northward. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate. This direction was not toward Tianjin Mansion. That lay southeast of Qingyun City, while the official road they were on led north. Lu Chen pointed out the window. This isn't the way to Tianjin Mansion. Sima Shua's reply was brief. The Sword Pavilion Post House is to the north. The first level of verification is not inside Tianjin Mansion's compound. It's at the Sword Pavilion. And the Sword Pavilion is not located at the core of the sect. It has always been independent of Tianjin Mansion. Even many inner disciples may not know its exact location. Yi Zongfeng poked his head in through the curtain. He was sitting beside the driver, one hand on the door frame, and whispered to Lu Chen that he had accompanied Sima Shi once to the outer perimeter of the Sword Pavilion to deliver documents. The place looked like nothing more than a shabby old post house on the surface, but the real Sword Pavilion was underground. Sima Shua said nothing more. He picked up his cinnabar brush again and resumed annotating the documents before him, the sound of the nib against paper fine and regular. Lu Chen leaned against the carriage wall, his gaze drifting out the window. His fingers unconsciously traced the hilt of his wooden sword. The faint blue light within the blade had faded, yet felt only like ordinary, slightly cool wood in his hand. But it was no longer as silent as before. He could feel an extremely faint pulse through his palm, as if the sword had finally acquired a heartbeat. The carriage traveled the official road for an entire day. At sunset, it stopped before a dilapidated relay station. The station was surrounded by a low earthen wall. The hitching stone in the yard was half weathered away, and the window paper of the main hall was torn in several places. Sima Shua told the driver to take the horses into the yard and feed them. He himself walked into the main hall, dragged 2 dusty wooden tables together, and took out some dried provisions and a flask of clear water from his storage pouch, placing them on the table. Lu Chen helped Yi Zongfeng light a campfire in the yard. The flames danced in the twilight, stretching the 3 men's shadows long and short by turns. Yi Zongfeng crouched by the fire, roasting the dry provisions. He broke off half and handed it to Lu Chen, then bit into the other half. Suddenly, he sighed, saying that when he was a child in a small mountain village, he used to roast dry food over a fire and always thought life was hard. Now I realize those were the most carefree days. Lu Chen took the dry bread, but did not eat immediately. Staring at the crackling wood in the fire, he said, "Dry food is still better than moldy cakes." Yi Zongfeng patted his shoulder. A casual gesture, but the warmth of his palm was more solid than the fire. He did not respond with words. Instead, he unscrewed the old, ever-present wineskin at his waist, took a swig, and handed it to Lu Chen. This was the way a friend understood your past, no need for speech. Only the crackling of the campfire filled the yard. From the distant mountain road came the occasional cry of an unknown night bird. Sima Shua walked out of the main hall with a bowl of hot water and sat down by the fire. He spoke more than usual that day, perhaps because of the desolate wilderness station, or perhaps because the taut nerves of the long journey had finally found a moment of relaxation. He took a sip of water and then, unprompted, began to speak about Tianjin Mansion. Many people think Tianjin Mansion is a monolithic entity, but in reality the internal factions within the Sword Pavilion are far more complex than outsiders imagine. The 7th Sword Pavilion has always been seen as an outcast by the other pavilions because for 300 years we have maintained that the Nameless Sword is not a threat, it is a key. The other pavilions are split into 2 factions. The Verdict faction believes that the sword's intent will tear open gaps in the laws, inviting uncontrollable calamities, and demands the sword be destroyed. The Conservative faction advocates sealing the sword away forever, never to see the light of day. The missing pages of the Grandmaster's handbook are a product of this 3-way internal conflict. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. What position do you represent, Sima Shua? And what is the bottom line of this verification by Tianjin Mansion? Sima Shua set down his bowl and looked at him. I represent only the 7th Sword Pavilion. Our ultimate goal is to find the missing pages of the handbook. If you want to seize the initiative, you must make the elders of the Sword Pavilion see during the verification that this sword is neither a threat nor a key, but the sword of a person. He paused, his gaze shifting to the wooden sword on Lu Chen's knee. We'll discuss the verification at the post house. Rest tonight. The night deepened. The campfire gradually burned down to dark red embers. Yi Songfeng slept leaning against a hitching stone, his snoring soft and even. Sima Shua spread a felt blanket inside the main hall and lay down fully clothed. Lu Chen remained alone in the yard, placing the wooden sword across his knees and sitting for a long time. In his mind, he began to piece together the information gathered from various sources over the past few days: the internal factional rift within Qingyun Mansion, the contradiction in the missing pages of the Grandmaster's handbook, the verdict and conservative factions' respective attitudes toward the nameless sword, and the fact that Sima Shua, though acting under orders, had left room for maneuver in every clause of the verification terms. Connecting all these threads, a faint outline surfaced. Someone had known about the existence of the Divine Gate laws much earlier and feared its being split open even more than Qingyun Mansion did. The force that could push the Sword Edict to pressure Qingyun sect was not the Lu family, but someone within Qingyun Mansion with enough influence. This person neither wanted the sword destroyed nor wanted it to be used, only to seal it away forever. The remnant soul had said that the Divine Gate Guardian was the embodiment of the law. A law is not a person, it is a program. But if the program can be manipulated, then certain high-ranking beings within the 3 realms can use the law to maintain their own positions. Sealing the sword, in a sense, is also sealing the possibility of splitting open the law. The last embers of the campfire died out. Lu Chen looked up at the starry sky and recalled the dream in the ruined temple. The remnant soul had asked him if he felt he was terribly unfortunate. He had not answered at the time. Now he thought misfortune was never the point. The point was whether after the misfortune you still dared to move forward. He gripped the hilt of the wooden sword and silently called out to the remnant soul in his heart. The sea of consciousness was still with no response. But the faint blue light that ran from the guard to the tip of the blade pulsed once, almost imperceptibly, under his palm. He knew the remnant soul was still sleeping quietly within the sword. And what he had to do next was to ensure he stayed alive, until the soul could awaken once more. From the outside, the Jiang'a appeared to be nothing more than a dilapidated, time-worn lodging house. Withered vines crawled over the blue brick walls, the plaque above the lintel bore faded inscriptions, and the cracks in the courtyard stone pavement were overgrown with waist-high weeds. The driver parked the carriage in the backyard, carried a bucket to the well to fetch water, while the horse's hooves clattered monotonously on the gravel ground. Sidong Shua led Lu Chen and Yi Songfeng through the main hall along a narrow corridor to its end and stopped before a stone wall. He raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. A spiritual light gleamed in his palm. The stone wall slid silently open to both sides, revealing a stone staircase leading downward. The walls on both sides of the staircase were inlaid with night pearls, their cold white light illuminating the passage like daylight. The deeper they descended, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. At the end of the stone staircase stood a massive bronze door engraved with intricate formation patterns that emitted a low hum as spiritual energy circulated. Sitong Shua took out a sword token and embedded it into the recess at the center of the door. The formation patterns lit up one by one, and the bronze door slowly swung open, releasing a wave of spiritual energy so dense it felt almost viscous. Beyond the door lay a vast underground palace. The dome was tens of zhang high, the walls built from whole blocks of spirit jade. Within the hall were displayed hundreds of ancient swords suspended in spiritual light shields, each one a treasured sword of the Qingyun Mansion from past generations. The sword blades' spiritual light flickered and shimmered in the dimness like stars in the night sky. Yi Songfeng stood at the entrance, gazing up at the flickering ancient swords on the dome, his breath subdued. He remarked that the Jiang'a within the Tianjin sect was already vast, but compared to this place, it was like a woodshed. Sidong Shua did not respond. He led the two through the sword hall, followed a narrow side corridor to the end, and pushed open a heavy stone door carved with sword patterns. Inside was a meditation chamber no larger than a square zhang. The walls were bare, with only a meditation cushion on the floor and a sword platform standing in the center. The sword platform was a waist-high pitch-black stone, steely, its surface smooth as a mirror with a vertical groove at the top, used for inserting a sword. It was the verification platform used by the Jiang'a to test sword intent attributes. Sidong Shua instructed Lu Chen to insert the sword into the groove, then pressed his wrist and lowered his voice to caution. The verification platform would test 3 parameters: spiritual power, attribute compatibility, and potential energy. The sword intent of the nameless sword was bound to be abnormal. There was no hiding it. What he needed was to control the degree of abnormality, make it evident enough to prove that this sword indeed matched the records in the ancestral master's notes, yet not so obvious as to trigger the alert threshold of the Jiang'a Elder Hall. Sitong Shua had already lowered the verification platform's energy sensing upper limit from full scale to 30%. Lu Chen only needed to ensure that the sword intent output did not exceed 20% of the normal value, and the highest warning would not light up. But he could not be present during the verification as it would be recorded by the Jiang'a surveillance array. So everything depended on Lu Chen's own judgment. With that, Sitong Shua closed the door and left. Lu Chen was left alone in the meditation chamber. He drew the wooden sword, held it in his hand, and stood before the sword platform, lowering his head to gaze at the cracks on the blade. After entering the underground of Jiang'a, that faint blue light core had lit up more stable than ever, as if responding to the dense ancient sword's spiritual energy around it. He tightened his grip on the hilt, sank his consciousness into his dantian, circulated the chi vortex through 2 cycles, then separated a very fine thread of spiritual energy and slowly infused it into the wooden sword, controlling it at about 15% of normal output, keeping the sword intent just above the verification platform's sensing threshold. The moment the wooden sword touched the stele, the entire meditation chamber lit up with a pale golden light. The spiritual patterns on top of the stele were activated. The verification platform's sensing was extremely sensitive. The spiritual power attribute column lit up first. The classification entries displayed on the stele kept jumping, and the internal runes of Jiang'a flickered on the steel surface several times before finally settling on the characters "No attribute." Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly when he saw this result. No attribute meant that the sword intent of this blade did not belong to any known category of sword path. This was entirely consistent with the record in the Tianjin Mansion's ancestral master's notes. The sword is nameless, taking wood as its form. Next was the compatibility test. The steel probed into the wooden sword, attempting to sense the spiritual connection between the sword and its owner. The cracks on the blade flared up instantly as the probing spiritual energy touched them, and the light core that ran from the guard to the tip flashed and vanished so fast, it almost seemed like an illusion. But the verification platform had already captured this signal. The compatibility column jumped to the words, "Extreme compatibility." The last column was potential energy. This was the most critical test, and the part Sitong Shua had repeatedly warned must not trigger the alert. Lu Chen concentrated all his divine sense on the Dantian Chi vortex to suppress the wooden sword's instinctive reaction, forcefully pressing the faint blue light core back deep into the cracks. The light of the last column on the verification stele was about to light up, but quickly extinguished. After flickering several times, the column displayed a line of text. Energy level evaluation interrupted. Reason exceeded upper measurement limit. Detection automatically terminated. Lu Chen stared at the line of text in silence for a long moment. He had only used 15% of the output, yet it still exceeded the range. He realized that the range lowered to 30%, that Sitong Shua had mentioned was itself far below the true upper limit of the nameless sword intent. He drew out the wooden sword and stepped back to the center of the chamber. As he sheathed the sword at his waist, his fingers pressed slightly on the guard. The blade trembled lightly in his palm, not a warning, but more like a kind of response. The door of the meditation chamber was pushed open again. Sitong Shua stood at the entrance, his face showing no unusual expression. He merely nodded, signaling Lu Chen to follow him out. It was already late at night when they returned to the inn's ground level. He pushed open the window of the guest room, staring at the cold, clear moon over the distant barren mountains and wild ridges for a long while. Then he sat down at the desk, and by the light of the oil lamp he silently recorded every detail of the night's verification process on a blank slip of paper taken from his bag. The spiritual power attribute determination, the compatibility level, the manner in which the potential energy evaluation was interrupted, and the adjustments Sitong Shua had made before and after each procedure. Just as he set down the last stroke, a very faint sound of pebbles striking came from outside the window. Lu Chen folded the paper slip and placed his hand on the sword hilt, sidling close to the window and glancing outside. Yi Songfeng was crouching at the base of the inn's back courtyard wall, looking up at him and making a shushing gesture, holding 2 small stones he had just picked up from the gravel ground. Yi Songfeng hadn't come alone. Squatting in the shadows behind him was another person, Zhang Chang'e. Lu Chen climbed out through the back window and landed on the ground, but before he could even open his mouth, Zhang Chang'e had already seized his shoulder and begun muttering in a low voice. He had descended the mountain 2 days prior and spent the night at the Xie family's guest residence. Xie Linger had used the merchant caravan's informants to probe the depths of the Tianjin Mansion's operations. She discovered that each time Tianjin Mansion mobilized to hunt for clues about the nameless sword across various cities, a contingent of outsiders, never affiliated with Tianjin Mansion, would trail behind every expedition. These people came from nowhere, never revealed their identities, and simply swept up promising talents in the area before vanishing without a trace. Xie Linger had her accountants trace backward through the caravan records to follow this group's movements, and they ultimately converged on a single destination, an abandoned site deep in the southern frontier known as Zhongjian Valley. Zhongjian Valley had once served as a subsidiary hall of the Tianjin Mansion before being abandoned many years ago, yet recent reports from the caravans indicated that people were frequently entering and exiting the valley, and those coming and going all possessed high cultivation bases. The name Zhongjian Valley landed like ice water down their spines, and all three fell into simultaneous silence. Yi Songfeng broke the silence first. He had personally witnessed a message token bearing the hidden mark of Zhongjian Valley during the document handover at the outer perimeter of the Sword Pavilion, and the recipient was none other than the Grand Elder of the Judgment Sect. Though Situ Shua was unaware the Judgment Sect had forcibly inserted personnel from Zhongjian Valley as external supervisors into the verification terms, and Situ Shua had been unable to block it. Those people were already deployed around the outer perimeter of the post station. Lu Chen rapidly pieced these threads together in his mind. The trail that Xie Linger had traced through the merchant caravans, and the hidden mark Yi Songfeng had witnessed with his own eyes at the Sword Pavilion both converged on a single conclusion: the Judgment Sect's sword-sealing operation extended far beyond an internal factional struggle. They possessed an external operational base, Zhongjian Valley. And Zhongjian Valley did not merely seal swords. It scoured the regions for promising talents. After each search, several local prodigies would vanish. These were the exact words relayed through Xie Linger by the elder steward of the labor guild. Clenching his wooden sword, he laid out the core inference before the two of them. The Judgment Sect had positioned two moves. The first was the Sword Pavilion verification. That was the overt procedure. The second was external enforcement. Should the verification results exceed the boundaries they could tolerate, the operatives from Zhongjian Valley could strike directly in the periphery to intercept or detain individuals. Situ Shua's lowering of the verification table's threshold was ostensibly to protect Lu Chen, but it may have also delayed the moment the Judgment Sect activated their second move. Yet no one could say how long that layer of protection could hold. Zhang Chang'e was eager to act, rubbing his fists together, but Lu Chen grabbed his sleeve and restrained him. Ignoring Zhang Chang'e's glare, Lu Chen turned to Yi Songfeng and pressed him for the exact positions where the Zhongjian Valley operatives were now concealed around the post station. Yi Songfeng whispered the coordinates and added that their leader was a division hall deacon at the peak of the Qi gathering stage, commanding no fewer than 6 subordinates at the late stage of body tempering. Lu Chen contemplated for a moment, then assigned their roles. As an outsider unknown to Tianjian Mansion, Zhang Chang'e was to return immediately to Qingyun City and find Xie Linger, instructing her to compile all caravan records pertaining to Zhongjian Valley's comings and goings along with all witness testimonies into written documents, and to send a copy to the Lin family's ancestral estate. Should the fragments Lin Zhu had salvaged from the ashes of the Lin family library contain any clues regarding Zhongjian Valley, those too were to be consolidated. Yi Songfeng would remain at the post station to continue observing changes in the outer defenses, for he was a disciple of Tianjian Mansion and his comings and goings from the post station were entirely legitimate. Lu Chen himself planned to seek out Situ Shua proactively before the second phase of verification, the following morning, laying bare the intelligence he had intercepted that night regarding the outer deployments and demanding that Situ Shao, in his capacity as master of the Sword of the Seventh Sword Pavilion, re-examine the confidentiality scope of the verification terms. Upon hearing this series of arrangements, Zhang Chang'e clenched his fist and delivered a pat to Lu Chen's shoulder, noticeably lighter than any he had ever given before, then turned and bounded over the wall, disappearing into the night in a few leaps. Yi Songfeng also rose, brushing dried grass leaves from his robe, and said he needed to return to the outer guest quarters before curfew. After a few steps he paused and glanced back, adding in a low voice, "That drink you owe me now carries an additional charge of interest." After both had departed, Lu Chen did not return to his room. He stood in the back courtyard for a long while, gazing toward the dark forest surrounding the post station. Upon the grounds of the Sword Pavilion post station there was only wild grass and crumbling walls, yet beneath the earth lay sealed a hall of blades. The open and covert struggle between the Judgment Sect and the Seventh Sword Pavilion produced no sound above, but those sword lights beneath the ground were weaving in secret an impenetrable net. From the direction indicated by Yi Songfeng, deep within the dense forest to the northeast of the post station, faint ripples of spiritual energy could be discerned, extremely subtle residual marks left after deliberate suppression. Situ Shua's lowered threshold had secured the first barrier, but the second net was already unfurling around the perimeter of the post station. He returned to his quarters, spread the paper out once more, and meticulously recorded every piece of information he had just heard about Zhongjian Valley, the suspects, their location, their means of communication with the Judgment Sect. On the reverse side of the verification records, blew the ink, dry, folded it, and tucked it into his bosom. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, rested the wooden sword across his knees, and closed his eyes. In the tranquil depth of night, the vortex of qi within his dantian turned with extraordinary steadiness. He needed to maintain his condition, for tomorrow awaited a formidable trial. The wooden sword gave a faint tremor upon his knees, so slight as though something from the depths of a dream had merely shifted its position. Lu Chen knocked on Sima Shua's door before dawn. The corridor on the second floor of the inn still held the chill of the night wind. The oil lamp had burned all night in the niche, and a soot-blackened wick had formed a charred blossom. When Sima Shua opened the door, he was wearing an outer robe, his hair unbound, clearly just awakened from meditation. He glanced at Lu Chen, asked no questions, and stepped aside to let him in. The Judgment Sect has placed men around the inn. Lu Chen got straight to the point, listing the positions, numbers, and cultivation levels of the perimeter guards that Yi Zongfeng had observed the previous night. Finally, he took out the verification record from his bosom and spread it on the table. Are they your men, or are they acting without your knowledge? Sima Shua lowered his head and was silent for a few breaths. Then he walked to the window, pushed it open a crack, and looked out. The sky was not yet light, and the forest outside the inn's wall was pitch black, but he could see farther than Lu Chen. They are not my men, nor are they official sword envoys from other sword pavilions. They are from Burial Sword Valley. He closed the window, adjusted the lamp wick, brightening the oil lamp, and sat down at the table to pour himself a cup of water. His movements remained steady and orderly, but when pouring water the spout tilted slightly, splashing a few drops on the tabletop. He did not wipe them away immediately. Burial Sword Valley was originally a branch hall of Tianjin Manor in the southern borderlands. 200 years ago, because it secretly kept living sword fetuses and forcibly extracted disciples' sword intent to cultivate forbidden arts, it was personally destroyed by the founder. After the branch was disbanded, its peripheral members scattered, but the Judgment Sect has always had people secretly maintaining contact with them. Nominally, it was to gather intelligence, but in reality, they were raising a dog that could bite. Some things that the Sword Manor cannot do openly are left to them. And the plundering of promising talents. Lu Chen asked, does Tianjin Manor know about the scattered cultivators who disappeared outside Qingyun City? Sima Shua did not answer this question. He picked up the cup and took a sip of cold water, then set the cup down on the table, looking into Lu Chen's eyes. I had planned to go find them myself after dawn. Since you already know, I don't have to wait until dawn. He stood up and took a silver-gray sword pavilion token from his storage pouch. This token was larger than the one he had given Lu Chen for verification earlier. On the back were engraved 7 crossed long swords, the official token of the master of the 7th Sword Pavilion. The peripheral members of Burial Sword Valley are under my command, at least in name. Sima Shua hung the token at his waist and picked up the narrow-blade long sword from the corner. The scabbard turned in his hand, settling into the grip from above his tiger's mouth. Come with me. You are the sword bearer, and you have the right to see who has set up an unauthorized perimeter during the verification. The two left the inn, one after the other, walking along a gravel path outside the courtyard wall toward the northeast. The first line of dawn had just appeared on the horizon, and the mist in the forest had not yet dispersed. After walking about a li, several gray tents appeared faintly in the dense forest ahead, with array flags at the corners gently fluttering in the morning breeze. Yi Zongfeng had also followed. He did not show himself, but stayed far behind among the rocks after Sima Shua left the inn. According to the predetermined plan, he compared the Burial Sword Valley marks he had seen in the Sword Pavilion archives with the formation of the tents, confirmed they matched, then crouched behind a giant rock and made a gesture toward Lu Chen's back. Outside the tent stood a lean, dark-clad, middle-aged man at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm. A sword without a scabbard hung at his waist, its blade pitted with missing notches. When he saw Sima Shua, he first clasped his fists in greeting, his tone still polite, claiming he was only ordered to stand guard on the periphery at night to prevent unrelated people from approaching the inn. Sima Shua did not return the greeting and directly asked whose order it was. Even I, the official verification envoy, did not know there was a perimeter deployment. The dark-clad man's smile froze. His gaze passed over Sima Shua and fell on the wooden sword at Lu Chen's waist. His eyes brightened momentarily, then dimmed. He hesitated, then said it was an urgent order issued by the Grand Elder of the Judgment Sect, and the order tally was stored in the tent. At the same time, he turned to Lu Chen, saying that since the person had been brought out according to the rules, he also had the right to verify whether the verification was compliant. Lu Chen did not wait for him to finish. He drew his wooden sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, and said calmly to this unfamiliar Burial Sword Valley steward, I am Lu Chen. The sword is in my hand. If you want to test it, come. Sima Shua reached out to stop Lu Chen, but stopped when he saw the way Lu Chen held the sword. The sword was held extremely steady, with no gap between the hilt and his palm. A grip that only someone who had honed the basics to the bone through actual combat would have. He withdrew his hand, said to the dark-clad man, do not fight to the death, then stepped back 3 paces and stood beside a rock. The dark-clad man sneered and drew the sheathless iron sword from his waist. His sword technique was extremely strange, the path twisting like a snake. Every stroke did not follow a straight line, but came from tricky angles. The pitted notches on the blade were not from battle scars, but were caused by a nearly malicious sword technique. Each time the blades clashed, he would use the notches to bite into the opponent's weapon and leverage it to twist it away. But Lu Chen's wooden sword was not caught by him. The wooden sword had no edge, its surface was smooth like wood, and the notches designed to bite into weapons slid off the smooth wooden surface. Instead, Lu Chen used only the 6 most basic forms of the Qingyun 13 swords from start to finish: block, deflect, thrust, upward/forward step, and lift, and turn and wipe. Each form precisely fit into the gaps when the opponent's notched sword technique changed breath. He had practiced this basic sword technique countless times on Qingyun Peak under the coercion of Elder Gu until even the muscle fibers remembered the trajectory of each swing. On the 37th exchange, the iron sword was knocked away. The wooden sword stopped 3 inches from the dark-clad man's throat. His face turned ashen, but he did not struggle further. He gasped on the gravel ground looking at Sima Shua and spoke half a sentence. The Grand Elder of the Judgment Sect means this sword cannot be kept. As he finished, he suddenly bit a pill hidden under his tongue. His head drooped, and he lost his breath. Lu Chen quickly withdrew the sword and retreated to Sima Shua's side. Several peripheral members of Burial Sword Valley in the distance saw this scene, immediately abandoned the tents, and scattered into the forest, disappearing into the depths in the blink of an eye. Sima Shua felt the dark-clad man's breath, his expression dark as he stood up. He said that the people of Burial Sword Valley took a silence pill, which dissolves under the tongue after capture, killing within 3 breaths. This kind of pill was only refined in the Judgment Sect's own alchemy room. You outsiders could not obtain it. He turned to Lu Chen, his voice deep and solemn. It was not his men, but the men were indeed sent by the Grand Elder of the Judgment Sect. The road for the second leg was no longer safe. Once inside the Tianjin Manor sect, the verification process at the Elder Hall would still proceed as usual, but all security supervision outside the verification would henceforth be directly under the responsibility of the 7th Sword Pavilion. He told Yi Zongfeng to immediately notify the guest courtyard to increase guards, then mounted his horse and galloped back toward the inn. Yi Zongfeng came out from behind the giant rock, walked to Lu Chen's side, and looked at the cold corpse on the ground. After a long silence, he spoke. He said that while secretly flipping through the old files of the Judgment Sect outside the Sword Pavilion, he found that the silence pill was not only used for silencing, but also sometimes used on the youths whose sword intent was forcibly extracted, leaving no trace afterward. He paused, looked at Lu Chen, and said he began to think that the master of Tianjin Manor himself might not fully know how rotten the Judgment Sect had become. And once someone within the Elder Hall colluded covertly with Burial Sword Valley, this verification was not merely about examining sword intent, but more like a trap. Lu Chen returned the wooden sword to his waist, watching the shrinking figure of Sima Shua riding away on the mountain path, and said softly. He had the verification clauses, and with Sima Shua openly overseeing the process, he could still find weaknesses within the Tianjin Manor sect. Whether a trap can be turned around depends on how much intelligence is obtained. He turned and walked toward the inn. The morning light had already spread across the entire mountain path, but what he pondered was another dark line yet to be illuminated. When the dark-clad steward of Burial Sword Valley recognized the wooden sword, his eyes had lit up. That light was not covetousness, but excitement. It was as if he had seen a long-awaited prey finally walking into the trap. In his mind, he aligned this clue with the tracking records of the merchant convoy led by Zhang Chang'e, and the testimony of the Labor Guild steward, quickly estimating the extent of the Judgment Sect's influence within the Tianjin Manor sect. Sima Shua could mobilize the 7th Sword Pavilion, but the 7th Sword Pavilion probably only held a little over a quarter of the seats in the entire Sword Manor. If the other pavilions joined forces to challenge during the second verification, Sima Shua's single official token would not be enough. He quickened his pace back to the inn, planning to organize all the clues from the night into a document before departure, secure it with the green bamboo talisman that Xie Linger had given him, and seal it in a bamboo tube as a testimony. Zhang Chang'e rushed back to Qingyun City just as dusk was settling. He had ridden a hastily requisitioned fast horse from the post station near the courier depot all day, its hooves drumming a rapid series of beats against the stone pavement outside the city gate. He did not return to Qingyun Sect, nor did he head for Taijin Peak. Instead, he went straight to the Xie family estate. When Zhoubo opened the door, he was still holding a broom, and the pungent smell of sweat and horse that clung to Zhang Chang'e forced him to step back twice. Xie Linger was waiting for him in the main hall. On the table lay 3 thick stacks of account books, each opened to a different page. As soon as Zhang Chang'e entered, he downed a bowl of cold tea, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then poured out everything to Xie Ling. Lu Chen's situation at the courier depot, the successful clearance of the first checkpoint, the peripheral deployment around Zongjin Valley, and the covert intervention of the adjudication faction. Xie Linger listened without asking any details. She simply reached under the bottommost stack of account books, pulled out an old ledger with a red circle on its cover, and pushed it toward him. You asked me last time to investigate the third-party forces that were following the Tianjin prefecture and scouring for promising talents. I had the accountants of branch offices from various regions cross-check travel itineraries, courier station records, and cargo manifests. The results all pointed to the same place, Zongjin Valley. Xie Linger flipped to the page marked with a red slip of paper. But it doesn't stop there. A merchant team obtained an old file from the periphery of Zongjin Valley, which contained a list that had not yet been destroyed. It recorded all the candidate sword embryos that Zongjin Valley had harvested from various regions of the southern frontier over the years. There were 23 names on the list. 9 were still alive, the rest had already been dealt with. Zhang Chang'e leaned in to look. The list copied onto thin paper was scrawled in hasty handwriting clearly jotted down in a rush. He did not recognize most of the first dozen names, but the last one froze him completely. Lu Chen. It was not added later, it was written on the very last line of the list, the ink already aged, and its number linked with the deceased before it, indicating that the list had existed for at least several years. Xielinger continued, saying that the vast majority of these wandering cultivators who had been killed or gone missing were similar in age and background to Lu Chen, all of them used under 15 years old each, carrying an old sword of incomplete quality. Through the characteristics of these swords, Qingyun Valley identified those who might possess fragments of the nameless sword, then dispatched peripheral agents to infiltrate various regions for acquisition or seizure. Once they confirmed that a sword embryo had no value, they disposed of it on the spot. Lu Chen was on the list not because his sword had been exposed, but because before he picked up this wooden sword in an abandoned temple years ago, the fragments of that sword had already appeared in the hands of other youths. Qingyun Valley had pursued the trail for years without success until Lu Chen released a sword light on the testing stone, and the last name was finally filled in. Zhang Chang'e stared at those few characters for a long time, then looked up and asked, "What role did the Lu family play in this?" Xielinger turned to another page, revealing an even more hidden connection. She had traced Lu Qingzong's private movements after the explosion of the Lu family's bloodline secret vault, and discovered that the day after he met with her, he had secretly left the city. His destination was precisely the old site of Qingyun Valley in the southern frontier. The core connection of the Lu family within the Tianjin prefecture was not Elder Lu. His influence in the inner sect elder council was insufficient to independently drive the prefecture's sword decrees. The real leverage was the lineage of Lu Qingzong's deceased first wife. Her elder brother had been the last branch hall master of Qingyun Valley. Although the branch had been disbanded, the personal ties remained, and the Lu family had been secretly maintaining resource exchanges with the remnants of Qingyun Valley. Lu Yuanqing's harassment of Lu Chen within the inner sect was not an isolated incident, nor was Lu Qingzong's every low-key posture before the Tianjin prefecture merely a silent avoidance. She took out a jade slip and pushed it toward Zhang Chang'e, saying that Lin Zhu had already returned from the Lin family and had exchanged a letter with her. From the ashes of the Lin family old residence, Lin Zhu had found an unscorched fragment, a complete diagram of the nameless sword, and a handwritten scroll. The script on the scroll confirmed that the missing pages from the founding patriarch's handwritten notes of the Tianjin prefecture had been deliberately torn out, and the last holder of those missing pages was the grandfather of Lu Qingzong's first wife. 3 generations ago, that page of the notes was used to buy Qingyun Valley's protection, and from then on it was sealed in the deepest part of the branch hall. Decades later, Lu Qingzong inherited this favor through marriage and used it to pry open the door of the adjudication faction of the Tianjin prefecture. This was why Lu Yuanqing dared to frame Lu Chen recklessly within the inner sect, because the Lu family had known all along what sword Lu Chen carried. Zhang Chang'e clutched the jade slip in his hand, the veins on his knuckles bulging, yet his voice grew eerily calm. He said he needed to see the original of that list with his own eyes, verify the active personnel roster of Qingyun Valley, and then with this evidence and the merchant team's eyewitness testimony, immediately return to Lu Chen's side. The Lu family had set up a scheme spanning 3 generations. They would not pin everything on a single dead black-robed steward. There must be another pawn waiting inside the Tianjin prefecture's sect. Xielinger did not stop him. She merely closed the account books on the table, picked up the list with the name Lu Chen written on it, folded it, and pressed it into his hand. Her tone was unusually cold and hard. "Investigate as you will, but if it comes to killing, I also know ways to avoid paying with your life. Don't bear it all alone." Finally, she added that back in the day, when she lifted the carriage curtain on the street and saw Lu Chen for the first time, she knew the boy was a money pit, her exact words. Later, for every batch of medicinal herbs stored in the warehouse, she had the accountants secretly set aside half the profit under Lu Chen's name, thinking that if he ever withdrew from the Qingyun sect, he could still have a shop to run on his own. Now it seemed that money could just serve as travel expenses. Zhang Chang'e was taken aback for a moment, then let out a laugh. He did not refuse. He tucked the jade slip and the list close to his chest, clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks to Xielinger, turned and strode out of the Xie family estate. Behind him, Xielinger sat back down at the rosewood desk, picked up a brush, opened a blank account book, and wrote a line on the title page. General Ledger of the Lu family's capital flow. Meanwhile, at the labor guild north of Qingyun City, the old steward with triangular eyes and a goatee was flipping through an old ledger behind the wooden counter. His finger stopped on the last line of a certain page where a line of small characters read, "Lu Chen, 17, body tempering incomplete, recommended for wood splitting, 3 coppers a day. Carries a wooden sword at his waist." The old steward read the line over and over, then dipped a worn-out brush in vermilion ink and drew a red line under wooden sword. He closed the ledger, pushed it to the back of the counter, and then looked up at the stream of pedestrians passing by on the street outside. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep as knife cuts. Lin Zhu had been squatting in the ruins of the library pavilion at the Lin family ancestral mansion for 3 full days. It was called a library, but all that remained was half a scorched brick wall and a scatter of waterlogged rubble. The fire on that day had not been large, but the servants who fought it had doused it with too much water. After the flames died out, the books soaked in wet ash overnight, and with several days of rain following, more than half of the damaged scrolls had turned to pulp. He had everything that could be moved carried to the covered corridor at the rear courtyard and spread out to dry, then brought a small bamboo chair himself and sat before the pile of damaged papers, turning page after page. On the afternoon of the third day, he uncovered a black lacquered wooden box that had been half burned. The box was buried within an inner partition wall at the farthest end of the library, where the outer planks had burned through completely, yet the chest inside had only been soot-stained upon its surface. He pried open the lid, and at the bottom lay a notebook wrapped in oilcloth in countless layers. Lin Zhu unwrapped the oilcloth. The notebook's pages had yellowed and grown brittle, their corners crumbling at the slightest touch, yet the handwriting remained clear and legible. It was the handwriting of the Lin family's great-great-grandfather, a mortal scholar who had never once stepped onto the path of cultivation. In neat small script calligraphy, the notebook recorded the ancient texts, artifacts, and strange accounts collected by 3 generations of the Lin family through painstaking effort. Most were ordinary cultural relics and books, but as he turned to a certain page near the middle, a folded paper slipped from within the spine. It was a diagram of a sword depicting the outline of a blade, with the patterns along the sword body, the proportions of the crossguard, and the curve of the tip matching with exact precision. The wooden sword Lu Chen had let him examine closely on 2 separate occasions. Beside the diagram, ancient seal script read, "This sword bears no name, taking wooden form. An artifact of the distant primordial age, a divine blade, without title." The handwriting matched the fragments from the Heavenly Sword Mansion's founder manuscript, but below that page the Lin family manuscript contained several additional lines annotated in vermilion ink, written in finer, slenderer strokes added by a later hand. The vermilion annotations made Lin Zhu sit bolt upright. "This sword does not belong to the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Its forger sought to cleave open the gate between the 3 realms with it. Beyond the door dwells a living being, a being beyond naming." What the missing pages of the founder's manuscript described was not the peril of the sword, but the peril beyond the gate. The one who sealed the sword did not fear the blade itself. He feared what lay outside. Lin Zhu read it 3 times over. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's founder manuscript recorded only that its sword bears no name, takes wooden form, and can sever the laws of heaven, yet never mentioned who forged it nor explained why it had to be sealed. The adjudication faction had extracted from it the core doctrine that sword intent would tear the seams of heavenly law and invite calamity, whereas the Lin family manuscript pointed directly to the truth. The calamity was not caused by tearing the laws, but was already waiting beyond the gate. Sealing the sword was not to prevent cracks, but to close that gate. And what the missing pages of the founder's manuscript recorded was precisely the final chapter before the door was shut. Beneath the manuscript lay an even smaller line of handwriting, extremely faint in ink, written with the tip of a fine brush dipped in the thinnest ink nestled within the crevice of the vermilion annotations. "He who wields the sword must unite all 10,000 paths. Whoever seeks to control it through a single Tao alone shall surely break." This was the 10,000 paths sacred body. Lin Zhu immediately recalled his brief conversation with Lu Chen in the corridor of the archive pavilion. The convergence of 10,000 paths was not Lu Chen's unique choice, but the rule established since the moment the sword was forged. Only a body unified with all 10,000 paths could bear its sword intent. Any sword cultivator who practiced only a single Tao and attempted to forcibly master it would have their meridians shattered by backlash. He wrapped the manuscript back in oilcloth and tucked it into his robe, then walked out through the mansion gates and instructed the elderly steward waiting outside, "Prepare the horses. We're going to Qingyun sect." The old steward paused. His young master had not left the residence in 3 years. Lin Zhu glanced back toward the mansion. His grandfather was pacing in the main hall with his cane, and the two exchanged a look across half the courtyard. Lin Xiaoyuan did not stop him. He merely tightened his grip on the cane, the veins on the back of his hand rising slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Go." As Lin Zhu spurred his horse away from the Lin ancestral mansion, the oilcloth-wrapped manuscript pressed against his chest, and slung across his shoulder was a cloth pouch containing an ancient volume worn soft from years of handling and a rubbing of a sword-tip fragment. The horse galloped swiftly, wind pouring into his cuffs and collar. He narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. 3 generations of the Lin family had never cultivated to the Emperor realm, yet for 3 generations they had guarded this manuscript for the nameless sword. His grandfather had locked the sword diagram behind the partition wall, not out of distrust for his grandson, but from fear that once this paper leaked out, the Lin family would become the next sword burial valley. Yet now the Lu family had already struck first. An ancestor of Lu Qingzong's principal wife had once traded the missing pages of the founder's manuscript for the protection of the sword burial valley, and this debt of gratitude had been passed down and operationalized through 3 generations of the Lu family. Within the Heavenly Sword Mansion, remnants of the adjudication faction must still be lying in wait for Lu Chen to walk into their trap himself. He no longer needed to ask whether he should help Lu Chen, the line from the manuscript. He who wields the sword must unite all 10,000 paths, had already answered everything. At a roadside station 30 li from Qingyun City, Lin Zhu happened to run into Zhang Chang'e face to face. Zhang Chang'e was about to return toward the Heavenly Sword Mansion carrying the original register from the Sword Burial Valley and witness testimony from a merchant caravan uncovered by Xieling. Lin Zhu dismounted and spread the manuscript across the stone table at the station. After examining each other's intelligence in silence, they looked at one another without a word. Zhang Chang'e pointed out to Lin Zhu the connection between Lu Qingzong and the Sword Burial Valley in the register. Lin Zhu traced the vermilion annotation reading, "This sword does not belong to the Heavenly Sword Mansion." Both realized the key reason the adjudication faction dared not make the verification process public. Once the elders compared the founder's manuscript ink trace by trace, the fact that pages had been deliberately torn out would be exposed, and the source of those torn pages traced directly to the sword sealing agent from 3 generations past in the Lu family. Now that the sealing had failed and the adjudication faction refused to confront the complete record of the founder's manuscript, they drove the sword mandate from beginning to end, not targeting the threat of the sword, but the truth of it. "I will return with you," Lin Zhu said. He did not draw his sword. It was still tucked inside a book crate, its scabbard dusted with paper ash from the Lin family ancestral mansion. But his gaze was identical to when he had unleashed the eye-piercing sword intent during the Division A finals of the sect tournament. Not going to risk his life in a brawl, but to strip away every falsehood until nothing remained but the truth. Zhang Chang'e hauled him down from the saddle and gripped his shoulder firmly, saying Lu Chen was waiting at the Sword Pavilion Inn with the evidence gathered along the way. Xie sat in the main hall of the Xie family's detached residence for an entire night. Spread across the table were 7 account books, each open to a different page. To her left lay the detailed purchase records of all the Lu family's medicine shops in Nanjiang. To her right were the private financial ledgers of Lu Qingzong over the past 5 years. Directly in front of her was the list copied from the old archives of Zhangjian Valley. 23 names, 9 of whom were still alive, with Lu Chen listed last. She had scrutinized this list dozens of times, and each time she saw that name a certain corner of her heart tightened. Xie picked up her brush, dipped it in ink, and began to re-examine all the clues on a blank sheet of paper. Lu Qingzong's first wife was a woman surnamed Mu. Mu's grandfather had once served as the internal affairs steward under the last branch hall master of Zhangjian Valley, specifically tasked with guarding a brocade box sealed deep within the valley's core forbidden area. What that brocade box contained was not explicitly stated in the old archives, but a list of supplies excavated from the ruins of Zhangjian Valley by the caravan bore the inscription, "Entrusted to the Mu family, evidence of the sword sealing." There were missing pages from the founder's handbook of Tianjin Mansion. The Mu family had held it in trust at the old branch hall site for decades, and only after Zhangjian Valley was abandoned did Mu's granddaughter bring it into the Lu family as part of her dowry. Xie set down her brush and stared at the few words on the paper. This was not a factional struggle within Tianjin Mansion, it was a game that had spanned 3 generations. Lu Qingzong had never intended to help the adjudication faction. His goal was to weld the Lu family's interests firmly to the matter of sealing the sword. As long as the sword remained sealed, the Lu family would be the only external clan to possess the secret of the sword. Such leverage was priceless at any negotiating table. She continued to dig deeper. In the Lu family's account books, there was a set of records that would make any ordinary accountant shake their head and skip over them. A deficit of tens of thousands of silver taels, yet the Lu family had never borrowed from any money shop. Instead, there was a fixed annual expenditure transferred directly from the income of the Lu family's pill workshop in Nanjiang, marked under the heading repairs. What was being repaired was the old site of Zhangjian Valley. Over the years, the reason Zhangjian Valley could still maintain its peripheral operations was that the Lu family had been secretly supporting it with the income from the pill workshop. In the internal records of the Lu family's Council of Elders, Lu Qingzong had once publicly stated, "As long as that sword remains thrust outside the heavenly gate, the Lu family will never fall." Xie closed the account books. A ray of dawn light had already seeped through the window. Uncle Zhou came in with hot water and was startled by her bloodshot eyes. She offered no explanation, merely copying the testimonies and material lists she had compiled overnight into 2 copies. One she entrusted to Uncle Zhou to personally deliver to the Lin family and place in the hands of Lin Zhu's grandfather Lin Xiyuan. The other, she tucked into her own bosom, preparing to leave Qingyun City. At the break of dawn, Xie boarded an old carriage with no markings, driven by the same young servant in blue who had served her before. The carriage exited Qingyun City through the north gate and headed north along the official road toward the Jiangu Inn. She leaned against the carriage wall, closing her eyes to rest while Lu Qingzong's words echoed in her mind. As long as that sword remains thrust outside the heavenly gate. This was not a metaphor, it was a factual statement suppressed by decades of sealed conclusions. Lu Qingzong knew that the sword had always been planted somewhere, never having returned to the mortal world. until someone pulled the wooden sword out from under the altar of that dilapidated shrine. She opened her eyes and drew back the carriage curtain. In the distance the sky was already turning a pale, fish-belly white. She had to reach the inn before Lu Chen entered Qingyun Mansion to place these irrefutable proofs into his hands. She had never believed in any irrevocable situation. In her eyes, as long as the accounts were not yet settled, anything could still be turned around. Meanwhile, in the old labor guild north of Qingyun City, the steward, a man with triangular eyes and a goatee, was packing a worn ledger with frayed edges into a wooden box. The last page of the ledger, marked with a red line and cinnabar, had been re-sewn by him with fine hemp thread. He had just locked the wooden box when he saw a wandering swordsman carrying a battered old sword step through the door. The man wore a gray coarse cloth tunic, his callous tiger's mouth thick and formidable. The scabbard of his long sword was polished to a shine, and his face bore the dust of a long journey, as if he had traveled a great distance. The wandering swordsman removed his worn bamboo hat, revealing a face of 30 or 40 years with a scar at the corner of his eye, but a gaze as steady as still water. He clasped his fists in salute and introduced himself as a rogue cultivator named Zhao, traveling from the south. He had been staying in Qingyun City for several days and had heard that this labor guild had once assigned work to a youth carrying a wooden sword. He wished to inquire about the youth's whereabouts. The steward looked at him warily. The wandering swordsman smiled calmly. I am not from Qingyun Mansion, nor from the Lu family. I have only heard of that sword. Many years ago, one of my junior brothers also picked up an old sword. Later he was taken away by a group of men in black, and he never returned. I investigated for years, traced it to Zhangjian Valley, then to Tianjin Mansion, and finally to this labor guild. He put his hat back on. You need not tell me where he is now. Just pass him a message. There are two kinds of people in Zhangjian Valley: those who took the Jian pill and sold their lives, and those still locked in the valley's depths waiting to be dealt with. If he still wishes to save those people, he should bring his sword to Zhangjian Valley. The steward stared at the scarred, yet serene face, fell silent for a long moment, then nodded gently. The wandering swordsman clasped his fists once more, turned, and left the door, vanishing into the depths of the alley. Lu Qingzong shattered the last intact teacup in his study. Shards of porcelain scattered beside the knees of Lu Yuanqing, who knelt on the ground, keeping his head bowed, not daring to flinch. He had been urgently summoned back from Qingyun sect. The resolution of the inner sect elder council had already reached the Lu family. The Qingyun sect leader and the Six Peak elders would jointly send a letter to the Tianjin Mansion attaching the evidence of the Lu family's recent collusion with the outer reaches of Zhangjian Valley at the foot of the mountain as materials for negotiation. The wording of the resolution was not harsh, but at the end it clearly stated a key decision: if during the Tianjin Mansion's verification any improper handling targeting Qingyun sect disciple Lu Chen occurs, the Qingyun sect will regard it as an infringement on all sect disciples and reserve the right to reclaim all shared resources of the Sword Pavilion. Lu Yuanqing was ordered to reflect within the Lu residence, which was effectively house arrest. The dowry of the Mu family, Lu Qingzong said, sitting back in his grand armchair, his voice hoarse. That page of notes was your grandmother's dowry. A bargaining chip bought with the lives of 3 generations of the Mu family. I handed the chip to your father handed it to me, and I thought I could pass it on to you. He looked at his son, the anger in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a bone-chilling disappointment. And then you used a hammer to frame an outer disciple in Qingyun sect. Lu Yuanqing tried to defend himself. Lu Qingzong cut him off with a cold sneer. If the framing had succeeded, it would have been one thing, but the crude methods were so obvious that even the second young master of the Lin family, who had been sickly so long he had become a physician, could see through them at a glance. The current situation was like bringing fire upon themselves. After the explosion of multiple storehouses at Funi Mountain, the Lu family's account books had been thoroughly copied by Xiaolinger. The copy of the Lin family's notes from last night was now on the desk of the Tianjin Mansion's Elder Hall. Combined with the joint resolution of the Qingyun sect's Elder Council under the 3-pronged assault, the Lu family had only one last line of defense: the contract scroll for the brocade box managed by the Mu family. The original was still in the Lu family's own hands. As long as the brocade box remained, they still had a bargaining chip. But that very evening, an urgent secret report arrived from the southern branch. The steward sent to investigate stumbled through the ruins of Zhangjian Valley for an entire night, bringing back a chilling message. A few nights ago, a mysterious convoy of carriages had transported a batch of sealed goods from inside Zhangjian Valley. Among the debris, he picked up several scraps of paper and a broken seal. Piecing them together, he could confirm that they were the transfer document for the missing pages of the ancestors' notes that the Mu family had once sealed in the brocade box. The seal at the bottom was unmistakably the personal seal of the Grand Elder of the Judgment faction of the Tianjin Mansion. Lu Qingzong clutched the scrap of paper covered in dust and mud and was silent for a long time. The Judgment faction had already transported the notes ahead of them. 3 generations of the Lu family thought they were helping the Judgment faction seal their swords, but in the end the Judgment faction had always treated the Lu family as mere outer guard dogs. having the Lu family pay for the repairs of the old site place personnel to manage the periphery, but when the real treasure faced the risk of exposure, they unhesitatingly moved it away, first without even a word of notice. Lu Yuanqing knelt on the ground, listening, his face as white as paper. Lu Qingzong slowly folded the scrap of paper, placed it in his sleeve, dismissed the servants, and sat alone in the study for a long time. Now he had only one card left in his hand: marriage alliance. If Lu Yuanqing married into some noble family, the Lu family might still preserve the last bit of their foundation after the storm. But this idea had barely turned once in his mind before he dismissed it himself. In the current inner sect, who would dare to sign a marriage contract with the Lu family, which was at the center of the storm? With Gu Qinghan and Zhang Chang'e ahead, Lin Zhu behind, and even Wang Zhe publicly withdrawing from the sect to go his own way, Lu Yuanqing was already besieged on all sides within the sect. He remained silent for a night. The next morning he sent for Lu Yuanqing and spoke in a weary and cold tone. He told Lu Yuanqing to start over as an apprentice in the pill workshop. The Lu family would no longer cover for him. If he couldn't even do a good job as an apprentice, he should pack his things and leave the Lu family. Lu Yuanqing knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. His voice was choked with tears, but also revealed a sense of relief, as if finally shedding a burden. He knew this was his last chance. Xia Linger's carriage arrived at the Sword Pavilion post house at noon on the third day. Yi Zongfeng was practicing swordsmanship in the rear courtyard of the inn when he spotted a plain, unmarked carriage with a blue curtain stopping outside the wall. The curtain lifted and a young woman in a simple azure dress stepped out. Though her face bore traces of fatigue, her eyes were sharp. It took him a moment to recognize her as Xia Ling. He strode forward, quickly took the heavy cloth bundle from her hands, and murmured, "Lu Chen is upstairs." Inside the guest chamber, Lu Chen had just finished reviewing every preparation required for the second stage verification. When he heard the knock, he assumed it was Situ Shua arriving early to notify him of the departure time. The door opened. Xia Linger stood at the threshold, offered no greeting or pleasantries, stepped directly into the room, placed the cloth bundle on the table, and untied the knot. 7 account books, copied archives from the Burying Sword Valley records of the Lu family's elder council meetings, the dowry inventory of the Mu family, fragments of material transfer orders signed by the Grand Elder of the Verdict faction, and the final oral message transcript she had received from the Labor Guild steward. The wandering swordsman surnamed Zhao had reappeared outside Qingyun City that morning and disclosed to the steward that among the sealed cargo Lu Qingzong had transported from deep within the Burying Sword Valley through his old subordinates, there was a manifest listing not only the sealed sword records, but also the names of all the youths who had been disposed of as low-grade sword blanks. "He's been recording their names," Xia Linger said. "That wandering swordsman, his own junior brother's name, is also on that list. It took him years to uncover the truth. Now he says that since someone is willing to speak for the nameless swords, he will also speak for those who had no swords. He has handed over to the Lin family all the secret maps of the paths leading to the Burying Sword Valley from Liuzhou all the way to the southern frontier." Lu Chen stood silently, gazing at the evidence spread across the table. From the black earthenware jar in the Xia family's detached courtyard to the moment Xia Linger lifted the carriage curtain and saw a youth who refused to bow his head to this very instant when she laid out 3 generations of the Lu family's account books before him. She had never owed him anything yet. She had paved a path he could tread with certainty. He folded the oral message transcript carefully and tucked it into his bosom, then asked Xia Linger what she planned to do next. She replied that she had already sent copies of the same evidence to Lin Xiaoyuan and that the Qingyun sect would naturally raise its voice. As for herself, she could wait at the inn for Lu Chen to return from the Heavenly Sword Mansion, but if he decided after leaving the mansion to go to the Burying Sword Valley to rescue the trapped youths, she could also use the Xia family's merchant name to open supply lines along the southern frontier in advance. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Zhang Chang'e strode up the stairs with his iron-splitting sword on his shoulder, followed by a travel-worn Lin Zhu and Gu Qinghan, who still wore her moon-white long dress, cold and aloof as ever. As soon as Zhang Chang'e entered the room, he pulled out the original evidence of the Burying Sword Valley list, the eyewitness testimony bearing the merchant's blood seal, and several passage tokens intercepted outside Liuzhou, all of which he slapped onto the table. Gu Qinghan brought no documents. She simply placed 2 green bamboo tokens gently on the table. One was the talisman Xia Ling had left for Lu Chen, and the other was a fragment of the main peak sword intent analysis that she had brought on behalf of Wang Zhe, which surprisingly contained a hand-drawn sketch of the internal structure of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword pavilion, signed only with a single character Zhe. Lin Zhu was the last to speak. He took out the Lin family's manuscript wrapped in multiple layers of oilcloth from his bosom. Without repeating the contents already recounted by Xia Linger and Zhang Chang'e, he instead unfolded a single torn page of a sword diagram that had been tucked inside. The diagram depicted a wooden sword with a marked overlap corresponding to the residual sword intent of the 11th patriarch. After breaking through to the peak of Qi condensation, he had secretly investigated the ancestral hall at night and discovered a mark behind the statue of the patriarch that was identical to this diagram. This mark did not belong to the Qingyun sect's tradition, nor to the Heavenly Sword Mansion. It belonged to a far more ancient organization that had vanished from the human realm for many years, the Sword Hut. The place where sword forgers learned their craft, the true origin of the nameless sword. All the records in the Heavenly Sword Mansion's founder's manuscript, when traced back, were copied from the Sword Hut. Situ Shua had already appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to anyone. After listening to everyone's words, he entered the room, lowered his head to study the diagram of the Sword Hut mark on the table, and remained silent for a long time. He had once seen an identical sword emblem in a sealed, dilapidated bronze box deep within the Sword Pavilion's archives, of box that had been forbidden for years. Engraved on the bronze box were 4 characters, enemy of the Sword Hut. The patriarch of the generation whose pages were torn from the founder's manuscript was precisely the one who had personally erased the words Sword Hut from the sect's history. He raised his head to look at Lu Chen, his tone more solemn than ever before. He said, "Let's go. Now to the Heavenly Sword Mansion's Elder Hall. Not to verify the sword's attribute, to verify this history." The morning hour of Chun at the Jiangu Inn arrived swiftly. Xia Ling finished binding the last copy, wrapped it in oilcloth, and tucked it into Lu Chen's bundle. Her movements were swift and precise, like sealing a stack of audited old archives in the accounting room, but when wrapping the bundle, her fingers looped around the knot an extra 2 times. A habitual gesture of hers. Whenever entrusted with a batch of valuable herbs, she would tie the knot into a double loop. Don't be frugal on the road. The Xie family's trading firm has supply stations along the southern frontier route. Take this seal, and they'll know what to do. She took out a small green jade seal from her sleeve and placed it on the cloth bundle. The seal face was carved with a blade of orchid grass. Lu Chen did not refuse, stowed the seal close to his body, and said many thanks. Xia Ling shook her head, saying it wasn't given for free. There were still several ledgers waiting for him to audit upon his return. In the courtyard, Zhang Chang'e was hoisting the iron-slaying sword onto his shoulder. The fresh bandage wrapped around his knee had been changed by the inn's pharmacist before dawn. The scent of medicinal ointment still lingered, yet he was already urging Yi Tsongfeng to fetch the horses. Gu Qinghan stood under the veranda, still wearing that calm and carefree expression, but the sword at her waist had been replaced with the azure-peaked sword, which she had kept close since leaving the secret realm. The scabbard was dark green like jade, and the green silk tassel fluttered gently in the morning breeze. Lin Ju bent down to rewrap the original Lin family manuscript in 3 layers of oilcloth, carefully placed it inside his robe, and tightened his lapels, and only after confirming that the page with the Sword Hut seal was pressed against his chest, without creasing, did he raise his head. Situ Shua was the last to walk out of the inn's main hall. He had changed into a formal sword robe of the Tianjin mansion, its silver-gray fabric bearing cloud-patterned sword emblems that gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and a narrow-blade long sword hung diagonally at his waist. He mounted his horse, reined in, and swept his gaze over the crowd in the courtyard, saying that according to the Tianjin mansion protocol, the entourage for the second leg of verification must not exceed 5 people, and all must be registered in the records. He had already listed Zhang Chang'e, Gu Qinghan, Lin Ju, and Yi Tsongfeng in the accompanying roster of the 7th Sword Pavilion with the status of sword bearers, auxiliary witness, and evidence custodian. Zhang Chang'e grinned broadly, but his mounting movement was a bit too vigorous, and the pain from his knee wound made him grimace, yet his face still bore an indomitable spirit. Gu Qinghan did not ride a horse, as she chose to walk beside the carriage, one hand resting on the sword hilt, her steps light and steady. Lin Ju took out the ancient scroll from his saddlebag, flipped through a few more pages in the morning light, then closed it, and stored it in the saddlebag. As he exited the inn, Lu Chen turned back to glance at this desolate old inn. The withered vines on the green brick walls cast long slender shadows in the morning light, and the surface of the old well in the backyard reflected a patch of blue sky. This was the starting point of the first leg of verification, and also the place where all evidence converged. From the day he first circled accounting errors in the ledgers at the Xie family's detached estate, he had never imagined that so many people would embark on this path with him. Situ Shua rode at the very front. After exiting the inn gate, he suddenly slowed his horse, and proposed a new arrangement not in the previous plan. He requested that before entering the Tianjin mansion's main sect, they first take a detour to the Sword Hut ruins. The ruins were deep in Laojun Mountain outside Liuzhou City, about an hour's journey from here, deviating from the main road, but not too far out of the way. The reason he gave for this suggestion was straightforward. Once they entered the Elder Hall, the Grand Elder of the ruling faction would surely demand that he trace the provenance of the Lin family manuscript and the Sword Hut seal. If he did not personally take Lu Chen to the Sword Hut ruins, find concrete physical evidence, and issue a formal verification trace report, the Sword Hut emblem on the manuscript might be ruled by the Elder Hall as an isolated piece of evidence with no corroboration, and thus be barred from the deliberation procedure. Lu Chen asked him if he had ever been there. Situ Shua was silent for a moment, then truthfully said that the 7th Sword Pavilion's records had always contained the location of the Sword Hut, but in 300 years no sword master had ever actually set foot there. It was not that they couldn't find it, but that they dared not go. because the mansion's historical records had classified the sword hut as public enemy. Until just last month, Situ Shua had personally gone to the archives to examine that sealed old copper casket, and the seal on the casket remained unbroken to this day. Then unseal it this time, Lu Chen said. He turned to look at the people behind him. Zhang Chang'e, shouldering the iron-slaying sword, said, "It's on the way anyway." Gu Qinghan nodded and said that if there was no solid evidence for the sword hut, the risk in the Elder Hall would be too great. This move was necessary. Lin Zhu took out the tattered sword map from his bosom, saying that if the inscription on the stele beside the sword hut ruins as depicted on the map could be matched with an identical carved stone on site, the word sword hut public enemy, annotated in red ink in the Lin family manuscript, would no longer be an isolated piece of evidence. Lu Chen turned to Situ Shua, his tone calm and firm. If the Tianjin mansion was to change the sword hut's label from public enemy to something else, it could not rely solely on a few words from the manuscript. Only by combining the sealed copper casket with the carved stone at the sword hut ruins could they shake the interpretative authority that the ruling faction had monopolized for centuries in the Elder Hall. Going to the sword hut was not only for tracing provenance, but also to ensure that what had never been recorded in the mansion's history would begin to exist from today. Situ Shua's fingers gripping the reins tightened slightly. Then he dismounted, took out the official token from his sleeve, and used spiritual energy to carve a line of characters on a roadside stele. Situ Shua, sword master of the 7th Sword Pavilion, accompanied by sword-bearer Lu Chen and 5 witnesses, proceeds to the sword hut ruins to collect evidence. Verification itinerary hereby recorded accordingly. He retrieved the official token, remounted his horse, and waved to the driver. The carriage turned onto a northwest branch road. The wheels left 2 deep ruts on the gravel road, and the carriage swayed gently. Lu Chen sat inside the wooden sword placed across his knees, its dark blue light core flickering with each jolt. Outside the carriage curtain, Yi Songfeng was softly whistling an unknown tune. The name, Sword Hut, carried a thick layer of dust for everyone inside the carriage, but sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the curtain, turning that dust into golden motes. By the time the carriage entered Laojun Mountain outside Liuzhou City, the sun was already slanting westward. The mountain path grew narrower, flanked by towering ancient trees that blocked the sky, and from the forest came the calls of a few unknown birds. The official road ended here, the wheels could not pass. Everyone dismounted and proceeded on foot. Situ Shua led the way, using his scabbard to push aside waist-high shrubs, his feet treading on thick layers of decaying leaves that rustled with every step. After crossing a ridge, the view suddenly opened up. On a low slope surrounded by ancient trees, dozens of broken stone pillars stood. Most of the stone pillars had collapsed to the ground. Their bases were carved with ancient sword patterns, and moss covered the steel pedestals, with gray-green lichen growing at the broken edges. Most of the stone slabs on the ground were fractured and upturned. Several rusted iron sword fragments lay scattered among the rubble, their rust having merged with the soil and stones. This was the sword hut. Not a sinister ruin, but a piece of old land forgotten by time. Occasionally mountain winds would sweep through the stone pillars, producing a low, mournful sound. Zhang Chang'e crouched beside a stone pillar base, wiping the moss off the steel surface with his sleeve, revealing a line of ancient characters beneath. He did not read them aloud, but simply turned to look at Situ Shua. Situ Shua walked over, examined it for a moment, and confirmed that it was the sword-casting inscription of the sword hut, identical in style to the one on the sealed copper casket. Lin Zhu circled around a row of fallen stone pillars on the north side of the ruins, quickly crouched down and brushed away the thick moss at the base of a stele, revealing another line of stone carving. Exactly the missing fragment of the inscription that Lin Zhu had depicted in his map, with carving marks completely matching the words Sword Hut Public Enemy, annotated in red ink in the Lin family manuscript. But no one had left a complete record linking it to the Tianjin Mansion's founding master's manuscript at the Sword Hut ruins. The ruling faction could argue it as a coincidence of inscriptions. They had to find a physical piece of evidence that directly linked the Sword Hut to the Tianjin Mansion. Otherwise, relying solely on the inscription would not be enough to break the seal on the copper casket. Lu Chen stood in the center of the ruins and slowly drew his wooden sword. The dark blue light core on the blade shone especially bright in the twilight. He placed the sword tip on the ground and searched piece by piece along the grass-covered stone slabs in the center of the ruins. When he reached a broken stone pillar base, the pulse of the wooden sword suddenly intensified. Not the sword intent responding, but a sword resonance that the remnant spirit had once described by the cold spring. A sympathetic vibration transmitted through the blade when materials of the same origin came close. He crouched down, dug away the soil and moss on the base with his fingers, and excavated a foot deep until his fingertips touched a cold, smooth piece of metal. He dug it out and found it to be a palm-sized bronze fragment, both sides covered with dense ancient characters. The edges of the bronze piece had clear fracture marks as if it had been split in two by a sword. The front bore 3 large characters, Sword Hut Opening. The back bore a line of small text, Ceremony of the Seventh Sword Pavilions founding inheriting the Sword Hut's legacy forging swords with righteousness. Situ Shua took the bronze fragment, held it in his palm, and looked at it for a long time. His fingers wiped the dirt off the small text on the back again and again. He said that now not only was the connection between the Sword Hut and the Qingyun Mansion confirmed, the Seventh Sword Pavilion itself was the heritage of the Sword Hut. The Seventh Sword Pavilion at the time of the Qingyun Mansion's founding was established with the Sword Hut's legacy as its ancestral principle. The bronze fragment was a ceremonial token, one of a pair. One half had been sealed here with the Sword Hut, the other half should have been stored in the Sword Pavilion's ancestral shrine. Now this half from the Sword Hut ruins had seen the light of day again, but as for the other half in the ancestral shrine, he had never seen it recorded in any mansion history. It was very likely that the mansion master who had erased the Sword Hut from the historical records had personally destroyed it or hidden it somewhere. Yi Songfeng walked back from the periphery, holding a piece of iron sword fragment broken in two. The residual spiritual energy fluctuation on the fragment was of the same origin as the sword light triggered on the trial stone by the wooden sword, and inside the fragment, there was also a very subtle spiritual pattern mark. Exactly the sword seal mark under the control of the ruling faction of the Elder Hall. He speculated that in the past the predecessor of the ruling faction had sent people specifically to search the Sword Hut ruins, destroying some iron sword fragments on the spot to prevent future generations from restoring the Sword Hut's heritage. This fragment might have been a fish that slipped through the net which he had dug out from deep within a stone crevice. More importantly, the destruction date inscribed on the fragment predated the completion time of the existing portions of the Qingyun Mansion's founding master's manuscript, meaning that the ruling faction had begun systematic evidence destruction of the Sword Hut before the founding master's manuscript was even finished. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at Situ Shua, saying that this was the origin of the words, public enemy. The ruling faction had known for centuries that the Sword Hut was the source of the Seventh Sword Pavilion, and that the nameless sword came from the Sword Hut, so they had to destroy all related evidence. The reason the Lin family manuscript had been preserved in a hidden wall for decades without discovery was that the Lin family was never a sword cultivation clan. The searching eyes of the ruling faction had never fallen on the library of a mundane scholar. Situ Shua clenched the bronze fragment in his palm, turned around, and began arranging the final document preparations before departure. The hem of his robe cast a long shadow on the stone slab floor of the Sword Hut ruins, while several broken stone pillars stood silently in the afterglow. Yi Songfeng walked back from the periphery, shouldering his heavy sword, and crouched on a pillar base that was not yet completely collapsed. Zhang Chang'e broke off a piece of dry ration and handed it to him. Gu Qinghan stood quietly in the center of the ruins, the wind lifting a few strands of dust from the edge of her moon-white skirt. Lin Zhu sat on the ground, spread out the Lin family manuscript, and copied the newly excavated steel fragments text word by word into an appendix for the verification report. Lu Chen stood in the center of the ruins, the wooden sword in his hand. The dark blue light core running from the guard to the tip flickered on and off in the twilight. The Heavenly Sword Mansion sect was established atop a solitary peak known as Xianjin Mountain. The mountain sides were sheer and precipitous as if carved by a blade, rising thousands of feet into the air. The summit had been artificially leveled to accommodate a majestic complex of palaces. Pavilions, towers, and halls rose in layered succession, their upturned eaves and flying corners adorned with copper bells that chimed melodiously in the mountain breeze. The sole path to the mountain gate was a chain-link bridge suspended over the cliff edge, its deck paved with heavy iron planks. The handrails were woven from chains and long swords, and as one walked across, the roar of water from the fathomless abyss below echoed beneath one's feet. As Situ Shua led the group across the iron chain bridge, the disciples guarding the bridgehead saluted in unison, holding their swords in respect. These disciples wore standard-issue longswords at their waists. Though their robes were uniformly silver-gray, the edging colors on their cuffs varied: white, cyan, purple, and black, each corresponding to one of the 4 sword pavilions. The edging of the 7th sword pavilion was iron-gray, exactly matching the color on Situ Shua's sword robe. After passing through the mountain gate, a long celestial staircase stretched ahead. At its end stood a massive sword-shaped stele inscribed with the names of successive masters of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The topmost line had been worn nearly illegible by time, but the final characters of the first name could still be discerned, inheriting the legacy of the Sword Hut. This line of text had not been chiseled away, but a thick layer of verdigris covered it, as if deliberately left to rust, neither completely erased nor easily read. The Elders' Hall was situated behind the main hall of the sect, an independent circular stone chamber. Flanking the hall's entrance stood 2 stone swords, each several zhang in height, engraved with the core precepts of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. With the sword as righteousness, with the sword as life, with the sword as the way. The interior was arranged in a tiered layout with 7 circular rows of stone seats ascending in height. At the highest level was the seat of the mansion master, currently vacant. 1 level below were the seats of the 4 sword pavilion elders, with the seat of the judgment faction positioned due east and the 7th Sword Pavilion seat, due west, forming a direct confrontation between east and west. The lowest level was the standing position for the sword bearer being examined, located precisely at the center of the 7 encircling rows. From there looking up, every elder and observer's face was fully visible. At this moment, nearly half of the seats in the Elders' Hall were occupied. The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction was a tall, gaunt old man past 60 with hair as white as silver. His sword robe bore the unique black sword emblem of the Judgment faction. His eyes were half closed as if in meditation, but his fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of his seat. The Conservative faction elder sat on the southern side, his expression calm, holding a cup of hot tea that he never drank. The elders of the other 2 sword pavilions sat on the eastern and western sides, their expressions varying. On the observer's bench beside the Elders' Hall sat Lu Chen. He had been specially invited as a related clan representative ostensibly to observe, but everyone knew he was a stakeholder aligned with the Judgment faction. Lu Chen's face was pallid and haggard, his hands clasped on his knees with knuckles white from tension. Yet he maintained the dignified posture befitting a clan head. This was his last shred of pride. When Lu Chen stepped into the Elders' Hall, all sounds in the chamber instantly fell silent. Hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, or more precisely upon the pitch-black wooden sword hanging at his waist. The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction paused in his tapping for a moment, then resumed slowly and unhurriedly. The Conservative faction elder set down his teacup and finally sat upright. Situ Shua walked to the seat of the 7th Sword Pavilion in the west, stopped, and turned to face the hall. Lu Chen stood beside him holding the wooden sword horizontally with its tip pointing downward. Yi Tsongfeng, Zhanchanga, Gu Qinghan, and Lin Zhu sat in the front row of the observer's bench. Zhanchanga planted his iron-severing sword on the ground, gripping the hilt, with both hands, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Judgment faction seats. A gray-robed sword master announced the commencement of the verification and read out the verification clauses. The second stage of today's case was to verify the identity of the nameless sword's owner, the nature of its sword intent, and its safety, based on the sect founder's manual. The verification hearing was presided over by Situ Shua, sword master of the 7th Sword Pavilion, with the Judgment faction and Conservative faction jointly supervising the proceedings. Before his words had faded, Situ Shua raised his hand to interrupt him. From his sleeve he produced a bronze fragment unearthed from the ruins of the sword hut, and declared in a loud voice, "I request a change in the verification basis. In addition to the founder's manual, I propose to include 4 pieces of evidence. The Lin family manual, the old archives of the Sword Burial Valley, the correspondence records between the Lu and Mu families, and the bronze ritual plaque from the sword hut ruins, as equally authoritative verification evidence." The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction's tapping abruptly ceased. The Conservative faction elder leaned forward slightly. A murmur of hushed discussion erupted from the observer's bench. The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction spoke slowly, his voice calm, but carrying palpable authority. He declared that the founder's manual was the sole legally recognized verification basis. The Lin family manual had not been authenticated by the mansion. The old archives of the Sword Burial Valley had lost legal effect after the disbandment of the branch hall, and the correspondence records between the Lu and Mu families were merely private accounts. If all these were included, it would shake the very foundation of the mansion's history. Situ Shua raised the bronze fragment high, letting everyone in the hall see the line of small characters. Inauguration of the 7th Sword Pavilion, inheriting the legacy of the sword hut, forging swords to uphold righteousness. He proclaimed loudly, his voice carrying throughout the hall. The mansion's rules had never stated that verification could only rely on internal archives. Even when investigating disciple misconduct, external witnesses and physical evidence were required. Now for the core verification of the Sword Pavilion, only internal fragments were demanded. Which rule of the mansion stipulated this? Whether the Lin family manual and the Sword Burial Valley archives were valid should be decided by the Elders' Hall after reviewing the original evidence, not suppressed before the verification even began. The Conservative faction elder raised his eyes to look at the Grand Elder of the Judgment faction and gave a brief statement. He agreed with Situ Shua. The mansion's rules indeed did not contain a clause stating that verification can only rely on internal archives. According to convention, the verification presider decided the evidence to be presented. If the supervising party had objections, they could challenge during the examination phase, but not dismiss the evidence at the threshold. After his words, the elders on the eastern and western side seats nodded slightly. The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction's white brows twitched. He was silent for a few breaths, then finally forced out 3 words through clenched teeth: approved. Produce them. Zhanchanga was the first to stand, taking out the original list from the Sword Burial Valley and raising it above his head. Lin Zhu stood up, opened the original Lin family manual, and read aloud a key passage. This sword is not a possession of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The swordsmith forged it to cleave open the gates of the 3 realms. Although Xiaolinger was not present, the Lu family account books and the Mu family dowry list had already been compiled into the evidence dossier by Situ Shua and submitted to the hall's archives. Gu Qinghan placed the structural sketch of the sword pavilion interior brought by Wang Zhe alongside the bronze fragment on the evidence table, noting the comparison of the Judgment faction's defensive deployments both inside and outside the pavilion. And the bronze fragment excavated from the depths of the sword hut ruins was now held in Situ Shua's hand. Half of the fragment gleamed with an ancient cyan luster under the hall's dim light. At the edge of the observer's bench, the wandering swordsman in coarse gray cloth had quietly taken his seat at some unknown time. He still carried the worn-out long sword on his back, and the scar at the corner of his eye was clearly visible under the hall's faint illumination. He said nothing, merely placing a stack of yellowed name registers flat on his lap, his gaze resting calmly on the young man, holding the sword in the center of the hall. After the evidence was presented, the hall fell into a long silence. The Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction did not immediately cross-examine the contents of the Lin family manuscript and the bronze fragment. He slowly rose from the highest stone seat, descended to the evidence table, and without touching any document, simply lowered his head to look at the bronze fragment. Then he turned to face the audience, his voice calm but sharp. He said that Jinlu had once been a rebellious organization, and the founding patriarch had personally erased it from the mansion's history and labeled it as Jinlu, the public enemy. Now someone had brought Jinlu's relics to the Elder Hall of Tianjin Mansion as evidence, which was tantamount to forcing Tianjin Mansion to admit that its centuries-old history was wrong. Sidong Shua did not respond to that remark. He picked up the bronze fragment, embedded it in his palm, and raised it upward, then asked the Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction in return, "Why is the opening token of the 7th Sword Pavilion found in the ruins of Jinlu?" If the 7th Sword Pavilion itself is the inheritance of Jinlu, then was the line Jinlu the public enemy in the mansion's history a judgment made by the 7th Sword Pavilion itself, or was it made on its behalf by the mansion master who destroyed all evidence back then? He pointed to the clean break on the edge of the bronze fragment and added in a deep voice, "This token originally had another half that should be kept in the ancestral shrine of the Sword Pavilion. Where is that half now? I beg the Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction to inform us." The Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction's expression darkened, and he coldly replied with 4 words, "I do not know." Sitong Shua nodded and did not press further. He simply placed the bronze fragment on the evidence table, and from his sleeve took out the broken iron sword fragment that Yi Zongfeng had found on the outskirts of the Jinlu ruins, along with the rubbings of the inscriptions on the Jinlu stone pillars, the furnace bricks from the burned remains of the Jinlu site, and the rubbing of the sealed copper casket from the bottommost layer of the old archives room of the 7th Sword Pavilion, all arranged in a row. The destruction date on the fragment was earlier than the completion date of the existing sections of the founding patriarch's manuscript of Tianjin Mansion. The Jinlu emblem in the copper casket rubbing and the sword mark remaining on the iron sword fragment originated from the same source. The mansion master who designated Jinlu as a public enemy in the mansion's history, said Sidong Shua, was himself from the 7th Sword Pavilion. What he destroyed was not only the other half of the token in the ancestral shrine, but also the complete records on the missing pages of the founding patriarch's manuscript. The arbitration faction had been collecting the fragments of the nameless sword, not to prevent natural disasters, but to completely bury the history of Jinlu forging the nameless sword. Because once that history was made public, it would prove that the foundation of Tianjin Mansion was not the sacred judgment of the patriarch, but a group of people who had been working iron in the barren mountains for 300 years. The white eyebrows of the Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction twitched violently. The Elder of the Conservative faction slowly stood up, exchanged a few whispered words with the 2 other associate elders, and then formally proposed a joint motion for supervision and review. Using a power that the Conservative faction had never exercised in formal verification since the opening of the pavilion, they demanded that the evidence table be immediately sealed and all submitted evidence be sent in its original form to the Sword Heart Hall, where the mansion master was in seclusion, requesting the mansion master to personally adjudicate the case. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, even the coughing from the audience seats stopped. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps was heard from outside the hall. A sword mansion steward pushed open the side door and quickly walked to the side of the Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction, whispering a few words into his ear. After hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand to dismiss the steward, then slowly turned around. His tone remained calm, but every word seemed squeezed out from a stone mill. He announced that the sect master of Qingyun sect himself, along with the 6 peak elders, had jointly sent a letter to the mansion master of Tianjin Mansion requesting a sect master level supervision of today's Elder Hall verification procedure. The reason was that the sword bearer Lu Chen was an inner disciple of Qingyun sect, and the external evidence involved in the verification included testimonies from several disciples within Qingyun sect, including Lin Zhuzhan Chang'e Gu Qinghan and the former main peak senior disciple Wang Zhe. Qingyun sect's request was not to stop the verification nor to defend Lu Chen, but to send Elder Gu, the peak master of Qingzhou Peak, to attend the entire session as a supervisory envoy with the authority to inspect the original evidence. After the Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction delivered this news, the hall erupted into a suppressed buzzing of discussion. The Elder of the Conservative faction nodded slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, as if he had long anticipated this situation. Sitong Shua, however, looked at Lu Chen, his mouth twitching slightly, then turned his head and announced loudly to the audience. The verification hearing continues. The hall door was pushed open again. Elder Gu walked in from outside her steps, unhurried, wearing a gray-green robe over the formal attire of a Qingyun sect peak master with a narrow dark green blade at her waist. She walked to the supervisory envoy seat between the audience and the elder seats, sat down, placed her sword horizontally across her knees, then raised her eyes and swept the room, her gaze finally resting on Lu Chen for a moment. The supervisory envoy had no voting rights, but had the authority to interrupt any non-compliant cross-examination, to inspect any original evidence submitted, and to submit a supervisory report to both sects after the verification. This report would serve as the formal basis for any further negotiations in the future. The Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction looked very displeased, but since the supervisory envoy had already taken her seat, he could not obstruct procedurally. He returned to his high seat, gestured toward the evidence table, and demanded that the verification proceed to its most core part. The sword intent verification of the nameless sword. Sitong Shua turned to Lu Chen and formally made the request for verification, asking the sword bearer to activate the sword intent of the wooden sword with the power of 10,000 paths simultaneously in the Elder Hall, proving that he was the true master of the nameless sword. The gaze of the Elder of the Conservative faction and the eyes of Supervisory Envoy Elder Gu simultaneously fell on him. Lu Chen walked to the evidence table, drew the wooden sword, and gently touched the tip of the sword to the bronze fragment. The Qi vortex in his dantian began to accelerate, and the spiritual energy of the mid-Qi gathering realm flowed along the meridians into the sword body, causing the cracks on the sword to light up layer by layer. At the same time, he awakened the incomplete seeds of 10,000 paths within his body one by one. The sword paths chopping, thrusting, wiping, lifting, and slashing, the body refining paths breathing and extreme tempering, the Qi nurturing paths Zhou Tian circulation, the medicine paths cold spring tempering and ginseng pill liquid, as well as the military formation spiritual energy from Zhan Chang'e, the fragment of sword momentum left by Wang Zhe on the cultivation heart rock, the flexible sword principles injected by Gu Qinghan during the sword debate on Bamboo Peak, and the residual divine sense left by Lin Zhu around the Powang cliff wall, all sensed and controlled. These memories and powers from different inheritances under the guidance of the Qi vortex in his dantian lit up one by one like electric sparks and flowed along the spine of the wooden sword into the bronze fragment. The fragment lit up. A dazzling white beam of light shot up from the palm-sized bronze surface, piercing through the high dome of the Elder Hall and soaring into the sky. Immediately after, the wooden sword's body blazed with light, and the deep blue core within the sword patterns bloomed for the first time in front of everyone, revealing a complete sword intent. A sword shadow with only outline and no substance born from the wooden sword's body, suspended in midair, with its tip pointing upwards, slowly rotating. The surface of the sword shadow flowed with more than just the light of the sword path. The steady silver white of the body refining path, the warm emerald green of the medicine path, the transparent formlessness of the perception path, and various colored lights from several incomplete Tao seeds derived from friends, all layered and fused with each rotation of the sword shadow. The hall was silent as a tomb. The Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction's face was as dark as water, and his fingers stopped tapping on the armrest. At the same moment, the 10,000 path sword shadow rose. The wandering swordsman, who had been silent all along in the audience seats, stood up. He slowly walked up to the evidence table, placed the stack of yellowed registers flat beside the bronze fragment, then tore off the false face skin from his face. Beneath the mask was an aged, but resolute face, eyes clear as washed, and the calluses on his tiger's mouth thick as iron. He turned to face the audience, his voice not loud, but like a sword blade scraping over green stone. My name is Zhao Hanshan, former guard captain of the Zhongjian Valley Branch Hall. The Grand Elder of the Adjudication faction personally signed the disposal order for the first batch of sword-bearer candidates of the Nameless Sword 3 years ago. Among the 23 youths, 6 had their sword intent extracted and died as sacrifices to the sword, and 9 were imprisoned at the bottom of Zhongjian Valley and have not been released to this day. He pointed to the stack of registers. Here are all their names, and behind each name is the disposal order number of the Adjudication faction. The hall exploded into uproar. The Elder of the Conservative faction shot to his feet. The 2 associate elders stood up simultaneously. Lu Qingzong on the audience seats turned ashen, pale, his hands clutching the fabric on his knees. Zhao Hanshan continued. He said that back then he had failed to save his junior brother, but over the years he had been doing one thing: reinvestigating every sword talent youth that Zhongjian Valley had dealt with in various places and cross-checking each disposal order number issued by the Adjudication faction with the original archives. These youths were not all candidates for the Nameless Sword. The Adjudication faction was simply indiscriminately drawing blood. Part of the so-called sword intent inheritance required by the Tianjin Mansion's sword cultivation system was forcibly extracted native sword intent from these youths. Now most of the survivors on the registers had been moved to safe places by him, leaving only one last thing he had not been able to do for the missing: to make this list public during the formal Elder Hall verification procedure of the Sword Mansion. The Grand Elder finally raised his hand. His fingers hung in the air for a moment, then slowly pointed at Zhao Hanshan. This man broke into the Sword Pavilion, illegally forged mansion orders, and slandered the adjudication faction. Guard seize him. Sitong Shua stepped forward and stood between Zhao Hanshan and the hall door, holding up his command token. The 7th Sword Pavilion has sufficient physical evidence regarding the old case of Zhongjian Valley. This man is a formally summoned witness of the 7th Sword Pavilion, not an intruder. Supervisory Envoy Elder Gu from her seat reached out and pressed the hilt of the green blade on her knee, her gaze locked on the direction of the Grand Elder. The elder of the conservative faction slowly rose, took out a sealed confidential document with wax seal from his sleeve, and personally handed it to the steward. The cover of the confidential document read, "To the Grand Elder of the Adjudication Faction," and the wax seal bore the joint seals of the conservative faction and the elders of the other 2 pavilions. This letter was not directly related to today's verification case, nor was it targeted at the Grand Elder of the Adjudication Faction. It was simply that the conservative faction, while sending people to examine the records of correspondence between the Lu family and Zhongjian Valley, had accidentally discovered a line of old archival annotation. It indicated that the personal seal of the Grand Elder of the Adjudication Faction happened to be consecutive in number with a purchase order stub for Jian pills that was dated far before the completion of the Patriarch's manuscript. The conservative faction had a responsibility to hand over this clue to the adjudication faction itself, to remind it to be aware of the issue that the mansion's accounts might have been misused. The Grand Elder of the Adjudication Faction tore open the confidential document with an expressionless face. He flipped through it extremely slowly, the wrinkles on his face tightening one by one, and when he reached the end his fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, no one knew exactly what was written in the confidential document, but the elder of the conservative faction then calmly stated that these details were unrelated to today's verification topic, just a routine discovery during file transfer. If the adjudication faction needed to verify, the conservative faction's archives were always ready to provide assistance. The Grand Elder of the adjudication faction slowly put the confidential document back into his sleeve. He stood on the high seat looking at the 10,000 path sword shadow still slowly rotating in the center of the hall, at the registers spread out by Zhao Hanshan, at the half-bronze fragment in Sitong Shua's hand, and at Elder Gu on the supervisory envoy's seat, who was as quiet as a stone, yet holding the sword hilt. He was silent for a long time. Then he sat back down on the stone seat, placed his hands on his knees, and did not tap the armrest again. The Grand Elder of the Verdict faction sat on the stone seat for a long time. Hundreds of eyes in the hall were fixed on him. The hushed murmurs from the gallery gradually subsided, and even the coughs ceased. Everyone knew that this old man, who had wielded the authority of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's Verdict faction for nearly 3 decades, was now making the most difficult decision of his life. He slowly rose to his feet. The black sword emblem on his robe gleamed with a somber luster under the cold light of the night pearls adorning the hall's ceiling. His gaze swept across the evidence table, where the bronze token, the Lin family manuscript, the Sword Burial Valley roster, and Zhao Hanshan's spread-out disposition records lay. Finally, his eyes rested on the slowly rotating myriad sword shadows at the center of the hall. "I have presided over the Verdict faction for 27 years. His voice was no longer as sharp as before, yet every word still reached every corner of the hall. Since its founding, the Verdict faction has upheld the principle of protecting the sword and upholding the way. Throughout the generations, the Grand Elders have faithfully followed the Founder's teachings, never daring to deviate. If the Founder's manuscript indeed has missing pages, if the Sword Hut is indeed the true origin of the 7th Sword Pavilion, and if the old case of Sword Burial Valley indeed involves an irregular verdict token from our faction, then these matters transpired during my tenure or were buried before my predecessor's time. Regardless, I cannot evade responsibility." The conservative faction elder leaned forward slightly. Situ Shua tightened his grip on the official decree. But the Grand Elder of the Verdict faction raised his head, his voice suddenly sharpening. "The affairs of the Verdict faction must be investigated internally by the Verdict faction itself. Outsiders, whether from the Qingyun sect, the Lin family, or the defected guards of Sword Burial Valley, have no right to intervene. Today's verification ends here. The nature of the nameless sword and the identity of its wielder will be determined after the Verdict faction's internal review." This was his final card. He did not deny the authenticity of the evidence, nor directly reject the verification request. Instead, he used internal review to buy time. As long as the verification had no formal conclusion, the nameless sword would remain in a pending verification state, leaving the Verdict faction room to maneuver. Situ Shua was about to retort when a crisp sound of a scabbard striking the ground came from the supervisor's seat. Elder Gu did not stand nor draw her sword. She merely tapped the jade-green blade still sheathed lightly against the stone floor. The sound was not loud, yet it rang through the silent hall, like metal striking stone. The Qingyun sect has no authority to meddle in the internal affairs of the verdict faction. Her voice was like the cold spring on azure bamboo peak, clear and unyielding. But the personal safety and cultivation rights of Lu Chen, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, are the internal affairs of the Qingyun sect. As the supervisor, I have the right to demand that the verification conclude with a clear ruling today. If the verdict faction indefinitely delays under the pretext of internal review, the Qingyun sect will regard this as a unilateral suspension of the verification terms by the Heavenly Sword Mansion and will immediately initiate the breach of agreement procedure between the two sects. The Grand Elder of the verdict faction's face darkened. The breach of agreement procedure. This meant that the Qingyun sect would unilaterally reclaim all sword-related resources shared with the Heavenly Sword Mansion, including sword techniques, manuals, formation diagrams, and all inner disciples sent to the Heavenly Sword Mansion for advanced training. The price was too great for the Heavenly Sword Mansion to bear. The conservative faction elder stood up, cupped his hands toward the verdict faction's Grand Elder, and spoke with a calm tone, but clear stance. Grand Elder, the verification terms were jointly signed by both sects. The supervisor has the right to demand that the verification be completed within a reasonable time. The conservative faction supports a ruling today. The two other elders seated on the east and west side galleries also rose and turned to express their opinions, their words carefully chosen, but unanimous in agreement. The verification should be concluded today. The Grand Elder of the verdict faction remained silent for a long time. His gaze traveled across every face in the hall before finally resting on the empty seat in the last row of the gallery. That was the seat of the mansion master. The mansion master was in seclusion and had not emerged. No one in the hall today could shield him from this blow. He slowly sat down, placing his hands back on the armrests of the stone seat. This time his fingers did not tap. The verdict faction does not oppose the conclusion of the verification, he said. But I myself will resign from the position of Grand Elder of the verdict faction effective today. After a new Grand Elder is elected from within the verdict faction, the verification ruling will be signed. The hall erupted in uproar. It was a step back, but also a final gambit. Using his personal departure to preserve the verdict faction's face, while leaving maneuvering room within the faction. Situ Shua exchanged a glance with the conservative faction elder, then walked to the evidence table, picked up the bronze token and Zhao Hanshan's disposition records, and declared in a clear voice, the Seventh Sword Pavilion accepts the Grand Elder's resignation. But the verification ruling cannot be delayed. According to Article 27 of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's regulations, when the Grand Elder is absent, the Supervisory Council shall temporarily exercise the right to sign. The conservative faction and the elders of the two pavilions are present, meeting the number required for supervision. Please have the Supervisory Council sign the ruling immediately. The conservative faction elder nodded. He walked to the evidence table, picked up the vermilion brush, and wrote several lines neatly on the verification document. After finishing, he raised the document high for all to see. Verification conclusion. First, the nameless sword is not a possession of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. It is a legacy treasure of the Sword Hut, and its current wielder Lu Chen is its rightful owner. Second, the verdict faction's accusations against the nameless sword and its wielder are unfounded. Third, the responsibility for the missing pages of the founder's manuscript and the irregular handling of the Sword Burial Valley case shall be jointly reinvestigated by the new Grand Elder of the verdict faction and the Seventh Sword Pavilion. Fourth, from this day forward, the wielder and the nameless sword are not subject to any restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Sword Mansion and may leave freely. The vermilion ink gleamed brightly under the light of the night pearls. Situ Shua took the document with both hands, turned to face Lu Chen, and announced each word deliberately. The verification is complete. Lu Chen, wielder of the nameless sword, identity confirmed. First silence. Then from the front row of the gallery a resounding slap. Zhang Chang'e smacked his own thigh, wincing in pain, but laughing louder than anyone else. Yi Songfeng untied his wine pouch from his waist, bit off the cap, took a swig, then tossed the pouch to Zhang Chang'e. Gu Qinghan did not applaud or smile, as she simply closed her eyes for a moment, and the hand gripping her sword finally relaxed a little. Lin Zhu remained seated, gently stroking the oilcloth cover of the Lin family manuscript in his arms. A faint trace of a smile flickered across the corner of his gaunt mouth. At the edge of the gallery, Zhao Hanshan tucked the yellowed roster back into his robe, stood up, bowed from a distance toward Lu Chen at the center of the hall, then turned and quietly left the elder hall. He left no words, but his roster remained spread on the evidence table. The last piece of evidence he left for the verdict faction, and a lifeline left for the youths buried in Sword Burial Valley. Lu Qingzong slowly rose from the gallery. His face was ashen, but his back remained straight. He did not look at anyone nor speak a word. He simply took out a family elder token of the Lu family from his sleeve, placed it on the seat, and walked out of the elder hall alone. Lu Yuanqing followed behind him. At the door he suddenly stopped, turned back, and glanced at Lu Chen. There was much in that glance, but no hatred. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he said nothing, lowering his head to follow his father's receding figure. On the supervisor's seat, Elder Gu stood up and rehung her sword at her waist. She walked up to Lu Chen, looked him over from head to toe. Without superfluous words, she simply nodded, then said to Situ Shaw, "The Qingyun sect will preserve a copy of the verification document," and turned to leave the Elder Hall. Her retreating figure remained unhurried, as if the earth-shattering upheaval in the hall were merely a storm she had long anticipated. When he emerged from the Elder Hall, night had already fallen. The wind atop Qingyun Mountain was far colder than down below. The iron chain bridge swayed gently in the breeze, the clanking of the chains echoing through the valley like a distant blacksmith hammering on an anvil. Lu Chen stood at the bridgehead, inhaling deeply of the icy air. The wooden sword hung at his waist, its azure blue core flickering softly in the darkness. The chi vortex in his dantian rotated slowly. After the impact of the myriad Dao eruption in the Elder Hall, his spiritual energy had not only failed to wane, but had condensed and solidified on its own under the extreme compression. He faintly sensed the barrier of the late Qi gathering realm loosening slightly in the depths of his dantian. Zhang Chang'e walked onto the bridge and handed him a wineskin. It was Yi Zongfeng's wineskin, passed around the Elder Hall until only the last mouthful remained. Lu Chen took it, tipped his head back, and drank. The wine was still harsh and fiery, but this time he did not cough. He returned the empty wineskin to Zhang Chang'e. Zhang Chang'e shook the empty wineskin, wistfully lamenting that the wine was gone. Then he grabbed Lu Chen by the shoulder and pulled him back from the bridge, saying that Yi Zongfeng had already prepared 10 jars at the inn, and if he didn't make Lu Chen's legs go weak with drink tonight, he would change his surname. Yi Zongfeng leaned against the iron chain of the bridge, unusually silent. Gazing at the pitch-black ridge opposite Qingyun Mountain, he suddenly blurted out, "I need to return to the Sword Pavilion. The internal affairs of the Judgment Sect, Situ Shua, can't handle them alone." He said it lightly, but Lu Chen could hear the weight behind the words. Yi Zongfeng was now an outer disciple of the Tianjin manor belonging to the 7th Sword Pavilion. Staying at the Sword Pavilion to help Situ Shua clean up the remnants of the Judgment Sect meant he would be unable to return to Qingyun Sect for a long time. Nor could he go back to Qingyun City with Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Chang'e was stunned for a moment, then strode over and threw an arm around Yi Zongfeng's shoulders. The stingy rooster finally spoke a truthful word. Lin Zhu emerged from the hall clutching the original copy of the Lin family manual. The oilcloth cover was dusted with grime. He stopped at the bridgehead, carefully brushed the dust off with his sleeve, and then suddenly said to Lu Chen that the last passage about the myriad Dao Saint body in the manual remained untranslated. He needed to go back to the old Lin family residence to search through the remaining scrolls and also to settle his grandfather properly. After hearing the verification results in Qingyun City today, Lin Xiaoyuan had leaned on his cane and shouted "good" 3 times in the main hall, his voice so loud it scared the old cat off the rafters. Lu Chen said to thank him on his behalf. Lin Zhu nodded, tucked the manual into his book box, shouldered his sword, and set off alone down the mountain path. He walked steadily on the iron chain bridge, moonlight stretching his shadow long and thin like a slender sword scar. Gu Qinghan was the last to emerge. Her azure-edged sword was sheathed, and at her waist hung 2 azure bamboo tokens. One was Xie Ling'er's left for Lu Chen, and the other was a sword pavilion sketch Wang Zhe had asked her to bring. She placed both tokens into Lu Chen's hands, saying that Xie Ling'er would reclaim her own token, and Wang Zhe's token he should retrieve himself. Then she paused, her voice softening, and said that her master had asked her to inquire, when would Lu Chen return to Qingzhou Peak? Lu Chen clutched the tokens for a moment in silence, then looked up at the unfamiliar starry sky above Qingyun Mountain and said soon. Gu Qinghan said no more. She turned and walked down the mountain, her moon-white gown gradually blurring into a faint firefly-like glow in the darkness. Situ Shua was the last to leave the Elder Hall. He carried a thick stack of documents, the official record of the entire verification process. He handed the documents to Lu Chen, saying Qingyun Sect needed to keep a copy. Then he bid a brief farewell and turned toward the Sword Pavilion. After a few steps, he stopped without turning back, saying only that he would investigate as quickly as possible all the order tokens related to the old Sword Burial Valley case within the Judgment Sect. Once the investigation was complete, half the door of the 7th Sword Pavilion would be left open for Lu Chen. The other half belonged to Yi Zongfeng, who he added was such a poor drinker that he couldn't handle the old drunkards of the 7th Sword Pavilion alone. Lu Chen bowed solemnly, clasping his hands. Situ Shua waved his hand without looking back. It was already deep into the night when they returned to the inn at the foot of the mountain. In the courtyard of the inn, a full 10 wine jars were piled beside the hitching post. Yi Zongfeng had somehow acquired them, their clay seals still unbroken. Zhang Chang'e had already carried 2 jars into the room. This was the same inn they had stayed in before. The crescent moon was reflected in the water of the old well in the back courtyard, and the withered vines on the wall rustled in the night breeze. It was here that Situ Shua had gotten up in the middle of the night to pour him water, tilting the spout and spilling half the table. Yi Zongfeng's snoring had come through the thin wall, light and steady. Lu Chen still remembered sitting at the desk in the guest room spreading out a blank sheet of paper to organize the verification records when suddenly a stone clinked against the window. It was Zhang Chang'e and Yi Zongfeng crouching by the wall holding two small pebbles they had picked up from the gravel ground. Now that same inn was ablaze with lights. All the wine that had once brewed parting was now being poured again in reunion. Zhang Chang'e broke the seal, filling a bowl for each person. The wine was murky, the cheapest rustic brew. But in the depths of this desolate mountain inn it warmed the heart more than any miraculous elixir. He said he needed to return to Taijian Peak to continue forging iron. Old Man Meng had told him that after this batch of iron was finished he would be able to break through to the peak of Qi Gathering Realm. Then he set his wine bowl aside, fell silent for a rare moment, and suddenly spoke. He said that once he reached the peak of Qi Gathering, he would join Gu Qinghan to help Xie Ling thoroughly investigate the remaining forces of the Lu family in the southern frontier, cross-referencing account books, rosters, ruins, and personnel, leaving no embers for those people to reignite. Gu Qinghan held her wine bowl without replying, but she did not refuse. Yi Zongfeng leaned against the corner cradling his heavy sword, and said that the next time they met if Lu Chen still couldn't defeat him, he would have to double the debt of wine he owed. Lu Chen held his wine bowl in silence. He looked down at the murky wine swaying within the reflection of the oil lamp and his own face. A face that was no longer that of a youth. By the time dawn was about to break, everyone had dispersed. Yi Zongfeng and Situ Shuo rode back toward Xinjian Mountain. Lin Zhu had set off in the middle of the night. Zhang Chang'e was slumped against the hitching post in the courtyard snoring like a blacksmith hammering iron. Gu Qinghan sat alone on the courtyard wall, gazing at the eastern horizon, gradually turning pale, lost in thought. Lu Chen did not sleep. He sat by the window of the guest room, resting the wooden sword across his knees. His fingers lightly traced the azure blue core that ran from the guard to the tip of the blade. The sword intent of the nameless sword had been formally activated in the Elder Hall, but it was only the embryonic form of the myriad Dao sword intent. As the remnant soul had said, true myriad Dao unity required cultivating each Dao to perfection, then fusing them together with the sword Dao as the core. He had only taken the first step, mid-Qi Gathering Realm with sword intent just born. The road to myriad Dao unity was still long, and the distance to splitting open the divine gate was even farther. The spiritual energy that had spontaneously condensed in his dantian continued to operate as if the impact of the myriad Dao eruption in the Elder Hall had awakened some long-dormant function. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and circulated the Qi nurturing art. Using his divine sense to peer into his dantian, he saw that a third ring of pale golden ripples had begun to form around the edge of the vortex, a sign of approaching the late Qi Gathering Realm. He did not deliberately force a breakthrough. He simply let the spiritual energy circulate steadily through his meridians for 9 cycles. Just then an extremely faint ripple passed through his consciousness. It was as if someone very far away had turned over in their sleep, mumbling something unintelligible. Lu Chen snapped his eyes open and called out, "Remnant soul," twice in his mind, but his consciousness sank back into silence. Only the azure blue core on the wooden sword's blade had brightened by a fraction. He gripped the hilt. The remnant soul was still sleeping, but at least it was slowly recovering. As long as he continued to move forward, the remnant soul would have a day when it awoke. As if responding to his thoughts, the wooden sword pulsed with a faint tremor, like a sleeping person who heard someone calling their name, but was too drowsy to open their eyes, and merely twitched a fingertip. Dawn broke. Xie Linger's carriage was parked at the inn's entrance, the curtain half rolled. She sat inside flipping through a new account book. Zhang Chang'e scrambled up from the hitching post, rubbing his bleary eyes. Gu Qinghan descended from the courtyard wall like a drifting leaf and placed a newly made azure bamboo token into Lu Chen's hand. It was sent by Elder Gu this morning with a single character carved on the back. Return. Lu Chen tucked the azure bamboo token into his chest and shouldered his wooden sword. Before him lay several paths. The youths from Zhao Hanshan's list were still imprisoned at the bottom of Sword Burial Valley. The last passage about the myriad Dao Saint body was still hidden in the old Lin family residence, and in the account room of the Xie family villa in Qingyun City mountains of ledgers awaited his scrutiny. But he knew where he must go first. Back to Qingyun sect, he said. The morning at Green Bamboo Peak was exactly as Lu Chen had left it. Morning mist rose from the valley floor, the bamboo grove appearing and disappearing in the haze. The cold spring beside the stone path still gurgled wisps of white vapor rising from its surface. A thin layer of bamboo leaves had fallen on the bluestone slabs of the sword training platform. On the nearby stone bench lay an unrolled bamboo scroll, its corners slightly dampened by dew. Elder Gu sat on a bamboo chair before the sword training platform, holding a pestle as she ground a jar of freshly picked bamboo leaves. Her movements were unhurried, the sound of pestle striking mortar echoing through the quiet bamboo grove, blending with the murmur of the cold spring into a monotonous, lingering melody. Lu Chen walked up the stone path, a wooden sword hanging at his waist, its faint blue core flickering softly in the morning mist. He approached Elder Gu, knelt, and performed a standard apprentice ceremony. He performed the gesture slowly, for he had witnessed too many intricate rituals and power struggles in the Heavenly Sword Manor's Elder Hall. Now returning to this bamboo grove, he wished only to reaffirm his identity in the simplest way. He was a disciple of Green Bamboo Peak, a sword cultivator nurtured by this lean, taciturn Elder Gu. Elder Gu did not raise her head. As she continued grinding the medicine, she remarked that the water level of the cold spring had dropped by half a foot. Lu Chen was taken aback, then glanced down at his dantian. The chi vortex of the mid-chi gathering realm was slowly circulating through his meridians, the third, faint golden ripple, already faintly visible, just a step away from breakthrough. So it turned out that his master was hinting that she had already seen his impending breakthrough and told him to go soak in the cold spring. "I'll go now," Lu Chen said. Later that same afternoon, two events occurred almost simultaneously. The first, the election of the new Grand Elder of the Judgment faction, was held at the Sword Pavilion. The conservative faction and the other two pavilions made an exception to allow the retired former Grand Elder to attend as an observer. The entire election process had no open vote tally, but when the result was announced, the white-haired elder on the observer's seat showed little expression. No upheaval, no bloodbath, just a calm internal transition. Over the following days, the mid-level stewards within the Judgment faction, who had ties to the Burial Sword Valley, were gradually transferred from core positions. The purchase records of silence pills in the archives were also formally sealed and handed over to the 7th Sword Pavilion. That evening, Sima Shua sent a brief message via spiritual transmission toward Qingyun City. The Judgment faction had been reshuffled. When Elder Gu received the transmission at Green Bamboo Peak, she merely nodded slightly and continued grinding her bamboo leaf paste. The second, Wang Zhe returned. As he walked into the bamboo grove of Green Bamboo Peak carrying a tightly sealed old wooden box, Lu Chen was climbing out of the cold spring, drying his hair. The two exchanged a glance through the mist of the bamboo grove. Wang Zhe spoke first, his voice calm, without the deliberate aloofness of the past or the dejection after his bubble burst. He said he had found this while organizing old items at the main peak and thought Lu Chen should see it. He opened the wooden box. Inside was a broken bronze fragment identical in material to the half-token Sima Shua had unearthed from the sword hut ruins, its cross-section perfectly matching precisely the other half of the ceremonial token for the 7th Sword Pavilion's opening. It had been stored in the main peak's old items repository under the label Unidentified Artifact Fragment, for decades untouched by anyone. Lu Chen turned the half-token over. On its reverse was carved a line of small characters identical to the other half. The 7th Sword Pavilion's founding ceremony, inheriting the sword hut's legacy, forging swords with righteousness. The two halves together formed the complete founding token of the 7th Sword Pavilion. How did it end up in the main peak's old items repository? Lu Chen asked. Wang Zhe was silent for a moment, then said he had checked the repository's registration records. The previous custodian of this token was Lu Qingzong's father-in-law, the internal affairs steward of the Mu family's old branch in the Burial Sword Valley, and the same person who had taken the missing pages of the Ancestors' Manual from the Sword Hut. He had handed over the missing pages to the Lu family, but secretly kept the other half of the bronze token within Qingyun sect, registering it under the name Unidentified Artifact Fragment, without letting anyone in the Heavenly Sword Manor know of its existence. 3 generations of the Lu family believed the brocade box contained only the missing pages of the Ancestors' Manual, unaware that the old master of the Mu family had at the last moment left the most important token in a place they would never think to look. The Lu family would never bother to sift through the dust-laden shelves of a sect's old items store. Lu Chen gazed at the two halves of the bronze token now united in his palm, remaining silent for a long time. When its other half had been excavated from the sword hut ruins by Sima Shua, he had only felt its weight. Now with the two halves joined, he understood that this token bore the silent guardianship of 3 entire generations after the sword hut's fall. Some hid manuals in hollow walls, some hid tokens in old repositories, some waited for decades in remote ruins, until someone finally came to dig them out. An honest man fears not the lack of a sword, but the lack of someone to break open his rusty cage. Simo Shua needs this half, Lu Chen said. Lu Chen separated the united token back into 2 halves, returning one to Wang Zhe. Wait until the 7th Sword Pavilion finishes investigating the Judgment faction's case, then hand it to him personally. This is a relic of the sword hut, not a trophy for any member of the Lu family to hoard. Wang Zhe took the half token and solemnly closed the wooden box. Then he suddenly made a decision that completely surprised Lu Chen. He wanted to go to Iron Sword Peak to learn blacksmithing. The sword technique system of the main peak had been entirely built by Elder Lu from top to bottom. As long as he remained at the main peak, he could never shake off that flawed foundation. Meng Changjun was the only peak master in the inner sect who never involved himself in the Lu family's factional disputes. At Iron Sword Peak's forge, they cared only about the number of hammer blows, not one's background. He wanted to rebuild his foundation there, gradually integrating his sword cultivation system into the most rudimentary hammering of the furnace. After listening to him, Lu Chen dried his hair and stood up from the stone pool. He didn't laugh or say, "You're crazy." He simply picked up his wooden sword, nodded at him, and said that old man Meng had a bad temper, so he should prepare several pairs of heat-resistant leather gloves. The next morning, when Zhan Chang'e saw Wang Zhe at the entrance of Iron Sword Peak's smithy dressed in coarse cotton short clothes and carrying a pair of new leather gloves, he was stunned for 3 full breaths. Wang Zhe ignored him, walked straight to Meng Changjuan, bowed, and said he had come to learn blacksmithing. Meng Changjuan, holding his large tea mug, squinted at the former Main Peak's senior disciple for a long moment, then dropped an 80-gene chunk of dark iron at his feet, and said, "Carry it to the peak and back 6 trips today." Zhan Chang'e leaned against the doorframe, watching Wang Zhe struggle to lift the dark iron ingot and slowly move toward the peak. A complex feeling he couldn't quite articulate welled up inside him. This observer, who had once watched Lu Chen's breakthrough with him on the mind-cultivating rock, would soon take up his own hammer. He wanted to go over and pat his shoulder, but he also felt old man Meng was right. Let him first stabilize the iron. That same morning, Lu Chen went down the mountain to the Xie family's courtyard. Xie Linger was sitting at the rosewood table in the main hall, spreading open a new ledger. When she saw Lu Chen enter, she merely glanced up at him, then jerked her chin toward the chair beside her, signaling him to sit. Her movements were the same as when she used to inventory goods in the shop, unhurried but precise and efficient. Simo Shua sent a copy to the Xie family's trading company. "I've checked it, and there are no issues," she said. Xie Linger flipped through the ledger. Also, Lu Qingzong sent a letter yesterday. He said that the Lu family's bloodline supply in the southern frontier has been fully transferred to the Xie family, and the contracts are all signed. She paused. "I didn't ask why, but I know you're responsible for this. The Xie family warehouse now has another pile of new goods to inventory. You'll have to finish counting them before you can leave." Lu Chen smiled. He pulled up a chair and sat across from Xie Linger, picked up a ledger, and opened it, revealing the familiar handwriting he had copied countless times in the Xie family courtyard, like reading a long-lost old book. 2 days later, Zhao Hanshan sent a map via messenger. The map marked the terrain of the Burial Sword Valley's bottom and the detention location of the imprisoned youths, accompanied by a letter. The letter contained only a few lines, roughly stating that the remaining members of the Judgment faction in the Burial Sword Valley had all withdrawn, and the valley bottom was now unguarded. He was both a sinner and a witness of the Burial Sword Valley. He could not save those children, but Lu Chen could. Lu Chen spread the map on the table. Zhan Chang'e, Gu Qinghan, and Yi Zongfeng happened to be there. Yi Zongfeng had returned from the Sword Pavilion as Sima Shua had given him a few days off. Zhan Chang'e leaned over from the side, glanced at the map, and said only 3 words. "When do we leave?" Lu Chen looked at the spot marked Valley Bottom Prison on the map, thought for a moment, and then said, "Wait until the water level of the cold spring rises again." Zhan Chang'e asked what the cold spring water level meant. Gu Qinghan answered for Lu Chen, "He's about to break through." The water level of the cold spring rose again at midnight 3 days later. Lu Chen sat in the cold spring for most of the night. When the water in the stone pool reached his collarbone, the emerald chi vortex in his dantian finally completed its final transformation. The third faint golden ripple converged inward from the edge of the vortex, merging with the original emerald spiritual energy to form a stable golden spirit ring. The mark of the late chi gathering realm. Spiritual energy liquefaction, the initial formation of the spirit ring. What flowed through his meridians was no longer gaseous spiritual energy, but drops of thick oil-like spirit liquid, each drop containing several times the energy of before. He stood up from the stone pool and drew his wooden sword. The faint blue core on the blade suddenly brightened as spirit liquid infused it. Compared to his breakthrough to the mid-chi gathering realm, this core was no longer a weak flame, but a stable sharp beam of fire running from the guard to the tip of the sword. A strand of the nameless sword's intent then flew toward the edge of the bamboo grove, leaving a complete sword hut emblem on the joint of an old bamboo. A sword blade as the spine, furnace fire as the wings. This emblem carried a sense of restraint compared to the myriad sword shadows he had summoned when activating the bronze token in the Elder Hall. The sword intent no longer expanded and overflowed recklessly, but was condensed within a small space. He looked up at the sky above the bamboo grove, gradually turning pale, and said a sentence in his heart. "Remnant soul time for the Burial Sword Valley." There was no response in his sea of consciousness, but the wooden sword in his hand trembled slightly. After daybreak, Lu Chen memorized the map of the Burial Sword Valley, put away his wooden sword and the bag of dried provisions Xie Linger handed him, and nodded to Zhan Chang'e and Gu Qinghan, who were waiting for him at the courtyard gate. Yi Zongfeng, leaning against the courtyard wall with a newly forged heavy sword on his shoulder, muttered that this was the most expensive drink he had ever treated, then grabbed a wine pouch and thrust it into Lu Chen's hand. For figures walked out of the north gate of Qingyun City, one after another, heading toward the southern frontier. At the same time, a fast horse galloped south from the direction of the Lin family's old residence, a young man in a green robe, on its back an old yellowed manual spread open on his knees. Meanwhile, deep within the earth's crust, in an unknown rock fissure, a crack was slowly expanding. The light seeping from the edges of the crack was not the color of any spiritual energy, gold, white, emerald, or blue, but a gray that seemed to exist between being and non-being, like the color of law itself after it had solidified in blood. It was devouring the spiritual energy and light of the surrounding rock layers silently, just slowly opening a gap finer than a needle's tip. The road south was more desolate than Lu Chen had anticipated. After leaving the southern gate of Qingyun City, the settlements along the official road gradually thinned out. First the fields turned into wasteland, then the wasteland became Gobi, and finally, even the Gobi disappeared, replaced by an endless stretch of crimson rocky mountains. The mountains were barren of vegetation, the rocks gleaming under the scorching sun with a rust-like dark red, as if soaked in blood and dried for a millennium. Zhao Hanshan's map was meticulously drawn. Every fork in the road, every dry well, every stretch of old post road buried by wind and sand was marked clearly with fine brush strokes. On the reverse side of the map was a brief explanation, the handwriting neat and not like that of a wandering swordsman. Within 3 li of the outer perimeter of the Sword Burial Valley, remnants of old warning arrays remain. Though abandoned for years, some arrays can still trigger alarms automatically. Take the underground river entrance beneath the abandoned mine pit to the southwest to bypass the warning arrays. The river is shallow, only knee-deep, and following the current for half a shurchen will bring you to the outer edge of the valley floor. Zhang Chang'e walked at the front, his iron-slaying sword resting on his shoulder, kicking aside the scattered rocks along the way. His knee was still bandaged, but he moved at a brisk pace. Yi Sanfeng brought up the rear, a heavy sword slung diagonally across his back, a wineskin in hand from which he took occasional swigs, but his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the ridges on both sides. Gu Qinghan walked beside Lu Chen, her azure-edged sword hanging at her waist, her steps light and steady. She spoke little, but whenever they stopped to rest, she would instinctively move to the spot with the best view, a habit cultivated by disciples of Qingzhou Peak of vigilance born among the bamboo groves. Lu Chen walked in the middle of the group, holding Zhao Hanshan's map, checking the terrain at intervals. His wooden sword hung at his waist, the faint blue core of its blade nearly invisible under the blazing sun, but he could feel it growing slightly warm. Upon entering the red Rocky Mountain region, the air became dry and stifling. The mountain paths were strewn with weathered rocks, making the horses' hooves slip. Occasionally a broken stone pillar could be seen in the distance, its surface polished smooth by wind and sand, the inscriptions long since blurred beyond recognition. Lu Chen knew these pillars were not natural formations. They were the old outer markers of the Sword Burial Valley boundary stones erected by the Adjudicator sect during the height of its branch hall. After a full day's journey, the four rested at the mouth of an abandoned mine pit. The entrance was mostly buried by wind-blown sand, leaving only a half-man-high dark hole, the wooden supports long rotted and crumbling at the slightest touch. Lu Chen crouched down and used his wooden sword to push aside the rubble at the entrance, faintly hearing the sound of water flowing within. Zhang Chang'e handed his water skin to Lu Chen, took a swig himself, wiped his mouth, and stared at the pitch-black mine entrance for a long moment before declaring solemnly, "I'll go first." No one argued. Zhang Chang'e was the first to stoop and enter the mine, followed closely by Lu Chen, then Gu Qinghan, with Yi Sanfeng bringing up the rear. The interior of the mine was much more spacious than it appeared from outside. The rock ceiling above was about a zhang high, and the walls on either side bore the marks of chisels from the mining days. The water underfoot was icy cold, seeping from deep within the mountain to form an underground river. The depth was indeed only knee-deep. The four walked through the dark mine tunnel for nearly half a shurchen until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. At the end of the underground river was a hidden karst cave entrance deep in the valley. The entrance was tightly covered by hanging vines. Pushing aside the vines, the view opened up, the Sword Burial Valley. It was a vast basin surrounded on all sides by red rocky cliffs. The valley floor was flat, and at its center stood a long-abandoned fortress-like complex. Most of the fortress walls had collapsed, and the remaining sections were covered in dark red vines like dried bloodstains. The watchtowers at the four corners of the fortress had toppled, their wooden beams leaning askew against the ruins. Several vultures perched on them, tilting their heads to observe the intruders. The air carried a faint smell of rust mixed with a subtle, elusive scent of blood. The wind sweeping through the cracks of the fortress ruins emitted a low, mournful howl. "Split up and search," Lu Chen said, putting away the map and drawing his wooden sword. Zhao Hanshan said the prison is on the second underground level of the fortress, and the entrance should be behind the main hall. The four advanced along the rubble-strewn path into the depths of the fortress. The ground was littered with broken tiles, rusty fragments of iron swords, and the weathered remains of array flags. The main hall's doors had long since collapsed. Inside, a sword-shaped stone statue had been toppled from its pedestal and shattered into several pieces. Passing through the main hall, they reached a courtyard half buried under rubble. In the center of the courtyard was a dry well. No, not a dry well. Approaching it, Lu Chen saw that the stone rim of the well was densely inscribed with forbidden runes. Although the runes had faded and lost their power, the carvings were still clear. This was not a well, but a vertical passage leading underground. "The entrance is here," Lu Chen said. The four descended one by one using the iron ladder fixed to the well wall. The iron ladder was badly rusted, emitting a harsh creak with every step. Descending to the depth of about 3 stories, the ladder ended, and before them was an iron door that had been smashed open. The lock on the iron door had been forcibly broken, the door panel leaning against the frame. Beyond it stretched a long dark corridor lined with rows of prison cells. The iron bars were covered in rust, and the stone beds inside held rotting straw. Lu Chen inspected each cell one by one. When he reached the 7th cell, he stopped. This cell was cleaner than the others. There was no straw on the stone bed, but several neatly folded old blankets. In the corner lay a broken coarse pottery bowl with dried rice paste residue at the bottom. On the wall were some crooked characters scratched with fingernails, the marks so shallow they could barely be made out. My name is a C. They didn't extract my sword intent. Uncle Zhao said someone would come to save us. The inscription broke off here, followed by a line of even shallower characters. I don't know how much longer I can wait. Gu Qinghan stood behind Lu Chen, looking down at the small characters scratched by fingernails. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "At least they were alive. At least they were once alive." Zhang Chang'e called out to them from the end of the corridor. He had found a room that was not a cell, a storage room filled with wooden shelves and iron chests. Rows of porcelain bottles stood on the shelves, each with a black label bearing 3 characters, Zhu Yin Dan silence pill. Zhang Chang'e let out a cold breath through clenched teeth, his hand gripping a bottle so tightly that veins bulged. Yi Songfeng pried open the sturdiest iron chest in the corner. Instead of pills, it contained several neatly bound volumes of files, each cover stamped with the sword seal of the adjudicator sect, and labeled uniformly, Sword Embryo Disposal Records. He opened the top volume and read the classification entries on the title page: name, age, place of origin, sword attribute, sword intent assessment, disposal method, executor. Under the disposal method column, the options release, transfer, or recovery were marked in cinnabar ink. Nearly half of the entries were marked recovery. Lu Chen flipped to the last page of the record. Attached was a supplementary list on a thin sheet of paper detailing the final batch of personnel retained at the valley floor, a total of 9 people. The first half of the list matched Zhao Hanshan's register, but at the end were additional entries beyond Zhao Hanshan's knowledge. Note among them 3 have had their sword intent extracted through bloodletting. The remaining 6, whose sword intent attributes show no correspondence with the nameless divine sword, are temporarily classified as pending. During this period, the outer staff will supply them with rice and water on a regular basis. Alive, Lu Chen's voice was particularly solid in the dusty archive room. He folded the supplementary list and tucked it into his chest, then raised his head to look at a corner of the iron cabinet. An old iron box sealed with a wax stamp reading Mu family sealed. He pried open the iron box. Inside was a yellow silk lining identical to the brocade box from the Lu family, but the brocade box itself was gone, leaving only a few scraps of paper. On the scraps, only half a line of characters remained. The sword master must hold the official order of the sword hut to open the gate. The latter half was torn off, and the tear marks matched exactly those on the missing pages of the Patriarch's handbook in the Lin family's manuscript. The gate, Lu Chen said, gently placing the scraps on the ground and piecing them together. The heavenly gate that Lu Qingzong always spoke of, it was not a metaphor. It is real. There was no gate at the sword hut ruins, and the archives of the heavenly sword manor contained no records of any gate. This gate was not above ground. It was here beneath us. He placed the scraps back into the iron box as they were closed the lid, and stood up, walking deeper into the storage room. The pulse of the wooden sword grew more intense the further he went, the blade even beginning to tremble. When he reached the deepest part of the storage room, he stopped. Before him was a stone wall with no gaps whatsoever. He pressed the wooden sword against the stone wall. For the first time in the valley's darkness, the blue core blossomed into a complete emblem of the sword hut. The sword's edge as the bone, the furnace fire as the wings. The emblem embedded itself into the surface of the stone wall, which began to slide slowly apart, revealing a bottomless spiral stone staircase. The spiritual energy that surged up from the stone steps was not the common gold, white, blue, or green of any human realm, sect, or secret realm. It was a gray that existed between existence and non-existence, identical to the light seeping from the earth's fissures. The gate was below. The heavenly gate that Lu Qingzong spoke of, or rather the reflection of its entrance remaining in the human realm, lay at the end of this stone staircase. The spiral stone staircase was deeper than anticipated. Lu Chen led the way, his wooden sword held diagonally aloft to illuminate the path beneath their feet. The faint blue light core within the blade glimmered feebly in the profound darkness. The walls on either side of the staircase bore rough chisel marks densely covered with sword scars, each cut at least 3 inches deep into the stone. The steps themselves were littered with fragments of shattered array flags and rusted iron sword shards, producing a faint crunching sound with every step. After descending approximately 200 steps, the staircase ended. Before them lay a vast underground dome, its ceiling towering dozens of zhang high, with walls formed from a single block of pitch-black rock. Hanging at the very center of the dome was a massive stone gate. Suspended in midair without pillars or walls to support it, a solitary door floating in the void at the dome's center. The gate's frame was forged from a non-reflective material, its surface densely engraved with intricate runes. The runes did not conform to any known sect's array patterns, of layer upon layer of strokes converged to a central point at the seam of the door, forming a single closed eye. The door was shut, but a gray light seeped from its edges, neither gold nor white, but a hue hovering between existence and non-existence. The light fell upon the dome's stone walls, which showed no reaction, yet the air where the light touched twisted and warped as if something was devouring the illumination. Xianchanga tilted his head to gaze at the suspended gate, a suppressed gasp escaping his throat. He said it was exactly like the boundary steel he had seen at the frontier. Lu Chen asked what boundary steel. Xianchanga replied that at the northernmost end of the Great Wall beyond the border city there stood a steel. As a child on guard duty, he had once sneaked a look. The steel bore no inscriptions, only a single crack, and from its edges seeped the same gray light. The old squad leader said that crack had existed for millennia. Anyone who approached would feel a bone-chilling cold, and touching it would cause immediate unconsciousness. This is a rift of the laws. Lu Chen aimed the wooden sword's blue light core at the gray light seeping from the door's seam. The moment the two beams met in the void, a deep, low hum resonated through the entire dome. The eye pattern on the floating stone gate twitched slightly, not coming to life, but merely being gently touched by a power of the same origin. A rift in the three realms' laws. The remnant soul once slashed a gap, but failed to cut through completely. This gate is the reflection of that rift in the mortal realm. Not the true divine gate, but a shadow cast by the divine gate into the human world. The Heavenly Sword Manor calls it the Heavenly Gate. Lu Qingzong said as long as that sword still stands outside the Heavenly Gate. He meant outside the gate, not behind it. The moment before the gate was sealed, when the sword was still thrust into its seam. Yi Zongfeng crouched at the edge of the dome, pointing at an inconspicuous shallow pit on the ground. At the bottom lay half of a completely withered scabbard remnant, scorch marks suggesting it had endured an immense impact of sword intent. The scabbard's texture matched the iron sword fragments found in the sword hut ruins. Someone had once attacked the gate here with the nameless sword. The attack failed, and the scabbard was shattered by the backlash of the law rift left behind in place. Gu Qinghan discovered a large area of damage on the opposite wall of the dome. The stone surface was covered with dense sword scars, scorch marks from fire, and crack patterns from some spiritual energy explosion stretching from the wall to the ground. These traces were not left by a single person. At least 7 or 8 distinct remnants of sword intent still clashed against each other on the stone wall, their number precisely matching the count of youths marked as recovered in Zhao Hanshan's register. When the adjudication faction disposed of these youths, they forcibly extracted their sword intent and channeled it into the gate. Not the method of activating resonance with sword intent, as Lu Chen had done in the Elder Hall, but a crude continuous impact assault attempting to tear open the rift through sheer force. Xianchanga discovered another iron chest in a corner filled with rolls of uniformly formatted parchment. He casually unrolled one and read a few lines. The content was a periodic monitoring report on the law rift by the adjudication faction, detailing changes after each attack of channeled sword intent. Rift width expanded by a hair, gray light intensity increased by 0.5%, backlash of sword scars on the rock wall deepened to 5 inches. He stopped mid-reading, his hand gripping the parchment, trembling. The date of the last report was the previous month, stamped with the personal seal of the adjudication faction's Grand Elder, with a note in the remarks column. Rift has reached the critical threshold for opening. Request allocation of more sword embryos for attack. Lu Chen took the report, read it carefully, and slowly rolled up the parchment. He took out Zhao Hanshan's list and the supplementary list labeled, remaining at the valley bottom, found earlier in the storage room, laying them side by side on the iron chest lid. The adjudication faction had disposed of dozens of youths, yet the list only named a few. Where had the remaining consumed slots gone? They never intended to rescue them intact. The adjudication faction scoured the land for sword embryo used, not to find the owner of the nameless sword, but to use their sword intent to bombard this gate. He stacked the two lists together and wrote a new line in vermilion on the cover. Exhibit record of sword intent attacks on the Law Rift, total 23 cases. To be submitted to the 7th Sword Pavilion for review. Gu Qinghan's voice came from directly beneath the stone gate. She crouched at the edge of the staircase, brushing away dust from the stone surface to reveal a series of footprints. The freshest set of footprints was hurried, with left prints deeper than right, matching the description of the missing guard recorded in Zhao Hanshan's register. Zhao Hanshan called this gate something that can be opened. His junior brother's name is on the consumption list. He knew this gate existed, and he knew it required sword intent to open. He sent us to rescue people, not just because there were survivors in the valley, but because he wanted to gamble that Lu Chen would use the nameless sword to open this gate. Xianchanga instinctively gripped his sword hilt and asked if they could destroy it. Lu Chen placed the wooden sword at the broken rune at the lowest part of the doorframe, using the backlash pressure transmitted through the blade to roughly gauge the stability of the law rift. He then withdrew the sword and shook his head. It cannot be destroyed. This gate is the reflected shadow of the mortal realm's law rift. Forcibly destroying it would only tear a larger gap. Back then the remnant soul struck with full force using the nameless sword and failed to split it open. Now the adjudication faction has repeatedly bombarded it with the sword intent of dozens of youths, pushing the rift's width to a critical threshold. One more attack, and it may split open on its own. He looked around at the others and calmly made a decision not to destroy, not to open. To guard. He instructed Zhang Chang'e and Yi Zongfeng to bring all the rubble from the mine entrance inside to block the dome's ventilation vents so that anyone attempting to approach from outside would have to move the stones and crawl through the narrow tunnel. He told Gu Qingyun to use the ceiling sword technique of green bamboo peak combined with all the remaining intact array flags to seal the outer perimeter of the stone gate. He himself began collecting all the withered sword scars and unexploded Jian pills on the ground into the storage room, locking them together with the disposal orders and remaining Jian pills from the iron chests into the Mu family iron box affixed with the 7th Sword Pavilion seal. After completing all this, he carried the iron box to a stone bench in the center of the dungeon corridor, placed his wooden sword horizontally across his lap, and the blue light core flickered on and off in the darkness. This 7th Sword Pavilion seal on the strip was a spare talisman token that Sima Shua had personally handed him before parting at the end, saying, "Perhaps it will come in handy." Now it truly had, but one thing remained unfinished. The 6 surviving youths marked on the map had not yet been found. The last time Zhao Hanshan came to deliver rice and water, they were still in the cells. After the adjudication faction withdrew, the valley bottom was unguarded. The 6 could not have vanished into thin air. Unless they were taken away by another person after the adjudication faction's withdrawal. Someone who knew the secret passages in the valley bottom could move silently through the mine and was familiar with every hidden path of the sword burial valley. Lu Chen leaned the wooden sword against his shoulder, rested on the stone bench, closed his eyes, and softly said, "Come out on your own." From a corner cell at the end of the corridor that everyone had previously overlooked came the faint sound of stone scraping. A moment later, a youth so thin he was nothing but skin and bones pushed aside a movable stone slab from the corner of the cell, poked out half his body, and warily scrutinized Lu Chen seated in the center of the corridor. The young boy crawled out of the tunnel with a lightness that resembled a stray cat, one that had hidden too long amid ruins, and learned to make no sound. He was barefoot, his insteps covered in a patchwork of old and new scars, and his coarse linen clothes were so filthy that their original color was indistinguishable. Yet when he stood upright, his eyes were remarkably bright, a light that had been steeped in extreme fear, but had never been extinguished. Behind him, 5 more youths crawled out in succession, the eldest no more than 15 or 16, the youngest appearing only 11 or 12. Each was terribly thin, bones protruding sharply beneath the skin, yet their eyes were all exceptionally bright. Lu Chen had seen that kind of light before, in the bronze mirror of the Xie family villa beneath the leaking roof of a ruined temple, and in the thin quilt of the Qingyun sect's outer disciple dormitory. The youth at the front was named to see the one who had carved the words, "Uncle Zhao said someone would come to save us," onto the prison wall with his fingernails. His hand, too, bore scars, not from sword cuts, but the healed marks of repeated blunt force trauma. A C stood by the iron bars, exchanged a long look with Lu Chen, and then asked his first question, "Are you sent by Uncle Zhao?" Lu Chen nodded, saying Zhao Hanshan had sent him to rescue them. A C fell silent for a moment, then forced a faint, awkward arc at the corners of his mouth, saying he knew Uncle Zhao would come. The other youths also slowly emerged from the corners. Their reactions varied. Some timidly hid behind a C, revealing only half a face, while others walked straight up to the iron bars and stared directly at the dark wooden sword hanging at Lu Chen's waist, their eyes large and bright from prolonged hunger. The youngest-looking one suddenly pointed at the wooden sword and said he had seen it before. Lu Chen asked when, and the child pointed toward the dome, saying, "That door has a carving exactly like this sword." Lu Chen crouched down and placed the wooden sword flat in his palm, so the child could see it clearly. The faint blue light core running from the guard to the tip of the blade pulsed slowly in the dim light of the corridor. He looked at the frail boy and asked his name and age. The child answered solemnly, "My name is Xiao Shidu, and I am 13 years old. But Uncle Zhao said I've been in the valley for 2 years, so I don't know how old I am now." Gu Qingyun emerged from the storeroom carrying a few old blankets and some dry rations. She crouched down and draped a blanket over the youngest child, moving with great gentleness, as if afraid of breaking something. The child caught the scent of food, his eyes lighting up astonishingly, but he refrained from reaching out. He first looked at a C, and only after a C gave a slight nod did he take the food and nibble it slowly, bite by bite. Gu Qingyun watched him, recalling the first time she had seen Lu Chen on Green Bamboo Peak. This junior brother had been the same back, then outwardly full of flaws, yet using all his strength to protect what mattered most. Zhang Chang'e found another box of old clothes and a few well-sealed bags of grain from the storeroom. As he crouched to distribute the food and water among the youths, he muttered curses against the judgment sect for not even giving people rice to eat. When he saw a youth about the same age as a certain recruit from his barracks days, he couldn't help reaching out to gently pat the back of the boy's head and say, "It's all right now." Yi Zongfeng leaned against the corridor's iron bars, his heavy sword on his shoulder, watching this group of children who had hidden for countless days and nights under the jaws of the judgment sect. For once he didn't urge them to move on. Instead, he unscrewed his wineskin and placed it on a stone bench, waiting until the eldest youth had regained some strength before the boy took the wineskin and drank. After the children had recovered somewhat, Lu Chen began to learn about their recent days. Asi said that after the judgment sect people withdrew, 2 guards had remained, but one day they suddenly left, locking the outer iron door before departing. Uncle Zhao had last delivered rice and water several days ago, saying he would return as soon as possible. But Uncle Zhao never came back. Instead, other people in black clothes had come once. Not sword cultivators, nor did they seem like people from the Lu family. They never showed their faces or spoke, only knocked on the prison bars, took a few documents, and left hastily. Lu Chen took out the judgment sect's disposal order and supplementary list and handed them to Asi. When Asi turned to the last pages, his finger stopped on a certain number. Recovery, type B, pending disposal. He pointed at that line, confirming it was his own designation, and then asked about the other 2. Lu Chen said Zhao Hanshan had found everyone. Those not on the list in the valley were already in safe places. Asi clutched the list in silence for a moment, then looked up and asked, "What is the outside world like?" He was 16 years old and had been here for at least 3 years. He said from the day he entered the valley until now he had never seen sunlight. Yi Zongfeng stood up, hefted his heavy sword over his shoulder, and covered his emotion with his usual languid tone. "Outside the valley, there's an official road. Beside the road, there's a low mountain covered in tangled trees, and in summer the cicadas screech like thunder. The nearest town is Liuzhou. Heading north from Liuzhou, you reach Qingyun City. Along the way there are tea stalls, noodle shops, beggars knocking on bowls, and a market, so crowded on market days you can barely move." Asi gently placed the disposal order on the stone bench. He didn't cry, just nodded firmly. Asi and a few of the stronger youths led Lu Chen through every remaining chamber in the valley, inside and out. Having lived there for years, they knew every hidden door, every abandoned corridor, every loose stone slab, and every unexploded formation talisman like the back of their hands. Asi guided them to a seemingly ordinary stone slab directly beneath the dome. He lightly pressed the edge with his toe, and the slab slid open silently, revealing a hidden compartment about 3 feet square. The compartment was crammed with a thick stack of dossiers marked top secret, along with several unused judgment sect emergency order tokens. The dossiers recorded in detail the changes in crack width, gray light intensity, amplification, and backlash effects after each induced sword intent attack. The last record, dated several months ago, showed that the crack width had escalated from the critical threshold of many years to an unstable expansion state, and the gray light spectrum had even begun to exhibit respiration-like pulses that, according to the laws of the principle, should not exist. Compared to the records on the parchment scrolls, this hidden set of dossiers had an additional column: Spirit Transformation Plan, Participant Count. Lu Chen gathered all the dossiers from the compartment into the Mu family iron box and resealed it with the 7th Sword Pavilion seal. He didn't explain what the Spirit Transformation Plan was to the others, but Asi's gaze seemed to already hold the answer. The evacuation route still passed through the abandoned mine shaft and underground river on the southwest side. Zhang Chang'e carried the exhausted Xiao Shitu on his back, slowly wading through the knee-deep water. In front, Yi Zongfeng used his heavy sword to knock away several rotten wooden supports, preventing them from collapsing onto those behind. Gu Qinghan held the youngest girl in her arms, remaining silent throughout the journey. When sunlight streamed into the mine shaft exit, she gently raised her hand to shield the child's eyes, allowing her to slowly adjust to the light. After leaving the Red Rock Mountains, they found an abandoned tea pavilion at the foot of a low hill beside the official road. The pavilion was spotlessly clean, whether it was a rendezvous point arranged by Zhao Hanshan or someone else they didn't know. Asi sat on a stone bench holding a tea bowl, gazing up at the unobstructed azure sky above for over an hour without shifting his eyes. Lu Chen leaned against a pillar of the tea pavilion, took out the dossier containing the Spirit Transformation Plan, and read it carefully several times, translating each entry into the standard format used by Qingyun sect. Together with his supplementary Law Fracture Attack Consumption list compiled in the valley, he sealed them into an oilcloth pouch, preparing to hand them over to the 7th Sword Pavilion as final evidence for the review of the Judgment Sect. After finishing, he looked up at the sunset, gradually sinking behind the mountains. The wooden sword on his knee trembled slightly, not a warning but a deep, prolonged resonance never before felt in its pulse. He guessed that the remnant soul's slumber had entered its most critical phase, perhaps in a matter of weeks or months. That long-missed voice, laced with cold sarcasm and deep concern, would sound again in his sea of consciousness. When they had rested enough, Lu Chen stored the oilcloth pouch into his storage bag and explained the route to Qingyun City to Asi and the other youths. Zhang Chang'e had already shouldered his sword and stood up. Yi Zongfeng brushed the last bit of dust from his robe. Gu Qinghan picked up the little girl who had fallen asleep in her arms. In the fading twilight, a fast horse raising dust was galloping from the direction of Liuzhou toward the exit of the Zhangjian Valley. The location of the Lin family dossier had been corrected several times more than the markings on the old map Lu Chen held. The last layer of clouds in the sky was gently dispersed by the evening breeze. The shadows of the group stretched longer and longer on the official road outside the tea pavilion. Lin Ju's horse galloped along the official road for an entire day and night. From the Lin family's old residence to Liuzhou, and then southward along the official road, he scarcely paused. A book chest filled with fragmented scrolls and manuscripts hung from the saddle, its lid tightly bound by the reins. Yet the yellowed pages inside still rustled softly amid the jolting. From the ashes of the old residence's library he retrieved the last few pages of the journal, their edges charred but not burned through the script blackened by smoke, yet still legible. It was these very pages that after reading made him mount his horse directly, without a moment's delay. When the tea pavilion appeared at the end of the official road, the sky was already near dusk. From a distance Lin Ju saw a group of ragged youths sitting in the pavilion. Zhang Chang'e crouched beside a stone bench handing dried food to a thin small child. Yi Zongfeng leaning against a pillar wiping his heavy sword. Gu Qinghan, holding a sleeping girl gently patting her back. Lu Chen stood outside the tea pavilion gripping his wooden sword gazing toward the distant Qingyun mountain. Lu Chen. Lin Ju dismounted in one leap, without even tying the reins, and dashed into the pavilion clutching the book chest. He set the chest on the stone table, flipped open the lid, and as he took out the smoke-blackened journal fragments from the top layer his fingers trembled slightly. About the 10,000 Dao Saint body, I told you before. The sword-bearer must unite the 10,000 paths. But my great-grandfather also wrote something else in the last pages of the journal. He spread the fragments on the stone table, his fingertip pointing at the final paragraph. Zhang Chang'e leaned over to glance at it, furrowing his brow. The handwriting was too hasty and had been smoke-blackened, he could barely make it out. Gu Qinghan gently laid the sleeping girl on a stone bench lined with a blanket, then walked to the table and bent down to scrutinize the pages, her frown deepening. Lu Chen took the fragments and silently read them out word by word. The nameless sword is not a killing weapon, but a key. The sword forger's original intent was not to break the door with the sword, but to lock it. When sword intent clashes with the laws, it can seal the rift. Yet he who locks the door must bear the backlash with his own body. The day when the 10,000 paths open wide is the moment the key turns. If any later bearer wields this sword, remember, opening the lock is easy, bearing its weight is difficult. After he finished reciting, the tea pavilion fell into a long silence. From the distant official road came the calls of birds returning to their nests. Asi sat quietly in the corner of the pavilion listening, still holding the coarse earthenware tea bowl. He had already drunk 3 bowls of tea, each one slowly, as if to replenish all the water he had missed in the valley over the past few years. Xiao Shirtu had fallen asleep leaning against Zhang Chang'e's knee, still clutching half a piece of unfinished dried food. Lu Chen repeated the 2 words. He looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, the azure light core on its blade flickering in the twilight. The remnant soul's claim of splitting open the divine gate, and the Lin family journal's record of locking the divine gate, were completely opposite. The remnant soul had not lied to him. The remnant soul had indeed gone to break the door back then, and the sword's purpose was indeed to split open the gate of the 3 realms. Yet the records in the Lin family journal were not without foundation. The sword forger's original intent might have changed after the sword was completed, perhaps, when he discovered the true nature of the law rift, realizing that splitting it would only allow the calamity beyond the gate to flood into the human realm. Thus he reforged the nameless sword from a door-breaking blade into a door-locking key. The remnant soul himself might not have known this. When he forged the sword, he infused it with the intention of splitting the divine gate. After the sword was completed, he became trapped in the sword as a remnant soul, perhaps completely unaware of the later modifications made by the sword hut. By the time this sword reached Lu Chen's hands, it was no longer a mere weapon of slaughter, but a key reforged by the later generations of the sword hut. That was why when the myriad sword shadows appeared in the Hall of Elders, the Grand Elder of the Judgment Sect turned ashen-faced. At that moment the nameless sword showed no offensive intent, it displayed to all a lock, not a killing intention. Lin Ju then took out a stack of thinner fragments from the book chest, their edges irregularly burned, on which a short essay was transcribed in neat small regular script. At the signature was stamped a sword hut emblem identical to the bronze remnant tablet. He said this was a copy of the sword hut's testament tucked at the end of the journal. The original should be at least 200 years older than the Lin family journal. The testament contained a passage directly related to the nameless sword. The door cannot be broken, nor can it be abandoned. If broken, it brings endless calamity. If abandoned, the rift will consume itself. Only by locking it with sword intent and bearing it with one's body can the rift be sealed into nothingness. The signatory's name was half burned away, leaving only a faintly discernible character, Qi, matching exactly the sword hut Qi, on the bronze remnant tablet. First generation of the sword hut, Gu Qinghan said slowly, gently placing the fragment back on the table. This name also appears on the founding token of the 7th Sword Pavilion. The 7th Sword Pavilion is a continuation of the sword hut, and the first generation carved his own name on the token. If Situ Shua continued digging into the archives of the Sword Pavilion, he would surely uncover this person's full name, and how he came here from the Sword Hut before the founding of the Heaven Sword Mansion. Lu Chen arranged the fragments in order, his gaze fixed on the 4 characters, bearing it with one's body, and fell silent for a long time. Footsteps approached from outside the tea pavilion. A middle-aged man in a gray coarse cloth tunic carrying a worn long sword on his back strode along the official road travel worn. It was Zhao Han's Han. He cast a glance at Asi and each of the youths who had come from the valley, then swiftly entered the pavilion and bowed deeply to Lu Chen. He had just returned after settling the previously evacuated youths at the Xie family villa in Qingyun City and brought 2 items with him: a deed for an old sword hut smithy south of Liuzhou City and a yellowed complaint petition from decades ago. The petition accused the predecessor organization of the Judgment Sect of plundering sword embryos, operating private prisons, and illegally disposing of low-level sword cultivators. The complainant was signed as Zhao Han Shan, with a note in the remarks column: "This petition is left here as evidence. If any later bearer comes with the sword hut token, Zhao Han's Han entrusts this petition to them." The date of signing was in the autumn of decades ago, the year after Zhao Hanshan's junior brother was killed in Zhangjin Valley. "This later bearer, I have waited for many years. Now he has come," Zhao Hansan said. "The petition can be reopened. That old smithy in Liuzhou City is part of the sword hut ruins. These children cannot stay in the tea pavilion, they need a real place to settle." He placed the deed on the table, already bearing the transfer seal of the Liuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Changge took the deed, examined it, and looked up to ask, "You even bought the premises?" Zhao Hanshan did not answer this question. He simply walked over to Asi, crouched down, and gently patted the youth's shoulder with his calloused hands. His voice was hoarse. "Asi, Uncle Zhao owes you a word. When I sent you to the valley floor for refuge, I promised I would bring you out, but I made you wait so long." Asi set the tea bowl on the stone bench and reached out to embrace Zhao Hanshan. The other youths present also gathered around. The youngest one tugged at Zhao Hanshan's clothes, refusing to let go. Xiao Shirtu was startled awake by the commotion. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Zhao Hanshan froze for a moment, then jumped off the stone bench, ran over, and buried his head in Zhao Hanshan's chest. Outside the tea pavilion, the setting sun painted the official road in warm golden red. Lin Ju carefully put the journal fragments back into the book chest, walked over, and asked softly, "How will you choose? Opening the lock is easy, bearing its weight is difficult. The journal makes it very clear. If you lock that door, you must bear its backlash." Lu Chen raised the wooden sword before his eyes. The azure light core on its blade flickered in the twilight. "In the Hall of Elders, I told the Judgment Sect something. That door cannot be destroyed, nor can it be opened. The journal tells me there is one more path. Lock it." He sheathed the sword and gazed at the setting sun gradually sinking behind the mountains at the end of the official road. "Before locking the door, I will do everything I can. Qingyun City, the Sword Pavilion, Liuzhou. Settle what needs settling, clean what needs cleaning. When the remnant's soul awakens, I still have questions for him." Sitong Shua spent 5 full days in the deepest archive chamber of the Jiang'a. This archive chamber was not located beneath the Jiang'a courier station, nor in the Elder Hall of the Tianjin Prefecture. It lay deep within the forgotten natural grotto of Xianjin Mountain's inner core. The grotto's entrance was hidden behind an old bookshelf in the innermost corner of the 7th Jiang'a archives, obscured for who knows how many years by a row of dust-laden discarded scrolls. Following the Qi seal imprint on the bronze fragment, he had meticulously combed through all the old archives from the early years of the Jiang'a's establishment. Only then did he discover the key to the grotto within a goatskin bag labeled Jinlu Relics, Do Not Touch. The grotto was small, no more than a few square meters. The walls were densely covered with sword marks, their patterns identical to the engravings on the stone pillars in the ruins of the Jinlu. There were no luminous pearls for illumination inside the grotto, but the stone walls themselves emitted a faint cyan fluorescence when stimulated by spiritual energy, casting the entire chamber in an ethereal underwater glow. At the center of the grotto sat a stone coffin, its lid half pushed open. Inside lay no skeletal remains, only a rusty black iron long casket. Sitong Shua opened the long casket. The contents within were remarkably well preserved. On top lay a letter sealed with the Jinlu emblem in wax. The wax seal had dried and cracked, but remained intact. Beneath the letter lay a thick roll of goatskin manuscript, its edges curled and yellowed, yet the handwriting remained clear. At the very bottom rested a long sword broken into 2 pieces. The blade was pitch black, and the fracture still bore the same eerie luster as the gray light seeping from the Divine Gate fissure. He first opened the letter. It was written by the founder of the Jinlu to his successor in the Tianjin Prefecture, addressed as Sword Master of the 7th Jiang'a. The first few lines made Sitong Shua's fingers tremble slightly. "At the inauguration of the 7th Jiang'a, I upheld the teachings of the Jinlu and forged the sword to uphold righteousness. I leave this letter for those who come after. Regarding the matter of the nameless sword, my initial intent in forging it was to break the gate, but only after the sword was completed did I realize the grave error. The gate cannot be broken, it must be locked. To lock the gate requires the union of the 10,000 paths saint body and the nameless sword's intent. Neither is dispensable. The Judgment faction knew this from its inception, yet they did not wish to lock the gate. Instead, they sought to open it to claim the power from beyond. I sealed this secret with the Jinlu decree. The Judgment faction bore me a deep grudge, so they erased the Jinlu from the sect's history and branded it as a public enemy. If the 7th Jiang'a endures, let this letter restore the Jinlu's name. If it falls, let those who come later understand the truth through this letter. An annotation was appended at the end of the letter. When I forged the nameless sword, I infused it with the notion of breaking the gate as the sword's spirit's nascent form. Later, though I reforged it into a locking key, the sword's spirit still clings to the will to break the gate, unaware of its true purpose. Sitong Shua gently placed the letter on his lap and gazed into the deep darkness beyond the grotto. The Judgment faction had always claimed that the nameless sword was a key. That much was true. But they wanted the key to open the gate, not the key to lock it. For 300 years, the 7th Jiang'a had been ostracized and suppressed by the other pavilions. The root cause was not some mistake made 3 centuries ago, but the fact that from its very inception it held a secret that kept the Judgment faction restless. Lu Chen believed that the Lu family was helping the Judgment faction seal the swords. He was wrong. The Grand Elder of the Judgment faction believed he was preventing the fissure from expanding. He was also wrong. The core clique within the Judgment faction, personally cultivated by its founder, had always sought to open the gate, not to seal the swords. And the founder of the Jinlu, after completing the forging, had already repented. He had sealed the entire truth within this grotto, awaiting the one from the 7th Jiang'a to retrieve it. He set down the letter and picked up the goatskin manuscript, turning its pages. The manuscript depicted a complete map of the law network connecting the human realm, the underworld, and the divine gate. A small line of text was annotated. The law fissure has threefold reflections. The stone gate of the sword burial valley is one. A certain location in the underworld is the second, and the divine gate itself is the third. The 3 reflections resonate with each other. If one is sealed, all 3 stabilize. If one collapses, all 3 shatter. The reverse side of the map was densely covered with a commentary, an analysis by the Jinlu founder of the soul transfer plan. The soul transfer seeks to replace the laws with human souls, using sword intent as fuel and the 10,000 paths as the furnace. This matched perfectly with this soul transfer plan scroll that Lu Chen had found in the hidden compartment beneath the valley. That scroll was not some rogue experiment within the Judgment faction. Its theoretical foundation came directly from the Jinlu founder himself. But he had sealed this foundational theory here, never to be used precisely to prevent the practice of replacing laws with souls from being stolen. Footsteps sounded from outside the grotto. Yi Zongfeng arrived from the direction of the Jiang'a. He had been helping Sitong Shua move archives for several days when he received Sidong's urgent message about finding the Jinlu founder's relics. He was told to bring all existing investigation files regarding the Judgment faction from the 7th Jiang'a for comparison. Yi Zongfeng paused at the entrance, momentarily stunned by the cyan light within the grotto. He placed a thick stack of scrolls beside the stone coffin and asked in a low voice, "What are these?" "The truth," Sitong Shua said, carefully placing the Jinlu founder's letter and the goatskin manuscript into a new storage pouch. "Go to Qingyun City and deliver these to Lu Chen. Tell him, the sword spirit of the nameless sword contains the forging intent to break the gate. The sword spirit itself does not know that the sword has been reforged. To lock the gate, he must first help the sword spirit comprehend this. Otherwise, when the lock turns, the sword spirit will resist him." Yi Zongfeng took the storage pouch, clenched it tightly, and said he would depart immediately. Sitong Shua then retrieved the broken 2-piece long sword from the bottom of the black iron casket, wrapped it layer by layer in oilcloth, and handed it over as well. His voice carried a rare, unguarded heaviness. This broken sword was the former personal blade of the Jinlu founder, which he had personally melted and shattered with his final sword intent after forging the nameless sword. The gray light on its surface was the remnant backlash of the law fissure. If the residual soul awakens and cannot recognize the true meaning of the lock and key, let him see this broken sword. This is the message left by the Jinlu founder for the remnant soul. Meanwhile, in Qingyun City, Xielinger was registering the names of the youths brought back by Zhao Han in the rear courtyard of the Xie family's main mansion. Uncle Zhou had fetched a ladder to climb up to the storeroom loft to make space for new medicine shelves. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the gate. Zhang Chang'e, carrying an old signboard with a furnace base salvaged from the ruins of the Liuzhou forging site, strode into the courtyard and leaned it heavily against the wall. He told Xielinger that this was the only intact relic from the Jinlu site. Yi Zongfeng didn't want it, and he couldn't bear to throw it away, so he brought it back to use as a firewood stove. He patted the soot on the furnace wall and said that several of those kids were quite interested in alchemy and artifact forging. He planned to go find Xian another day. That guy always had some cheap, universal pill recipes leftovers, perfect for beginners to practice. Xielinger set down her brush, walked over to the furnace, and touched the blurred Jinlu emblem on its surface. She was silent for a moment, then said to Zhang Chang'e, "Don't use it as a firewood stove. Place this furnace in the rear courtyard of the storehouse. It's just right. If the kids want to learn alchemy, they need a proper furnace." Zhang Chang'e agreed readily, saying he would help position the furnace before returning to the mountains. Elder Gu stood at the edge of the cliff on Qingyun Peak, gazing toward the direction of the southern frontier. Behind her on the training sword platform, a map of the southern part of the human realm was spread out, marked with the entire route from Qingyun City to Zhangjian Valley and then to Liuzhou. The four corners of the map were weighed down by 4 unique bamboo leaf talismans exclusive to Qingyun Peak. These talismans were communication artifacts used solely by the peak master of Qingyun Peak, each capable of transmitting a brief message to a distance of 100 li. She had already sent out 3 of them, and the 4th still lay untouched beside the map. 2 mornings ago, the sect master of Qingyun sect had personally come to Qingyun Peak to see her. During a stroll through the bamboo grove, the sect master asked her 2 questions. The first was, does that door truly exist? She answered, it exists. The second was, will he go to lock it? She answered, he is my disciple, he will. After hearing this, the sect master remained silent for the duration of an incense stick, then said to her, since its founding, Qingyun sect has never interfered with matters beyond the 3 realms, but Lu Chen is an inner disciple of Qingyun sect. The door he intends to lock, Qingyun sect will guard for him. From that day on, Qingyun Peak began to arrange the southern frontier defense line. It was not directed at the Heavenly Sword Prefecture, nor at the Lu family, but against everything that might be affected once the Law Rift expanded. Ferocious beasts, spiritual energy, turbulence, earth vein tremors, and those things lurking at the edge of the rift that did not belong to the human realm. Elder Gu had dispatched every available disciple from Qingyun Peak, and through the affairs hall coordinated reinforcements from Taijian Peak and the main peak. Upon hearing the news, Meng Changjun did not hesitate for a moment, allocating all the armor and formation plates stored in the forging workshop to Elder Gu, and even had Wang Zhe personally escort them. Wang Zhe had been traveling through mountain paths for several days, and his new leather gloves had worn through in multiple places. He had hurried from Taijian Peak to the southern frontier, then doubled back to Qingyun Peak to confirm several formation points with Elder Gu before continuing on toward Liuzhou, his pack, carrying 10 sets of armor reinforced by Meng Changjun and several emergency thunder fire bombs. After spending over half a month stoking the furnace fires on Taijian Peak, he had grown darker and thinner than before, but his eyes held a steadiness that had never been there before. Now the setting sun was slowly sinking beyond Qingyun Peak. Elder Gu withdrew the 4th bamboo leaf talisman from her sleeve, lightly tapped it with her fingertip, and left a brief message. She could not place all the burden on the shoulders of her disciples who were not yet 20 years old. The defense line of Qingyun Peak had already taken position south of Liuzhou City and the outer perimeter of Red Rock Mountain, and all the supply stations of the Xie family merchant house along the southern frontier route had been fully opened as communication nodes. She raised her hand and sent the talisman flying, a bamboo green streak of spiritual light shooting straight toward the southern frontier. After sending the message, she picked up the azure-edged sword leaning against her chair and laid it across her knees. The sword's surface reflected the dimming sky above, as well as a faint gray aura emanating from the direction of Red Rock Mountain in the distance. The gray light was still faint, but she could already sense it. South of Liuzhou City, at the old forge site of the Sword Hut. After counting supplies, Xie Linger had returned to Qingyun City 2 days earlier to resume overseeing the daily operations of the Xie family headquarters. Zhao Hanshan, along with the Xie and the other youths, had thoroughly cleaned the interior and exterior of the old forge, removing all the accumulated rubble and rusted iron that had piled up over the years. A Xie stood on the repaired rooftop looking up toward the direction of Red Rock Mountain in the south, the place where he had been confined for several years. But now he stood on the roof with the clear, unobstructed blue sky above his head. The yard gate of the forge creaked open, and Lin Ju walked in leading a horse. He tied the horse to the old locust tree in the yard, took out the Sword Hut manuscript on law veins from his book chest, spread it on the stone table, and began to recheck every coordinate marked on the vein map against the direction of Red Rock Mountain. Lu Chen emerged from the shadows of the courtyard wall. He placed the wooden sword flat on the stone table, adjusted several positions according to the newly drawn vein nodes by Lin Ju, and set up a simple, yet dense perception barrier between the old forge and the stone gate of Zhangjian Valley. If any abnormal gray light seeped from the rift at the valley bottom, this barrier would alert him faster than any patrol. Asi took it upon himself to organize the companions, splitting them into day and night shifts to keep watch on the barrier's changes. The youngest children saved half a bowl of dry food from each meal, secretly placing it by the stone table, saying it was for Lu Chen. Yi Zongfeng was the 6th to arrive from the direction of Heavenly Sword Prefecture. He rode straight to Taijian Peak, but did not find Zhang Chang'e. Instead, Meng Changjun stopped him, saying that Zhang Chang'e and Wang Zhe had already made several trips south delivering armor and formation plates, and told him to go directly to Liuzhou. He turned and galloped toward Liuzhou, pushing open the forge yard gate before nightfall. He unloaded a heavy storage pouch from his horse and placed it on the stone table, then took out Sima Shua's letter, the original sheepskin manuscript of the first sword hunt master, and the broken sword one by one. Zhang Chang'e and Wang Zhe entered almost at the same time, covered in dust, carrying the last 2 bundles of armor that had yet to be unloaded. Sima Shua's exact words: "The sword spirit harbors an obsession to break through the door infused by the sword's creator when it was forged. The sword spirit itself does not know that this sword was later reforged." Yi Zongfeng pointed at the long sword broken into 2 pieces. This broken sword was the personal sword of the first sword hunt master, still bearing the gray backlash light of the law rift. He said this is a letter left by the first sword hunt master for the remnant soul. Others may not understand, but the remnant soul will definitely understand. Lu Chen picked up the broken sword. The gray light at the fracture matched perfectly with the gray light seeping from the stone gate at the bottom of Zhongjian Valley. He placed the broken sword and the wooden sword side by side on the stone table. Between the backlash traces on the broken sword and the faint blue light core on the wooden sword's blade, a subtle resonance began to emerge. Not from the same material, but a dialogue across time between 2 different intentions left by the same swordsmith. He carefully put away the broken sword, looked up at the small forge yard crowded with people, and spoke words that made everyone pause. "The Qi gathering realm cannot lock the law rift. I need to break through to the mystic access realm. The king realm, only then can I truly turn the lock key." The mystic access realm's spiritual energy externalized, harming from a distance. The king realm merging spiritual energy and sword intent into domain power. Between the late Qi gathering realm and the mystic access realm lies the peak Qi gathering, and between the mystic access realm and the king realm lie 4 entire minor realms. This required not only time, but a transformation far more arduous and thorough than any previous breakthrough. Little Stone squeezed to the stone table carrying the few pieces of dry food he had saved, and looked up to ask, "Brother Lu Chen, are you going back to the mountain?" Lu Chen looked down at him, gently ruffled his hair. "Not yet. There's still a friend here. I have to wait for him to wake up." He placed the wooden sword across his lap. The faint blue light core on the blade pulsed softly in the moonlight filtered through the forge yard walls. From the sword hut ruins to the bottom of Zhongjian Valley, after his cultivation had risen from the mid-Qi gathering to the late stage, he had not deliberately pushed for the next breakthrough. Now the golden spirit ring in his dantian, after days of intense running and formation setting, had fully covered the outer edge of his Qi vortex. Breaking through to the mystic access realm was only a matter of time. He needed to go further, to grasp the king realm before unlocking the door. At the same moment, deep in the archives of the 7th Sword Tower on Xinshan Mountain, Sima Shua had copied the first sword hunt master's letter verbatim into 3 copies sealed, as for the 7th Sword Tower records, for the prefect's personal reading, and for the new Grand Elder of the Verdict faction to review. After sealing the last document, he looked up at the sword hut emblem on the stone wall opposite. Only today did he truly realize that for 300 years the 7th Sword Tower had been ostracized by the other towers as an anomaly, not because they had done anything wrong, but because from the very day the tower was established they had known more than anyone else. Deeper beneath Red Rock Mountain, the stone gate suspended at the center of the dome still slowly seeped gray light. The rock layers at the edges of the rift continued to peel away under the erosion of the gray light, but the rate of expansion had slowed compared to Yi Zongfeng's earlier projections. Perhaps because the Verdict faction had ceased its sword intent attacks, or perhaps because the sealing effect of the valley bottom perception barrier had begun to take effect unconsciously. The pattern of the closed eye on the stone gate remained still and silent, but from the depths of the crack came a faint rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat, its rhythm identical to the flickering frequency of the wooden sword's blade when the remnant soul had said time is running out at the cold spring months ago. Lu Chen chose the underground secret chamber beneath the old forging ground of Jinlu as his secluded cultivation site. Though called a secret chamber, it was in fact a sword forging room once used by the first generation of Jinlu, buried several zhang deep underground, its walls built of dark refractory rock and covered with dense intricate sword scars and runes. In the corner stood a half-collapsed ancient forging furnace, its hearth still holding the gray-white ash left from the last firing ages ago. This secret chamber was discovered by A while clearing the back courtyard. After moving aside a pile of discarded or fragments, he spotted an iron door buried at an angle in the earth. Prying it open revealed the stone steps leading underground. Zhao Hanshan examined it, and said that this forging room must have been the private sword chamber of the first generation of Jinlu. The runes carved into the walls were not mere decorations, but a complete sword intent sealing formation, capable of isolating external spiritual energy fluctuations and preventing the sword intent from leaking out and harming others during the forging process. It was the perfect place for Lu Chen to break through the profound mystic realm and the king realm. Zhang Chang'e helped him clean the chamber inside and out, then laid several thick felt mats on the stone floor to ward off dampness. He remarked that the underground was even more stifling than the forging workshop of Taijian Peak, left a bucket of water and a basket of dry provisions in the corner, and wedged 2 thunderfire bombs behind the door as a precaution. Lin Zhu arranged the first generation of Jianlu's parchment manuscripts and the bronze fragment tablet in order on the stone table, then set down a few ancient texts on the circulation of meridians and Zhou Tian that he had brought along. He glanced at Lu Chen but said no words of caution or farewell. This second young master, who had been accompanied by medicine jars since childhood, understood that seclusion was not an adventure but a task that must be completed, whose superfluous words would only add burden. Gu Qinghan was the last to enter the secret chamber. She placed a small celadone bottle beside the water bucket, meridian dredging pills, a backup elixir given to her by Elder Gu before Lu Chen's departure to be passed on to him. After setting down the bottle, she took out a freshly made green bamboo token from her sleeve. On the back of the token, a character Gue return was carved with delicate, precise strokes. She placed this token alongside the one Elder Gu had sent earlier, both bearing the same character beside the meridian dredging pills, then turned and ascended the stone steps without another word. Yi Zongfeng did not enter the chamber. Carrying the newly forged heavy sword, he stood on the courtyard wall of the forging ground facing the direction of Qingyun Mountain to the south. He drained the last few mouthfuls of wine from his pouch, then took out a long-range message jade slip paired with Sima Shua and placed it at hand. Zhang Chang'e walked up behind him. For the first time, he remained silent, simply planting his square heaven halberd into the ground and standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Beneath the courtyard wall, Zhao Hanshan and Asi were tying the last batch of formation flags onto bamboo poles. Asi's hands were steady as he worked. The patience had been honed 3 years ago in the valley prison when he carved those words with his fingernails. The iron door of the secret chamber slowly closed behind him. The last sliver of daylight from the stone steps was cut off, plunging the chamber into utter darkness. Lu Chen did not light an oil lamp. He simply sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, placing the wooden sword horizontally across his knees. The golden spirit ring of the late Qi gathering realm had already spread across the entire outer edge of the Qi vortex. He needed to push his cultivation through the peak of Qi gathering, cross the threshold of the profound mystic realm, and then on the foundation of profound mystic surge directly into the king realm, to grasp the power of domain before locking the door. This was not the first time he had sat alone in darkness, but this time was different from all before. Each previous breakthrough had been to make himself stronger, his sword faster, and his chances of survival greater. But this time it was not for himself. Beyond the crack in the door at the bottom of Zongjin Valley, there was something he had to seal. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Qi nourishing art. The Qi vortex in his dantian began to accelerate. The golden spirit ring glowed with a warm luster in the dark inner vision. The first step was to break through to the peak of Qi gathering, to draw the spirit ring inward from the edge of the vortex until it merged completely with the core of the vortex. This step required immense patience. For every fraction the spirit ring contracted inward, the pressure on the meridians increased by a degree. The spiritual energy within Lu Chen's body had undergone several qualitative leaps, from the shallow flow of Qi in the body tempering stage to the liquid spiritual essence of the current late Qi gathering stage. Now was the moment to convert all that accumulated power into the driving force for breakthrough. After an unknown span of time, the golden spirit ring finally contracted to the size of a fist. Just before it was about to merge with the core of the Qi vortex, Lu Chen suddenly felt a powerful resistance. Not from the meridians, but from the depths of his own consciousness. A barrier that had been dormant for a long time. The remnant soul. When the countless sword shadows in the Elder Hall awakened the nameless sword intent, the remnant soul showed no reaction. When the tip of his sword touched the crevice of the stone gate in the valley, the remnant soul remained fast asleep. But now at the critical juncture of his breakthrough to the peak of Qi gathering, the barrier in his sea of consciousness, which had been silent as the ocean, gave a slight tremor, like a person who had slept for too long finally hearing someone calling his name from afar, too drowsy to open his eyes, yet instinctively wanting to turn over. Lu Chen did not force the breakthrough. He slowed the contraction of the spirit ring, withdrew a portion of his divine sense from the dantian, and instead delved deep into the sea of consciousness to touch the barrier. His divine sense brushed against its edge, cold hard like an ancient mirror covered with a thick layer of frost. Beneath the mirror's surface, extremely faint light flickered, fragments of consciousness left from the remnant soul's slumber, words spoken by the cold spring silences kept at the sword pavilion inn, and the cynical or earnest guidance given in countless deep nights. Lu Chen split his divine sense into 2 strands. One strand continued to push the spirit ring to contract, while the other enveloped the barrier, slowly infusing his own spiritual energy into it. Not to awaken the remnant soul, but merely to let it know he was still here. The sword had not been taken, the door had not been split open, and he had not died on any arena. He was still alive, still moving forward. The frost layer on the surface of the barrier began to melt slowly under the infusion of spiritual energy. This was not a sign of a successful breakthrough, but merely the sound of a sleeping person hearing the steady firm heartbeat of a companion. At the same time, the spirit ring finally crossed the invisible resistance and merged completely into the core of the Qi vortex. In the instant of fusion, the Qi vortex suddenly expanded, drawing in, compressing, and releasing all the liquid spiritual essence in the Dantian, forming a complete, closed loop of spiritual energy. The threshold of the profound mystic realm shattered with a roar. Spiritual energy externalized. He raised his right hand from the meditation cushion, and a slender strand of cyan sword light ignited at his fingertip. The sword light extended 3 inches from his finger without dissipating, capable of wounding through the air and forming a second cutting edge around the sword blade. But he did not stop. In this single secluded session, he intended to push forward, crossing the early, middle, and late stages of the profound mystic realm straight to the threshold of the king realm. On the walls of the secret chamber, the runes carved by the first generation of Jinlu began to light up one by one, stimulated by the released spiritual energy. The stone table trembled, and the 2 halves of the bronze fragment tablet automatically levitated, slowly piecing together in midair into the complete token of Jinlu. In his divine sense, Lu Chen reforged one by one all the Dao techniques he had learned as a solitary cultivator. The basic sword forms of Azure Cloud 13, swords, the Qi nourishing art of Qingzhu Peak, the body tempering breath method of Tai Jian, Peak, the condensed Qi into edge precision strikes taught by the remnant soul, the forging array patterns from the Jinlu manuscripts, the old Zhongjian Valley sword paths, left by Zhao Hanshan on the old anvil of the forging ground Yizongfeng's. Unbroken chain of 100 swords on the back mountain cliff, Wang Zhe's defensive rhythm integrated during sword sparring at the cultivation, Heart Rock Lin Zhu's fragments of divine sense piercing illusions left around the Paon cliff, and even Xia Linger's almost obsessive precision in checking inventory discrepancies, all melted together in his consciousness. The true advantage of the myriad Dao sacred body was not in using them simultaneously, but in shattering them all and fusing them anew. With the sword path as the core and the Jinlu legacy as the furnace, all fragments were forged into a single key. The ancient sword scars and runes on the stone walls were all illuminated by the infusion of myriad Dao spiritual energy, making the entire forging room bright as day. In the furnace hearth, the first generation of Jinlu's ash, silent for untold years, was swept aside by the spiritual energy, revealing a line of small characters carved at the bottom of the furnace. The lock and key are ready, awaiting the return of the king. In the courtyard of the old forge at Sword Hut, a group of people sat cross-legged around the ancient furnace that had been dug out from the ruins. A small fire burned in the hearth, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire yard. This was an inconspicuous small hollow outside Liuzhou City, with a gravel path in front of the yard leading to the official road to Qingyun City, and a low slope behind overgrown with tangled trees. Asi remarked that this was far better than the valley floor. Zhang Chang'o, upon hearing this, shoved a half-charred piece of dry ration into his hand, promising to take him and the other surviving youths to Qingyun City for a stroll once they were free. Tonight, an unusually large number of people had gathered. Asi and Little Stone sat at the front of the fire, dismantling and resharpening the flawed new iron swords that Zhao Hanshan had purchased from Liuzhou City. Little Stone's fingers were still clumsy, and after a few strokes, he had to shake his hands. The boy beside him handed over his own sharpened iron piece in exchange. Wang Zhe crouched by the furnace, using iron tongs to turn a red-hot sword blank over and over. The flames of the iron sword peak had scorched his face a dark red, and his hands, once accustomed to the silver swords of the main peak, were now covered in calluses and burn scars. Zhang Chang'o leaned against the furnace wall, gnawing on a dry ration as he recounted how his blacksmith master had used 3 consecutive slaps to completely loosen his ingrained stance. In the past, he would never have spoken of such trivial, boring matters in public, but tonight he gestured with his fists as he spoke, causing Asi to nearly drop his iron sword into the fire. Only Little Stone did not laugh. He turned his head to glance at the tightly closed iron door of the sword-casting chamber, silently counting in his mind that today was the 18th day of Lu Chen's seclusion. Gu Qinghan sat on the low parapet of the courtyard wall, the azure edge sword resting horizontally across her knees. She did not join in the laughter and chatter by the fire, but neither did she retreat into the shadows as she once did. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Yin Exine entered carrying a bulging medicine basket on his back. When he was at Qingyun Sect, he spent all his time in the alchemy room and never went out. Today he had come specially in response to Zhang Chang'o's invitation sent by Eagle Messenger a few days ago, bringing several newly formulated pill recipes. Zhang Chang'o had told him that there were a few children at the Sword Hut's old forge who were interested in alchemy and needed cheap, effective base-fire pill formulas. Yin Exine immediately copied all the improved low-cost formulas and brought them along. Asi took the formulas and examined them closely by the firelight, while Yin Exine naturally sat down by the fire without any formal pleasantries. He took out another stack of annotated universal pill formulas from his basket and told Zhang Chang'o that he had worked them out himself recently, By adjusting the proportions of a few key ingredients, the originally expensive recovery essence could be made with 3 common herbs, with even greater effects on healing new wounds and repairing meridians. I've copied all the formulas and left them here. If you ever need medicine, just brew them yourselves according to the recipes. No need to travel dozens of miles through the mountains to find me. He shoved the papers into Zhang Chang's hands without any thought of payment or return. Zhang Chang stared at the formulas for a long time, then stood up, walked over to Xian, and gave him a heavy slap on the shoulder, saying with the same force as when Meng Changjun had patted him on Iron Sword Peak, "If you ever need herbs, just go to the Xie family trading house. Xie Linger will put it on my account." Xian was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head and counted the stack of formulas from beginning to end once more. Gu Qinghan jumped down from the wall and approached the fire, handing over a neatly sewn old cloth pouch and a single-page prescription. She and Xie Linger had sewn it together. Xie Linger had found fine linen from the storeroom, and Gu Qinghan had stitched the edges one by one to make 20 pouches for the children to carry as personal medicine bags. The attached prescription was a blood-stopping powder formula she had copied from the Blue Bamboo Peak pharmaceutical records, with annotations on which herbs could be gathered in the wilds outside Liuzhou City. Xian thanked her, placed the pouch and prescription into his basket, then took out a stack of freshly copied new formulas from the bottom and handed them to C for safekeeping. After the exchange was complete, he closed the basket lid, lingered no longer, shouldered the basket, and bid farewell to the group. Zhang Chang'e watched him disappear into the night, then sat back down by the fire, broke the remaining half of the dry ration in 2, and gave half to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe took a bite and mumbled that he had to escort a batch of armor to the southern frontier defense line tomorrow for handover. Yi Zongfeng suddenly jumped down from the wall, shoved his wine pouch into Zhang Chang'e's hand, saying he wouldn't drink today, then relayed a message from Sidu Shah, just received via a communication jade slip, to everyone present. The new Grand Elder of the Faction of Judgment had officially submitted a verification report to the prefect listing all the Tomb Sword Valley-related orders signed by the former Grand Elder during his tenure into the prefecture's disciplinary records, and the Lu family's contract for the transfer of Sword Hut relics involved in the Mu family marriage agreement had also been revoked. Situ Shua added a final remark in the transmission. The 7th Sword Pavilion has submitted a petition for name restoration to the Council of Elders. Once that sword emerges from the ground, the Sword Hut's name will be rewritten into the prefecture's history. Lin Ju sat at the edge of the fire, the Lin family manuscript spread across his knees. He did not join the others' conversations, but repeatedly flipped through the last few pages by the firelight. Next to the final passage about the myriad Tao Saint body in the manuscript, there was a tiny vermilion annotation in handwriting even finer and thinner than the main text added by his great-grandfather in his final year. Within the wooden sword lies the remnant sword soul, and the soul holds the obsession to break the door. The one who wields the sword must use the meaning of the key to dissolve its obsession. Only then can the myriad Daos unite. If the soul cannot awaken, then show it the first broken sword of the Sword Hut. On the broken sword are the lingering traces of law backlash. He who sees will understand. This, he who sees will understand, did not refer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was not the seer. He was the sword wielder. The seer was the remnant soul. The final passage of the Lin family manuscript was left for the remnant soul. After a while, Yi Zongfeng wandered over to the fire and suddenly said something that left everyone stunned. He had noticed a group of strangers in Liuzhou City who seemed neither like merchants nor road cultivators. They never registered when entering or leaving the city, and when questioned they produced an ordinary merchant convoy pass, but the leader's fingers had calluses in the exact same spots as those from the old days at the Tomb Sword Valley. Zhang Chang'e immediately sat up straight, his hand on his sword. Yi Zongfeng said he had already sent Zhao Hanshan and C to secretly identify them, and C confirmed that although the black robes the men wore had been changed, the thin soles of their boots were exactly the same as those worn by the black-clad figures who had come to the valley to take people away in the past. Furthermore, this afternoon at a noodle stand near the south gate of Liuzhou, he happened to see an inconspicuous vendor hand one of the men a bamboo tube sealed with black wax. The wax bore no markings, but the sealing technique was identical to the method used for the Faction of Judgment's top-secret orders in the Sword Pavilion's archives. How many? Gu Qinghan asked. At least 7 that I've seen so far, all staying in the same inn. The weakest among them is at the peak of body tempering, and the leader is at least early stage of insight. Yi Zongfeng added another piece of information. Situ Shua said that the Faction of Judgment's restructuring had not purged everyone. The core group of the Spirit Transfer Project, embedded since its founding, was deeply hidden, and its list was not in the official order archives. They were very likely that group. Gu Qinghan stood up and hung the azure-edged sword at her waist. She instructed Yi Zongfeng to take a C for another identification, then lock down the inn room, and keep watch without alarming the target. Zhao Hanshan emerged from the shadows holding the decades-old petition and said he had waited for this opportunity for more than a decade. Lu Chen had lost count of how many days he had been in seclusion. In the sword-forging chamber, there was no distinction between day and night. only the unwavering glow of the runes on the walls and the rhythm of spiritual energy flowing through his dantian. After breaking through the Tongxian realm, he granted himself no respite, pressing forward without pause, from the early stage to the middle stage, and then to the late stage. Each step compressed the density of his spiritual energy. Each step pulled the released sword radiance back into the core of his vortex. At this moment, he sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion. The wooden sword rose from his knee, floating in midair at the level of his brow, slowly rotating. When he had broken through to the Tongxian realm at the peak of Qi, gathering, the spiritual ring had merged into the vortex core. The key to breaking through the Wangzhe realm lay in expanding that core from within the meridians to the outside, forming a domain of sword intent governed by the wielder's will. The nascent form of the domain was a faint ring of cyan radiance spreading outward from the wooden sword's blade until it enveloped the entire sword-forging chamber. Wherever the radiance touched, the runes on the walls blazed brighter, and the ashes deep within the furnace hearth slowly drifted up and settled back down under the pull of the air currents. Yet just as the domain was about to take shape, the wooden sword suddenly trembled violently. A fiercely overbearing sword intent erupted from deep within the blade, tearing a rift through the domain's radiance. That sword intent was not Lu Chen's. It was older, sharper, more resolute, carrying a fierce, unyielding aura that would rather break than bend. The thought of breaking the door. This was the original sword intent that the remnant soul had infused into the wooden sword during its forging, dormant for centuries deep within the cracks of the blade. It had not awakened the moment the 10,000 sword shadows were activated in the Elder Hall, but when the Wangzhe realm's domain was about to seal the sword, it sensed this power that sought to imprison the sword intent and instinctively regarded it as a threat. Lu Chen immediately recognized this sword intent. It bore no hostility. It was merely protecting itself. Like a sword forged solely to cleave through bonds suddenly told to lock a door instead, its first response was not obedience, but defiance. He withdrew half the spiritual energy from his dantian and sank his divine sense entirely into the sword body, reaching out to touch that obsession. Under the touch of his divine sense, the sword intent of the thought of breaking the door abruptly sharpened. Countless tiny sword shadows flew out from the cracks in the wooden sword, forming a blurry figure in his consciousness. The remnant soul. This was not the true awakening of the remnant soul's consciousness, but rather an unconscious obsession infused during the forging, a mere emotional imprint left by the remnant soul himself within the sword centuries ago. It still retained the fervor and unwillingness the remnant soul had when speaking those words beside the cold spring. I forged the nameless sword to break open that door. Lu Chen seized the broken sword of the first generation of the sword hut and pressed the gray light at its fracture directly against the spine of the wooden sword. Two swords. One intact, one broken, one carrying the original swordmaker's initial unwillingness, the one bearing the swordmaker's final regret. The residual backlash of the law on the broken sword clashed directly with the sword intent of the thought of breaking the door on the blade. No loud crash ensued. Only a soft hum, and the entire sword-forging chamber shuddered violently. The blurry figure in his consciousness trembled fiercely the moment the gray light touched it. The indistinct outline began to reshape slowly, as if recombining within the gray light, from an imprint of obsession into a complete and lucid consciousness. The runes in the sword-forging chamber blazed up abruptly, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. The azure light core that ran from the guard to the tip of the wooden sword suddenly contracted into an extremely thin line, then burst outward, forming a complete sword hut emblem suspended directly above the blade. The sword hut token, the two halves of the bronze broken plaque, rose simultaneously from the stone platform, overlapping with the sword hut emblem. The inscription, first discovered deep in the furnace hearth, "The key is complete, await the king's return," was rendered distinct and clear by the domain's radiance. When the domain's radiance recondensed, it was no longer the pure cyan of sword intent. It merged the gray light of the broken sword, the ancient bronze luster of the broken plaque, and the countless specks of light from the myriad fragments, finally coalescing into a warm, serene ring of pale gold. The Wangzhe realm was achieved. A long unheard voice slowly resounded in his consciousness. It was neither the lazy mockery of before nor the barely audible sigh of weakness. The voice was lucid calm, like a person who had slept far too long, finally opening his eyes, looking at the one sitting beside him, and softly saying, "You're still here." Lu Chen's knuckles paled as he gripped the wooden sword. "I'm still here," he said. The remnant soul fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, his voice extremely light, light as a bamboo leaf falling upon the surface of the cold spring. He repeated the words he had spoken beside the cold spring. That he had forged this sword not to pass down teachings, not to leave a name, but simply to break open that cage. He said that now he was truly awake. His previous state was at best not completely dead. If he had been told about the key matter before, he would certainly have refused. But now awake, having seen the entire web of connections, perhaps that first generation of the sword hut was indeed a little smarter than he was. He paused, his voice even lighter than before, and spoke a sentence that left Lu Chen unable to respond. He said that in his dreams he had heard Lu Chen calling him all along. The ashes deepest in the furnace hearth were gently lifted by the domain's radiance, swirling in the pale golden ring for a moment before settling back to the furnace bottom. In the sword-forging chamber there was no division of day and night, but in that instant every rune blazed to its fullest, then softly subsided, like a long winter finally reaching its end in the dawn light. The remnant soul cleared his throat, recovering a hint of his usual sardonic tone, saying that this seclusion to break into the Wangzhe realm was barely passable, and the domain had taken shape only roughly. But the fusion of the myriad paths had only just begun. The array patterns in the first generation's manuscripts were insufficient. He should seek supplementary knowledge from alchemy, artifact crafting, or other disciplines. He suddenly paused as if sensing something, and his tone turned strange. He asked Lu Chen why that furnace outside smelled of Zhang Chang's sweaty blacksmithing sourness. Lu Chen pushed open the iron door of the sword-forging chamber. Above the stone steps a warm glow of furnace fire filtered through the exit of the secret room. He ascended the steps one by one, the wooden sword at his waist swaying gently with his steps. The azure light core within the blade had shed all its sharpness and urgency, leaving only a faint soft glimmer of pale gold, like a quiet star. In the courtyard a group of people was gathered around the old furnace, warming themselves by the fire. Zhang Chang'e was the first to hear the footsteps. His dried ration fell straight into the flames. AC and Xiao Shirtu stood up simultaneously. Xian, who had just shouldered his medicine basket and reached the courtyard gate, turned back. Lin Ju closed his notebook and rose from the low wall. Gu Qinghan's azure-edged sword trembled lightly on her knee. Yi Tsongfeng downed the last mouthful of wine and set the wineskin heavily on the ground. Wang Zhe gripped his hammer and looked back. The hammer hung in midair for a long time before falling. Zhao Hanshan stood in the shadow of the courtyard wall, slowly bowing in Lu Chen's direction. Lu Chen walked to the fire and sat down beside Zhang Chang'e. Zhang Chang'e threw an arm around his shoulder, cursing under his breath. Your hands are freezing when you warm them by the fire. Haven't you eaten in nearly 20 days of seclusion? AC picked 2 baked dry rations from the fire and handed them over, then poured a bowl of warm water and placed it before him. Gu Qinghan said nothing, only pushed forward the green bamboo token he had left on the ground before his seclusion. The character return carved on the back of the token was still warm and smooth in the glow of the furnace fire. Lu Chen picked up the green bamboo token engraved with the character return and hung it at his waist alongside his storage pouch. From the pouch, he took out a copy of the Sword Hut's remnant manual and handed it to Xian, explaining that he had discovered it in the interlayer of the stone platform in the underground chamber. The interleaved pages contained several old forging formulas with ambiguous medicinal ingredient annotations. He asked Xian to take it back, analyze the exact proportions, and then send the results back to him. Xian took the remnant manual and immediately flipped to the interleaved pages, reading aloud a few medicinal ingredients while examining them, setting the analysis deadline at 3 days. Lin Ju rose from the low wall and walked over, opening his notebook to the page with cinnabar annotations and placing it before Lu Chen. The door can wait, but what lies beyond will not wait forever. The rift was in a state of unstable expansion when the Judgment faction withdrew. The remnants of the Soul Transfer Project are still near Liuzhou City. The results of peripheral surveillance will be compiled at any moment. The time to guard against people and the time to lock the door may not be 2 separate timelines. Lu Chen read the line of cinnabar handwriting on the notebook once more, then raised his head to look at the group in the courtyard. Go back and prepare. At dawn we head to the valley to lock the door. In the pre-dawn Sword Hut's old forge, the embers in the furnace still glowed with a faint crimson light. When Lu Chen walked out of the sword-forging chamber, the courtyard was already crowded with people. Zhang Chang'e hoisted the iron-slaying sword onto his shoulder. The blade, freshly sharpened, shimmered coldly in the morning mist. Gu Qinghan's green frost sword was drawn 3 inches from its sheath, the azure silk tassel on its hilt gently stirred by the dawn breeze. Yi Tsongfeng leaned against the courtyard wall, his heavy sword slung diagonally across his back. In his hand he clutched a wine pouch that was already more than half empty. He hadn't drunk last night. The pouch was filled with cold water drawn from the backyard well. Lin Ju sat by the stone table with the last few pages of the Lin family manuscript and a copy of the Sword Hut's first-generation notes spread before him. He had barely slept the night before, meticulously cross-referencing every record of law backlash from the 2 documents, and on a blank sheet of paper, he listed all possible scenarios and the worst outcomes. His eyes were bloodshot, but the hand holding the brush remained steady. Wang Zhe stood beside him, repeatedly reviewing the comparison chart, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Zhao Hanshan walked in from outside the courtyard gate, wearing at his waist the old sword that had remained sheathed for many years. The leather strap on the scabbard had been polished to a shine. ACI followed behind him, clutching a bundle of freshly tied formation flags. Little Stone and a few other youths stood in the corner of the courtyard. They said nothing, nor did they weep. They simply watched quietly as these people prepared to depart. The group in Liuzhou City made their move last night. Yi Sanfeng put away his wine pouch and briefly recounted the latest intelligence gathered last night. The remnants of the spirit transference plan, disguised as a merchant caravan, had checked out of their inn at the 4th watch. They did not take the south gate, but instead circled out through the west gate heading straight for Qingyun Mountain. Last night, ACI had followed Zhao Han's Han and kept watch until midnight, clearly identifying the face of the leader. He confirmed it was a former member of the Sword Burial Valley's outer perimeter who had once come to the valley to take people. Although he was now in civilian clothes, his gait and the habit of drawing a blade with his left hand were unmistakable. They are not formal personnel from the reorganized adjudicator faction. Yi Sanfeng took out the verification results sent overnight by Situ Shua via a jade slip for communication. Situ Shua cross-referenced all the portraits of former outer perimeter personnel from the Sword Burial Valley's old archives. This man is named Ding Jiu, originally the outer perimeter guard captain of the Sword Burial Valley sub-branch. In the formal files of the adjudicator faction, he was marked as resigned, but his name appears on the participant list of the spirit transference plan in the secret drawer. Situ Shua also said that Ding Jiu had already left the formal roster during the internal reorganization of the adjudicator faction. The group he leads is not on the official records. They are operating independently as a core clique of the spirit transference plan. Lu Chen listened with a calm expression. He had long anticipated that the cancerous remnants of the adjudicator faction would not simply dissipate into thin air due to a single verification ruling. Today this old debt would ultimately be settled by his own hand. Zhang Chang'e exchanged a brief glance with Lu Chen, confirming that the relay contact point connecting Liuzhou City to the outside world was still functioning effectively. Then, hoisting the iron-slaying sword, he and Zhao Han's Han led the way out of the courtyard gate. Gu Qinghan handed a green bamboo token to ACI, saying only, "If anything goes wrong, crush it, and Master will know." Then she turned and followed the group. Lin Ju carefully packed the manuscript and the copy of the notes into 2 oilcloth bundles, strapping one on his back and entrusting the other to ACI for safekeeping. He did not utter any farewell words as he did these things. He merely nodded slightly to ACI, who had taken the bundle, then caught up with Lu Chen, who had already reached the courtyard gate. He slipped the slip of paper filled with the backlash deduction results into Lu Chen's hand, his voice extremely soft, yet unusually grave. The manuscript stated that if this strike could not be endured, the rift would not be sealed. Instead, it would swallow a person whole, erasing them completely from the 3 realms. Master friends, everyone who had ever known their name would remember that person's existence no more. Lu Chen carefully folded the slip of paper and placed it into his bosom. Facing the morning breeze, he looked up at the sky and gave a simple response. His wooden sword hung at his waist, the faint golden ring on its blade spinning quietly in the dawn light. The journey from the old forge of the Sword Hut to Qingyun Mountain took most of the day. When they re-entered the underground river and followed the old path through the abandoned or pit, the water level in the tunnel had receded another half a foot compared to the last time. The sound of footsteps on gravel and shallow water echoed distinctly in the dark mine shaft. As they emerged from the karst cave entrance and stepped back onto the floor of Sword Burial Valley, the sky was already fully bright. The scene within the valley was even more desolate than before. The crumbling walls of the fortress glared a pale gray under the sunlight. A few vultures took off from the ruins of the watchtower, circled several times, and then vanished into the turbid sky beyond Qingyun Mountain, stained gray by the light. The scent of rust and blood in the air had faded, considerably replaced by an indescribable sense of pressure, not a change in temperature, but a densification of the air itself. Each breath felt heavier on the chest. Once inside the valley, Yi Sanfeng and Zhao Hanshan, along with a few others, quickly spread out along the outer cliffs, setting up multiple layers of vigilance at the valley entrance and the mine tunnel exit. ACI and Zhang Chang'e stood guard near the dry well, tasked with confirming whether the remnants of the spirit transference plan had already infiltrated underground. Zhang Chang'e planted the iron-slaying sword into the ground beside him, its blade gleaming coldly. He did not joke today, nor did he curse. He simply stared silently at the direction of the ruins, just as he had done when standing guard on the frontier wall. Lu Chen, accompanied by Gu Qinghan and Lin Ju, descended the broken stone steps to the dome space. The sword marks on both sides of the spiral staircase were more numerous than last time. The edges of the newly added cuts were sharp, clearly made not too long ago. Scattered on the steps were several freshly crushed fragments of formation plates, with faint spiritual energy fluctuations still lingering on their edges. At the center of the dome, the floating stone door continued to seep gray light slowly. The light was slightly brighter than before, and the air around the edges of the door gap was more distorted. The ancient cracks across the entire dome wall flickered in and out of view under the gray light's illumination. The eye pattern tightly shut on the stone door was clearer than last time, as if slowly awakening from slumber. But Lu Chen's gaze did not fall upon the door. He saw fresh footprints scattered on the ground at the edge of the dome. Footprints from more than one person with hurried strides, leaving clear sole patterns in the accumulated dust. The footprints circled around the edge of the dome and finally converged beside an object that had never appeared here before, a stone platform standing half a man's height. The material of the stone platform was identical to that of the stone door, and its surface was carved with the exact same sword hut emblem as on the bronze fragment. At the center of the emblem was a vertical slot, identical to the one on the verification platform beneath the sword pavilion courier station, but larger and deeper. The edges of the slot emitted the same eerie luster as the gray light from the door crack. On the ground in front of the stone platform was a circle of broken formation patterns with fragments of spirit stones not yet fully depleted embedded in the lines. Spiritual energy still flowed faintly within the dim light. This is the keyhole. The voice of the remnant soul resounded in Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, no longer mocking or weak, but exceptionally clear and grave, carrying the precision and caution of a sword spirit that had fully returned from slumber. He said that when he had struck the door back, then this stone platform did not exist here. It was a stress response formed by the law rift itself after centuries of conflict with nameless sword intent. The door was alive. It sensed that this sword was about to return and reseal it, so it revealed the keyhole in advance. But this thing was now half dead. If no one turned the key, it could slowly recover. However, once someone inserted a sword and turned the key, the rift would expel all the accumulated backlash at once before it could close. Wang Zhe removed the newly tempered protective formation plates from Lord Ming Chang's back, and together with Lin Zhu began embedding them one by one into the existing broken formations along the periphery of the stone platform. The specially crafted dark iron shields from the quenching pool at Iron Sword Peak could absorb backlash, but each shield had a limited capacity. Wang Zhe carefully measured the spacing of the formation patterns around the platform, placing an extra spare formation plate at each position where the distance was greatest. Lin Zhu crouched before the platform, meticulously comparing the sword hut's legacy instructions from the manuscript with the emblem on the platform, word by word, confirming that every rune's position matched the documents exactly. When the first generation of the sword hut established this emblem, they had already set all the symbol guides for turning the key. Gu Qingyun stood at the top of the stone steps, the green frost sword inserted into a crevice beside her foot. A pale blue barrier rose along the blade, completely sealing the entrance to the dome. But she knew in her heart that this barrier could block the desperate remnants of the spirit transference plan, yet it could not withstand the backlash of a law rift spiraling out of control. She took out from her sleeve the green bamboo token that was directly paired with Elder Gu himself and suspended it above the entrance to the stone steps. The character "Return" on the back of the token appeared especially warm in the gray light. The commotion at the valley bottom would take time to reach Green Bamboo Peak. She left that time for her master and for Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood before the stone platform, the wooden sword already in his grasp. The pale golden ring of light on the blade appeared exceptionally warm under the glow of the gray light. You still have a chance to regret. The remnant soul's voice was calm to the point of indifference. Once the sword is inserted, the lock will begin to turn, and the backlash from the rift will flood into your body in the very first instant. The myriad Dao Saint body can withstand the corrosion of the laws, but enduring does not mean it won't hurt. The domain of the King Realm can help you survive, but I cannot guarantee that you will remain intact after it's over. Lu Chen did not answer that question. He raised the wooden sword to his eyes, watching the dense cracks on the blade flicker in the pale golden light, and suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Do you still think you can only chop doors now? The remnant soul was silent for a long time. Then he let out a soft laugh, a laugh devoid of bitterness or reluctance, more like an old man caught off guard by his grandson's question. After a moment of thought, he only answered two words: lock it. Lu Chen slowly inserted the wooden sword into the vertical slot on the stone platform. The blade fit perfectly into the groove, as if it were a scabbard custom-made for this sword. The pale golden light on the blade burst forth the moment the tip touched the bottom, illuminating the entire dome in gold. The sword hut emblem on the stone platform lit up in response, circles of ancient runes spreading outward from the center of the emblem, extending along the ground's formation lines to the surrounding rock walls. The broken old formation began to repair itself under the infusion of the runes. The missing corners rekindled with spiritual light, the fractured lines automatically mended, and several completely depleted spirit stone fragments faintly regained their luster after the formation was complete. The suspended stone door trembled violently. The gray light seeping from the edges of the door gap was no longer a slow trickle, but burst forth as if violently pushed from within. The gray light shattered against the rock walls into countless tiny shards of light. The entire dome shook violently, and gravel rolled down the stone steps with a rustling sound. The backlash arrived. An icy gray light detached from the stone door, coalescing into a solid gray chain that pierced directly through Lu Chen's chest. There was no blood, no wound, but the excruciating pain of the laws piercing through flesh and soul exploded instantly. 10 times more piercing than the chill of the cold spring, 100 times more agonizing than the nodes where his meridians had been frozen during body tempering. He could clearly feel the gray light rampaging through his meridians like a brute invader dismantling every defense it could reach. The pale golden domain of the newly formed king realm automatically expanded, firmly blocking the gray chain outside his dantian. The impact of the domain and the law backlash colliding head-on in his meridians caused his entire body to tremble violently, and the stone platform beneath his feet cracked with several fine lines. The laws were cold. They had no good or evil, no emotion, only a preset program. The rift was a law damage, and damage required repair. Repair required materials, the sword's intent, the wielder's life force, and everything in the vicinity that the laws deemed usable. But Lu Chen's myriad Dao Saint body was not a weak physique untempered. The resilience of his meridians, forged by the cold spring and the medicine, that the high-density spiritual energy compression of the King Realm domain, and the mutual buffering between various Dao paths after the myriad Dao fusion, layer after layer stood before him, preventing the gray light from piercing the final line of defense. The formation plate shield in front of the stone platform lit up at this moment, joining the dark iron shields Wang Zhe had placed at various points of the formation to absorb the residual waves, gradually dissipating the spiritual pressure fluctuations from the chain's impact. At the top of the stone steps, fierce clashes of swords rang out from beyond Gu Qinghan's green bamboo barrier. Deng Zhou's men had arrived. The remnants of the divine shift plan attacked the moment the law rift sensed the key's activation. Yi Zongfeng and Zhao Hanshan guarded the entrance of the dry well, engaging Deng Zhou head-on, while Si and Zhan Chang'e blocked the ambush forces at the tunnel nodes. Deng Zhou's voice came faintly from above, hoarse and urgent, shouting to his men not to let the key turn fully. Lu Chen heard these sounds, but he could not afford to be distracted. All of his divine sense was focused on the gray chain in his meridians. The chain was slowly retracting from his chest, and with every inch it withdrew the gray light from the door gap, diminished by one part. But at the same time, the residual waves of law backlash from the chain's retraction still tore at the walls of his meridians. Scorching pain and icy cold alternated in his veins, and the surging blood in his chest made his throat taste sweet. He gritted his teeth and pulled that force back, his 10 fingers gripping the sword hilt without loosening. The King Realm domain oscillated repeatedly, twisting the remnants of the gray chain into finer threads. Hold on. The remnant soul's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, no longer mocking as before, but like a true sword master standing behind his disciple, speaking in a tone unfamiliar even to himself. It's almost over. Lu Chen braced his left knee against the base of the sword platform to steady his center, and with his right hand pushed the wooden sword one last segment deeper into the vertical slot. At that moment, all the cracks on the blade lit up pale golden light, intertwining with the deep blue core, surging into the ground's residual formation lines through the sword hut emblem on the stone platform. Above the stone steps, a sharp sword wind split the rubble, blocking the ambushers approaching Gu Qinghan's flank. Lin Zhu's green blade thrust forward at the same moment, sealing the final gap completely. The last residue of the gray chain was fully dragged out of the door gap. The stone door trembled twice, the tightly closed eye pattern on the edge of the gap quaked violently, then slowly closed. Not closed, healed. The door gap vanished. The runes on the doorframe dimmed circle by circle, and the entire door slowly descended from the suspended void to the ground, lying flat in the center of the dome like an ordinary stone door. The last wisp of gray light flickered briefly on the door's surface before extinguishing completely. The surrounding rock walls emitted a deep resonant hum, then fell silent. The law rift was sealed. The first reflection of the three realms' laws was closed. Lu Chen pulled out the wooden sword, swayed twice, and knelt on one knee, using the sword as a crutch. The skin at his tiger's mouth had been torn open in several small cuts during the chain's retraction, and a faint gray mark remained on the fabric of his chest. His dantian and meridians were still intact, the foundation of the King Realm undamaged, but the alternating scorching pain and icy cold deep within his limbs, washed by the gray light, had not yet fully receded. He did not faint, but leaned on the sword and panted for a long while. The remnant soul spoke, its voice carrying a complex tone between satisfaction and disdain. It acknowledged that surviving the first law backlash in the King Realm was barely passable, but did not hesitate to add that this was exactly the consequence of having rushed to chop the door without reaching the King Realm back then. Lu Chen slowly stood up, using the sword to support his knee. The blood foam at the corner of his mouth had not yet been wiped clean, and he looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, whose cracks had noticeably faded. A faint, almost imperceptible gray line had appeared on the blade's edge, a mark left by the law backlash passing through the sword, and proof that the key had turned. He said nothing more, only softly acknowledged in his heart, "Now you are the sword that locks the door." The remnant soul did not reply, but that gray line flickered faintly beside the deep blue core. On the ground, the dome's tremor gradually subsided. The suspended stone door landed between two pieces of rubble above the stone platform. After the runes on the door's surface extinguished, the color of the entire stone slab slowly shifted from dark black to ordinary limestone gray. Lin Zhu stepped forward, quickly recording all changes in the formation lines on the ground one by one according to the handbook. Nearly 70% of the residual formation's lines had returned to normal operation during the chain's retraction. The original sword hut designers had premised a self-repair function in this ceiling formation, ensuring it would not completely collapse as long as the sword hut emblem remained. Wang Zhe crouched beside several shields that had self-destructed after completing the buffering, collecting the scorched fragments one by one. Before leaving, Meng Chanjun had instructed him to bring all shield fragments that had absorbed the backlash back to the smithy, heat the furnace to the highest temperature, and then reverse engineer the quenching formula from the furnace ash of the fragments to provide feedback for the next formation plate forging. At the top of the stone steps, Gu Qinghan sheathed her green blade. The green bamboo talisman suspended at the entrance still rotated slowly in the air. The remnants of the attack had been repelled. Ding Jiu was wounded and fled into the dark mine tunnels. Zhao Hantan pursued him, while Yi Zongfeng stayed at the valley entrance to handle the aftermath. She raised her hand to retrieve the green bamboo talisman. The character returned. On the back of the talisman, though dusty, remained clear and bright. When he emerged from the valley, the sky outside had already darkened. The night wind of the Qingyun mountain range was colder than usual, but the stars in the sky were clearer than ever. A merchant caravan from Liuzhou had once erected a discarded boundary marker on the ridge. Standing before it, one could see the outermost peaks of the southern frontier rolling under the moonlight. A sea waited with several youths at the mine entrance. When they saw Lu Chen being supported out of the secret passage by Zhang Chang'e, the children all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. A sea ran forward and handed him a water pouch filled with warm water. Lu Chen took it, drank a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said to Asi, "Many thanks." Asi nodded gently. When he took back the empty water pouch, he wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve. It was already late at night when they returned to the old forge of the sword hut. The old furnace in the courtyard was reignited, its flames reddening half the yard. Xiao Shi and the other companions of Asi gathered around the fire, handing pieces of roasted dried rations to those who had just returned from the valley. Zhao Hantan pursued Ding Jiu all the way to the western foothills of the Qingyun range, finally intercepting him. He escorted him overnight to the Liuzhou merchant caravan station, handing him over to the sword pavilion steward sent by Sidu Shua to receive the prisoner. Yi Zongfeng poured the last mouthful of cold water from his wine pouch into a cup screwed on the lid and took out a communication jade slip that matched Situ Shua's, placing it on the stone table. He waited for the confirmation of Ding Jiu's formal detention from the other end of the jade slip. When he withdrew from the mine, he had brought back several fragments of gray light that had fallen from the valley's stone gate. After comparing them one by one with the residual marks of backlash on the broken sword's fracture, he confirmed that the gray light spectrum had dropped by over 90% after the fissure had sealed, and the remaining trace amounts were steadily decaying over time. Xia Linger arrived at dawn. She brought ginger soup brewed by Uncle Zhou and several large bundles of dried rations. She poured the ginger soup into coarse clay bowls and handed them one by one to the people in the courtyard, saying that the mule and horse team of the Xia family merchant house had opened the supply line from Liuzhou to Qingyun Mountain, and that this road would never be cut off again. Asi sat by the furnace fire holding his bowl of ginger soup and said to Lu Chen that the steward of the Liuzhou Chamber of Commerce had come yesterday, saying he could arrange for several youths to work in the caravan with monthly wages, food, and lodging included. Xiao Shi also looked up and said he wanted to learn blacksmithing. Lu Chen put down his bowl and turned to look at Zhang Chang'e and Wang Zhe. Zhang Chang'e was startled at first, then vigorously rubbed Xiao Shi's head and shouted, "What's there to ask?" The Iron Sword Peak smithy was short of apprentices. Old Man Meng had everything ready. Iron fire and meals were all provided there. Wang Zhe was not as excited as Zhang Chang'e. He crouched down to look Xiao Shi in the eye and seriously explained the rules of blacksmithing: no cutting corners, no slacking during quenching, and no losing temper at the furnace. Xiao Shi shrank his neck under Wang Zhe's stern gaze, but then nodded firmly. By the furnace fire, Lin Ju spread a map he had found in the lining of a handbook on the stone table. His finger traced along the location of Liuzhou southeastward, finally stopping in a blank area marked with the four small characters Tongtian Demai Heavenly Earth Vein. The first-generation sword hut manuscripts mentioned that the law fissure had 3 layers of reflections. The burial sword valley stone gate was only the first layer. The second layer lay at the boundary between the human realm and the earthly realm. The ascension passage itself from the human realm to the earthly realm. After the fissure sealed, the passage would loosen, but a loosened passage was like an old, unrepaired bridge. It could let people through, but also leak air. Someone needed to lock the second layer of the fissure as well. And the earthly realm on the other side of the passage was exactly where the remnant soul had searched for clues about the 10,000 Tao Saint body back then. The key to the earthly realm, he raised his head to look at Lu Chen, is the sword intent domain of the king realm. No ascension token was needed, no herald required. When you broke through to that realm, the pale golden domain naturally condensed a vast amount of earth vein spiritual energy. The passage to the earthly realm has a natural affinity for earth vein spiritual energy. You just need to spread your domain and walk into the passage. The passage itself will receive you. Lu Chen recalled the night he first soaked in that black clay vat in the warehouse of the Xie family's detached residence. Moonlight streamed in from the high window, his skin numbed by the medicinal solution, and only one thought occupied his mind: survive, keep moving forward. Now the vat still stood in the backyard of the Xie residence, but his path had already reached the boundary between the human realm and the earthly realm. When the remnant soul described the 10,000 Tao Saint body by the cold spring back, then it had said that others could only cultivate one path. Sword cultivators spent their entire lives on the sword, alchemists on alchemy. But the 10,000 Tao Saint body could accommodate 10,000 paths simultaneously, yet the more one learned, the more paths one had to walk. Back then he had only taken that statement as a distant footnote. Now he understood that the remnant soul was not merely referring to the number of techniques. From the moment he pulled the wooden sword from under the altar in the ruined temple, his path was destined not to stop at Qingyun City, nor at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. The remnant soul who always used to say in that familiar tone, "You've only been in body tempering for such a short time, and you want to skip levels," now slept quietly deep within the wooden sword. Occasionally, it would wake up, mutter that the handwriting of the first-generation sword hut manuscripts was ugly, then fall back asleep. After dawn, Lu Chen hung the wooden sword at his waist and walked out of the courtyard of the sword hut's old forge. He did not look back because he knew the people behind him would follow. Zhang Shanga walked on the left, carrying the iron-slaying sword. Gu Qinghan walked on the right, wearing the azure-edged sword. Yi Tsongfeng followed behind Zhang Shanga, shouldering a newly forged heavy sword, and said in his usual lazy tone that this trip had one less drink than the last, and he would make up for it when they returned. Lin Zhu rode a horse on the outer side of the official road. His book box contained the Lin family handbook and the first-generation sword hut manuscripts. The reins hung on the saddle, and in his hands he held a scroll of the Southern Frontier Water System study that he had just completed at the Liuzhou bookshop. He had already organized all records concerning the law veins into a volume, leaving a copy each for Zhao Han's Han, and a sea wrapped tightly in oilcloth. Wangzhe did not travel with them. He stood at the entrance of the forge courtyard with the sea and Xiao Shitu behind him, and beyond them the old furnace that had been reignited. He wore the most ordinary coarse cotton short jacket from Iron Sword Peak, and at his waist hung an iron sword he had forged himself with several forging marks still unpolished on the blade. He looked at Lu Chen's receding figure. He did not say take care, nor did he say, I will grow stronger. He simply pressed his right fist against his chest, stood as straight as he used to on the heart-cultivating rock, then withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and walked back into the forge courtyard. Elder Gu received the final oral message transmitted by Gu Qinghan through the Qingzhou token at the cliff of Qingzhou Peak. The stone gate is locked. The fissure is sealed. They set out today for the earthly realm passage. She placed the token beside the azure-edged sword, resting on her knee, raised her head, and gazed toward the southern horizon. Morning light was slowly rising from the folds of the mountains, spreading across the map before her, from which most of the array flags had been removed. From this day forward, the defense line of Qingzhou Peak shifted from alert status to routine patrol. The apprentice class of Iron Sword Peak gained 3 new faces. The merchant road between Liuzhou City and the southern frontier, after the mule and horse team of the Xie family merchant house reopened it, officially resumed operation. The application to restore the name of the 7th Sword Pavilion of the Heavenly Sword Prefecture lay on the prefect's desk. The old accounts of the Lu family had been sealed in an iron chest affixed with the 7th Sword Pavilion seal and handed over to the Liuzhou Chamber of Commerce as preserved evidence for future arbitration. The affairs of the human realm were settled. But 2 reflections of the triple realm fissure remained unsealed. The complete recovery of the remnant soul still required the final catalysis of the earthly realm's earth vein spiritual energy. Moreover, after the fissure sealed, the passage on the earthly realm side, already unstable, would once again sense the sword intent of the nameless sword. Not sealing the second reflection would be equivalent to leaving half of what was done at the foot of Qingyun Mountain unfinished for a stranger. Deep beneath the Qingyun Mountains, the stone gate that had already descended to the ground saw its last wisp of gray light extinguish completely. The closed-eye pattern on the gate's surface gradually filled with wind-blown stone dust, eventually becoming indistinguishable from the texture of ordinary rock. But deep within the earth, in the obscure rock vein fissures, the law veins homologous to this stone gate still pulsed faintly, transmitting the information of the first reflections, sealing slowly along the earth vein passage between the human realm and the earthly realm to even farther places. The journey from Liuzhou to the heaven-connecting vein was far longer than the distance Lin Zhu had marked on his map. The slender line extending southeast from Liuzhou on the map had transformed into an endless expanse of primeval forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, blocking out the sky and sun, while thick miasma suffused the forest. Zhang Shanga led the way at the front, cleaving through waist-high undergrowth with his iron-cutting sword, its blade smeared with the greenish hue of plant sap. He had shed his outer robe, revealing dark, sinewy muscles forged by the furnace fires of Iron Sword Peak. Yet the miasma was no hearth flame. It burned his eyes red. Yi Songfeng followed close behind, his heavy sword strapped to his back, occasionally lifting a wineskin to take a sip. It still contained plain water. Since leaving Qingyun Mountain, he had not touched a single drop of real wine. He said he would save the drink he owed Lu Chen for when they reached the Earth Realm. Gu Qinghan walked at the center of the group, her azure-edged sword hanging at her waist, its sword qi naturally radiating outward and pushing back the surrounding miasma by 3 paces. Lin Zhu brought up the rear, leading the horse laden with everyone's belongings and a book chest brimming with manuscripts and notes. He held an open, weathered volume in his hands, reading as he walked, and occasionally glancing up to compare the terrain with its contents. Lu Chen walked beside Gu Qinghan, his wooden sword at his hip. Its pale golden radiance glowed with unusual warmth against the miasma. Since securing the door, the remnant soul had fallen unusually quiet, not sleeping but resting in that hushed state of recovery that follows grave injury. It would occasionally surface to offer a biting remark, but unlike its former tendency toward lengthy counsel, the remnant now resembled a battle-hardened veteran conserving strength after severe wounds. It had the breath to speak, but preferred to spare it for healing. What exactly is the heaven-connecting vein? Lu Chen asked within his mind. After a few breaths of silence, the remnant soul responded, its voice tinged with nostalgia. It explained that originally there was no passage between the human realm and the earth realm. Cultivators reaching the peak of the Tongxin realm had to tear through space with their own spiritual energy to ascend. But tens of thousands of years ago, an ancient cultivator of extraordinary attainment had carved a corridor between the 2 realms, the heaven-connecting vein. Once the vein was repaired, ascension no longer required tearing through space. Yet the vein itself had been forced open through the power of laws and principles. Once the law seams were sealed on the human realm side, the spiritual pressure within the vein grew unbalanced, accelerating its decay. Previously, the vein operated as a 2-way channel. The spiritual energy of the human realm flowed upward while that of the earth realm descended, allowing mutual replenishment. Now that the exit on the human realm side had been sealed, the human realm's energy no longer entered the vein. Only the earth realm's flow continued, driving inward. Without the counterpulling force, the channel risked fracturing from within as the earth realm's energy expanded unchecked. Therefore, we must reach the earth realm side as swiftly as possible and seal the second reflection, restoring balance between the 2. The remnant soul concluded, otherwise should the vein collapse, every Tongxin cultivator seeking ascension in the future will have to tear through space themselves. 3 out of 10 surviving would be considered fortunate. Lu Chen relayed these words to his companions. After hearing this, Zhang Chang's movements splitting the brush grew even quicker. Gu Qinghan expanded the range of her sword qi by another circle. Lin Zhu closed his old manuscript and, comparing it against the first generation's notes on law veins in the Jinlu archives, added several new annotations beside the heaven-connecting veins location on his map. Variations in miasma concentration around the vein's entrance served as an external indicator of the internal spiritual pressure imbalance. Thicker miasma signaled greater structural instability within the vein and closer proximity to the second reflection of the fissure. After another day's journey forward, the miasma suddenly cleared. The view opened before them. The trees ended abruptly at this point, giving way to a vast, sprawling basin. Above it stretched cloudless skies, yet the color was not the normal azure blue. It was an otherworldly hue somewhere between pale gold and bluish gray. At the basin's center stood a lone stone door. It connected to no wall, existing as a freestanding portal, mirroring the suspended stone door at the bottom of the sword burial valley, almost exactly, yet substantially larger. It rose over 10 zhang tall, carved from a single block of gray-white stone. Its frame was etched with dense inscriptions, every rune's luminosity converging at the center of the door's crack. The door stood ajar, pale golden light seeping through the crack. Peering inward, one could only see a chaotic sea of luminescence. No structure within the passage was visible. The entrance to the heaven-connecting vein between the human realm and the earth realm. Before the stone door, the ground was carved with an enormous array pattern, larger and more intricate than the Jinlu legacy array in the sword-forging chamber. From its edges extended countless fine branches covering the entire basin floor. But the pattern was incomplete. Nearly half the lines had gone dark and lifeless. Scattered across the ground were shattered stones cracked by spiritual energy and the withered root systems of ancient trees. A low-frequency hum permeated the air. It was not harsh, yet heavy enough to press against the chest. Gu Qinghan placed her hand on her sword hilt, her brows furrowing slightly. She noted that the spiritual energy flow here was unidirectional, rushing outward from within with no sign of anything being drawn back. Lin Zhu crouched beside the array pattern, cross-referencing the Jinlu teachings in his manuscript character by character. He confirmed that the law principles governing these formations shared the same origin as the sealing arrays beneath the stone door at Sword Burial Valley, though on a grander scale and encompassing higher dimensional law layers. The second reflection was embedded within this passage itself. Lu Chen would need to project his sword intent domain while traversing it, using the nameless sword as a conduit to seal the fissure. It would not be like Sword Burial Valley, where one inserted a key into a lock and turned. Instead, within the passage, he would expand his domain until it resonated at the same frequency as the crack, allowing the sword intent and the law seam to counter each other directly and self-heal. Zhangchanga shouldered his iron-cutting sword and approached the stone door, peering through the crack for a moment. He reported that the spiritual pressure inside was at least 5 times that of the outside. Yi Songfeng unstrapped his newly forged heavy sword from his back and gripped it, adding that the passage also harbored fragments of sword intent left behind by ascending cultivators. Some were residual waves of will from those who had succeeded, others were lingering obsessions of failures consumed when the vein collapsed. He had previously encountered an iron sword fragment in the old archives of the Sword Pavilion, its destruction date predating the composition of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's founder's manuscript. Its spiritual pattern markings were entirely consistent with the fragments lingering in this very space. Those fragments drifted through the passage on chaotic currents. Once activated, they would generate invisible attacks. One had to avoid them. Lu Chen stood before the stone door and drew his wooden sword from his waist. The pale golden light on the blade hummed faintly in resonance with the light seeping from the door's crack. He turned to face his companions lined up behind him. Zhangchanga had planted his iron-cutting sword, upright tendons standing out on the back of his hand. Gu Qinghan's azure edge was already drawn. Yi Songfeng shouldered his newly forged heavy sword from Iron Sword Peak. Lin Zhu retrieved the rubbing of the sword tip fragment and the tattered sword diagram from within his manuscript, cross-referencing every recorded account of the vein passage's interior structure one final time. None of us know what awaits on the Earth realm side. Lu Chen's voice rang clear across the basin's open air. But our business in the human realm is concluded. The Earth realm held a second fissure-needing ceiling and a third beyond that. He had promised the remnant soul, and he had promised the first generation of Jinlu. He would close all 3 reflections. He held his wooden sword horizontally before him. The pale golden domain of the King realm spread outward from the blade, enveloping all 4 companions. The moment the domain's edge touched the light emanating from the stone door's crack, every rune upon the door flared to life simultaneously. Above the basin, the clouds began rotating in a slow, widening vortex. Let's go. Lu Chen stepped through the stone portal first. Pale golden light consumed his figure. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the heaven-penetrating vein, he felt as if an invisible giant hand had lifted him from the ground, sending him ascending through a sea of pale golden light. The scene around him defied all expectations. The passage was not a narrow tunnel, but an endless ocean of light. Light above, light below, and light on all sides. A boundless sea of pale gold within which floated countless fragments of stone and broken ancient pillars. Some of the debris still bore traces of weathered formation patterns. The sensation of ascension was peculiar. It was neither falling nor soaring, but a state of being propelled forward by the very laws of reality. His body became extraordinarily light. Every movement was amplified. When he raised his hand, his arm drifted to heights it had never reached before. But the consumption of spiritual energy was also swift. The moment he entered the passage, the vortex in his dantian began spinning at an accelerated pace, automatically drawing upon his internal qi to stabilize the domain of the King realm. Zhangchanga was to his left, gripping his iron-severing sword with one hand, while using the other to paddle through the light sea for balance. He shouted and flailed as he drifted his opening remark. This is way higher than the border walls. Cut short when a sudden surge of chaotic spiritual energy struck him, sending him tumbling twice in the light sea. He nearly crashed into a broken pillar, but Yi Songfeng swiftly hooked the hilt of his heavy sword into Zhang's collar and yanked him back. Conserve your strength. Yi Songfeng's voice sounded unusually deep in the passage. The higher we go, the faster your spiritual energy drains. He set Zhangchanga down and looked up toward the faint gray shadow visible above the light sea. His usual casual demeanor tightened, and his heavy sword involuntarily tilted forward. Gu Qinghan was on Lu Chen's right, her azure-edged sword already drawn. Her sword aura formed an extra barrier within the domain, deflecting the floating debris. Lin Jie was at the rear, his body gently rising on the currents of spiritual energy. He clutched his book chest tightly, his face expressionless, but his eyes swept rapidly over every passing broken ancient pillar. The inscriptions on those stone pillars originated from the same source as the engravings in the Sword Hut ruins. They were waymarks left by the first generation of the Sword Hut when they passed through this passage, marking the flow of the laws for later sword bearers. And the first generation of the Sword Hut had themselves traversed this passage during their ascension. The waymarks they left had been waiting here all along for the second sword bearer. Just as everyone was getting used to the rhythm of ascension, a vast gray shadow suddenly appeared in the light sea ahead. It was not rubble or a broken pillar. It was a massive bronze coffin wedged diagonally between 2 fractured stone columns. The coffin was cast from a single block of bronze, its surface covered with patterns identical to the Sword Hut emblem. The lid was mostly shattered, and gray light spilling from the cracks glared harshly in the sea of light. The second rift was located directly beneath the coffin. Its shape matched perfectly the gap of the stone door at the bottom of the sword burial valley, but larger and longer, like a giant eye slowly opening. Gray light surged from the rift, corroding the surrounding pillars and debris into scorched black. Lu Chen held his wooden sword horizontally before him, and his king realm domain, which had been encompassing the four of them, suddenly expanded, unfolding a space of pale gold several dozen zhang in radius within the light sea. The moment the domain's edge made contact with the gray light, the entire passage shook violently, sending fragments of stone raining down. The method of sealing was different from the first rift. In the sword burial valley, the first seal involved inserting the sword into a lock and turning the key, allowing the sword intent to propagate through the formation on the stone platform into the rift. But here there was no lock. The second rift was a law fracture embedded within the passage itself. He had to use his own power to directly cover the rift with his domain, letting the myriad sword intents and the backlash of the laws clash head-on, until the edges of the rift gradually constricted and healed. The remnant soul's voice rang in his consciousness, carrying an uncommon solemnity. It commanded Lu Chen to spread his sword intent across the entire domain, as he had done when sealing the first rift at the valley bottom. But this time he could not rely solely on the nameless sword. He had to pour all the 10,000 paths into it as a buffer layer, so that the backlash of the rift would be eroded layer by layer when it struck the domain of stacked 10,000 paths, before confronting the sealing sword intent of the nameless sword head-on. Lu Chen pushed the vortex in his dantian to its limit, activating each fragment of Dao law that had been absorbed into the furnace of the 10,000 paths Saint body one by one. The sword path splits, thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and chops. The body tempering path's extreme breathing and meridian resilience. The medicine path's cold spring quenching and ginseng elixir. The perception path's battle prediction and rhythm decomposition. Zhan Chang's military formation frontal assault. Gu Qinghan's green bamboo peak supple deflection. Yi Sanfeng's continuous 100-sword assault. The defensive rhythm Wang Zhe left on the mind cultivation rock. Lin Jie's analytical method of breaking illusions with divine sense. The forging and guiding patterns of the sword hut formations. Even Xia Linger's almost obsessive precision when inventorying goods. Each one was compressed into a thread of extremely fine light, layered and stacked along the edge of the domain. The gray light hit the first layer of the sword barrier and shattered into countless fine particles. It struck the second layer of the body tempering barrier and shattered again. The third, fourth, fifth layers. Each broke, each diminished. By the time the gray light finally pierced through the 10,000 paths barrier and met the sealing sword intent of the nameless sword, it was less than 30% of its original strength. The wooden sword's blade blazed suddenly pale gold, intertwined with a core of sapphire blue, and the remaining gray light was scattered in one decisive blow. Under the impact of the direct collision between sword intent and backlash, the rift began to close slowly. The outline of the giant eye at the edge of the rift trembled violently, then gradually shut like the stone door in the sword burial valley. The gray light shifted from a torrent to a trickle, then from a trickle to a faint glimmer, and finally extinguished completely. The tremors inside the passage gradually subsided. Lu Chen's arm felt so numb and sore that he could barely hold the sword, yet the wooden sword remained steady in his palm. He leaned on the sword, gasping for breath against the void beneath his feet for a long while, then looked up at the bronze coffin. After the rift healed, the patterns on the coffin that matched the sword hut emblem began to peel off layer by layer. The half of the sword hut token embedded at the bottom of the coffin fell with a clatter. It was the very last fragment missing from the ceremonial token of the seventh sword pavilion's opening ritual in the Elder Hall. After the fragment fell, all the sword hut inscriptions on the bronze coffin surface lit up, projecting a complete map of the law veins above the light sea. The three marked reflection positions showed two had already been marked as sealed. Lin Jie drifted to the coffin, comparing the waymarks left by the first generation of the sword hut with the inscriptions on the bronze coffin character by character. He confirmed the location of the third reflection, not in the human realm, nor in the passage, but somewhere in the earthly realm. That was the origin of the divine law rift. The first two reflections were its projections. Only by sealing the third, the original body, could the law fractures of the three realms be completely healed. At this moment, the spiritual pressure within the ascension passage began to rebalance. Before the human realm exit was sealed, the spiritual energy in the passage had been fluctuating violently due to the unstable expansion of the rift. Now that the second reflection was also sealed, only the last rift in the earthly realm remained to be blocked. The pressure difference inside the passage stabilized and the speed of ascension became even again. Just as the faint first trace of azure light, different from the pale golden sea, began to appear at the end of the passage, the remnant soul suddenly spoke, its voice carrying an extraordinarily rare calm. It said it sensed the earthly realm's terrestrial spiritual energy, very dense, denser than any spiritual mountain or secret realm in the human realm. This spiritual energy was the most direct and effective for its recovery. Once they landed in the earthly realm, it would fall silent for a few days to focus on absorbing the terrestrial energy for deep recovery. During this period, it could no longer guide Lu Chen on any specific details, but once it had absorbed enough, it would be lively again. Lu Chen acknowledged with a grunt, looked up at the azure sky light, growing closer at the end of the light. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword and made a gesture to his companions behind him, signaling readiness to land. The pale gold light and the azure sky light merged before him into a bright dividing line. The human realm above, the earthly realm ahead. The exit of the Ascension Passage lay directly in front of that boundary. When Lu Chen tumbled out of the Ascension Passage, the first thing he felt was gravity. The gravity in the Earth realm was at least 30% heavier than in the human realm. The moment he rolled out of the passage exit, his entire body felt as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand, and his knees nearly hit the ground. Instinctively, he used his wooden sword to brace himself, took a deep breath, and circulated the spiritual power of the King realm to form a buffer layer around his body, then slowly straightened up. Next, he sensed the concentration of spiritual energy. In the human realm, spiritual energy was like thin morning mist, requiring long cycles of breathing to refine a bit of spiritual power. In the Earth realm, it was like water splashing toward the face. Every breath brought spiritual energy pouring down the throat, into the lungs, then seeping through the lung walls into the meridians. The energy vortex in his dantian automatically accelerated under this environment, nearly doubling its speed compared to the human realm. The pale golden domain of the King realm just formed also spontaneously expanded outward, a circle under the wash of spiritual energy. No wonder the remnant soul said that the cultivation speed in the Earth realm far exceeded that of the lower realm. A day of cultivation here equaled half a month of hard training in the human realm. Zhang Chang'e was the second to fall out of the passage exit. Upon landing, his legs firmly rooted into a horse stance, and he stabbed his iron-slashing sword into the ground, forcibly resisting the sinking center of gravity. The leg strength he had trained in the human realm by carrying iron ingots up 8-mile mountain paths came in handy here. Walking here is like carrying half a piece of dark iron ingot. He pulled out his sword and looked around. His voice carried no complaint, but rather a long-lost excitement. This gravity training was incomparable to the iron-lifting exercises Meng Changjun had arranged for him on Iron Sword Peak. Yi Zongfeng landed third. The heavy sword on his shoulder wobbled slightly, and then steadied. After looking around, he silently tucked his wine pouch into his chest. The air of the Earth realm held no scent of wine, but the moist and heavy spiritual pressure instinctively made him raise full alert. This was the instinct of a sword cultivator. Gu Qinghan was the last to step out of the light gate. Upon landing, she lightly tapped the ground with her scabbard and stabilized herself. The movement technique of Green Bamboo Peak was famed for its lightness. 30% gravity was no burden for her. But her first reaction was not to observe the surroundings. She immediately turned to look back at the passage exit behind her. That stone door stood on the Earth realm side as well intact, but scattered on the ground around it were several skeletons that had already turned to white bones. The clothing of these skeletons had long decayed, but the residual traces of spiritual power on the bones were still discernible. All were cultivators at the peak of the mystic penetration realm, whose spiritual power had been shredded by the chaotic currents inside the passage during ascension, and by the time they fell out of the exit their meridians were shattered. On the base of the stone door was a line of mottled inscriptions. Though heavily weathered, one could still faintly discern a carving style identical to that of the sword hut inscriptions. This was a relic mark left by the first generation of the sword hut when constructing the heaven-piercing earth vein. Lin Ju was the last to walk out of the passage. He stumbled a step upon landing, but quickly steadied himself. His gaze passed over the scattered bones on the ground and settled on a continuous stretch of Cyan mountain range in the distant sky. After comparing the mountain terrain with the law vein diagram in his handbook, Lin Ju determined that the main body of the third-level rift should be deeper within that mountain range. After comparing the mountain terrain with the law vein diagram in his handbook, Lin Ju determined that the main body of the third-level rift should be deeper within that mountain range. Let's find a place to settle first. Lu Chen put away his wooden sword and looked at the sky. The sky of the Earth realm was a pale cyan, completely different from the azure blue of the human realm. There was no sun in the sky. The light's source seemed to emanate from the clouds themselves. In the distance, faint cooking smoke rose, indicating a settlement nearby. The four of them, together with a horse, walked down the slope. The stone steps beneath their feet were wide and orderly, clearly man-made. This was the reception path leading to the Ascension Passage. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a small town appeared at the end of the stone steps. The town was not large, but its architectural style was completely different from the human realm. The houses were built from blue-gray ashlar. The roofs were not tiled, but made of large slabs of shale, and under the eaves hung wind chimes carved from unknown beast bones, emitting low, booming sounds in the heavy wind. At the entrance of the town stood a stone tablet carved with 4 large characters, Falling Star Town. Inside the town were tea houses and inns. As soon as the group stepped into the entrance, they felt countless scrutinizing or indifferent gazes cast from all directions. An old woman sitting at the entrance of a tea house shelling beans rolled her eyes and casually tossed out another bunch from the lower realm. Her tone held no contempt, but also no kindness. It was like stating a matter as ordinary as the weather. The few cultivators next to her who were playing chess didn't even lift their eyelids. This kind of reaction continued from the town entrance all the way to the inn counter. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man in his 40s, pale-faced and beardless, his fingers flying over the abacus with a rapid clatter. After simply registering the check-in information for the 4 people and 1 horse, he looked up at the group, glanced at the swords at their waists, and asked which sect's reception envoy they were. Zhang was taken aback. What Lu Chen had said on the road was indeed true. Other ascendants all had sect reception. The innkeeper took out a bronze token from under the counter and handed it over, saying that if they were recommended by a lower realm sect, they should report to the corresponding sect in the earth realm. If they had no sect reception, they would be wandering cultivators in the earth realm. Wandering cultivators could stay at the inn without a recommendation, but the room rate would be doubled. None of them had thought about the matter of sect reception when they left the human realm. Lu Chen took the token and said, "Wandering cultivator." Then he took out from his bosom the small green jade seal that Xiaolinger had given him before their departure. He didn't know whether the earth realm could accept the silver notes or spirit stones of the Xie family trading company, but he handed it over anyway. The innkeeper took the small seal, weighted in his palm, and raised his eyebrows. This green jade was no ordinary token. It was a consignment seal commonly used by the Treasure Artifact Bank in the earth realm. By depositing spirit stones at the Treasure Artifact Bank with the seals, one could withdraw cash. Xiaolinger had originally only regarded the seal as a temporary credential for the Xie family trading company on the cross-realm supply line, never expecting that its intrinsic value was far more than that. The innkeeper's attitude visibly softened a bit. He pushed the token and the jade seal back to Lu Chen, using the seal temporarily as credit collateral to register their lodging. He told them that the manager of the Treasure Artifact Bank would come to Falling Star Town every few days for inspection, and with the consignment seal, they could cash spirit stones on the spot. After Zhang finished the check-in, he asked where nearby they could train. The innkeeper glanced at him and replied that there was a sword-testing forest on the back mountain. Falling Star Town did not prohibit sparring, but any broken items must be compensated at full price, deducted from his deposit. Late at night, the 4 of them sat together in a guest room in the backyard of the inn. Footsteps sounded outside, and then an inn-servant knocked on the door, offering a jade slip of the first arrival guide, common in the earth realm, saying it was the standard procedure for ascendant wandering cultivators in Falling Star Town. Besides some basic knowledge of the earth realm, the jade slip also included a rough map of the faction distribution in the earth realm. Most unexpectedly, the earth realm's grading system for cultivation techniques, battle skills, elixirs, and weapons did not follow the traditional heaven-earth profound yellow classification they knew, but reclassified them into 5 tiers: mortal, spirit, treasure, saint, emperor. The annotation in the jade slip mentioned that this system had formed through long-term consensus and integration among earthrealm cultivators, and some high-level battle skills were even evolved from residual techniques left by the first generation of the Sword Hut when they passed through the earth realm. Remnant soul, did the first generation of the Sword Hut come to the earth realm? Lu Chen asked in his mind. Yes, they came, and they stayed for a long time. The remnant soul's voice carried a hint of thoughtfulness. He said that the first generation of the Sword Hut had once traveled extensively in the earth realm in search of the origin of the law rifts, leaving behind some things. If that battle skill system truly contained remnants of the Sword Hut's techniques, then the traces of the first generation in the earth realm might be far more than just the bronze coffin and road markers in the heaven-piercing earth vein. Lin Ju cross-referenced the catalog he had copied from the first generation's manuscripts with the faction distribution map on the jade slip. He found a very vague record in the manuscripts mentioning that the first generation had set up a temporary forging point somewhere in the earth realm, whose location highly overlapped with the current headquarters of the Treasure Artifact Bank. That the small green jade seal Xiaolinger gave to Lu Chen was recognized in Falling Star Town was no coincidence. The relics of the first generation of the Sword Hut and the seal system of the Treasure Artifact Bank likely shared a part of the imprint talisman guidance. Lu Chen carefully put away the small green jade seal. He looked out the window at the cyan moon of the earth realm, completely different from that of the human realm, and said that there was still plenty of time. Tomorrow they would first go to the sword-testing forest to see the specific effects of the earth realm's spiritual energy environment on their bodies, then stop by the Treasure Artifact Bank to verify the matter of the seal. After that, based on the mapping relationship between the manuscripts and the earth realm's battle skills and techniques, they would begin to supplement the technique puzzle of the myriad Tao Saint body on the earth realm side. The remnant soul needed a few days to absorb the earth vein's spiritual energy for deep-level recovery. During this time, he could just use it to familiarize himself with the laws of the earth realm and strengthen the foundation of the king realm. Before finding the third-level rift, every bit of power enhancement directly related to the upper limit of endurance in the battle to seal the door. His gaze fell on the sword-testing forest on the back mountain outside the window, which glowed faintly under the cyan moonlight. The wind of the earth realm passed through the forest, carrying a weight and moisture completely different from the human realm, while the cries of night owls circled overhead. The wooden sword on his lap trembled slightly, as if reminding him to rise early tomorrow. The morning of Falling Star Town was shrouded in a thin layer of spiritual mist. The mist of the Dijia was heavier and damper than that of the Renjia, and when inhaled it felt like a sip of chilled tea. On the streets, early rising cultivators were already about. Some carrying medicinal baskets as they left the town to gather herbs, others shouldering iron hammers as they headed toward the mine entrance in the back mountains, and more still making their way toward the sword trial forest behind the hills. Lu Chen followed a group of gray-robed rogue cultivators along the small path behind the town ascending the mountain. A wooden sword hung at his waist, its faint golden glow appearing unusually warm and lustrous in the mist. Zhangchanga walked on his left, having just changed into a new pair of leather boots. Yesterday's pair had been torn apart by the turbulent currents in the passage, and he spent the entire journey grumbling about how the blacksmith shop in Dijia had a sign at the door that read "No orders accepted below mortal iron," claiming that the quality of the mortal-grade iron ingots here rivaled the spirit-grade profound iron in Meng Changjuan's furnace, and that he had casually picked up a scrap piece. From the shop, its texture in hand, even denser than the best sword blanks he had forged before coming to Dijia. Gu Qinghan walked on the right, her Qingfeng sword drawn 3 inches, using her released sword qi to sense the unfamiliar spiritual pressure fluctuations around her. Yi Zongfeng, carrying a heavy sword, brought up the rear, taking in the full view of the sword trial forest's entrance. Within the forest there were several patches of scorched earth struck by thunder and fire, the patterns of sword marks bearing some resemblance to the array formations in the Tianjin Mansion's sword manual, yet also mixed with some Dijia sword techniques he had never seen before. Outside the forest there were fresh bloodstains left by rogue cultivators sparring still. Carrying spiritual warmth, he habitually reached for his wine pouch to take a drink, but remembered it contained only cold water and put it back. The sword trial forest was a naturally formed ancient forest, its terrain rising in a gentle slope from the foot of the mountain, extending all the way into the spirit mist-shrouded mountainside. The trees in the forest were predominantly the cyan-scaled pines unique to Dijia, their bark naturally covered with a layer of fine scales that gave a slight elasticity when touched and could absorb some degree of spiritual energy impact. These trees were natural targets. Falling Star Town had no martial training grounds, so rogue cultivators had been sparring in this forest for centuries, and nothing had changed. Lu Chen found a cyan-scaled pine that no one had claimed, drew his wooden sword, and began testing the actual sword power under the spirit energy environment of Dijia. The first strike was a simple vertical slash, the first form of the Qingyun 13 swords without infusing any spiritual energy, relying solely on arm strength. The wooden sword struck the bark with a dull thud, and the scales of the cyan-scaled pine remained utterly still, not even a scratch left on the bark. Lu Chen frowned. Although the wooden sword was made of mortal wood, a casual swing in the Renjia could leave a mark on stone slabs. Evidently, in Dijia, even a tree possessed a density far exceeding that of its counterpart in the Renjia. The triple gravity pressed not only on human bones, but also on the ground beneath one's feet, the trees one touched, and the weapons one wielded. Every blade of grass and every tree in Dijia was heavier, denser, and sturdier than in the Renjia. He took a deep breath, tightened his abdomen, and slowly channeled spiritual energy from the Dantian vortex into the wooden sword. A faint golden glow suffused the edge of the blade. He slightly adjusted the grip of his fingers, and with the power of his arm combined with the rotation of his waist, he suddenly struck out with all 3 forces united. The sword edge collided with the bark. The golden light clashed against the layer of scales on the cyan-scaled pine, producing a series of crackling, muffled sounds. Finally, a faint white scar appeared on the scales. Lu Chen withdrew his sword and gently touched the white scar with his hand. It was less than half an inch deep, not even reaching the tree's cambium layer. Are all the trees in Dijia this tough to cut? Zhangchanga watched with a grimace, thrusting his Zhan iron sword into the ground. He rubbed his hands together and threw a punch at the same tree. His fist struck the scales, but the tree didn't budge, while his knuckles went numb from the recoil. Unconvinced, he stepped back 2 paces, raised the Zhan iron sword, and with a roar channeled all his strength into his arm, striking the same spot with all his might. A dull metallic clash resonated. The white scar on the scales had expanded, but still failed to fully breach the bark. Yi Zongfeng approached, carrying his heavy sword. He didn't strike the tree directly. Instead, he circled the cyan-scaled pine, observing the pattern of the scales, then planted the heavy sword upside down at his feet, and began feeling the arrangement of the scales one by one with his hand. The first-generation manuscripts of the Jinlu had mentioned a species similar to the cyan-scaled pine, with a marginal note: the scales are not rigid but supple, meaning the defense of the scales lay not in hardness, but in their ability to channel the impact along the grain into the interior of the trunk. The reason a heavy sword's powerful strikes were ineffective was precisely because each blow allowed the entire tree to share the damage. He had Zhangchanga use short, rapid, successive strikes on the same scale, preventing the impact from dispersing. Zhangchanga followed his instructions and struck the same scale over a dozen times, with the tip of his sword finally cracking it. But Yi Zongfeng then nodded, confirming another judgment. Although this method could break through the scales, it was purely using brute force to wear down the sword tip, and unless one's cultivation was a whole tier higher, it would be impossible to fell a tree within a dozen strikes. He then replayed in his mind the array formation sword techniques he had seen in the Tianjin Mansion's sword manual, and noticed that every time the sword wind approached the foot of the mountain it naturally dissipated, while the closer one got to the mountainside the deeper the sword marks left by the same force became. This was not an enhancement due to denser spiritual energy on the mountainside, but rather something deep within the sword trial forest actively altering the distribution of sword pressure. After hearing his discovery, Lu Chen didn't continue cutting trees. He found a clearing in the forest, held the wooden sword level in front of him, closed his eyes, and began to perceive the laws of heaven and earth contained within the spiritual energy of this DJ realm. The divine sense of the king realm had expanded several times compared to the Qi gathering realm. Through contact with the spirit energy in the air via his skin, he could capture many things invisible to the naked eye. The paths of spiritual energy flow, the spread of the tree scales, absorption of impact, and deeper still the residual laws permeating the soil and rocks. These spiritual energy meridians were not evenly distributed, but subtly converged toward a certain point above the forest. The convergence point was not at the summit, but within a rocky wall on the mountainside, matching the direction of the third rift deduced by Lin Zhu in the passage based on the inscription on the bronze coffin of the Jinlu. He opened his eyes. This method of perception was something he had never attempted in the Renjia, but under the dense and heavy spiritual pressure of Dijia, the acuity and coverage of his divine sense were rapidly improving. There's a point higher up. Not going today. Lu Chen withdrew his wooden sword and left a faint golden sword intent mark on the ground. This mark was not offensive in nature, but a fixed domain perception node that would allow him to sense subtle changes in the direction of the convergence point, even from the foot of the mountain. He said to the three companions gathering around, "We'll deal with it after we've reinforced ourselves." Zhanchanga, carrying the Zhan iron sword, glanced toward the mountainside, then back at the cyan-scaled pine that bore only a white scar, muttered, "These trees in Dijia really need a good chopping," and then strode after Lu Chen. The main street of Falling Star Town was but a single thoroughfare stretching from the stone stele at the town's entrance straight to the entrance of the mine tunnel at the rear mountain. All the buildings along the street were constructed from the same blue-gray stone blocks, lending the entire avenue a heavy, oppressive sense of weight. Only the three-story stone building at the end of the street stood out distinctly. While other structures had only a narrow wooden door or iron-barred window, the entire ground-floor facade of this building had been transformed into a row of fully open folding doors. Light and spiritual energy poured out unobstructed from within, casting a brilliant gleam upon the three golden characters, "Treasure Artifacts Row," on the black plaque above the entrance. Zhanchanga was the first to cross the threshold, his soles stepping directly onto a spirit stone floor tile, so smooth it could reflect a person's image. He lowered his head for a glance and let out a startled exclamation. Good heavens! He had once seen a middle-grade spirit quenching stone at the forging workshop of Iron Sword Peak. Meng Chongjun cherished that fist-sized piece as if it were his own lifeblood. Yet the high-grade spirit stone used as flooring here was more than twice the size of that quenching stone, and it was treated as mere tiles. Yi Zongfeng swept his gaze around the room, scanning the clearly priced tags on the walls one by one, and stopped before the display rack of heavy swords. The cheapest item on the shelf, a defective lower-grade mortal sword, was priced at double his monthly allowance from the outer court of the Heavenly Sword House, barely enough for him to afford. On the adjacent shelf hung a small sign that read, "Exchange for merits," one line of which stated, "Killing one demonic beast of middle-grade spirit rank or above earns the right to exchange for any one-star spirit rank weapon." He had already begun calculating training against the demonic beasts here wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, his wine pouch was empty anyway. The counter stood about 3 feet high, crafted from a single piece of polished black jade that gleamed like a mirror. The steward behind the counter appeared to be around 40 years old, with a sallow face and a sparse beard. His cultivation was at the peak of Qi gathering realm, and he wore a gray cloth robe that had been washed until it was nearly white. His left hand pressed down on an open ledger, while his right hand rested on a copper-framed abacus. He lifted his eyelids to scan the group, his gaze carrying the routine scrutiny of official business, until Lu Chen placed the small green jade seal on the ink-black jade countertop. The steward's left hand, which had been pressing the ledger, froze instantly. He pushed the abacus aside, cupped the small green jade seal in both hands, brought it close to his eyes for a careful examination, then turned the seal over to reveal the hidden emblem on its base. He studied it against the light streaming in through the side window, checked it several times, then raised his eyes to look solemnly at Lu Chen and asked, "Where did you obtain this seal, sir?" His tone was at least 70% more courteous than before. "A friend gave it to me," Lu Chen replied. The steward gently placed the seal back on the countertop, folded his hands across his chest, and began to reassess the group of ascended rogue cultivators from the lower realm before him. He knew that this seal was not something just anyone could obtain. Years ago, the headquarters of Treasure Artifacts Row had entered into a consignment agreement with a great figure who traveled across realms. The seal of that agreement matched perfectly with the hidden emblem on the base of this small green jade seal. Every successive steward of the treasure artifacts row upon taking over the shop was required to memorize several of the highest-level seal samples. The sample of that consignment seal was still locked away in the headquarters' secret vault. A long silence followed. The consignor's entrusted deadline was marked as return date uncertain. Zhang Chang'e could no longer hold back and pressed the steward on how many spirit stones the seal could actually exchange for. The steward did not answer directly. Instead, he flipped the ledger to the last page's memo section, where a copy of a wanted notice transmitted from the Liuzhou branch last month was pasted. The portrait on the notice was none other than Ding Jiao, the remnant leader of the Soul Transfer Project. The seal stamped at the bottom of the wanted notice matched exactly the one on this small jade seal. This indicated that the financial liquidation of the Lu family and the wanted notices for the remnants of the Judgment faction were still being carried out across the human realm. Consequently, the credit level of this seal had risen accordingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhu unfolded the old catalog of the First Sword Hut's activities in the earthly realm, comparing it with the historical development of Treasure Artifacts Row. He found a time node with an extremely high degree of overlap. The First Sword Hut had entered the earthly realm shortly after the completion of the Heavenly Connection Vein, while the founding of Treasure Artifacts Row's headquarters fell precisely within that same time window. Coupled with the steward's description of a great figure who traveled across realms, and the return date uncertain entrustment, it was almost certain that the consignor who had entrusted Treasure Artifacts Row back then was none other than the First Sword Hut itself. Lu Chen did not rush to use this high-value credit. Instead, he simply told the steward to cash out a portion of the daily expenses in spirit stones. The items entrusted to him by Xialinger could not be touched for large amounts. The steward deftly took out a small cloth pouch from under the counter containing 50 middle-grade spirit stones common to the earthly realm. He also retrieved a thin old booklet from the shelf and pushed it over. The booklet's cover bore 4 characters, First Record of the Earthly Realm. The paper had already yellowed, but the binding thread was clearly sewn on later. On the lower right corner of the cover was a faded private seal, its imprint reading, Gift from Treasure Artifacts Row. This was an introductory guide specially compiled by Treasure Artifacts Row for ascended rogue cultivators. It covered the major sects of the earthly realm marketplace, trading rules, a common demonic beast, illustrated guide, public coordinates of various cultivation blessed lands, and the 5-tier classification standard for techniques and martial skills: mortal, spirit, mystic, saint, and emperor. The steward explained that according to the new rules of the establishment, any guest holding a consignment seal would be given a copy. He also reminded Lu Chen that Treasure Artifacts Row did not only handle transactions, or rogue cultivators could use merits to exchange for techniques, elixirs, or weapons. Killing demonic beasts or submitting forging and alchemy diagrams not yet recorded in the establishment's archives could all be converted into corresponding merit points. Lu Chen opened the First Record of the Earthly Realm and stopped at the page outlining the 5-tier classification of techniques and martial skills. It read: Mortal tier corresponds to the common stages of human realm martial artists. Spirit tier corresponds to the human realm's body tempering stage to the mystic connection stage. Mystic tier corresponds to the human realm's king stage to the emperor stage. Saint tier corresponds to the venerable stage, and above emperor tier corresponds to the quasi-emperor to the emperor stage. This classification system was completely different from the human realm's heaven-earth profound yellow system, offering a broader range, higher ceiling, and better alignment with the actual combat power levels of earthly realm cultivators. At present, he had just entered the king stage, and his accumulated martial skills were still mostly at the spirit tier. The precision strikes taught by the remnant soul and some of the formation patterns from the First Sword Hut's legacy array barely reached the threshold of the mystic tier. In the merit table, 1 clearly listed a path to accumulate high merit: submit forging and alchemy diagrams not yet recorded in old transmissions. Not yet recorded in old transmissions, Lu Chen said silently to the remnant soul. Can the elixir formulas and sword casting quenching steps you taught me be converted into merits? The few pages of elixir formulas tucked in the First Sword Hut's remnant manual were written by the First Sword Hut himself. No one in the earthly realm has ever seen them. As for sword forging, while Meng Changjun taught you that kid how to smith on Iron Sword Peak, I wasn't idle either. His set of dark iron quenching steps had 5 stages. The earthly realm's quenching steps only have 3. The missing 2 steps perfectly form a complementary set of diagrams. The remnant soul paused, then let out a faint laugh. Back when you agreed to record the elixir formulas by the cold spring, you were still a little brat who hadn't even completed body tempering. Now you know how to use old things to exchange for merits. Lu Chen flipped the First Record of the Earthly Realm back to the technique classification page. He took out the quenching step notes written by Meng Changjun and the improved universal elixir formula records left by Xin, spreading both documents side by side on the counter. He explained to the steward that he would return later to register the data for sword techniques and body movement martial skills after cross-referencing the appendix of the booklet. For today, he would first use these existing diagrams to convert into merits. The steward opened the quenching step notes, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. After reviewing both documents line by line, he took out a copper box from under the counter neatly filled with rows of merit plaques engraved with the treasure artifacts row emblem. Based on the 3 additional quenching procedures in the handwritten notes, beyond the conventional earthly realm quenching steps, he converted short-distance merits. For the 2 original formula ratios in the universal elixir formula, he appended a long-term exchange quota for each. Zhangchanga flipped through the merit plaques one by one, his face beaming with excitement. He slapped Yi Zongfeng on the shoulder and said, "This time we don't even need quenching stones. The merit plaques here are more solid than the iron ingots on Iron Sword Peak." Lu Chen silently memorized the patterns he had deduced in his sea of consciousness to exchange for high-grade, profound-level martial skills or spirit-level techniques, or above daily accumulation alone would not suffice. He would need to continuously produce high-value diagrams or kill counts within a short time to gain the recognition of Treasure Artifacts Row. As they left the Treasure Artifacts Row, the steward's hand paused once more as he turned the ledger. He took out an unsealed old letter from under the counter and pushed it forward. It was left by the previous steward, containing only a seal comparison table used internally by Treasure Artifacts Row and a rubbing of an old consignment seal that had been kept at the Liuzhou branch for many years. The note instructed that if this seal appeared in Falling Star Town, it must be handed over to the consignor's descendant. The comparison table clearly stated in black and white that this transaction could be extended to the highest level, allowing the seal holder to consult any old archives at the headquarters, including all registered forging diagrams and communication notes. Lu Chen took the envelope without opening it, simply thanking the steward solemnly. As the 4 stepped out of the Treasure Artifacts Row's main gate, Zhangchanga was already counting on his fingers 320 middle-grade spirit stones, plus a copy of the first record of the earthly realm, and the authority to consult old archives. He had been poor his whole life and had never seen so many spirit stones. Yi Zongfeng slung his heavy sword over his shoulder, calculating that if he encountered any remnants of the soul transfer project again, he could try out the newly exchanged body movement technique. Gu Qinghan tucked the merit plaque into her sleeve without a word, but when her gaze fell upon the old seal rubbing on the envelope, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. The strokes of that seal rubbing closely resembled the signature on a certain diagram in her sect's old scrolls. Long ago, a grandmaster from Qingyun Peak had obtained a fragmentary elixir formula by chance, which was a relic of the first sword hut transmitted back to the human realm. If the resources left by the first sword hut at Treasure Artifacts Row could still be utilized, it would provide Lu Chen with a stable supplement to fill the gap in his myriad merits without the need for additional hunting. Lu Chen walked at the front, hanging his wooden sword back at his waist. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the slightly warm gray line on the sword hilt. The residual traces of the law left by the lock key were still flowing slowly along the blade. The remnant soul's light laugh about using old things to exchange for merits still lingered in his ears. He suddenly felt that the old man, who had always mocked him yet cared for him since he pulled the wooden sword from under the broken shrine's altar, had been talking more lately, and his tone had become a bit lighter. Perhaps it was the spiritual energy of the earthly realm soaking into the sword, or perhaps the sword's soul had finally shed some of the weight it had carried for centuries after locking the gate. The mist deep within the sword-testing forest was thicker than at the foot of the mountain. Lu Chen followed the sword intent markers he had left during his previous journey toward the mountainside for about half an hour. The surrounding azure scale pines grew denser, their bark scales shifting from grayish-green to a deep brown, a sign of trees over 500 years old. The older the azure scale pine, the stronger its defense. A 500-year-old tree could withstand a full-force strike from a peak Unity Realm cultivator, leaving only a shallow gash. The ground beneath his feet began to show unusual traces, overturned soil of a deep purple, as if soaked in some corrosive liquid, and then dried, scattered stones bore distinct claw marks, each about an inch deep, with spacing far beyond that of ordinary beasts. He stopped beside an old pine that had been snapped in half. The wood fibers at the break were torn, not severed by a blade, but directly shattered by some immense force from the side. A dark purple viscous fluid lingered at the edge of the fracture, still slowly dripping onto the fallen leaves below, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The leaves were eaten away, leaving a thumb-sized hole. A faint elusive stench of blood and rot hung in the air, reminiscent of snake musk, but stronger and more acrid. The remnant soul's voice suddenly resounded in his sea of consciousness. Black scale python. Spirit rank upper grade, a specialty of the earth realm. Thick-skinned and tough, ordinary spirit rank weapons can't cut it, and its venom can corrode armor below the spirit rank. You've never seen this creature before, but the pattern of its scales is related to the mutated spiritual energy of the earth realm's earthly veins. This beast is troublesome enough on its own. If it exceeds 2 zhang in length, it's a mutant among spirit rank upper grade specimens with different speed and constriction force. The words had barely faded when the shrubbery 5 zhang to Lu Chen's left suddenly exploded. A pitch-black python burst forth from the dense forest, its speed nearly matching the explosive speed of Yi Zongfeng's sword-drawing technique practiced on the rear cliff of the human realm. Its size far exceeded the 2 zhang the remnant soul had mentioned, over 3 zhang from head to tail. Every scale on its body was hexagonal razor-sharp at the edges with dark purple mucus between them. At the center of its head a small horn-like protrusion bulged like a fleshy tumor. Its snake eyes were vertical slits of dark gold. When it locked onto Lu Chen, there was no roar, no hiss, not even a low growl. Only a cold, unervingly silent attack that belied its massive size. Lu Chen sidestepped and the python's enormous jaws snapped shut just past his left shoulder onto a azure scale pine behind him. With a dull thud the trunk was shattered into a large chunk with splinters flying. He drew his wooden sword channeling his king realm's spiritual energy into the blade. The wooden sword gleamed with a faint golden light as he struck the python's side neck. The collision of blade and scale sent a ringing tremor through the entire forest. Only a white mark remained on the scale, not even a crack, while the recoil numbed his own tiger's mouth. Zhangchanga charged from the right, his iron-cutting sword tracing a heavy arc onto the same scale, producing a more resounding metallic clang. Finally, a thin crack appeared on the scale. The python swung its tail in a sweeping arc, the black appendage mowing down 3 bowl-thick pine trees with devastating force. Zhangchanga raised his sword to block, but was sent flying crashing into a tree trunk. He slid down using his sword to push himself up quickly. His outer robe had been torn open by the scales, leaving a long gash about a foot long, revealing his inner armor, now coated with a layer of dark purple corrosive liquid that sizzled audibly. Yi Zongfeng flanked from the left, his heavy sword swung in a full arc using the 100 sword assault's continuous slash technique to strike repeatedly at the same joint of the python's tail. He swiftly translated the key hint that the remnant soul had just transmitted through his sea of consciousness into a practical combat point. Strike a snake at its vital spot, but the black scale python's vital spot is not on the neck, it's 3 inches below the 3rd scale of the tail's caudal vertebra. That scale grows in reverse. Insert the sword and pry it open to sever half of its spinal cord. With the 3rd blow a gash was opened. He saw the edge of the reverse scale through the fissure, then drove the heavy sword into the gap and pried upward using the sword's weight to lever the reverse scale completely out. The python raised its head and let out its first hiss, breaking its silence. Its tail thrashed wildly, tossing up the thick layers of decaying leaves and stones accumulated over years. At the same moment, Gu Qinghan's soft sword descended from above. She moved like a bamboo tip swaying in the wind, reaching above the python's neck. The soft sword slid into the extremely fine gap at the edge of the fleshy tumor on the side of its head, the tip vibrating as it shredded the venom gland hidden beneath the growth. The python's pupils contracted sharply, and its mouth opened wide in a convulsive screech. Lu Chen had already locked onto the exposed soft tissue at the 3rd section of the caudal vertebra at the exact instant Yi Zongfeng pried off the protective scale and Gu Qinghan pierced the venom gland. That spot was the only place on the entire black scale python not protected by scales, covered only by a translucent membrane through which he could faintly see the bluish-purple spinal cord writhing beneath. He concentrated the sword intent of his wooden sword into the tip within 3 inches using the precision strike technique the remnant soul had taught him early on and thrust into the spinal cord. The sensation of the tip penetrating the cord was gritty, like driving a nail into rotting wet soil. The giant python convulsed violently, its severed tail spasming and sending a few stones flying before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Lu Chen pulled out his wooden sword, stepped back a few paces, and leaned against the broken old pine, catching his breath. He had seen it clearly just now. He hadn't taken it down alone. For people from 4 directions, scales, joints, venom gland, spinal cord. Without any single link, the defense could not have been broken. He recalled the black wolf in the northern outskirts of the human realm, the first beast he had killed with his wooden sword. The wolf's belly had still held undigested rotting meat, and its fur was infested with lice. Back then he was just a lone cultivator who had soaked in the cold spring for over half a month, not even having completed body tempering. His wooden sword was unsharpened, and when he struck the wolf's head it only made a dull thud. Now lying at his feet was a spirit-rank, upper-grade, mutated python 10 times the size of that wolf. It had taken him 3 strikes to split the wolf's head. This time, he needed only 1 thrust into the python's spinal cord. You draw your sword faster than you did back then. The remnant soul's voice echoed faintly in his sea of consciousness, no longer sarcastic, merely stating a long-anticipated result. He did not rest for long. Zhangchanga had already rushed over with his iron-cutting sword, crouching beside the giant python's corpse to extract the gallbladder, claiming it was more effective than a body-tempering pill. Yi Zongfeng crouched by the severed tail, carefully removing a complete reverse-scale sample from the root of the pried-off scale. Holding it up to the light filtering through the trees, he repeatedly observed the vein patterns on the inner side of the scale, noting that the dark purple mucus on the scale reflected light at almost the same refractive index as the gray light seeping from the law rift in the Sword Burial Valley. He scraped off a layer with a small knife, left it to dry on a stone, intending to take it back for comparison. Lin Ju trotted over from the dense forest behind, crouched down to carefully examine the wound on the side of the snake's head, then quickly recorded notes on the manuscript copy he carried. This was his first close observation of a beast affected by the derivative effects of the law rift in the Earth realm, and the record was as valuable as the kill itself. Lu Chen sliced off the small horn on the black scale python's head with the tip of his sword and stored it in his spatial pouch. This horn was no ordinary beast material. The illustration of the black scale python in the Earth realm initial records explicitly noted it as hornless, yet this one not only had a horn, but the base of the horn was embedded with extremely fine gray light patterns consistent with the wavelength of the gray light at the edge of the law rift mended by the lock key. The mutation of Earth realm beasts was linked to the law rift. This python had mutated from a spirit rank middle grade to a spirit rank upper grade mutant due to contact with the residual radiation emitted by the rift. Such mutations were undoubtedly not an isolated case during the long existence of the rift. Beast samples mutated by the law rift's influence could be converted into several times more merit points than ordinary spirit rank upper grade beasts. After gathering the spoils, the four continued up the mountain. The higher they climbed, the thicker the mist, and the air grew increasingly saturated with a pungent stench, far beyond what a single snake could produce. The remnant soul's voice suddenly turned grave, instructing him to take 3 steps forward and look at the pile of broken scales under the stone wall on the left covered by vines. Lu Chen pushed aside the vines with his sword. The scene beneath the stone wall made everyone stop in their tracks. It was a nest built from broken scales, dried bones, and desiccated shed skins. The nest contained the shed skins of at least a dozen black scale pythons, each over 2 zhang long. In the corner lay 6 or 7 unhatched eggs, their shells covered with thin dark purple veins. Through the translucent shell wall, the coiled outlines of young snakes were visible, each with a small bulging horn on its head identical to the mutant python they had just slain. At the back of the nest, several shattered stone steels had been polished smooth by the snake's movement. The faint carvings on their surfaces were identical to the inscriptions left by the first generation of Sword Hut on the stone pillars of the Sword Hut ruins. The first generation of Sword Hut had once left a relic marker here, and the direction indicated by that marker perfectly matched the coordinates of the third rift deduced by Lin Ju from the bronze coffin inscriptions. "These snakes are guarding something," Lin Ju said, walking to the center of the nest holding his manuscript. He wiped the mucus and debris from the steel with his sleeve. Below the stele there was a stone slab that had clearly been pried open by human hands. Fresh sword marks and crushed spiritual pattern fragments remained at the edges. Someone had been here before them, and not too long ago. Lu Chen quickly connected the clues at hand: the convergence point of spiritual energy veins above the sword testing forest, the source of the black scale python's mutation, the relic marker left by the first generation of Sword Hut, and what might lie beneath the stone slab, the true location of the third rift. This analysis was entirely consistent with the complete manuscript about the law veins left by the first generation of Sword Hut, which Sitawa Shah had found in the Sword Pavilion Grotto. But someone had beaten them to it. Among the sword marks on the edge of the stone slab, he recognized the residual runes of the same origin as the array patterns on the surface of the bronze coffin in the heaven-piercing earth veins. The core group of the Soul Transfer Project had also acquired part of the first generation's inheritance. They were not the only team pursuing the entrance to the rift between the human realm and the earth realm. When they returned from the Shijian forest to Luoxing town, dusk was already approaching. The streets were much quieter than usual. The old woman shelling beans at the entrance of the tea house had packed up early, and the 2 cultivators who perpetually played chess by the stone tablet at the town entrance were also gone. The air was thick with a low oppressive tension, like the stifling heat of an afternoon before a storm. Zhangchanga strode ahead, carrying the bag of snake gallbladders over his shoulder, while Gu Qinghan tilted her wrist, slightly shifting the azure edge sword to a more comfortable grip. The innkeeper, upon seeing them enter, set down his abacus and beckoned, lowering his voice to say that a group of 5 had arrived in the afternoon. They wore no sect insignia, and the lowest cultivation among them was at least the peak of chi condensation, while the leader was at least at the mystic passage realm or above. They carried a sealed letter with black wax, the wax bearing no markings. Starting from the town entrance, they went door to door inquiring about 2 things: whether anyone had brought out a bronze coffin from the Ascension Channel, and whether a group of newly ascended rogue cultivators had settled in town. Lu Chen and Zhangchanga exchanged a glance. The bronze coffin was discovered by them while sealing the second fissure in the channel. Apart from themselves, only one other person was present at the time. Deng Jiu's subordinate, who had been scattered in the mine tunnel and failed to see the coffin's details, but the core members of the Soul Transfer Project had clearly learned of the existence of this relic coffin of the first generation of the Sword Hut at an earlier point. Moreover, the blank wax seal on the black wax secret letter was identical to the wax seal used by the vendor who handed a bamboo tube to Deng Jiu, as Yi Songfeng had witnessed at the noodle stall in southern Liuzhou City. Later, while staking out outside the inn with Zhao Hanshan, AC personally confirmed that the thin-soled boots worn by the contact person were the same as those of the black-clad man who had once captured someone in the valley bottom. "Where are they now?" asked Lu Chen. "They headed toward the abandoned mine tunnel east of town an hour ago," the innkeeper said, jerking his chin eastward. "They said they were looking for a place to stay, but there's nothing there except a few dry wells. I warned them that the earth veins there were unstable and prone to collapse, but the leader paid me no heed." He paused, then added, "Oh, and they left one person sitting at the tea stall by the town entrance, as if waiting for someone." Lu Chen instructed Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng to first return the snake gallbladders and scale samples to the guest room, while he himself took Gu Qinghan and skirted through the back alley of the inn, hugging the wall, to creep toward the stone archway at the town entrance. Indeed, a black-robed cultivator was sitting at the tea stall beside the stone archway, with a cultivation at the peak of qi condensation. At his waist hung an iron sword without a scabbard, its blade pitted and covered with notches, a notched sword technique that Lu Chen had seen at the Jiang'a and characteristic of the outer disciples of the Zongjin Valley. Gu Qinghan whispered that this person still carried a lingering stench of decay, its composition identical to the large amounts of corrosive mucus residue found in the soil at the edge of the snake nest in the Shijian forest. He had entered the Shijian forest before coming to Luoxing town and had most likely found the nest of the black-scaled pythons. Lu Chen immediately associated this with the fresh sword marks on the edge of the stone slab. This man had been to the nest and had pried open that slab. He decided not to alert the enemy. Back at the inn, he briefed Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng on the situation. The four of them sat around the square table in the guest room and spread out the topographic map of the area around Luoxing town, which they had purchased from the Baoqi Guild. Lin Zhu had already organized all the sections of the first generation of the Sword Hut's manuscripts that pertained to the lower realm ruins into an index. Cross-referencing the location of the stone tablet in the Shijian forest, he deduced that the first generation had set up 3 ruin markers in the lower realm. The Shijian forest was the first, the underground chamber of the Baoqi Guild was very likely the second, and the clues to the third location should be buried in the old account vault of the Baoqi Guild. The abandoned mine tunnel was marked on the topographic map as forbidden entry, earth vein collapse. This warning was not to be taken lightly. Deep within the tunnel was the only exposed cross-section of earth veins near Luoxing town. Spiritual energy gushed directly from the fracture, and anyone with insufficient cultivation would have their meridians ruptured from within by the pressure of the spiritual energy. Lu Chen drew a circle with his finger over the location of the abandoned mine tunnel and said that this was the hiding place of the third fragment. The Daovein map that Sima Shuo found in the Jiang'a caves only extended to the lower realm before breaking off, and the inscriptions on the bronze coffin only marked the estimated range of the third fissure. To locate the exact sealing position, they would need to obtain the complete old archives left by the first generation of the Sword Hut in the lower realm, which contained all the coordinates of the Daovein on the lower realm side. Those archives were locked in the secret vault of the Baoqi Guild's main branch, but he had the authority to inspect them through his consignment seal. Early tomorrow morning, he would go to the Baoqi Guild to retrieve the archives. While he was doing so, he instructed Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng to keep a close watch on the black-robed cultivator at the tea stall from the inn entrance. Gu Qinghan was to go to the town market to gather more detailed information about the earth vein collapse in the abandoned mine tunnel, and Lin Zhu was to compare the rubbing of the stone tablet from the Shijian forest with the table of contents of the first generation's manuscripts item by item to narrow down the search range for the buried location of the old archives. That night, the lights in the guest house gradually went out. Lu Chen leaned alone against the windowsill, absently twirling the small green jade seal in his hand. In his mind, he pieced together all the clues since returning to town. The page of the old archive registry that the Baoqi Guild steward had opened when handing him the old letter showed that the last person to have accessed it before him was none other than Wang Zhe's grandfather. Wang Zhe's grandfather was the previous custodian of the Mu family's old archives. For generations, the Mu family had secretly hidden half of the Sword Hut's tokens deep within the Qingyun sect's old storage under the guise of unidentified artifact fragments, until just before his death his grandson found them in a lockbox that he had never shown anyone. As for the old letter that the steward had delivered, it bore the note, return date uncertain, precisely because the first generation of the Sword Hut knew that he would never return. He no longer needed to gather additional intelligence. The black-robed cultivator's notched sword, the prime marks at the snake nest, the displaced gravel around the bronze coffin, all pointed to the same conclusion. The core members of the Soul Transfer Project included more remnants than just Ding Jiao. Their infiltration had begun much earlier than anyone had anticipated, and they had already been digging in the lower realm for many days. The old letter left in the Baoqi Guild was not a reward, it was a charge. Early the next morning, Lu Chen went alone to the Baoqi hang. The steward was already waiting behind the counter with the unsealed old letter placed on the inked jade countertop before him and a cup of freshly brewed hot tea set beside it. Without asking many questions, he merely took the small green jade seal that Lu Chen handed over, verified it once more, then retrieved a string of rusted copper keys from beneath the counter. He personally led Lu Chen around the screen behind the counter and descended 2 floors along a narrow wooden staircase. The underground chamber of the Baoqi Hang was larger than Lu Chen had imagined. The dome was about 3 zhang high, and the 4 walls were built from bluish-gray stone blocks of the same origin as the architecture of Luoxing town. There was no trace of mortar between the stones. They were interlocked entirely by mortise and tenon joints. The chamber was unlit, but the walls themselves emitted a soft blue-white glow upon sensing someone's entry. The same kind of natural fluorescent stone that required no spirit stones used in the forging room of the Jinlu sect ruins. Dozens of wooden shelves reaching up to the dome were arranged in neat rows. Each shelf was densely packed with bound volumes of old archives, their covers marked with years and sources. In the innermost corner against the wall stood a solitary ironwood cabinet, its door locked. The shape of the keyhole perfectly matched the imprint on the bottom of the small green jade seal in Lu Chen's hand. This secret chamber was established here when the headquarters of Baoqi Hang was first founded, the steward said as he used the key to unlock the iron lock of the ironwood cabinet and pulled open the heavy door. Inside were only 3 items: an iron box sealed with wax bearing the insignia of Jinlu, an old scroll wrapped in multiple layers of oilcloth, and a small bronze talisman engraved with Jinlu inscriptions. The consignor made it very clear when leaving these 3 items the contents of the iron box are for the seal holder himself, while the scroll and bronze talisman are prepared for the seal holder's companions. He did not specify who the companions were, nor did he say how many were required. He only said, "Those who come will naturally know how to divide them." Lu Chen then opened the iron box. The wax seal cracked under the light touch of his fingertip. Inside the box lay a parchment manuscript more ancient than the Lin family's notes. The first page bore only a few lines. "To the one who comes after, this scroll records all that I have gained during my years of cultivation in the nether realm. The way of Jinlu does not esteem exclusivity, it values inclusiveness. Though the myriad paths of the nether realm share the same origin as those of the mortal realm, their branches are far more intricate. Since you have come here with my token, you are my successor. Among the methods recorded in this scroll, select those you need to cultivate and supplement them. For those you do not need, pass them on to trustworthy individuals." From the second page onward, the manuscript meticulously recorded in extremely neat handwriting all the nether realm combat techniques, cultivation methods, and beast characteristics that the first generation of Jinlu had encountered during his travels in the nether realm, each accompanied by annotations he had personally verified. The cultivation methods section covered a complete progression system from the mortal rank to the treasure rank, including a movement technique called cloud treading step of spirit rank upper grade, with a note that this footwork directly boosts movement speed within a king realm domain, a sword technique called space rending slash of treasure rank lower grade, copied from an ancient sword steel in the nether realm and later improved by the first generation of Jinlu, capable of tearing apart small spatial areas within a king realm domain, a special method called spiritual resonance method, which does not belong to traditional technique classifications but allows one to establish spiritual resonance with beasts and spirit plants. The first generation of Jinlu added a note in small characters in the margin. This method can be stacked with the sword intent domain, increasing the resonance user's spiritual energy circulation efficiency by 30%, especially effective. Aga. This old man is quite thoughtful. The remnant soul let out a soft snort in the sea of consciousness, his tone still carrying his usual, "What's so great about that?" But Lu Chen could tell that he was actually pleased. The first generation of Jinlu had not treated the sword spirit as a mere tool. He had specifically left a copy of the soul refining art, indicating that when he wrote this manuscript he knew there was a remnant soul within the nameless sword that needed to recover. Lu Chen silently memorized the cultivation formulas for cloud treading step and space rending slash, carefully folded the detailed meridian circulation diagram of the spiritual resonance method and placed it into his storage pouch, and directly pressed the copy of the soul refining art against the wooden sword's blade. As the blade touched the parchment, a faint golden light automatically lit up, drawing the text on the paper strand by strand into the depths of the sword's patterns. The remnant soul did not speak again, but the pulse from within the sword in the sea of consciousness was at that moment more solid and powerful than ever before. He then opened the remaining 2 items in the ironwood cabinet. The scroll was a map of the nether realm, more detailed than the public version in Baoqi Hang, marked with every ruin earth vein node and spiritual energy vein that the first generation of Jinlu had visited. The depths of the abandoned mine tunnel were specially marked as Earth Vein Fracture Law Intersection Point, which was exactly the missing half-page endpoint in the Law Vein map that Situ Shua possessed. The bronze talisman was a token of the Jinlu sect's successor. Its back bore the same hidden emblem as the bottom of Lu Chen's small green jade seal, while the front had only 4 small characters, Jinlu friends. This bronze talisman was not for Lu Chen, it was for the seal holder's companions. Those who held this talisman could exchange any public cultivation methods and medicinal herbs based on their merits at the main headquarters of Baoqi Hang and all its branches without further identity verification. Lu Chen carefully stored the bronze talisman and the scroll, then borrowed paper and brush from the steward. At the wooden table in the corner of the chamber, he copied the basic outlines of several core cultivation methods from the first generation's manuscript into 2 copies, one for Gu Qinghan and the other to be kept temporarily by the steward of Baoqi Hang to be sent along with the scroll to the Heavenly Sword Mansion when Situ Shuan next transmitted documents through various contact points. The Way of Jinlu does not esteem exclusivity. By handing this bronze talisman to his companions as the successor of the first generation of Jinlu, he was expanding the legacy of Jinlu from a single sword to a group of people. After leaving Baoqi Hang, Lu Chen went straight back to the inn. Zhan Chang'e and Yi Songfeng were still keeping watch at the entrance. The black-robed cultivator had sat at the tea stall for an entire night, only getting up to move around twice, without making contact with anyone. Gu Qinghan returned from the market with more detailed information about the abandoned mine tunnel. The tunnel was located at the edge of the barren slope east of the town. Its entrance had been sealed years ago, but had recently been pried open again. The tools used to pry it open were of great force, and the stone slabs still bore sword marks of the same origin as the pry marks at the lair. Lu Chen handed the bronze talisman to Gu Qinghan, spread the scroll on the square table, and connected the coordinates of the earth vein fracture law intersection point, deep in the abandoned mine tunnel, with the positions of the sword trial forest steel and the Baoqi Hang chamber using 3 intersecting lines. The intersection point of the 3 lines fell exactly beneath the abandoned mine tunnel. The 3rd layer of fissure lay behind the fractured rock straight deep in the mine tunnel. The reason the black-robed cultivator remained at the town entrance was also simple. Their accomplices had already entered the abandoned mine tunnel and begun digging. This man at the tea stall was not waiting for someone, he was standing guard. Lin Zhu took the scroll, compared the 3-dimensional coordinates with the manuscript index one by one, and confirmed that there was still a gap in the old archives of the first generation of Jinlu. The scratches left after the mine tunnel was reopened still lacked the rubbing of the last segment of the basic formation patterns. The template of that incomplete formation was locked among the loose pages at the lowest level of the Baoqi Hang chamber, which had not been included in the ironwood cabinet. Lu Chen immediately turned around and went back to Baoqi Hang. The steward opened a drawer in the secret chamber for him and took out the yellowed, brittle old paper. The rubbing of the incomplete formation on the loose page perfectly matched the sword imprint marks remaining on the remnant sword of mysterious iron. The missing basic formation patterns were completed on this old paper. Back at the inn, Lu Chen divided the copied cultivation method copies and the Jinlu bronze talisman into 3 parts, 1 copy of Cloud Treading Step for Zhan Chang'e, and 1 for Yi Songfeng. The enlarged meridian diagram of the spiritual resonance method hung on the wall of the guest room for the 4 to reference together. The leftover scraps of the soul refining art copy after attaching it to the wooden sword were tucked into Lin Zhu's manuscript index booklet, and the bronze talisman, according to the first generation's instructions, was handed to Gu Qinghan for her to coordinate merit exchanges. Zhan Chang'e received the copy of Cloud Treading Step and immediately bounced around the guest room, saying that this footwork was more agile than the military formation step his master taught him, allowing him to land several more slashes while running. Yi Songfeng compared the pages from the first generation's manuscript on heavy sword usage with the sword drawing technique he had realized on the Mortal Realm cliff and found that their explosive principles were completely similar. However, the first generation had changed the continuous 100-sword assault of the heavy sword from the 3-stage thrust, slash, chop to a 4-stage cycle of lift, turn, hook, chop, adding a hook move that could transform the heavy sword's own weight into secondary acceleration kinetic energy when the sword energy circled. That afternoon, Yi Songfeng carried his heavy sword to the backyard and practiced the full 100 swords according to the 4-stage cycle activation method. After completing the 100 swords, a very fine silver line appeared on the blade of the heavy sword. It was not a sword aura from spiritual energy attachment, but an ionization trace spontaneously generated by the air when the sword's speed surpassed a certain threshold. On the other side of the backyard, Zhan Chang'e was practicing Cloud Treading Step, sweating profusely. When he twisted his waist in midair, his boot soles crushed several paving bricks, startling an old woman who had stuck her head out of the inn's back window to curse, making her shrink back. Gu Qinghan did not go to the backyard. She sat alone by the guest room window reading the meridian diagram of the spiritual resonance method from the first generation's manuscript. After comparing it with her own green bamboo peak soft sword heart method, she gently closed the pages and said to Lu Chen that this resonance method required the sword intent domain as a foundation to activate, and that she and Lin Zhu's current cultivation levels could not directly use it. However, the method's perception of spiritual pressure waves shared similarities with the green bamboo peak spiritual resonance technique. She had already integrated the perception method into the outgoing sword aura of her green edge sword, allowing her to help Lu Chen detect pressure changes at the earth vein fracture in advance at the entrance of the abandoned mine tunnel. Lu Chen sank his spiritual power into the sea of consciousness, examining his current 10,000 Dao mosaic one by one. Before him, the open technique directory now numbered 18 items. Among them 9 from the Qingyun sect, Qingyun 13 swords green bamboo, Qi nourishing technique green bamboo, sealing sword art fragment of illusion breaking sword intent unclaimed sword intent inheritance, Gu Qinghan's soft sword displacement method Zhan, Chang'e's military formation frontal assault Wang, Zai's defensive rhythm, Yi Songfeng's 100 sword assault 6 from the Jianlu lineage precise strike of condensing qi into edge application of Jianlu ruins formation patterns. Myriad Dao Saint Body Fusion Heart Method Cloud Treading Step Space Rending / Spiritual Resonance Method 2 from the Beast Side Black Scale Python Corrosive Venom Toxicity Record Snake Scale Vein Analysis and 1 from the Mortal Realm Pharmacology Yin Xion's Universal Pill Formula and Jianlu Forging Verification Formula. With the sword path as the core, the connections among the fragments of 10,000 Dao were now clearly visible. However, there was still a point of convergence between space rending / and 100 sword assault that had not yet been fully smoothed, a task that required additional practical verification before he could use the Jianlu ruins formation rubbing to fill the gap in the sword trial forest steel. Rest tonight, Lu Chen said as he put away the scroll and placed the wooden sword across his knees. Tomorrow morning we go to the abandoned mine tunnel and settle the last remaining debt of the Zhuanchen plan. The entrance to the abandoned mine shaft lay on a rocky slope 3 li east of Luoxing town. The slope was strewn with wreckage of discarded ore carts and rusted pickaxes with graythorn brambles unique to the earth realm growing thickly among the rubble. The mine entrance had originally been sealed with 3 heavy bluestone slabs still bearing the seals of Luoxing town's enforcement hall, but the seals had been cut through with a sword tip and the topmost slab had been pried open to create a half-man-high gap. The sword marks left at the edge of the gap were fine and sharp, identical to those on the stone slab beside the serpent nest in the sword trial forest. Zhan Chang'e crouched by the gap, measuring the depth of the sword marks with his fingertips. He turned back to Lu Chen and said, "They left not long ago. The stone fissures haven't gathered dust yet." Lu Chen drew his wooden sword, and the domain of the monarch realm radiated from the blade, enveloping the 4 of them. The spiritual pressure near the earth vein fracture was even stronger than in the sword trial forest, and with each step deeper into the mine the oppressive force on their skin grew heavier. The old chisel marks on the mine walls creaked faintly under the strain of the spiritual pressure, and gravel occasionally rattled down from above. After descending for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the tunnel suddenly split into 3 branches. The left branch had mostly collapsed, the right was submerged in water, and only the middle branch remained passable. Embedded in the rock wall at the entrance of the middle branch was a broken stone tablet. Around the inscription Sword Hut Node 3 were several new deep gouges, marks left by the spirit transformation plan operatives who tried to chisel away the characters but were repelled by the tablet's inherent law power. Deep within the fracture, the same law veins as those in the sword trial forest stone tablet still faintly radiated heat. Continuing along the middle branch, the tunnel grew narrower and the spiritual pressure intensified. The rock above shifted from bluish-gray to deep black, and fine cracks appeared on the walls. Gray light seeping from the fissures cast an eerie shadow over the entire tunnel. The air turned hot and dry, each breath scraping the throat like sandpaper, and a low constant hum droned in the ears. At the end of the tunnel stood an iron gate that had been violently smashed open. The iron bars of the gate were severely rusted, and the lock had shattered into pieces scattered on the ground. Gu Qinghan halted, pointing the Qingfeng sword diagonally at the space beyond the gate, and spoke the words everyone present already sensed: abnormal. What lies ahead is not spiritual pressure, but sword intent, and more than one trace. Lu Chen was the first to step through the iron gate. The space beyond opened up into a vast natural cavern, its dome dozens of zhang high. The walls were covered in layers upon layers of sword marks, each one cutting several feet deep into the stone. The sword intent lingering in those marks still flowed faintly undispersed after tens of thousands of years. The entire cavern was a natural sword formation woven from fragments of laws and the will of the dead. At the center of the cavern, a raised black stone platform bristled with ancient swords, some only half-length, others with hilts long rotted away, and some with blades still bearing the finger bones of the deceased. The ancient swords arranged themselves in concentric rings, layer upon layer, each ring a distinct stratum of sword intent. The entire platform had become a labyrinthine forest of sword steels. Lin Ju crouched before the nearest ancient sword, spread out the sword hut's original manuscript, and carefully examined the inscription on the guard. He confirmed that these swords were formed by the Earth realm's law fissures, continuously absorbing the residual sword intent and obsessions of earthly cultivators during their expansion. Their origins varied. Some were relics of scattered cultivators who failed ascension, others were remnants of sword cultivators who fell in the Earth realm, and a few were spiritual weapons that had solidified directly from law fragments within the fissures, never having a physical master. Every sword sealed within it the strongest strike of its owner at the moment of death. These sword intents had never been unleashed for thousands of years, never worn away. If they were forcibly detonated all at once, not only this cavern, but the entire abandoned mine and Luoxing town would be blown sky high. The southeastern corner of the stone platform showed clear signs of tampering. Several ancient swords had been pried loose and knocked to the ground, their sword intent mostly drained by some formation. The remaining glimmers of sword light flickered weakly, about to extinguish. Among the broken swords lay a few crushed array disc fragments, the spiritual patterns on which had not yet fully faded, glowing faintly with an eerie dark red light. Beside the fragments lay an abandoned sword case. The silk lining inside had not yet faded, and at the bottom of the case lingered a faint cyan afterglow identical to the residual spiritual pressure left after a teleportation array was activated. The item originally stored in the case had been teleported away. Lu Chen picked up a fragment of the array disc from the ground and turned it over to examine the rune arrangement on the back. His pupils contracted sharply. The Spirit Transformation Plan's array disc was a forbidden technique variant secretly modified by the Judgment faction based on the original Spirit Transformation theory of the Sword Hut's founder. But the core runes on this fragment displayed a key difference from the standard structure of the Founding Master's array disc. The Spirit Gathering rune's insertion slot had been replaced with a gray-light crystal needle derived from the laws of the divine realm itself, changing the extraction target from spiritual energy reserves to any substance recognizable as fuel by the laws, including a cultivator's meridian's sword intent and even their soul. The array discs that had been seized from the Judgment faction's hidden chamber were precisely this batch of forbidden variants carrying gray-light crystal needles. Although Ding Jiao had been captured, the remnants who transported the discs were still at large, and now they were inside the sword-steely labyrinth ahead. "We're too late," Lu Chen said, tossing away the fragment. "They've already started drawing sword intent. Stop them. We cannot let a second batch escape." Before his words faded, a series of intermittent clashes of sword blades echoed from deep within the cavern, mixed with the low-frequency hum peculiar to an operating formation, and a few hurried curses then abruptly fell silent. Lu Chen was the first to charge into the sword tablet forest. The moment he stepped into the array of sword tablets, the surrounding scenery twisted violently. The caverns domed the rubble on the ground, and the iron gate behind him all vanished, replaced by a gray void composed of countless shadowy sword blades. Beneath his feet was not solid ground, but a series of broken stone slabs suspended in the void, with gray light of law fissures surging in the gaps between them. All around were swords. Ancient blade phantoms slowly rotating in the void, each wrapped in a thin gray film that outlined the blade's edge, but obscured the details of the sword body. As Zhang Chang'e stepped onto the first slab, a phantom of an ancient sword on his left suddenly stirred. The sword's shadow descended with startling speed, forcing him to parry instinctively. The collision between his iron-slashing sword and the shadow sent him staggering back 2 steps, and the slab beneath him cracked, nearly causing him to fall. He steadied himself and cursed. This place was entirely different from the secret realm of the mortal world. These swords were not illusions, but solid entities. Ahead, Lu Chen had already intercepted another sword shadow. The clash between his wooden sword and the shadow felt both familiar and strange. The force was nearly indistinguishable from a real sword strike, yet each time the shadow dissipated it would recondense in the air, its sword momentum becoming fiercer and its spiritual power stronger than before. The remnant soul's voice suddenly grew urgent, warning him not to engage these swords in prolonged combat, explaining that these sword marks would replicate all the techniques they encountered and strike back with the same attacks. If you don't want to be killed by your own moves, you must constantly change your tactics. Lin Ju, find the way out. Lu Chen turned and unleashed a rift slash, shattering a sword shadow that came from behind, while simultaneously expanding his King Realm domain to envelop all 4 of them. The sword momentum of rift slash produced a more pronounced effect in the sword tablet forest than outside. The shattered sword shadow attempted to recondense, but could not find a gap to fill in the law fissure torn by the slash. After several failed attempts, it completely dissolved into gray light, reabsorbed by the sword tablet maze. Lin Ju crouched at the rear, holding a manuscript in his left hand and a blank paper slip in his right, rapidly comparing the carved marks on each stone tablet. The fragment of the residual formation he had taken from the secret chamber of the treasure artifact pavilion was now clipped to the top of the manuscript. After matching it stroke by stroke with the 7 ancient swords arranged in the Big Dipper pattern around him, he suddenly looked up. These 9 characters were the final foundational formation pattern of the locking process. As long as the sword master who touched the formation's focal point triggered the law of resonance, the entire sword tablet maze would unravel on its own. The condition to trigger these 9 characters was to activate the 9 corresponding sword platforms in sequence with 9 different sword intents, each platform representing a distinct sword intent. Some required 100 successive strikes, others alternating fast and slow heavy chops, and still others a combination of rapid attacks and sudden enlightenment. As he recited the 7th character, another sword platform ahead began to emit a low resonance, and the ancient sword on it glowed with a pale golden light. Yi Zongfeng, without waiting for Lu Chen's command, charged toward the second sword platform. Outside the cavern, he had practiced Cloud Step and the first-generation sword hut's four-stage cycle. In his hands, the heavy sword was no longer a mere tool for brute force. The four-stage cycle of lift, turn, hook, and chop fulfilled the original purpose of the sword hut's founder, not to cut people, but to induce resonance in the sword tablets. With the third lift, the sword tablet on the platform lit up with a pale golden glow and the law inscriptions on the blade illuminated line by line. With the fourth chop, the sword light exploded, and the entire platform roared to life. The law slot beneath the pedestal, previously blocked by rubble, was blasted open by the sword light, and several ancient sword phantoms burst out like startled birds, only to return to the old marks on the tablet's side. The tests of sword intent on the fourth, fifth, and sixth platforms varied, alternating fast and slow heavy chops, a blend of rapid attacks and sudden enlightenment, and rules identical to the lingering obsessions of the devoured ones left among the bones in the Ascension Passage. Gu Qinghan led Zhang Chang'e, using Cloud Step to accelerate, activating the fourth and fifth platforms respectively. The seventh and eighth were activated by Lu Chen at the outermost edge, employing various sword intents distilled from his 18 techniques. The extreme endurance of the body-tempering breathing method, the cycling rhythm of the nourishing qi art, the analytical dismantling of the illusion-breaking sword intent, and even a venomous short stab style that Zhao Hanshan had honed for decades in the Sword Burial Valley, all unleashed in succession. When the seventh platform lit up, a sword shadow grazed Lin Zhu's left cheek, its sword pressure instantly tearing the fabric at the edge of his collar. He glanced at the scorch mark on his collar, his expression unchanged, and simply clipped the residual formation fragment back into the manuscript, his fingers holding the paper, not even trembling. He scraped a layer of gray light fragments from a broken ancient sword tablet beside him, placed them into a small iron box he carried, and continued verifying the positional coordinates of the last two sword platforms. After the eighth platform was lit, the darkness ahead was suddenly torn apart by a blinding formation light. It was the core hub of the sword tablet maze. The 5-member team of the Mind Transfer Project was setting up formation plates around the central sword platform. The 5 wore identical, unidentified black robes bearing no sect insignia, but the notched iron swords at their waists, identical to those of the Sword Burial Valley members, left their identity undeniable. Each formation plate was embedded with a gray and white crystal needle, its tip aimed at the main sword on the platform. A blade that had been embedded there for untold years, its surface now eroded by the gray light of law until only its outline remained. Several long grooves beneath the platform filled with accumulated law fragments were being drawn in the same direction by the gray light crystal needles on the formation plates. Each extraction was accompanied by a dull thud from deep within the cavern, as if the earth itself was convulsing in pain. The lead black-robe cultivator was a full head taller than Ding Jiao, with broad shoulders and a scar running from the corner of his left eye to his chin. He was at the late stage of the Tongxian realm. Seeing Lu Chen and the others burst in, he froze for a moment, then sneered his hoarse voice, saying he recognized that sword. When Ding Jiao lost at the end, he knew the nameless sword would return. He said they only needed to extract the core few swords among all these sword intents, and the wooden sword that Ding Jiao had failed to stop would serve as the perfect supplement. Lu Chen did not respond. He held his wooden sword horizontally before him, abruptly expanding his King Realm domain. He crossed blades with Yi Zongfeng's heavy sword to separate them, then scattered toward their respective targets. Meanwhile, he signaled his companions to press forward with all their strength, and he himself charged straight at the black-robed leader. Zhang Chang'e had been waiting for this signal. Cloud Step's acceleration made his charge twice as fast as on solid ground, and his iron-slashing sword, wrapped in a heavy wind, slammed directly into the outermost formation plate. The collision between the formation plate's protective barrier and the iron-slashing sword exploded in a cyan-white shockwave, forcing the black-robed formation master to break his 10-finger incantation and retreat several steps before regaining his balance. Gu Qinghan circled around from the right, unleashing a bamboo leaf sword aura from her azure peak sword that precisely knocked away a gray-light crystal needle about to be inserted into the main sword's groove. The needle flew off and pierced a crack in the ground, where it was instantly ground into luminous dust by the chaotic law currents. The severed earth vein at that spot caused the surrounding rock walls to shake violently, and several stalactites fell from the dome, shattering into dust on the ground. Yi Zongfeng faced 2 black-robed sword cultivators at the peak of the gathering Qi realm, who had circled around from the left side of the platform. Their notched iron swords attacked from both sides, their paths twisting like snakes, targeting his right wrist and his ankle, a style he knew all too well. It was the standard sword technique of the Sword Burial Valley's outer perimeter, designed to exploit the slow startup of a heavy sword, using fast attacks to force the heavy sword user to defend, then thrusting from a blind spot. In the past, he would have chosen to block one of the strikes and counterattack, but now he was no longer a heavy sword user who relied solely on 100 consecutive strikes. His heavy sword executed the 4th move of the sword hut's first-generation 4-stage cycle, the hook. The arc of the blade's rotation hooked and flung away the serpentine sword blade from the side, then the third move the turn, and the first move the lift merged into a single airwave, cleaving the other black-robed sword cultivator's blade at the guard. The broken sword flew off and embedded itself in a crack between sword tablets humming. The black-robed swordsman stumbled back, his face finally showing terror. At that moment, the black-robed leader's late-stage Tongxin realm power erupted fully. He infused a gray light of law fissure into his notched iron sword, and each swing made the surrounding sword tablet forest phantoms tremble violently. The mere sword pressure forced Gu Qinghan to retreat several steps from the side. When Lu Chen's wooden sword clashed head-on with the notched iron sword, the pale golden domain at his tiger's mouth, and the gray light collided, exploding in a dark gray shockwave that shattered the ground beneath both of them. A trace of metallic sweetness rose in his throat, but the wooden sword did not yield an inch, and his king realm domain held firm against the erosion of the gray light. He was not fighting alone. In his sea of consciousness, he rapidly linked the rift slash which he had not yet fully refined with Yi Zongfeng's 100-sword assault. Earlier, when he had struck the rock wall outside the cavern, he had already probed this weakness. Now the gap carved by the law's backlash on the stone wall behind him still bore the pale golden imprint of his earlier strike. He reversed the tearing effect of rift slash between the 5th and 6th strikes of the 100-sword assault. The original structure had 5 heavy chops followed by a turning slash, but he replaced that turning slash with rift slash, causing the 4th cycle of the heavy sword to tear through the opponent's defensive air layer at the critical acceleration point. Yi Zongfeng did not miss this moment. At the same instant as Lu Chen's telepathic transmission, he completed the variation, unleashing the fastest strike of his heavy sword at the critical acceleration point of the 4th cycle. The tearing effect of rift slash pierced through the notched iron sword's spine, slashing several bloody wounds on the black-robed leader's arm. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's wooden sword pressed forward from the front, using the point burst technique of condensing qi into a blade to split the black-robed leader's last protective spiritual power into the tip of the sword reaching his throat. "You said just now that Ding Jiu couldn't block this sword," Lu Chen said. "You couldn't either." The black-robed leader's hand holding the notched iron sword trembled violently, his atoms apple-bobbing several times before he finally stumbled back a step and dropped the notched iron sword to the ground. As the battle ended, Lin Ju completed the final inscription comparison. He strode swiftly to the central sword platform and pressed the page of residual formation from his manuscript into the groove on the platform's base. The fragment matched the actual markings perfectly, and the law inscriptions on the sword tablet lit up with a complete halo as the 9 sword platforms simultaneously emitted a clear resonant chorus. Under the resonance, the 3rd fissure began to close slowly. The half-extracted sword intent fragments flew back from the formation plates, returning to the ancient swords. The gray-light crystal needles shattered into luminous dust one after another, and the mind transfer formation plates cracked into several pieces of broken porcelain under the impact of the returning loss. The ancient sword on the final platform continued to tremble even after the formation plates shattered. From deep within the blade emerged a skeleton that had long since weathered, but still maintained a kneeling posture, one hand on the sword. The bones had been assimilated with the sword tablet for many years. A broken wooden plaque hung from the hilt of the kneeling skeleton's sword, inscribed with 4 lines of small characters, a disciple of the 1st generation of sword founders, the wandering Taoist, entrusted by his master to guard this sword platform, awaiting those who come after. When the formation is activated, the bones will scatter. Lu Chen with his 4 companions walked before the skeleton, adjusted their robes, and performed a proper funeral salute befitting a fellow cultivator. The remnant soul did not speak, but the unspoken words between the 1st sword founder and this wandering Taoist were already written in those 4 lines. Lu Chen knew that the kneeling skeleton before him, which had been there for thousands of years, was the last disciple left behind by the 1st sword founder in the sword tablet maze. And as he adjusted his robes, his companions had already taken their positions, standing alongside him, silently completing 4 equally proper and solemn sword salutes. The stone gate at the very center of the 9 sword platforms, marking the 3rd fissure, slowly descended onto the law base at the deepest part of the sword tablet maze amid the resonance. The gray light changed from a gushing torrent to a trickling stream, then from a trickle to a faint shimmer, and finally extinguished completely. When returning from the abandoned mine passage to Luoxing town, the bronze bell on the old locust tree at the town entrance happened to strike the noon watch. The streets were livelier than in recent days. The old crone who peeled beans at the tea house entrance had brought out her bamboo chair again, and the 2 cultivators playing chess beside the stone monument at the town gate had reopened their game board. After the spiritual pressure returned to normal, the town's vitality recovered as a water jar being refilled, drop by drop, gradually rising to its original level. As Lu Chen led his party through the main street, the rogue cultivators lining the roadside regarded them with eyes entirely different from those that had greeted them upon arrival. Just days ago they had been dismissed as yet another group from the lower realm. Now a patron in the tea house set down his teacup and offered a slight nod in their direction. Even the ironmonger at the forge entrance, a man whose face was permanently set in a scowl, rarely broke his silence to call out to Zhang Chang'e, saying the scrap of metal he had eyed previously could be sold to him at a 20% discount. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Chang'e kept insisting he would return soon. The manager of the treasure artifact shop was already waiting behind the counter. On the black jade countertop before him rested a copper box of merit metals and an open merit registration ledger alongside a pot of freshly steeped hot tea. Seeing Lu Chen push open the door, he rose and said, "I have been expecting you for some time." The spiritual pressure anomaly in the abandoned mine passage had rippled across all of Luoxing town. That morning, when the pressure suddenly normalized, and even the earth vein tremors on the eastern rocky slope fell silent, he knew immediately these were the ones responsible. Speaking thus, he flipped the ledger to a fresh page, took several empty merit medals from the copper box, and laid them out upon the desk, instructing Lu Chen to declare all matters from this expedition that could be converted into merit points at once. Lu Chen first placed the slaughter certificates for the 2 black-scaled pythons upon the counter. The complete serpent skin and the pair of mutated horns caused the manager's brush to hover motionless above the ledger for several long breaths. Mutant beasts fell under expedited tasks within the mortal realm's merit system, and a single high-grade spiritual variant was valued at more than thrice that of ordinary spirit-tier beasts. Moreover, the mutation characteristics of these 2 snakes clearly pointed to the radiative influence of a law rift, which per the regulations of the treasure artifact shop warranted an additional risk subsidy. Yi Songfeng then set upon the counter in a neat row the fragments of the spirit transference formation disc and the debris of the gray light crystal needle recovered from the sword monument labyrinth. The manager lifted one shard of broken porcelain, examined it closely against the light filtering through the window lattice, and the composure upon his face finally faded entirely. He declared that this object was no ordinary forbidden artifact. The residual gray light upon the crystal needle perfectly matched a rubbing record in the headquarters archives annotated decades prior as unknown law residue. The headquarters had offered a generous bounty for such intel for years, and the merit from this intelligence would require direct reporting to the main branch for assessment. Zhang Chang'e, standing nearby, rubbed his hands together in delight, remarking that these merit medals would be sufficient to exchange for a set of mid-grade spiritual armor. Yi Songfeng merely reminded him calmly that he should first settle the debt for the flagstones he had shattered on his last visit. Lastly, Lu Chen submitted to the manager all records from the Sword Monument Labyrinth concerning the wandering Taoists, remains the legacy injunctions of the Sword Hut, and the sealing of the Third Rift. This portion could not be converted into merit medals. The treasure artifact shop did not reward intelligence pertaining to the laws themselves. Yet the manager, making an exception, inscribed a line of small characters in vermilion ink upon the remarks column of the ledger and affixed the official seal of the treasure artifact shop. He explained that this annotation would be appended to the consignment contract archive and preserved permanently by the headquarters, formally closing the final commission left in the mortal realm by the founding generation of the Sword Hut. After departing the treasure artifact shop, Lu Chen proceeded to the message relay station in town. The station in the mortal realm was merely a small stone chamber within which stood only an array-carved stone pedestal and an elderly postmaster who dozed perpetually. He handed the postmaster the copy of the locking records tightly wrapped in oilcloth and paid 3 mid-grade spirit stones as the fee for cross-border transmission. This record would be transmitted layer by layer along the residual spiritual pressure pathways of the earth veins routed through the Liuzhou caravan relay to Sidu Shua, who would then make a copy and forward it to Elder Gu of Qingyun sect. As the array patterns in the stone chamber glimmered with faint light, and the oilcloth-wrapped bundle vanished upon the platform, Lu Chen was suddenly reminded of the first time he had received that azure sword robe from Elder Gu at the Xie family estate. The slender green bamboo embroidered across the chest in silver thread. The stitches were meticulous, every vein of each leaf rendered with clarity. Within the wooden box lay a short note, its handwriting elegant and restrained, instructing him to practice sword forms at the appointed hour of the next morning, as though winning first place in the grand competition would exempt him from his morning exercises. He had been away from Azure Bamboo Peak for many years now, yet Elder Gu's voice still seemed to linger in his ears. He wrote every record concerning the law rifts into his transmission, adding at the end a brief, personal message. All rifts had been sealed, all core members of the Spirit Transference Project had been eliminated, and his disciples were safe and well in the mortal realm. After leaving the relay station, Lu Chen went to the ironworks to repay the compensation for the flagstones Zhang Chang'e had crushed last time, and then purchased a supply of healing herbs peculiar to the mortal realm from the town's apothecary. As the group walked back through the town gate, Gu Qinghan noticed a sword case at a second-hand arms stall by the roadside. The entire case was crafted from the heartwood of the azure scale pine native to the mortal realm, sized precisely to accommodate a flexible sword. The vendor was a one-armed retired swordsman who claimed this case had been handed down from his master's master, carved from 800-year-old azure scale pine heartwood. It could block spiritual detection below the high-grade tier, yet no one had been able to afford it. His asking price was 120 mid-grade spirit stones. Gu Qinghan did not bargain, paying directly from the merit conversion quota allocated to the sword hut's bronze token. Zhang Chang'e asked in puzzlement what she intended to use the case for. Her current azure edge sword was the narrow-bladed heirloom of azure bamboo peak, its scabbard lacquered in deep green, throughout adorned with tassels woven from blue silk. She had no need for an additional case. Gu Qinghan merely stowed the sword case into her storage pouch, without further explanation. But Lu Chen noticed her movement. When she closed the case, she deliberately slipped the half-shattered fragment of gray-light crystal needle captured earlier from the formation array of the abandoned mine passage, and not yet fully destroyed, into the inner lining compartment. It was the only specimen of law fragment currently still within controllable bounds. She placed it within the azure scale pine case to isolate its outward leakage. This was not for her own keeping, but a reference sample she had preserved for Lu Chen, something he might find useful upon venturing deeper into the mortal realm. By the time they returned to the inn, dusk had already fallen. Zhang Chang'e and Yi Songfeng were in the backyard of the inn, unpacking and inspecting the newly acquired armor and weapons. Zhang Chang'e slipped on the mid-grade spiritual armor only to find the left shoulder piece a full inch too large. He grumbled loudly while borrowing a needle and thread from the innkeeper's assistant, urging Yi Songfeng to hurry up and install the new counterweight on his heavy sword. Gu Qinghan sat by the window of the guest room for a long time, taking out the fragment of the gray-light crystal needle from the green-scaled pinewood box and examining it repeatedly. She discovered that even after the crystal needle was isolated from spiritual energy within the sword case, its spectrum still shifted faintly on its own. The direction of the shift resonated perfectly with the texture and material of the stone wall at the deepest part of the sword steel maze. Lu Chen sat alone in a corner of the inn, his wooden sword resting horizontally across his knees. He closed his eyes and sank his divine sense into his dantian. The pale golden domain of the monarch realm had been repeatedly tempered through successive battles, its edges expanding by nearly a full circle since his breakthrough. After the sky-splitting slash, and Yi Songfeng's 4-stage cycle had been fully integrated through actual combat, all 18 pieces of his cultivation technique puzzle finally snapped into place. Yet completion only made one thing clearer. There was still a distinct gap at the edge of the puzzle. The gray-light crystal needle embedded in the fragment of the divine transformation array plate utilized a law energy conversion efficiency far exceeding any spiritual gathering talisman recorded in the Sword Hut's first-generation manuscripts. The first-generation's theory of divine transformation only proposed a framework, using human souls as substitutes for law's sword intent as fuel and the myriad paths as a furnace. Yet the variant that the Judgment faction had independently developed over centuries could directly extract energy from the gray light radiation within law fissures. The source of such technology could not have originated from the human realm, nor entirely from the first-generation Sword Hut's legacy theories. There must be a third party deeper within the Earth realm providing technical support to the Divine Transformation Project, and the technological origin of that faction might be even more ancient than the first generation of the Sword Hut. Remnant soul, he called out in his mind. Can you recognize the material of that rock vein beneath the sword's steel maze? The remnant soul was silent for a few breaths. Ever since Lu Chen had fused the soul-refining technique into his sword body, the remnant soul's voice had become clearer and more stable than before. But when it spoke now, its tone carried a rare note of caution. It said that rock layer was of the same origin as the Qingyun fire-resistant rock in the Sword Hut's forge room, but its density was more than 10 times greater. Such rock layers could only form naturally in one place. The black abyss of the Earth realm regions where the Earth's crust had been directly torn apart by law fissures. Almost no demon beasts or spiritual plants could survive within the black abyss, but deep within the mineral veins there occasionally remained some primordial ores that had absorbed the gray light from the fissures and mutated. If these ores were exposed to the fissures for a long time, they would continuously draw in the Earth's spiritual energy, causing phenomena like the sword pressure converging toward the mountainside in the Sword Trial Forest. The reason the first generation of the Sword Hut set up the third relic marker near the abandoned mine tunnels was likely not only for the layout of the locking mechanism, but also because they were searching for the primordial ores that had been absorbed and mutated by the deep layers of the black abyss. Do you want to go down and see? The remnant soul asked. Yes. Lu Chen opened his eyes. But I need to confirm one thing first. Whether the spiritual pressure signal on that stone wall in the sword steel maze aligns with the shift direction of Gu Qinghan's crystal needle fragment. He rose and walked to the window of the guest room. Gu Qinghan had already opened the green-scaled pinewood box and placed it on the table. The gray light crystal needle fragment lay quietly in the inner lining, its spectral shift flickering faintly in the twilight. She told Lu Chen that after exiting the mine tunnel, the shift direction had stabilized and converged toward a certain point deep underground. There should be a buried old mine branch beneath the stone wall. Zhang Chang'e poked his head in from the backyard, saying he had just asked the innkeeper. The innkeeper said that the dried-up well in the backyard used to be a secret passage to the abandoned mine tunnels. The inn's owner was once the mine boss, and there was still a half-filled old tunnel beneath the well that led straight to the boundary of the Black Abyss, which had been sealed off by the town office, and no one dared to enter. That night Lu Chen knocked on the innkeeper's door. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a sallow face and a sparse beard, fell silent for a moment after hearing Lu Chen's inquiry about the tunnel. He handed over a rusted old iron pickaxe and a miner's worn safety helmet, saying that most of the wooden supports beneath the well had rotted away. If they wanted to go down, they would have to reinforce the structure themselves. Since he had already collected their room fees and compensation for the green bricks, this last bit of family property would serve as a token of gratitude from Luoxing town. The next morning, the old tunnel beneath the well was narrower and darker than the abandoned mine. The wooden supports had rotted like crushed fallen leaves, and every step brought the faint sound of wood fibers tearing. Zhang Chang'e led the way, breaking up obstructing rocks with the iron pickaxe. Gu Qinghan followed closely, using the sword energy emitted from her azure edge sword to prop up the crumbling ceiling. Yi Tsongfeng, carrying his newly adjusted heavy sword, came third, occasionally tapping the side walls with his blade to gauge the stability of the rock layers. Lu Chen walked at the rear, holding his wooden sword diagonally before him. The pale golden light from the blade illuminated the path beneath his feet, and also revealed the remnants of the sword hut's legacy formations on the rock walls, identical to those on the stone tablet halfway up the sword trial forest. After walking for about half an incense stick's time, the old tunnel was suddenly blocked by a completely collapsed wall of rubble. Just as Zhang Chang'e was about to swing the pickaxe, Gu Qinghan raised her hand to stop him. The spectral shift of the gray light crystal needle fragment had suddenly intensified at this spot. Behind the stone wall should be the edge of the Black Abyss's main mineral vein. Lu Chen stepped forward and pressed his hand against the surface of the rubble wall. The lock-converging network within his dantian activated automatically, producing a faint resonance with the gray light barely perceptible from behind the wall. This resonance was completely different from the clash between the wooden sword and the law fissure during the locking mechanism. It was not repulsion, but a deeper kind of attraction. He condensed his spiritual energy into an extremely fine thread, which flowed from his 5 fingers pressed against the stone wall deep into the space beyond. Following the trajectory of the law network, it touched countless pulsating ores vibrating on their own in a pitch-black void. Those were the clusters of endogenous matter that had grown naturally over tens of thousands of years deep within the Black Abyss. The black crystal or nest, marked in the first-generation Sword Hut manuscript's catalog, should be located somewhere nearby. They responded clearly to the fluctuations of the Sword Hut technique. The vibration frequency of the vein automatically lowered several degrees, allowing his divine sense to probe even deeper. "They're not alive," Lu Chen said, opening his eyes. "They're ores, many of them embedded deep in the rock vein. They automatically reduce their resistance upon sensing the Sword Hut technique fluctuations within my body." Zhang Chang'e asked if they could break through. Lu Chen glanced at the crumbling wooden supports on the wall, then down at the loose gravel beneath his feet. He said brute force wouldn't work. The old tunnel's wooden supports couldn't withstand heavy impacts. They would have to use the method he had practiced when circulating his internal energy under the spiritual pressure of the earth vein, fault combined with Gu Qinghan's resonance sensing technique integrated into her azure edge sword energy. The two of them would use resonance force to push the wall open, while Yi Tsongfeng would brace his heavy sword horizontally in the crack to prevent the ceiling from collapsing. Then Zhang Chang'e would use the pickaxe to chip away only the small, already loosened stones. One pickaxe per stone, taking turns until they broke through the outer wall. The 4 of them worked according to this division of labor for a full half hour, finally chiseling an opening in the rubble wall wide enough for one person to pass through sideways. Beyond the opening was a natural fissure barely wide enough for one person to walk through while stooping. The spiritual pressure surging out from within was intensely hot and extremely dense. Scattered along the rock walls were a few tiny black crystalline ores, their luster like frosted obsidian. The pale golden sword light striking the crystal surfaces refracted into countless hidden specks of light. Lu Chen was the first to crawl into the fissure, holding his wooden sword aloft to light the way. The fissure grew narrower, forcing them to crawl almost on their bellies through the stone crevice. After crawling for what felt like an eternity, the space suddenly opened up. He tumbled out of the stone crack and landed in a completely different space. This was neither an artificially excavated mine tunnel nor a natural cavern. The dome and all 4 walls were surrounded by the same impenetrable pitch-black rock. The rock surface continuously oozed wisps of gray light, only to have the light drawn back into the rock itself the moment it emerged. The atmosphere of the entire space was heavy, ancient, and silent, like a colossal creature that had slumbered deep underground for untold ages. And at the very center of this space, a massive black polyhedral crystal core, half exposed from the deep rock vein, was slowly rotating. Each facet reflected the phantom image of a sword, not the lingering shadow of an ancient blade, nor the sword steel condensed from law fragments, but a complete full-length black iron longsword engraved with the complete Sword Hut emblem. The personal sword of the first generation of the Sword Hut. The silence of the black abyss was deeper than that of the abandoned mine tunnels. There was no wind, no sound of dripping water or falling stones, and even his own breathing seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding monolithic black rock. The only source of light was a massive black polyhedral crystal core suspended in midair. Each facet reflected a complete dark iron longsword, its blade engraved with the full emblem of the sword hut. Lu Chen stood before the crystal core, his wooden sword hanging at his waist. The faint golden light on its blade resonated at the same frequency as the reflections of the dark iron longswords on the crystal core's surface. He could sense a sword intent within the crystal core, one that shared the same origin as the wooden sword slowly circulating. It was not the clear and sharp sword soul of a remnant spirit, but a deeper, more ancient spirituality, like the last embers of a forge fire just before extinguishing, sealing the will of the swordsmith into the still warm iron blank. This is the sword of your old companion. The remnant soul's voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, not loud, but carrying a restraint Lu Chen had never heard before. He used this very sword to hammer at me for 3 whole months in the forge. Lu Chen drew the wooden sword and gently touched its tip to the nearest facet of the crystal core. The moment the faint golden light contacted the sword intent circulating within the crystal core, the entire core trembled violently. All the reflected dark iron longswords in every facet turned simultaneously, their tips pointing toward the center. The crystal core began to peel away layer by layer from the outermost shell. Black crystal shards drifted upward like reverse falling snowflakes, revealing the true dark iron longsword at the very core. The blade was pitch black with a completely dimmed spirit stone set into the guard. The edge was covered in delicate, dense forging patterns, the traces of the sword hut's unique layered forging technique. Each layer of iron and carbon had been repeatedly eroded and healed by the law's gray light over the millennia. The full sword hut emblem engraved on the blade lit up simultaneously with the faint blue light core of Lu Chen's wooden sword, creating a visible golden resonance bridge between them. Lu Chen reached out and grasped the hilt. The hilt was cool to the touch, not the piercing cold of a spring, but a quietness that had settled for too long. The moment his 5 fingers closed completely, a complete inheritance memory surged into his sea of consciousness through the resonance bridge. He saw the first generation of the sword hut, not the one described in words in the letter left by Situ Shua in the sword pavilion's stone chamber, nor the vague figure pieced together by Lin Zhu from the Lin family's notes, but a real living person. A middle-aged swordsmith in coarse linen short clothes with sleeves rolled to his elbows stood before the tallest stone pillar in the ruins of the sword hut. He held the newly formed nameless sword in his hand and spoke to a group of disciples dressed in the same coarse linen. The way of the sword hut does not value exclusivity, it cherishes integration. Today you defeat me with my sword techniques. Tomorrow I learn your saber techniques and defeat you. The day after you steal my fist techniques to fight him, and he goes to learn saber techniques from you. This cycle repeating is the Tao of the sword hut. The scene shifted. The first generation sealed the nameless sword into a long ironwood box and handed it to a young disciple who would later become a wandering Taoist, saying, "This sword is not yet complete. The will I infused into it when forging was to break the gate, but what lies beyond the gate is beyond our control. Take it away and return only after I have completed the method to recast the lock. If I do not return alive, give the sword to the next person who can draw it." The scene shifted again. The first generation journeyed alone along the heavenly earth vein, stopping in the ascension passage. He removed a sword hut token from his own sword and embedded it into the inner wall of a bronze coffin, saying, "If I do not return, this coffin shall be the marker." He carved the complete law vein diagram on the inside of the bronze coffin lid using his sword tip dipped in his own blood to mark the location of each crack and its method of mending. Then he placed his sword deep within the black abyss's mining vein, making it the final lock to seal the fissure in the earth realm. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his consciousness slowly withdrawing from the inheritance memory. He looked down at the dark iron longsword in his hand. The forging patterns on the blade, eroded and healed by the gray light, were like the scars on a person's body that had been wounded and healed over a lifetime. Suspended in the void where the crystal core had been was a 3-dimensional vein diagram woven from complete forging pattern light, threads more detailed and precise than the rubbing from the bronze coffin. The diagram marked the complete lock structure of the 3 law fissures, as well as all the terrestrial vein nodes between the human realm and the earth realm. The causal chain between the fissures was annotated by the first generation himself in small characters at the very edge, 3 realms closed loop. At the deepest layer of the vein diagram, deeper than the black abyss mining vein, farther than the abandoned mine tunnels, there was a line of fine, densely packed notes inscribed on the dark iron surface using the burning edge technique. The handwriting was completely different from the neat, clear parts above. Every character bore the rushed haste of a hasty conclusion. The lock is complete, but the gate is not merely the 3 fissures. The gate has an outer rim, and the outer rim's fissures cannot be mended by one person alone. My sword is left here for a later successor. If you see this message, go quickly to the northern domain of the earth realm. A bloodline of the sword hut's same origin still survives there, and they can help you complete the outer rim's deficiencies. Lu Chen silently read the line twice from beginning to end, then thrust the dark iron longsword into the temporarily vacated sword loop at his waist, hanging it side by side with the wooden sword. 2 swords. One was the blank forged by the swordsmith, the other was the swordsmith's own personal sword. One sealed the full sword intent of the remnant soul, the other bore the complete memory of the first generation. After lying dormant for millennia, they were finally hung side by side on the same person's waist. Lu Chen crawled out of the dry well as dusk had already settled on the second day. Dust coated his body or fragments tangled in his hair, yet his gaze was clearer than ever. Zhang Chang'e hauled on the rope for the final pull, dragging him to the surface before relentlessly pressing him about the massive black stone below. Gu Qinghan said nothing, simply handing him a waterskin, her eyes lingering briefly on the newly acquired dark iron broadsword at his waist. Lu Chen drank half the cool water from the skin and splashed the remainder over his face to wash away the grime. He then related the sword hut's first-generation founder's dying words regarding the northern domain's shared root lineage to everyone present. Lin Zhu promptly spread the complete realm map beside the wellhead. His finger traced across the barren stretch between Luoxing Town and the northern domain, finally settling on a grayed-out zone inscribed with sword sect's ancient grounds. Though erased from the public maps for at least a millennium, this territory precisely matched both the northern domain lineage referenced in the founder's final testament and the missing terminal coordinate from the lavaine diagram Sidu Shua had uncovered in the sword pavilion's cliff grotto. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Chen unfastened the founder's ceremonial sword and placed it beside the wooden sword on the square table. In the darkness, both blade crests simultaneously ignited with a faint pale golden glow, their resonant light bridge still humming with lingering energy. The remnant soul whispered that the sword intent within the founder's blade still endured. Though nowhere near its peak vigor after centuries of erosion by the law fissures, it remained more than sufficient as a talisman for the northern domain's sword hut branch. So long as the descendants there recognized this crest, they would recognize the sword itself. He refastened both swords to his waist and was just gathering his protective armor and merit tokens into his storage pouch when the innkeeper's servant knocked urgently at the door. A messenger from the treasure artifact pavilion had arrived with word the envoy from the central command was already waiting at the town's entrance. The moonlight over Luoxing Town was unusually luminous tonight, casting a cool azure shimmer across the main street's flagstones and bathing the entire thoroughfare in a gentle pale greenish hue. Every lamp on the 3rd floor of the treasure artifact pavilion burned bright, shining more brilliantly than ever before. As Lu Chen led his companions down the street toward the 3-storied stone building, he spotted a teal-canopied carriage drawn by 4 grayscaled horses waiting beyond the steps. Its curtains bore the pavilion's golden furnace crest, while a silver-haired elderly matron in a blue-gray robe stood beside it, leaning on a dragon-carved wooden staff. Pinned to her chest was a pavilion badge identical to the manager's except for an additional ring of golden thread edging it. The silver-haired matron introduced herself as a member, surnamed Meng, serving as the Southwestern Route Special Envoy for the pavilion's central command. Without lengthy pleasantries, she drew a cyan bamboo dispatch tube directly from her ample sleeve. The bamboo casing had been polished smooth and glossy by time, its corner sealed with a leaf-shaped talisman seal of Qingyun Peak. This was a letter from Elder Gu himself. Lu Chen took the dispatch and unrolled the scroll. The letter contained only 3 pages, yet the script remained exactly as he remembered, lean, resolute, and every character pressed into the paper with unmistakable force. Elder Gu's correspondence was longer than any he had written before. On the first page, she wrote that she had received all of Lu Chen's door-locking records transmitted back from the lower realm. The Qingyun Sect Elders Council had filed the entire Lawfisher case under the sect's highest permanent archive tier. The duplicate family chronicle from the Lin Estate's library had likewise been personally delivered by Lin Xiaoyuan to Qingyun Sect, where it was sealed together with the Sword Hut Founder's Testament and the 7th Sword Pavilion's reinstatement archives within Qingyun Peak's hidden vault. The second page detailed how Xie Linger had formally invested the Luzhou branch of the Xie family trading house into the pavilion's Luzhou division, augmenting the reputation quota of that small green jade seal by 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Following Lu Qingzong's retirement, his final pill refining workshop had been jointly taken over by Old Zhou, and the Luzhou Merchant Guild's steward converted into an apprentice's forge for the surviving youths. On the 3rd page, she had penned only 3 lines. Wang Zhe climbs the mountain every 5th day to sweep the bamboo, leaves beside the cold spring for you. AC has struck the first flawless iron sword on his own in the rear courtyard of Iron Sword Peak. Everything at Qingyun Peak is well. By the time you return, the cold spring will have risen to the perfect depth for your bath. Lu Chen folded the letter and tucked the bamboo token securely against his waist. The envoy then reached into her inner robe and produced a second item. It was an elongated bronze casket far older and heavier than the letterbox kept in the ironwood cabinet. The sealing wax at its closure had long since crumbled away. When placed together, the sword hut crest on the casket aligned perfectly with the bronze fragment in Lu Chen's palm and the blade emblem on his wooden sword. A triple convergence that caused the locking clasp to pop open automatically through resonance. The bronze casket's interior was lined with yellow silk that had grown brittle and flaky with age. Resting flat in the center was an original contract scroll bound and sealed by coils of law chains. An official covenant personally affixed with the vital essence of both the sword hut's first-generation founder and the treasure artifact pavilion's creator. The front of the contract detailed consignment clauses and spirit stone transaction records, while the reverse side was densely populated with a genealogical registry of the sword hut's scattered bloodlines. Among the already traced clues, such as the Qingyun sect's seventh sword pavilion and the old Luzhou smithy, there was an additional branch marked Northern Domain, Sword Hut Unreturned. After cross-referencing the lineage registry on the contract's back with the sword sect's ancient grounds coordinates on the realm map, Lin Ju rose and made a formal request to the envoy. He asked the pavilion's central command to dispatch at least one supply caravan and no fewer than 3 formation stone appraisers to the ancient mountain path in the Northern Domain, frozen for over a millennium, to assist in restoring what was likely a large-scale teleportation array hidden within the branch ruin. At the signature line, he did not hesitate. He recorded the total sum of merit tokens his team had accumulated from the abandoned mine tunnel to the present day. The envoy took the merit tokens, weighed them in her palm, and had her accompanying formation stone quartermaster calculate the total on the spot. Moments later, she slid a signed supply allocation contract back across the table to him. Lu Chen closed the bronze casket, stowed it in his storage pouch, slung both the wooden sword and the dark iron broadsword over his shoulder, and took his leave of the envoy. As he stepped out of the treasure artifact pavilion's gates, a Luzhou merchant caravan was slowly approaching from the town entrance. Amidst the clinking of camel bells came familiar seal-stamped documents from Xie Linger, along with 2 other parcels. The first was a small pouch of newly refined pill samples entrusted to the caravan by Xian, wrapped in coarse paper, bearing his hasty marginal notes scrawled during sleepless nights, tweaking the body-tempering formula. The second was a slag fragment tucked into a pack by Meng Changjuan, meticulously wrapped in the finest oil-quenching paper from the Iron Sword Peak Forge. Attached was a terse note in the ironworker's signature blunt style, stating it was the residue pulled from the furnace base during Wang Zhe's trials of the new sword hut quenching technique. Lu Chen tucked the pill samples and slag fragment into his pack, straightened his posture beside the carriage, and drew a deep breath of the Luzhou night air. The azure moonlight of Luoxing town poured down upon him, casting a cold, yet gentile, silver rim around the 2 swords glowing with pale gold at his waist. Turning back to face his companions standing shoulder to shoulder behind him, he spoke. Beyond the northern domain of this realm, another branch, sharing the sword hut's original route, still waits for the founder's return. The founder's ceremonial sword now rests at his hip, and this missive has already waited thousands of years. It is time to deliver it. Heading north from Luoxing town, the terrain changed its face 3 times in 3 days. On the first day, there were rolling hills where green-scaled pines and gray-leaf brambles grew intertwined, and along the mountain paths one could occasionally see old campsites left by herb gatherers and extinguished campfires. On the second day, the hills gave way to a gravel-strewn gobi mesa cumulus. The soil beneath the feet shifted from tawny to iron-gray. The humidity in the air plummeted sharply, and each breath felt like inhaling a handful of dry grit into the lungs. By the third day, the gobi had vanished as well, replaced by a frozen tundra plain. On the horizon, a range of snow-capped mountains began to appear, their peaks a uniform silver-white, shrouded above by an unbroken mantle of gray-white clouds, within which silent blue-white lightning flashes occasionally flickered. Zhanshanga pulled the spirit-grade mid-rank armor from his pack and wrapped it around himself, the white mist from his breath condensing into a thin frost on the armor's shoulders. He rubbed his hands together and cursed that this damned place was even colder than the quenching pool of Taijin Peak, and at least the quenching pool had a furnace burning beside it. Here one couldn't even get a sip of hot water. Yi Songfeng followed behind him, a thin film of ice forming on the edge of his heavy sword. He had to use the scabbard every so often to knock off the ice shards, lest the added weight disrupt the balance too much. Gu Qinghan remained as composed as ever, but a closer look revealed that her azure-edged sword was always suspended half an inch from the scabbard's mouth. The inner wall of the scabbard had frozen solid, so she simply let her sword chi emanate to support the blade, preventing it from being frozen inside. Lin Jie led the horse in the middle of the group, the horse carrying everyone's packs and the chest containing the manuscript and a copy of the contract. He stopped every so often to check whether the horse's nostrils were blocked by ice and to scrape the frost off the reins. At dusk on the 4th day, broken stone pillars began to appear on the frozen tundra plain. These pillars were of the same type as those in the ruins of the sword hut, but the damage they had suffered was far more severe. Some were snapped in half, others toppled root and branch, and the gaps in the pillar bases were filled with eternal ice that had never melted. The remnants of the pillars stretched northward along an ancient frozen road at the end of which stood an ice wall dozens of feet high. The ice wall was not a natural glacier. Dim cyan formation patterns shimmered deep within the ice. Every line of the formations shared the same origin as the sword hut emblems patterns. This was a sword hut remnant formation sealed under ice for over 1,000 years. Lu Chen walked up to the ice wall and drew the first-generation sword. The moment the dark iron longsword left the scabbard, the forging patterns on the blade, which had been eroded and then healed by the gray light of the law, glowed with a warm golden brilliance in the cold wind. He touched the tip of the sword to the ice wall, and the sword emblem resonated with the formations deep within the ice at the same frequency. The center of the ice wall slowly melted, forming a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to pass. The crystalline contours within the gap expanded on their own under the resonance, dissolving the rubble, frozen soil, and ice layers that had accumulated for years, revealing an ancient road that had been buried under ice for who knows how long. The teleportation platform at the center of the ancient road bore law engravings identical to those on the sword hut remnant formations, inscribed on the trial sword forest steel and the black abyss vein. The frost at the edge of the remnant formation receded layer by layer with the resonance, and the cold, biting ice breath left by the descendants of the sword hut branch when they sealed the formation 1,000 years ago slowly turned into the first drop of warm water at Lu Chen's feet. Zhanchanga, hefting his iron-cleaving sword, strode across the ice gap with long steps. The first step onto the ancient road's stone slab sank half an inch, not because the slab was loose, but because the studs on his leather boots had pressed into the millennia-old frozen soil. He marveled at how this great formation could still generate heat after being frozen for 1,000 years. Yi Tsongfeng followed, surveying the surroundings, and said only, "There's sword qi in the air," very faint, as his hand on the sword hilt had already slid silently to the crossguard. After Gu Qinghan entered the ancient road, the azure-edged sword finally slid fully into the scabbard. The temperature inside the ice gap was considerably higher than outside, and the ice layer on the inner wall of the scabbard had melted automatically. Lin Jie tethered the horse to the last unmelted ice steel outside the ancient road, carried the book chest alone as he followed, and meticulously checked all traces against the name list on the back of the first-generation contract around the periphery of the ruins. The teleportation formation activated when Lu Chen inserted the first-generation sword into the formation eye. Golden formation patterns lit up along the stone slabs of the ancient road, spreading outward in concentric rings. Behind them, the ice wall silently refroze, sealing out the cold wind of the tundra. The scene before them briefly distorted in the formation light. The old road beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a valley completely covered in ice crystals. The ice layer on the stone slabs at their feet cracked open under the activation of the formation, revealing ancient stone paths that still carried the residual heat of forge furnaces. At the end of the stone path stood a colossal sword city built from a mixture of bluish-black volcanic rock and mystic ice. The city walls were over 10 zhang high, with massive sword hut emblems identical to the first-generation sword's emblem embedded all over the walls, each pattern faintly glowing. The city gates were tightly shut, the spiritual light seeping through the gaps warm and steady. Above the city gate were carved 4 large characters, Jinlu North Courtyard. Under the resonance of the first generation's sword, the city gate slowly opened. The hinges had clearly not turned for a very long time. The sound they made when opening was low and prolonged, like a giant beast that had slept for many years, letting out a deep sigh in its dream. Behind the gate lay a wide main street paved with stone slabs, flanked by forging workshops, sword casting rooms, and a sword manual pavilion of the same origin as those in the Jinlu ruins. The buildings were far better preserved than the ruins in the human realm. The roofs had not collapsed, the walls had not fallen, only a thin layer of frost covered them, glowing with a soft silver light under the array illumination. Scattered on the street stood several cultivators in gray sword robes, old and young, male and female, with cultivation ranging from the body-tempering realm to the mystic understanding realm. Seeing the city gate open, they all stopped their work, their eyes unanimously falling on the dark iron longsword at Lu Chen's waist. An old man with white hair and beard hurried over from the end of the main street. He wore a gray-white robe unique to the Bun, with a few iron filings from the forging workshop on its hem, and at his waist hung a dark iron longsword almost identical in form to the first-generation sword. He stopped 3 steps in front of Lu Chen, his gaze shifting back and forth between the first-generation sword and the nameless sword several times, then slowly performed a standard Jinlu fellow disciple salute. Lu Wenyuan, the 7th-generation head of Bun, welcomes the first-generation's sword back to the branch. Zhanchanga muttered softly, "Lu Wenyuan, same surname as you." Lu Chen did not respond, but returned the salute in the same manner, then drew the first-generation's sword from his waist and presented it with both hands to the head for inspection. Lu Wenyuan took the sword, turned the blade to the light, and examined it closely. On the inner side of the sword guard, he found the extremely fine inscription personally carved by the first generation, Jinlu Beiyuan opening ceremony. He held the sword in silence for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was much hoarser than before, saying that since the Jianlu token of Beiyuan was in this young man's hands, the first generation was no more. Lu Chen told Lu Wenyuan everything, correlating the first generation's final words in the Dijia realm with the bones of the wandering Taoist found in the sword steel maze. After listening, the head did not ask any further details. Instead, he solemnly performed a fellow disciple's salute to the master, then rose and announced publicly that the news of the first generation sword returning to the branch would be formally recorded in the Beiyuan history, and that Lu Chen, as the first-generation successor, would have the authority to allocate all of Beiyuan's sword pavilions, forging workshops, and array stone repositories. His gaze lingered on Lu Chen's forehead for a moment, then suddenly he asked, 10,000 Dao Saint body. How many? Lu Chen replied, 18. Lu Wenyuan nodded slightly, saying that for this age this number was just right. He then arranged for his disciples to welcome the guests from afar. The forging workshops on both sides of the main street rekindled their long unlit furnaces, and the lights of the sword manual pavilion glowed for the first time at night since the elders of Beiyuan had locked the city gates years ago. Zhang Chang'e was pulled by several young blacksmith apprentices of Beiyuan to see the unique cold iron quenching furnace. Yi Zongfeng borrowed a set of great sword-specific whetstones from the head and alone sharpened his blade on the sword sharpening platform in the rear courtyard of the sword manual pavilion. Gu Qinghan politely declined the offer to rest in the guest rooms and climbed alone to the highest point of the city wall. She opened the green-scaled pine sword case to observe the spectral shift of the gray light crystal needle remnants at high altitude. A female disciple of Beiyuan quietly came up and draped a cold-proof cloak over her. Lin Zhu on the first floor of the sword manual pavilion together with the old manual master of Beiyuan cross-checked the list on the back of the first generation's contract, verifying the old archives of Beiyuan item by item. The old and the young sat on the floor mats, turning over old bamboo slips for most of the night. That night, Lu Chen and the head sat alone in the secret chamber at the top of the sword manual pavilion. This secret chamber was almost identical in layout to the sword casting room of the first generation in the old forging ground of Jinlu. The walls were made of dark black fire-resistant rock covered with sword marks and runes, and in the corner stood a small, long-extinguished sword-casting furnace. Lu Wenyuan took down an old manuscript wrapped in many layers of cold silkworm silk from the wall. The cover bore 4 characters, Beiyuan Supplement. He said that it had been passed down by word of mouth among successive heads that Jinlu Beiyuan was the first branch established by the first generation in the Dijia realm. After the first generation left Dijia, his senior disciple, the Wandering Taoist, was ordered to go north to teach the legacy array techniques. Later, the Wandering Taoist left and never returned. Beiyuan was largely damaged in the last sect conflict, and the records in the first generation's manuscript about the outer edge of the Divine Gate were split into several pieces and scattered to different places. Lu Chen opened the supplement manuscript. The first page was a damaged diagram of the law vein, simpler but larger in scope than the one he had seen in the Black Abyss vein. The diagram marked the positions of 3 layers of cracks, corresponding to the locations of the Sword Burial Valley, the heaven-piercing earth vein, the core of the abandoned mine deep layer, and all the nodes where the Jinlu tokens were located. The 3 layers of cracks were marked sealed, unsealed, and sealed respectively. Beside each sealed, there was a hurried annotation, the handwriting even more urgent than the small notes on the first generation sword inscription, clearly written in extreme haste, 3 layers sealed, but there is an outer edge outside the gate. The crack at the outer edge cannot be mended by a single person or sect. It requires the combined strength of the Jinlu North and South branches and the existing sects of the Dijia realm using the first generation's locking method to reinforce it. At the end of the annotation was a list of techniques that Beiyuan had lost or dispersed outside. It mentioned several core combat arts that needed to be retrieved which had been inherited or sealed by other sects: Heavenly Frost Sword Art, Earth Vein Array Cannon, Ice Heart Art, Blazing Sun Sword Chi, and the unique sealing mechanism of Beiyuan's techniques, Frozen Sword Heart. Lu Chen flipped through the supplement manuscript from beginning to end and asked which sects these techniques were scattered among. Lu Wenyuan took down a map of the sect distribution in the Dijia realm, damaged by age. His withered finger traced from the northwest to the northeast, and then back to the center, saying that the Heavenly Frost Sword Art was with the Extreme Sword Sect in the northwest, the Earth Vein Array Cannon with the Spirit Array Gate in the northeast, the Blazing Sun Sword Chi had been taken by the Burning Heaven Valley, and the Ice Heart Art was in the hands of the Ice Palace. The last inheritor of the Frozen Sword Heart had long fallen, and the inheritance was completely broken as the outer edge crack expanded. Generations of Beiyuan heads had failed to reseal it into a transmittable Dao seed. These sects had been established for hundreds, or even thousands of years with mutual grievances. The fragmented remnants of the first generation's locking method had been divided among them and never reassembled. Lu Chen gently closed the supplement manuscript and stood up. He said that he had traveled all the locking paths from the Sword Burial Valley to the Black Abyss with the first generation's sword. Now the outer edge crack required the combined strength of the north and south branches and these sects to reinforce together. He would follow the Jinlu fellow disciple etiquette and visit each sect to request them, and also asked Beiyuan to first compile a catalog of all the still operational sword arrays, cold iron forging furnaces, and array stone repositories within the branch. He needed to first understand the current overall structure and combat power distribution of the peripheral sects, then use the merit credits from the Luoxing Town Treasure Artifact Bank as a base to prepare supplies, and finally select the first target for negotiation. Then he mentioned one thing. He would write a letter to the Treasure Artifact Bank first, sending the list of supplies needed by Beiyuan back to the southwest route, and also sending the specific coordinates of this place to Xie Linger, telling her that a new line could be opened between here and Liuzhou.